the world capital of Scientology. The flag building of Scientology is less than 5 miles away in Clearwater. And one of the main hooks to get people into Scientology, which I think is a super beneficial learning lesson and has value for people, is that Dianetics book, which teaches people, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but there's this book that L. Ron Hubbard wrote. Yeah, you read it?
Yeah.
It's great. It seems like a great way to get rid of all the negative influences in your life and become a better version of yourself, right?
Yeah.
But then once you get beyond that, that's usually when the sinister, manipulative things come into play. That's how you hook them in to the cult, by dangling that carrot or that shiny fruit up front, and then you figure out how to capitalize on somebody after that, once you get them in the door, so to speak.
Yeah, I think a lot of cults work that way, where like, here's some beneficial stuff that can change your life, and you get into that, and you're like, wow, I'm starting to see some benefits.
And that's why there's so many successful people in Scientology.
Yeah,
is because of that. I mean, that's a super way. That's a great way to, like, optimize your life, or if you have a business, to, like.
Scientology published a series of books back in maybe the 70s called Success Through Communication. And they're little blue books. You can find them on eBay. But they're fabulous. They have great techniques in there. But I guess I don't know much about Scientology, just to put that out there. But I guess there's some point where you get all this confidence, like you get more confident in your life. You're starting to, I'm more in charge of the world around me. You kind of get that feeling.
Right.
And then they're like, okay, we're going to walk through this door, and now it's time to talk about aliens.
Right. Like Xenu, the Galactic Overlord.
Yeah, right. So I never got that. And I think there's so many techniques in Scientology that were copied by the CIA on paper. L. Ron Hubbard invented this thing called the Alice in Wonderland technique. We need to bring this up on the screen.
Find it, Steve-O. I haven't heard of this one. Did you know the story about how David Miscavige, he's a new leader of Scientology, he's literally had thousands of his members file civil lawsuits against the IRS, and that's how they achieved their status as a actual religion, to get tax exemption. Yeah. The IRS just couldn't handle all the lawsuits; they overwhelmed them. Yeah. All right, what do we got here? Okay, which one of these are we looking at?
Yeah, TR4.
The coach. Okay, TR4. Dear Alice, the student reads several lines from Alice in Wonderland to the coach, as if they are saying them themselves. The coach then acknowledges or flunks the student based on how clearly they communicated the line. Yeah. Other training routines in Scientology include independent book study, collaborative activities. Okay. Hubbard's writings emphasize that auditing subjects are machines to be manipulated rather than autonomous people.
So the line, we go right down to that Reddit thing.
Why else? Why else? Okay.
So you don't have to read the article. Essentially, what L. Ron Hubbard does is have people read out of this book of Alice in Wonderland. The verbiage is very confusing. And L. Ron Hubbard openly wrote about this in his work. And I'll give you all of my research on it. And then the CIA, without even attributing anything to him, copied it almost word for word in an interrogation manual. And I have that PDF too. Really? Oh, yeah. And then the grandfather of hypnotherapy, Milton Erickson, started writing about it. So being able to speak confusing phrases helps you to be more persuasive. They discovered this in the 50s and 60s, that if I can confuse your brain acts as though someone it's somebody that's falling. So if you imagine when you're falling, your limbs are flailing all over the place, and the first solid object that they come into contact with is going to grab around them, no matter what, even if it's a thorn bush or something. Okay, right? So anything that's solid in that moment of confusion is going to get grabbed onto. So the brain corollary to this is, if a person's confused, the first logical piece of information they hear after being confused will be automatically accepted, or more automatically accepted, without being screened or scrutinized by the brain. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
how, practically, how would this be used?
If you spoke a confusing phrase very confidently and then told somebody to just completely open up right afterward, you're gonna lower a whole lot of defenses for any technique you want to use afterward. So that's a basic way to say that. So an example would be, and you know that this is a confusing statement, but if we're in a conversation and I'm speaking in a really confident way, and I said something like, how different would it be if the same thing started looking now like it would change if nothing else really did? You could just get completely open. So getting good at those statements, and the one that I just said out loud is very effective. And you can try this out. I've had people that are in my coaching group use this on stage in large groups of people. And I think some of them have used it to do an upsell before. But you can tie a logical thought at the end of a confusion statement. And getting people good at being confusing is good to make them more powerful communicators. But the auditor, I think, is what they call the person that reads things to the subject across the table, is using those confusing statements and inserting those things afterward. And it's in the textbook, or it's more of a pamphlet of success through communication. I wish I could bring that up.
Yeah, the auditing thing is bizarre. Is it a bizarre aspect of Scientology because they have these e-meter machines, these electrical. I'm familiar with them.
There's a GSR.
A GSR,
yeah,
where they hold these two rods and then they get ask them personal questions. They get these people just to open up about their deepest, darkest secrets.
Yeah, it's a galvanic skin response is what it's measuring. It's the same thing you would have. It's part of a polygraph.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just it's wild because it's super effective in basically blackmailing people.
Yeah, and I've loved the e-meter concept for a while. I don't think it's extremely reliable for like reading human emotion.
Right. Well, neither is the polygraph, right?
Yeah. But I mean, there are new neural networks that are 98.4% effective at detecting human risk. And they can call you on your cell phone and ask you a yes or no question, and it's 98.4% effective. Proven by Carnegie Mellon, proven by the Department of Defense. Disclaimer, I am on the board of that company, but it is scary accurate. And
what kind of questions they ask?
You can ask anything. We can use it to find bad guys overseas. We can use it to screen people for job interviews, insurance fraud. We're going to be using it in boxing soon, just to ask people, are you doping, are you blood doping, or whatever. Can you pass the test? And the system is called Asterisk. But it can just ask you for, it's an AI that calls your phone and says, here's the questions you're going to be asked. It tells you the questions beforehand. And they're all yes or no. And it asks you 4 or 5 yes or no questions. And it's 98.4 plus is what they say in the research. 98.4% plus accurate in detecting drugs. But it's more like a metal detector at an airport. And because calling something a lie detector is just not, I don't think it's accurate. I don't think anything should be called a lie detector. So it's just like when you go to the airport, if the machine goes off, it's almost 100% sure that there's something big and metal on your body. Whether or not it's a belt buckle or an AK-47 is going to be up to a human. Right. So this AI that we're using is directing human attention. So it's the fastest pathway to identify risk, but it's also the fastest pathway for me to find out if I have a group of 100 people here, who can I trust? Where can I invest trust the fastest way? So that's what it really is. It's the fastest pathway to get to trust. And I don't know how the heck we got the e-meter.
Yeah.
So I've been obsessed with e-meter. Dude, I went on eBay so many times to try to find it on eBay. You can't find it.
Really?
I think maybe Scientology buys them. But I do think L. Ron Hubbard is a genius. Hands down.
He was something, man. I think he was the most prolific science fiction writer of all time. I think, like, objectively, he's written more science fiction than anyone we're aware of.
Yeah. So there's a lot of research out there that suggests he had a condition in his temporal lobe called hypergraphia.
Whoa, bless you.
Man,
That was aggressive.
so there's some research that says he most likely suffered from a condition called temporal lobe epilepsy, which produces a byproduct called hypergraphia, where it's this incessant, almost unsatisfiable need to write and continue writing. And Steve, you can probably bring that up. Just type in L. Ron Hubbard temporal lobe epilepsy, and it is a very compelling case. So people with temporal lobe epilepsy, I am one of them. I have temporal lobe epilepsy.
What is the function of the temporal lobe?
Time and
Okay.
so there's a
Temporal lobe epilepsy, right? Temporal epilepsy that affects the memory, regulating temporal lobe of the brain. Wow.
so that's where your hippocampus is down there. Got a lot of crap going on. But I was at a point in my life where I was having 9 seizures a day. Which I know you wanted to even open this episode with that talk, and we didn't.
We were talking about this before we started, yeah.
But I was having temporal lobe seizures at 9 times a day, and it is very, very adjacent to what you might experience on TNT, except scary, terrifying, and horror movie-esque. And they last about a minute, and you're just like your body just is like a rag doll. You're not shaking on the ground and doing crazy stuff, but it's like you have this weird access to another dimension for a time being. And I know there's people out there that are suffering with temporal lobe epilepsy right now, and I was able to stop mine, like 100% stop, 0 seizures. No, they think it's probably a result of genetic predisposition mixed with a bunch of deployments, being around explosions and stuff like that. So a little tiny bit of a brain injury. So during temporal lobe epilepsy, those seizures, you're experiencing what I would call maybe between 90 days and a year of memories in 60 seconds. So you're getting access to so much information and so much weird stuff, almost like you're living a year of someone else's life. And then the moment the seizure is over, it takes, for one seizure, it took me like 2 weeks to reconcile what was real and what was fake. Then you have derealization in temporal lobe epilepsy, which is where you wonder, like, am I real? Is this real? Am I actually sitting here? Now, I had a point before our daughter was born. I thought my dog was fake. I thought my dog was artificial and not real. Not like I'm imagining it. I just felt like that is not a real dog. It is so weird, man. It messes with your head. It's suggestion or something. I didn't put any logic to it.
You just felt that it was not.
Yeah. But and I'm going to tie this back to Elron. But as the seizure starts, they call this a aura. Well, it's time to take it to the jugular. So you got that. As it starts, the deja vu is so powerful and so strong that in your brain, there is no possibility that everyone around me didn't set this up. So it's a weird feeling.
Well, yeah, we were going to make a special with Ocean Gate on the Titanic. We were really excited about this prospect of using this new technology, and it was touting this next generation submersible made of carbon fiber that was going to totally revolutionize being able to bring people down the Titanic. And so we were pretty far along in the development of that, and then we went up to Ocean Gate headquarters for a weekend to do a little bit of kind of pre-scouting to see how we were going to build inside the sub and take a test ride at the sub up in Puget Sound. And so we did that and spent the weekend with Stockton. And I really just
be Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up for Tony! Restream! Who's ready for the best fucking day of their lives, huh? Wow! What an amazing response. A lot of cross arms in the house tonight. Very excited. Sorry for raping everybody. And how about one more time for the best stand band in the land? That is Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness on the bass guitar, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting. Very sober crowd here tonight. Very exciting. It seems very tight in here. Should be fun. How do you guys feel? Is everybody okay? All right, good. Before we get tonight's episode started, which is brought to you by ExpressVPN via and Incognito, here's a little bit more from the other amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? All right. Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week is no different. It's a very, very exciting special episode in which one of the panelists is one of the most famous comedians in the history of the show, a Kill Tony Hall of Famer, and the other one, it is her very first time on panel. She is in the front-running position of having the joke of the year. So this is a big deal, watching someone be elevated from the bucket to the panel. Make some noise for tonight's panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is the roast god, David Lucas and Christina Mariani, everybody. Her first time on panel. One of the best joke writers and performers in Austin, Texas. And there he is, my best friend and arch nemesis, David Lucas. For those of you that don't know, we make fun of each other.
Famously, I think it's over like 2,000 hours. I've called you gay so much people believe it.
It's true. I've called you fat so much people believe it, including your doctor. It's very exciting.
Only nigga that don't think I'm fat is D Madness, because he can't see.
I think he can hear it just right. Dean, does David sound fat to you? Strong head nod. The glass is lit up for that one. David Lucas is a podcast mission with David. He's on tour, davidlucascomedy.com, and make some noise. Her first time on panel, one of the most famously nervous comedians in the world. Here, joining us for the entire episode, Christina Mariani. Say hi to everybody, Christina.
Hi.
Can we juice up that mic a little bit? What is that, mic 3? Say hi again.
Hi.
Yeah, there she is. Look at that. Adorable. Christina is here. She's on tour as well. ChristinaMariani.com. One of the biggest jokes ever in the show's history, famously. She, right? Black guy crossing the street.
Yes.
And then you think she crosses the street because she thinks that the black guys. Wait, no, I fucked it up. Yeah, you know it. We'll put it in right here. It's right here.
I learned that racism is passed down generationally, so it's internalized, which makes sense. I was walking home. It was late at night, and this black guy walks towards me. And instinctively, I grabbed my purse, even though logically, I know he's not for sale. He did steal my wallet, though.
And now we're back. All right, Christina, welcome to the show. You've seen it. You've been on it multiple times. Over 185 people tonight. A little bit less signups here at Vulcan Gas Company than at the mothership. About 20 or 30 less, but it's one down. It's happening right now, live. They signed up. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the Angry West Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview with them, and we figure out more about them. Absolutely anything can happen. The entire thing's improvised, and it should be a lot of fun. You guys ready to start tonight's show? This place doesn't have the rock and roll energy that it used to have. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Yes. Very good. Let's get some. Why don't you guys order some fucking shots of tequila or something? Loosen up a little bit. It's a fucking. I can tell there's a lot of Westlake people that fucking. A lot of rich kids that drive to be here tonight trying to fucking go to a fancy dinner after this or something. I don't know what's happening. But let's have some fun. We're going to start the show with a bang. One of our longest ever 10-year golden ticket winners. Ladies and gentlemen, here with a brand new minute, this is Enrique Chacon, everybody. Enrique Chacon, everybody. This is for Enrique, everybody. Fucking fucked up! My girlfriend, she froze her eggs recently for family planning, right? Turns out that shit costs $14,000, man. I guess these egg prices really are high nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I can tell who's been shopping, dude. I heard a Spaniard guy speak Spanish in Texas, and that shit didn't sit right with me, man. It sounded gay as fuck.
A mí me gusta hablar el español. Espero que tu día esté estupendo.
Like, bro, that sounds like the British battle rap of Spanish, you know? I'm used to that Mexican Spanish in Texas, you know, where it sounds like a weed maker starting up. Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo está, Ivane? ¿Cómo está tu hija? Aquí en la discoteca. You know, if the Spanish doesn't sound like a car missing its catalytic converter, man, I don't want to hear it, dude. Anyways, that's been my time, bro. Thank you so much.
Exactly 1 minute. Nailing it on the time tonight. Welcome back, Enrique.
Thank you, Tony.
Did your girl really freeze her eggs?
She did, and I know the doctor was all up in her vagina, bro, and it made me uncomfortable, dude.
Really? Is the doctor a guy?
It was a guy, a white guy.
Boy.
Somehow they made it worse.
If you could have any type of guy inspecting your girlfriend's vagina, what kind of guy would it be? If you could pick your own gynecologist?
Probably one of like those trannies from Thailand, bro. What do they call them? Those boy toys? Not a boy toy. God damn it, red band.
Lady boy.
Yeah. Lady boy. I'll have a lady boy do that procedure, bro. You know?
So you would like a feminine man to do it?
Yeah, that or me, which I think I qualify as a feminine man.
That's true. Fat tits. There they are.
That'll be $1 bill.
Hell yeah. Absolutely sweating profusely as always.
Yeah. I thought it was going to happen today, bro. I sweated out in the morning, dude, you know what I'm saying? Doing chores, cutting wood and shit, bro. But nah, dude, I'm still dripping.
You cut wood?
Yeah.
For what?
For bonfires, marshmallows, dude.
Marshmallows! Melted chocolate! It's all the snacks for you. Nothing that has anything to do with like nature, sustenance. It's just
Sure. Nature's cool too. Yeah.
Hell yeah. So you cut wood and then you make s'mores?
Make s'mores, dude, or put some chicken on a stick, bro. Throw it in the coals, you know.
Chicken on a stick.
Yeah.
You've done that.
Yeah. I'm Latino, bro. We barbecue, dude.
And you put it on a stick?
Put it on a stick, shish kebab. I think that's how you say it. You know, my English, no, sheesh.
Shish kebab. Dude, I don't eat chicken on a stick. Wow. Do you dip the chicken in something? You go just straight
Sweet braised barbecue sauce. You know what I'm saying, David?
sweet.
I don't.
I'm shocked. All right.
I'm just happy that there's another fat guy told he can run something.
Hey, you know what? You made me feel a little self-conscious too. You know?
I thought you were gonna say you dip the chicken in your sweat.
That's disgusting. All right, come on. This ain't India. Anyway, I should have asked that. Fuck y'all. Them Instagram reels are ridiculous. All right.
Wow. So you cut wood. What are some more chores that you do? I can't picture you doing any of this shit.
This is why I stopped drinking. You know what? I have 17 animals at my property right now that I have to fucking feed, man. Can I get some of the fucking food stamps, bro? Because it's tough, dude. I have 6 goats right now, dude. I have 4 chickens, 2 ducks, 4 cats, 4 dogs, and 2 squirrels, apparently, that I'm feeding.
Well, I mean, we all have squirrels, but
Yeah.
why do you have 2 dogs?
Dude, I don't know, man. They were just so fucking cute at the Tractor Supply, bro. You know what I mean? I just have to get them bitches, dude. And now I'm waiting.
They just kind of run around and hang out with each other.
No, I live in the backwoods of Austin, right, in the country. So, like, man, I have coyotes and hawks and shit. So they have to be like securely locked down. You know, it's very like post-apocalyptic survival, you know, kind of thing. And it's me taking care of all of them, bro. I'm a good Latino father, bro.
Let's talk about the squirrels for just a second here, because that one stood out to me. They just kind of stumbled in the neighborhood, or do you have like tags on them? You keep track of them?
Man, I have this one squirrel, dude. She comes in front of my window every day, bro, and she's pregnant too, right? It's not mine. And she got like the biggest fucking areolas on her, bro. And,
Oh, shit.
I've been staring at this girl for like 30 minutes a day, 40 minutes a day, you know, before I actually have to go and do the shit that I have to do, you know, to make some money.
Absolutely. How, what are you planning on doing with the squirrel babies when they come?
I don't know. Hopefully they can help me with some of these house chores, you know what I'm saying? Nothing, just probably just feeding everybody, bro. I'm a Latino man, but I also feel like an abuelita inside, you know, just want to feed everything.
You are Christina. You're a quiet, sweet little spirit. Have you ever seen anybody sweat quite as much as Enrique Chapman sweat?
No, I think wins.
Look, listen to this. Christina look AI generated, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dog. She AI up in here, bro. You just have to refresh your browser to get dressed. Shit. This is gonna be about an hour, bro. I'm like, now I'm not gonna wear that mid-green shirt, dude. Everybody's gonna see my sweats up to down my titties right here.
You're a wet front.
Yeah, where from? Son of a bitch.
All right, Enrique, you're a golden ticket winner. You got it all going for you. You got the show started. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
So much.
Appreciate y'all.
And here we go to the bucket. To the bucket we go. Your first name. We're gonna meet them all together. It looks like, I feel like we've seen this person before. Make some noise for Rachel McMillan, everybody. Rachel McMillan. Rachel. Here's Rachel McMillan, everybody. Make some noise for Rachel.
I'm adopted. I was raised by white people, but I'm Mexican. I'm not sure if I came with any papers, so my favorite sport is cross country. Because I'm Mexican, my mom taught me how to mow a lawn before she taught me about safe sex. That's why I have 2 kids and a dog pussy. Growing up, my dad would punish me by spanking me with his fraternity cup. Now I can't come without being hazed, but I can read classical Greek. My family, they love Disney World. They've been to Disney World like 8 times. They've even been to the Disney World in Japan. But they're getting a little out of control. They have a transgender whale now. They named him Baby Dick. All right, thank you so much, guys.
All right.
Yeesh.
Rachel. Nick. Ellen. All right.
Hey.
How long have you been in stand-up comedy?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah.
Where at?
Out of Houston, Texas.
All of it in Houston?
Yes.
That's where you're from?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you live now?
It is. Yeah.
Do you have a family?
I do.
Okay. Tell us about that. What's that like?
I have 2 teenage boys. We talked about it last time that I was on the show. You make endless fun of me for maybe me not knowing if I was the mother of them because
Why would I? What happened?
I'm a recovering addict, and yeah. I said one of the weirdest things about getting sober is you find out you have kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it's all coming back to me now.
Sure.
What were you addicted to?
What do you got? Okay, I was like addicted to pain medication, mixed with a little bit of heroin. Okay.
Yeah, we can all relate to that. What was your bottom? When did you know that you needed help?
Really?
Are you still on heroin?
No, I'm not. 9 years sober. No, I guess
1 year sober?
9, yeah.
9?
Yes, sir. Yeah, thank you.
I was gonna say 1 year sober, the shit could be over tonight. We're on 6th Street.
Fingers crossed. I guess you just know when you've had enough. Like I was done. I was just done. I've been to rehab maybe 1 too many times. I don't know. But yeah,
And what do you do now to fill the time in the space of the greatest feeling in the world being on
it's. Have you tried it?
No, I just no.
Okay.
I know that because that's why I haven't tried it because I know that if I tried it, I would do it all the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you didn't know that before you tried it.
That's what you.
I've heard rumors that it's the greatest thing in the world from everybody that's tried it.
It is.
Yeah.
I actually recently started drifting cars.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
How did you get into that? Are you dating a Persian guy?
I'm actually dating or engaged to a guy who's 16 years younger than me. So if I do my math correctly, I've been sucking dick longer than he's been alive. So.
Wow.
I've been saving to say that.
That's incredible. Where'd you meet this guy at?
I met him through friends. Actually, went to a haunted house.
That was your first
date.
A haunted house was your
It
first
wasn't our
date?
first date, but it's how we met.
Did you make the move at the haunted house?
Yeah, I put on a mask and I was like, I'm your new mom. No, I did not make a move on him.
Have you always been into younger guys, or is this a new thing?
I mean, I guess this is a new thing, yeah. 16 years is quite the age gap. So.
What do you notice that's different between dating a guy 16 years younger than you and a normal guy?
A normal guy?
Yeah, like a guy you're...
Or like a guy that's mature. I don't know, I just think that there's a lot of great qualities. Good moral compass, same path.
What does he do for work?
He's actually a roofer. He works in a customer roofing company, has his own company. Yeah.
I can see why that would work out.
Hey, it's working out pretty well. We're doing all right.
He works on roofs. You've hit bottom.
That's right.
Okay, Rachel, how do you make money?
I work as a paralegal. Yeah, in the legal field.
What are these kids up to? How old are they again?
18 and 19.
Okay, so what are they doing? Are they in school?
One is actually trying to go to aviation school.
Okay.
And the other one,
You guys love getting high in your family.
that's about as high as you can get. Yeah, it's flying.
What's the other one up to? The disappointing.
He's not disappointed.
I know if aviation school's first, the other one's trying mom's
No.
old fucking Vicodin.
I mean, he just likes to have girlfriends and make my life a living hell with his girlfriends.
Explain to us, there's a lot of moms out there that love this show. Explain to us how the sun is making your life hell.
Okay, well, one of the first things he said when he started dating this hooker, this girl, this really nice girl, sorry, hooker's name is Chelsea. He said, don't
Be
worry,
real, why don't you like the girl?
I don't dislike her. I just don't
We
like.
definitely don't like her.
That's what we don't
There's no
like.
point in like trying to backtrack now.
Hey man,
She's already seen this part of the show. She's watching right now, and she's like, well, whatever she says next can't be worse than that.
I bought. Okay.
You already called her a hooker. Literally in front of millions of people. You see that little red light out there?
I see the red light.
Yeah, she's watching you. Do that.
Okay, well, I bought my kids LSU sweatshirts because they're a big LSU family on the dad's side, and she took it. She took the sweater. I had to go to the house and make a big scene about it.
It's like a hoodie.
It's a hoodie, yeah.
So you're mad because you gave your son
I'm
a
upset
hoodie.
because there's a lot of conflict between the two, and they've been off and on for a couple of years. So, and one of the first things she said was like, "I'm on birth control. Don't worry. You can't even drive a car yet. Fuck you."
Wait, she can't drive a car?
Well, I'm just saying she's so young, and she's telling me she's on birth control. I'm getting her.
Yeah, this is very good. I'm glad that we're talking about this. I love this. I think I'm crushing this interview, by the way. So she told you that she's on birth control. She's like, hey, everything's good. Don't worry. I'm on birth control. And you were like, you didn't like that? Don't you think that she was comfortable enough to share with you that and that she's just telling you?
Well, he chimed in later on. Don't worry, Mom. And I'm like, this is a conversation that you and I can have apart from, you just telling me that's like the first great thing about this girl.
Well, I mean, it is
Hey,
pretty
Mom,
fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Where's the fucking guideline in here, damn, all right? Everybody loves nutting inside of things. And your son does too. How does that make you feel knowing that your son is blasting loads into a woman that you call a hooker? Sometimes I bet he blasts inside of her, and the only thing she's wearing is that LSU hoodie.
I hope so. It's a good college. Yeah.
Every once in a while, he just.
For sure.
But luckily, he's not getting it on the hoodie that you're so worried about, because it's all going inside of her bucket.
That's good.
Cold vagina. All right, Rachel.
Man, I blacked out.
Well, fun times, Rachel. You got through it. You gotta fucking. I want to hear more about this. I want to hear more about the drugs and stuff. That maybe dick joke I've heard a couple times before, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So try to take chances, right? Don't try to please the people. Talk about your stuff. Your life. Rachel.
Look at this athleticism, folks. Folks, this is some of the most athleticism.
Found by the name of Vance Bolter, the suspect in the shooting of two Democratic Minnesota lawmakers to death and their spouses, was arrested Sunday after the largest manhunt in the state's history. At the SWAT team's command, Bolter crawled toward the officers and surrendered. He's 57 years old and will face first-degree murder charges. Minnesota does not have the death penalty, so the maximum sentence would be life in prison without parole for the victim. He apparently had a list of other people he wanted to meet. An innocent bystander at a No Kings protest in Utah was shot and killed by a peacekeeper who was aiming for a different man, was pointing an AR-15 style rifle toward the crowd. Arthur Falasa Abu, 39 years old, his family moved in Saturday. He was a husband, father, and renowned fashion designer. He was among 10,000 protesters who packed downtown Salt Lake City for No Kings protest, one of 2,000 events nationwide announcing the Trump administration's handling of administration. In a moment, constitutional lawyer Jonathan Ebor joined us to discuss these protests. You might assume that with all the concerns over safety issues and artificial intelligence, the big tech firms should be working to increase AI safety. But actually, it seems like things are getting worse instead of better. New ways with AI to leak your personal information and for scammers to create fake AI-generated video. Let's check in with our expert, Lauren Weinstein. Lauren, what's going on?
Well, you think with big tech under so much scrutiny regarding abuses in their LLM generative AI systems, you really would think that they'd be working proactively to avoid even more problems, but that just doesn't seem to often be the case. We've talked about the misinformation, hallucination aspects of these systems, the wrong, misleading, and even sometimes potentially dangerous answers they can give. Google's search AI overviews in particular are notorious in this regard, sometimes giving nonsensical or just plain wrong answers to even very simple math questions or questions about the current date and so on. I saw two more examples just today, AI overviews giving different answers to whether or not a particular letter was in a word, depending on whether you asked the question with the lowercase form of that letter or the uppercase form. Now, far more serious, AI overviews were answering a straightforward question about VPN configuration, something very important, and they was giving an authoritative looking, completely wrong answer that would have deleted the entire VPN configuration, causing massive problems. Now, another serious one that many people have already heard about was after the recent crash of the Air India 787, taking the lives of all of them uprising aboard. Google's AI overviews were sometimes saying that the plane was built by Airbus, not the correct answer of Boeing. Now, this isn't just Google. There have been new problems with people's personal information showing up publicly in part of Meta's new AI chatbots. Meta has reportedly just now put up a warning box telling users that entries you make on their system could end up being seen publicly. Now, this should have been done in the first place, obviously. Big tech is in such a rush to push out these substandard flawed systems that only after damage has been done are there execs willing to take these kinds of steps to protect users. And now there's a new whole class of generative AI video creation systems. Google has an amazing one. They're advancing to the point where even experts can't necessarily tell the difference between fake AI video and real video. It's really fantastic. It's just fantastic stuff. These systems are being already used for all sorts of scams, so you have to be extremely careful, and that's only going to get worse. Some of these are even trying to trick YouTube creators into losing control of their own YouTube channels. Now, there is one clue for the moment, specifically regarding Google's new very advanced system, and that's that only very short videos can be created currently. So what some scammers are doing is they take these less than 8-second segments and put them together into longer videos with quick fades between them to hide the visible discontinuities. But you won't be able to necessarily even depend on that because scammers could put some sort of information slide or something similar between the segments that would look far more natural. It really does appear that Google and the other big tech firms are so convinced this is the future and so desperate to make money back from the billions they've invested in these systems that they just don't seem to care at all about how much damage they're actually doing. And personally, I don't believe we can depend on these firms doing the right thing on their own. So both federal and state legislation is probably going to be needed to rein them in as the damage they cause increases. But right now, Congress seems to be moving in the opposite direction, actually banning many types of AI regulation. Now, reasonable people can, of course, disagree about these issues, but letting these firms run amok with these AI deployments at this time in such an unregulated manner seems ill-advised and, frankly, to a lot of onlookers, quite frightening as well.
Thank you, Lord, for the reports. Common wisdom tells us that loneliness kills. Health officials have compared social isolation to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. Countless studies have linked feeling lonely to earlier death. But a surprising new study involving nearly 400,000 older adults across 3 countries has turned this assumption upside down. Researchers tracking home care recipients in Canada, Finland, and New Zealand discovered something unexpected. Lonely older adults were actually less likely to die within a year compared to their non-lonely peers. Among the most vulnerable seniors, those receiving help at home with daily activities, being lonely was associated with 18% to 23% lower risk of death. That's strange. Space historian Robert Zimmerman in from Mike Barrett tonight. Robert, I understand there's problems on the International Space Station. Well, it's an ongoing problem. One of the oldest modules on the station called VEN, it's a Russian module. It's actually in the late 80s and finally launched in 2000. It had stress fractures on its hull. In the last 3-4 years, we've seen a steady increasing ambient in the station. Now, the Russians made numerous attempts to repair those leaks. They did some work last week, which they say is to solve the leak problem. It caused a delay in the launch of the Turkish flight, ISS. So they didn't want any knocking to occur even at the American station while they were assessing their work. Bottom line, though, is that hull of that module has stress fracture. It's very old. They dock with it regularly. Whenever they do dock, the Americans have closed the hatch between the 2 sections because they're afraid of a catastrophic event. It's not a good thing. One of the reasons Elon Musk said we should retire the station within 2 years, not wait till 2030. This has been an ongoing problem. Everybody's involved. And that's an archival seems to want to make believe it doesn't exist. Now, I really fear for the future. The station has a limited lifespan, George. Robert, if you were in charge, would you shut it down? I would definitely move forward to try to get it in orbit as quickly as possible. Yes, I would. I'm just putting our money into the 4 different private space stations that are being developed right now. And if they're up in space, they're going to be more redundant. Redundancy is good, and they'll be making money, and they'll be privately owned. And this station government project should go away as quickly as possible. Thank you, Robert. Robert Zimmerman, space historian from Mike Barrett. In a moment, constitutional lawyer Jonathan Ewart joins us to tell us about the legality of all these protests and much more in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. You're great at protecting your own personal information. Probably you can use things like 2-factor authentication, strong passwords, and a VPN. But as much as you're trying to be in control of how your information is protected, there are lots of places that also have it. They might not be as careful as you are. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second for identity theft. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock US-based restoration specialist will help solve identity theft issues on your behalf, guaranteeing your money back. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. You might not be able to control how others handle your personal information, but you can help protect it with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 40% off.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain. I was truly dreading getting older. I had weak bones, achy joints, weight that wouldn't go away, almost no energy, and constant brutal headaches. I was falling apart physically and mentally. I searched desperately for alternatives to the pain management traditional traditional doctor's office. I tried alternative medicine with no positive results. Then I heard Dr. Joe Wallach had posted posts with George Morey and decided to give his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month with no results, and I lost 95 pounds. I'm off all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and if pain has you dreading your future, don't suffer through another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Wellness and Bad Foods, and tons of invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 at criticalhealthnews.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George North with you. Jonathan E. Ward, leading constitutional and administrative lawyer. Jonathan is the only attorney in American history who has defeated the FDA for drug administration 14 times in federal court. Jonathan, you're one busy guy. Welcome back.
Great to be with you, George. Thanks for having me.
Looking forward to this, and thank you for clearing up some of the stuff we're going to be talking about tonight. The event in January 6th, years ago, was considered at the Capitol an insurrection, wasn't it?
That's what they called it, even though some would argue that it really didn't rise to that level, and they're really right about that. In most instances, we had single instances of violence, and those things were acts of insurrection. But the overall group, no, and certainly not against the Capitol. So that was an exaggeration. But these riots in LA, they rise to that level.
Give us your definition of what an insurrection is.
So under federal law, actually, there is a definition, 18 U.S.C. section 2383. Rebellion and insurrection are defined there. And really, it's instances where there's a action, usually violent, to obstruct federal law or to interfere with federal law. And that's actually what's happening here when you interfere with ICE attempting to make arrests.
There are federal buildings in state properties. Who's responsible for putting down an insurrection? The president trying to protect the federal government's properties, or the state trying to protect the state's property?
Well, the state has the right to protect its own properties, but the federal government has a superior right, actually, to protect the enforcement of federal law, federal property, and also to make sure that rights are not violated. So there are many aspects of this. Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution invests the president with the power to be commander-in-chief, which also includes the power to control the state militia. That's expressly provided in the Constitution. So it was contemplated from the founding that the president, in fulfillment of federal law, have this extraordinary power to use federal military, but also the state militia in ensuring that insurrection and rebellion was suppressed.
Jonathan, President Trump called up the National Guard. California Governor Gavin Newsom went ballistic, claiming that he did not have the right to do that. Legally, he's right.
Well, according to the district court judge in the Northern District of California, Gavin Newsom was right, but I believe the district judge actually was quite wrong here. The district judge said that there were three things that were not met under the statute. So Trump, on June the 7th, issued a memorandum in which he invoked a statutory provision that gives him the power to call up the National Guard. That's 10 U.S.C. Section 12406. And under that provision, the judge said, hey, you can get this right, President Trump. There was no rebellion, the judge said. I think he's absolutely wrong there. It clearly meets the statutory definition of a rebellion. And then he said there's no proof that the federal government was unable to execute the laws, but actually there was interference with the execution of the laws. And so I don't know why he reached that determination. And then he said that the president had to issue this order through Governor Newsom and did not do so. Well, actually, the statute itself doesn't require the president to issue the order through Governor Newsom. It says that Governor Newsom shall issue the order. Shall is an
affirmative obligation of Governor Newsom. Governor Newsom actually violated the law by not following the president's proclamation and himself enabling the National Guard to call up forcing the president through his Secretary of Defense to federalize the National Guard.
Jonathan, there are a lot of foreigners who have done the legal process and gotten U.S. citizenship the right proclamation. How long has this been going on with the illegals letting people in?
Well, since the start of the Biden administration, actually since before then, we had illegal immigration, we've had illegal immigration forever, but the degree of reaching up to 20 million Americans who are here illegally reached the zenith during the Biden administration when there really was an open border policy pursued by Mayorkas on behalf of the president. And the result was a very large number of drug traffickers, sex traffickers, MS-13, 18th Street gang members, and other criminals, common criminals, murderers too, came through. And so what the enforcement is focused on thus far, the Trump administration is getting at those very violent criminals and getting them out of the country.
What I was going to say too, Jonathan, it's unfortunate that the law abiding illegal immigrants, say it like that, have come into this country because they want a better life for themselves and their family. They want a job, they want homes, they want to contribute. But they've been tainted by all these people you just mentioned.
That's true, and it is unfortunate, but there's a legal way to enter the United States, and we really have to be a nation of laws. We have to uphold the rule of law. We start arbitrarily or without conscious vetting, allowing some people in and some people out. That's really just tyranny. It's a selective process with no rule of law. We have to have a rule of law. We have to require people to come into the country legally. Otherwise, we'll have what we have now, which is a state of chaos in over a dozen cities where individuals are protesting and really shifting it into a riot mode, aiming principally. And we can't have that kind of chaos. The president is in his full power as commander-in-chief, exercising that authority to put down those riots that threaten federal properties and that threaten individual rights of citizens.
I've seen many of these protesters recently.
This criticism.
Very young, big signs and placards. That was probably
Rachel McMillan, everybody, there she goes. We're gonna keep it moving along here. This is definitely a new name. I love new names, but then again, everybody's new when you can't remember if they've been on the show before. You know what I mean? This one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket pool. Nolan Gustine Priest, or Treese or Priest. Nolan Gustine Priest. Make some noise for Nolan, everybody.
I'm into persistent dogma. Otherwise, I'm just trying to say I'm religious. Really into the idea of group convincing other people that they're always wrong. That's a hard power to pass up. I've also been dabbling in addiction as of lately. When it comes to suspicion coming around, as it always does, because you move funny and you act funny when you're high. I've come up with a master plan. I'm just going to blame my siblings.
Because he's aided the illegal immigrants, including violent illegal immigrants, to enter this country.
This guy's awful.
No, he doesn't got it. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Talking during people's fucking sets. Hello, Nolan.
Hey.
This is exciting. We went from a former heroin addict to a current one. Very rarely does that happen on this show. It must have been a matter of minutes since you last shot up.
Never tried it.
You never tried heroin, buddy? You might as well. There's no reason for you to not be on heroin right now. You look like you're on heroin. You do comedy like you're on heroin. Nolan, welcome to the show. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
This is my 3rd week.
3rd week. Okay, what made you want to start a month ago?
I was a class clown growing up, and I was used to be afraid to do this because I just didn't want to deal with my family's judgments around it. And after many years, it just came down to fuck them, I'm gonna do me. So.
Wow, look at that! I love it. Okay. David Lucas.
I feel like you just killed a cat when you came here. The Tebow version of Jesus. That's where.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, that's no. You have such like a red rum energy. It's so weird. You ever started a cult?
I'm willing to.
You got a van?
I used to live in one.
Yeah, I can tell, nigga. And you smell like it. That's what.
How old are you, Nolan?
27.
27. What do you do for work?
Right now, I'm just a disabled comic.
Okay, what's disabled about you?
I went through testicular cancer a couple of years ago, and I had to give up a nut for this shit.
Wow. Testicular cancer. Wow. So, how did you find out that you had it? Take us through the process. This is a lot of people's biggest fears. Were you showering and you felt something? Take us through the process.
Alright, so this is kind of fucked up, but I shit you not, for the longest time, it was like the size of my right nut, which had the most cancer. It was the size of like an avocado.
Whoa.
It didn't hurt for a while though, so I just didn't want to tell people about it, sensitive subject. Even though like I like being funny and morbid, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about it. So eventually I started telling people, and most people were saying the same thing, get it checked out. I'm like, nah, I'll fast it away, smoke a reefer, I'm good, I don't need it. That was bullshit. So eventually went to the hospital because I woke up in just 10 out of 10 pain, screaming. The people I was living with heard me. Called my parents, who I hadn't spoke to in a while. They even said, what the hell are you doing? Get to the hospital. And that day I find it out. And even after the original diagnosis, I was still like, all right, let me ask a bunch of people, get different opinions.
Shut the fuck up.
And yeah, they gave me 6 months to live. So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and go with the traditional bullshit that ended up saving my life.
Of course, yes, no doubt about it. I have 14 follow-up questions. If you had to guess how long it was from when you noticed originally your one testicle getting bigger than the other, all the way down to that day going to the hospital, if you had to guess ballpark, how long that was? Literally ballpark. That was an accident, by the way. If you had to ballpark the ball.
I didn't have the balls.
Year, 2 years?
Yeah, I didn't have the balls to talk about it for the first year and a half. So between that and 2.
Wow, incredible. And had the cancer spread to the upper ball by that point?
Luckily not, just to the what's the lymph nodes that are all around my body, which is pretty scary. But they said I'm in remission. So
amazing. How long ago was this?
About 2.5 years ago.
2.5 years ago. You haven't had it since.
Not that I know of.
Incredible. And the one ball acts as 2 right now, right?
Yeah, I actually met one of the nurses along the journey, and she said her brother had it, and he ended up having 3 healthy kids. So I'm hoping I can do the same.
Wow. Incredible. So you're looking forward to having children at some point?
Yeah, I'm going to get tested first, or I'll just adopt, because I don't want to mess nobody's future up just because I want kids, but I'd like to.
You could probably find a good girl out there on birth control wearing an LSU hoodie. Brian Redband,
What did your voice sound like before you lost the ball?
yeah. Good question.
Similar.
Good question.
It was definitely similar. I do feel a little bit less aggressive though, but I don't recommend it.
Right. What do you do for work?
Before this, I was doing solar panels.
Okay. Solar panels. So you were out there getting a lot of sleep.
Pretty much, yeah.
And the panels were underneath you reflecting upward. Do you think this had anything to do with the cancer?
I always wore a kilt.
You wore a kilt?
No, I'm just playing. But yeah, that could have definitely. I wanted to though when I had it.
I swear to God, you do that again, I'm gonna kick you in the ball.
That would be the first.
What do you do for fun, Nolan?
Pretty much how I look. I love to go swimming. Love to just hang out. Conversations are my favorite. I'm a wannabe philosopher, so I'm always just trying to see what's going on and get in the know.
When you say you don't want to be a philosopher, what exactly do you mean?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
Okay. Nostradamus over here. David?
I just want, were you having sex while your nuts were that big? Because I feel like I want to fuck all the time with my balls were the size of avocados.
Even worse, I was trying to do the whole nofap because it was after I broke up with somebody. I was doing the celibacy.
What's nofap?
Where you just hold in your cum and act like it gives you superpowers.
So that's why you got cancer. That's why you got cancer. That's an actual thing.
You didn't have cancer, your nuts were just really full. You should have just jacked off, it would have went away.
Yep.
They didn't tell me that?
Look, I tried all the alternatives.
Jerk off. Masturbate. Health advice here. Your senior medical correspondent, Tony Hinchcliffe. Jerk off, boys.
You a vibe, though. I'd start a poll with you, bro.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I would love to cosplay as Jesus and make a ruckus.
Ain't cosplay, don't cosplay me like sex.
Nope.
What's that called?
Does that work? Did Jesus have sex?
I thought cosplay was when the white girls dress up with that leather and they be spanking niggas.
That's
I'll
bondage.
try that too.
Bondage.
Oh, bondage. Oh, well, I'm cosplay.
Yeah, even if it were just pranks and just messing with people, getting old people's money, whatever.
Nolan, are you doing a lot of open mics? Are you trying hard at this?
Yeah, I just came down here at the beginning of the month, and I've been going every week, trying the different ones.
Yeah. When you're doing it, get the mic close to your mouth, project, fucking go for it. Look these people in their goddamn eyes. You're looking down a lot. You're being a little shy guy, but you have to look at them. You have to look at them.
Sure will.
Look at them. Those frightening eyes of yours.
I can only look at with one eye, so.
That's absolutely incredible. I bet that's what your balls looked like at the end. It's fucking one's just fucking little wobbly balls over there. All right, well, you can put this in your little nutsack where your ball used to be. There's a little joke book. Nolan Gustine Priest. Oh la la! Look at this, everybody. If you need help jerking off and not getting testicular cancer, pause the video now, boys. Pause the video now. It's perfect. It's a bottle of water. Nothing spilled, no harm done. Heidi can do no wrong. Heidi's the best. She's smart, too. Earlier, she told me that 2 + 2 is 5, and I agreed with her. She's a very smart. Well, I agree with everything she says. All right. Your next bucket full is on the inside. Make some noise for Rudy Ventura, everybody. We're keeping it moving along. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Oh, whoa. Ruthless. Rudy Ventura's coming to the stage any fucking second. Here he comes. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Rudy Ventura.
Yo. Guys, I just have some great news. I just had my first baby recently. Well, I don't know what you guys are clapping for. I didn't say I was going to raise it, but I appreciate you guys for that. It's crazy. It's crazy since I had my son, to be honest. Like before I had my son, like I was a raging alcoholic, and now I'm just an alcoholic because I gotta go home to him after this shit, you know. Like before, I used to get real fucked up, and then I have to figure out like, do I want to get fucked up with my homeboys, or do I want to get fucked up with my son? Or should I get fucked up with my son and then go see my homeboys? Like either way, I don't want him drinking at home by himself. No, but you know, it's crazy. A lot of people tell me I look Indian or Arabic, and growing up, I could never tell the difference between them. To be honest, like they told me Indians have red dots on their forehead because of the religion. You know, they're Hindu, and Arabs do too, but it's not because of their religion. Those guys don't realize that they have one till after they're dead.
All right, Rudy Ventura. Hi, Rudy. How long have you been doing stand-up, Rudy?
2 years right now.
2 years. Where at?
Dallas, Texas.
What do you do for work?
I do landscaping.
Whoa. Okay. So that answers my next question.
Cut the grass and sell it.
You're Mexican.
Now I'm boring.
Ooh, Salvador.
Yeah, we're like the immigrants of the immigrants.
We know.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So what do your parents do? Are they here in America?
Yeah, they're here in America. Hell yeah. I fixed their papers a couple years back. Yeah, they're doing great. They got a ranch in Corsicana.
Okay.
Yeah, they take care of the family.
Even Lucas loves ranch on everything. And so they're taking care of, you guys got a bunch of animals and stuff?
Yeah, they got a bunch of animals. Yeah, a bunch of kids and shit, you know. Animals. Yeah, they're a bunch of crazy people out there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
How many people are out?
Oh, like 6 or 7. Okay. A lot of us left, so yeah. We're doing better in America.
Who works on the ranch?
My dad. Right. He's old as fuck. Yeah, he's doing great though.
How old is he?
67 or 60? Yeah, 9. I don't know. 69.
Okay, 67 or 69.
Yeah.
Those are right next to each other, so it could be either one.
English is my second language, so I have this too.
You're doing good.
Thank you.
Lucas.
Man, it's crazy. Rudy is actually a friend of mine. I know him very well.
Yeah, I'm just plugging.
And he is.
I tell him come, but Ozempic's not working right now, so.
Rudy give me all the snack foods before they come out the stores.
Shots out of my bottles.
But Rudy is actually a really horrible father. The night he had us. No,
yeah, tell him about it.
Bro, he was chilling with me in Dallas. I do a roast battle up there. He's in the green room taking shots. He's like, oh yeah, my baby was just born. I'm like, today? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nigga, go be a fucking father. You got that chick in the hospital by herself while you're taking a shot.
I got a dream. I got a Jay. She knows.
Did you go hang out with your newborn kid after that?
Yeah, of course.
So you did shots with David Lucas, and then you went home.
I went straight to the hospital. I had to get fucked up to watch that shit. That shit was a little wild.
But you didn't even watch it. The kid came out when you were drinking with David, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like holding him and shit. Yeah.
Oh. You had to get drunk to look your baby in the eyes.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was not ready for that.
Yes.
That's like looking at you right now. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Look
crazy.
at my baby. He's getting big.
It's crazy. It's true.
Thank you.
It's just like your baby.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. So how old's the kid now?
6 months.
All right. So how's it been going? How many times do you think you visited this kid?
Oh, I've been there every day. It's just crazy. You know, after you know he came out, I had to do father stuff, and I've been there every day. It's been cool.
Like what? What kind of father stuff?
Like changing the diaper, or like put Miss Rachel on if I have to, or like I still gotta go make bottles and shit. I've been doing a lot of this. That's how I make bottles. Different. Yeah, it's been cool. Bottles and stuff.
Okay, you still hooking up with the baby mama?
Yeah, we live together. Yeah, we just got an apartment.
Nice.
Yeah, for now I feel stable for once. It's just cause I used to fuck a bunch of bitches like when I first was wilding and shit. And it's cool to like finally like feel like instead of like waking up to my PS5, it's my girlfriend and my baby and food in the fridge and shit. It's just cool.
It's incredible. I see very clearly why you and David get along so well.
In the fridge.
Drinking and fucking bitches, and visiting my kids sometimes, changing a diaper, then having a shot.
I look up to this fool, man.
Yeah.
I'm actually a good father.
No, I know.
You're doing great.
What does the baby mama? What does the baby mama do for work? Does she have?
She works for her dad's plumbing company. I like the pipe, but no, she really does work for her dad's plumbing company. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a successful business. I'm doing great.
So you're not drinking as much as you used to drink.
Yeah, I should have. Yeah, I still drink though. I get
Give us an example of a time recently in which you got fucked up.
Oh, I crashed my car with David. I mean, not with David. What are you at? I gotta be honest.
David, put the microphone down. Tell me the whole story. Let's go.
Yeah.
David was with you?
Yeah, David is my best friend. Love this
Yes,
guy.
he was. Yes, he was. You keep that mic where it is. No, stand back, Rudy. Stand back.
Man. Sorry.
Tell us about the evening.
I got like David hit me up out of nowhere. He was like, "What's up, my boy? What you doing?" I'm like, "Shit, I'm just at the crib. Don't got a kid yet." And we ended up hanging out at this like arcade, like little bar and shit. We got real fucked up. The Casamigos. He was supposed to buy them, and then they ended up on my tab. But that's cool. This is my boy, anyways.
Yeah. Welcome to hanging out with David Lucas, everybody.
It's all good.
Never wondered what it's like.
What goes around comes around. You fat. All right, but we ended up hanging out. I got a little too much shots, Casamigos. That's the drink, right? So what you got?
Going.
Anyways, Casamigos, my homies. We ended up getting fucked up, and then I don't remember leaving, and then I crashed my Mercedes. I had just bought the Mercedes. That shit was crazy. Drug money was doing great at the time.
What happened that made you crash it? You remember?
No. She remembered, though. I didn't have insurance, but we worked things out. She didn't have insurance either. She was a nice, beautiful black lady.
She did not have insurance?
No.
Wow. So how did you work things out?
I paid her. I fixed the car. I got some cousins.
So your cousins fixed the car?
Yeah, the Vatos.
Yeah, the Vatos.
MS-13.
Your Casamigos helped you.
That's our mechanic shop's called.
Casamigos.
La Casa de los Amigos. They got a taco stand out there too.
I bet they
Wet Chapel.
We know. All right, Rudy. David, anything you want to say?
That's not how the fucking story went.
Yeah. Why don't you tell your version of this?
So, first of all, I was not fucked up, but we did meet at an arcade.
Oh yeah, I was fucked up.
We were all leaving to go back to the Airbnb that I was staying at because he was trying to bring some fucking Latin hoes over, and I was
Before my girl.
and I was like, I don't want no more kids. So we all left.
Everyone came.
We all left. The Airbnb is like 6 minutes away from where we're at.
Yeah.
2 hours has passed. I'm like, where the fuck is Rudy? I'm calling up, FaceTiming him, all this shit, and then he just appears at 3 a.m. in the morning. He just show up at the fucking Airbnb. You're like,
We didn't text at 3:24. I think
something like that. You're like, my car is gone. I'm like, what the fuck you doing?
I like those.
He was like, I hit a black bitch.
Black Hawk down. You know?
So I was like,
I hit a Mercedes with my Mercedes.
No, her name was Destiny, but that was my destiny.
I just told him to lay down and we'll figure it out in the morning. So I wake up like 9:30 so that we can go try to figure this shit out. And this motherfucker's gone.
Yeah, you took too long. You sleep, bro. You hibernate. I gotta go. This motherfucker got an airplane at 12 and it's 11. I gotta get the fuck out of this bitch.
But he ended up he did pay the lady. The lady was hella. Thank God she was black. She didn't call the cops or anything.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you don't have insurance or a registration, and the car is most likely stolen. So luckily, you got very lucky there.
Well, my car was stolen. I mean, yeah.
All right, Rudy.
No, fucking around. Thank you.
Fun times. Here's a slightly larger than small joke.
Appreciate you.
There goes Rudy Ventura, everybody. All right. I'm going to keep it moving along here. Your next bucket pull is also on the inside. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Aaron Spaller. Aaron Spaller. No real banging sets yet. Everybody's kind of cruising through tonight. Aaron Spaller, here comes Aaron Spaller. Wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend. One more time for Aaron Spaller, everybody.
So I was told once you go black, you never go back. I was stressed out. I couldn't wait to go back personally. The biggest issue was constantly being compared to her black exes. As a white guy, that's not where you want to be. So I figured if I can't beat them, I'll join them. So I started fucking fat white girls. The issue is I started to enjoy it. And I'm from the Midwest, the casserole capital of America. They're everywhere up there. I had a little too much fun. And that's how I earned the nickname the Fupa Bazooka. Which I don't think my mom was too proud of. Because I caught her Googling if 300 months is too late for an abortion. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron Scholar. Is this true? Did you really hook up with a black woman?
A few of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did you meet them at?
Tinder, mainly, yeah.
Okay, so you're on the dating apps. That was. Okay, so you're not anymore.
No.
Why not now? What happened?
It's a sad place to be. Yeah.
Why? Tell us about what you mean by that.
I have bad self-control, so it's like, yeah, I'm looking for love, but when thicker ones come across, just kind of get in there and seal the deal, and then I get too distracted, and then I got like 10 fat girls hitting me up every night, and then I don't get any work done, so then I just stop.
Right. So you kind of went deep down this, I wouldn't call it a rabbit, a pig hole.
I play around in the barnyard, yeah.
Wow, incredible. So tell us all about it. What are some things that you've learned from hooking up with big chicks? It's different than hooking up with regular sized girls or what many people would call beautiful women.
The first thing is that
I'm kidding, they're beautiful too, but seriously, what's up?
Nah, which I hate the body positivity movement, but
All right, keep going. Tell us, why do you like big chicks? What is it about big chicks?
What is it? The jiggle, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the motion. You know, they're skinny and nothing moves. Nothing registers.
Right.
I don't know.
What's the biggest girl, if you had to guess, that you hooked up with? Let's guess some weights here.
I will say I couldn't get my arms around her. I'm gonna 350 plus.
Wow.
350 at the light side. Yeah.
And she was short too, so a short 350. We're talking about 5'3".
No,
She's tall too.
No, yeah, not tall, but average. 5'7".
Was she bigger than David Lucas?
Width wise?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Absolutely.
Wow. This is incredible.
That's not sad.
You have to take a girl like that out to dinner before hooking up? Oh, no way. That's not in the budget whatsoever. So she comes straight to your place.
I went to hers, but yeah, same thing.
You went to her place. What was it like? Do you remember?
Yeah, we watched a movie.
What was the movie that you guys watched?
Oh, it's that one with the something body, Jennifer's Body, I think. It's got the hot bitch from Transformers.
Megan Fox, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. So you're watching that movie, then what happens?
I tried to put my arm around her.
That's what you went for first? You went for a true hug, a true first base maneuver?
Yeah.
Hug, and then that wasn't working. I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
But not close enough.
You want to play through the whole thing?
You couldn't connect your fingertips, am I correct?
Oh, God, no. When it came time to kiss her and I put the other arm around, no, there was no clasp.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So there you are. You're making out with her, and then what happens?
Just started feeling all of it.
Yeah, tell us about that. Describe to this audience. Look at them in their eyes and tell them what hooking up with this behemoth monster was like.
It felt like I was conquering something. As a man on a mission, everything felt like a tit.
Oh, there you go. There we are. Big pop from the crowd on everything felt like a tit. Have you ever said that before?
No.
There you go. That's part of your thing now.
It is.
You can talk about that while talking about what it's like hooking up with big chicks. That's funny. Everything felt like a tit. Keep going. Tell us more. You're doing good. Probably the best joke we've heard all night. Just came out of nowhere. Describe, then what happens? What's the difference between a fat girl's vagina and a normal girl's vagina?
You gotta pick the poop up.
Okay.
You got to get it out your way.
This is disgusting.
Does everything smell like anal? Like because
Okay, Red Man. All right, there we go. Big one. Jesus Christ. Fat people tend to bathe themselves, overly bathe. Have you noticed this?
It was clean. I mean, there was no smells, no nothing. Yeah, I never thought about it.
Are you ever on bottom with any of these big girls?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Describe to us what that's like. Describe to us what it's like being Waffle House hash browns, smothered, covered, gas. Describe to this crowd what it's like being on bottom while someone that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds is on top of you. Do they put all their weight on you, or are they trying to alleviate some of that?
They can't hold it up.
They can't hold it up.
No. You can't suck it in that far, you know?
Right.
But it's like, have you ever tried to bench press more than you could?
Yeah. Is that what you do? Are you lifting them up sometimes from the bottom position?
Try. Depends on the one that night.
Okay. And then how do these nights normally end after you hang out with a Tinder, morbidly obese, absolutely volatile, disgusting hookup? What is it like afterwards?
The last one, I just started farting as much as I could, so she'd leave. So I don't like to be mean.
Right.
Yeah. But I just get them out. You know, post-nut clarity hits a little harder when it's a big girl, so you really start working on it.
Yes.
It's a situation to be handled immediately.
So do you save these farts early on, starting earlier in the night? Are you banking farts, knowing like this is my exit strategy?
I wish I was that good. No, it was a blessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. What else do you do? Did I ask you what you do for work?
No.
What do you do for work?
Right now I do valet.
Valet? Wow. Okay. Where at?
Primarily Fogo de Chao.
Fogo de Chao. Look at that. You're meeting bitches at an all-you-can-eat Brazilian buffet. Oh my God. You're making money and turning yourself on at the same time. No better place to be a valet out there sniffing the seats of these big girls before they have their Brazilian steak. Wow. Have you met a chick in Fogo and taken her home before?
No, I fucked that up.
How did you fuck that up?
There was this chick, and she was asking me to like take pictures of her, do this, do that, and then she went to like put something in her car, but on the passenger side, and she gets on the passenger seat, like puts her knees on the seat, so it's just ass to face, and then she goes around to the other side and starts asking me all these questions. It's just,
do you think she was giving you an opportunity?
Oh, she gave me like 10 of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you just weren't having it. You were out on the street. She wasn't fat. These normies, you're not having it.
No.
Now you're at the point where you can only handle. What do you think the minimum weight of a girl that you would want to fuck is now?
I mean, it depends on the height, but I'm gonna say 170, 175.
Okay. Someone clapping for 175 in the back. Just one fucking half fat chick. Like, yeah.
I got you. I'm listening. I got you.
All right. Well, fun times, buddy. I want to give you a small joke book, but since you're into slightly bigger things, I'm going to give you a medium joke book. There he goes. We're keeping it moving. Aaron Spaller. Okay. Time for a golden ticket winner, everybody. This guy is funny. This is a brand new minute from one of the newer golden ticket winners. Make some noise for Colin Sledge, everybody. Here we go. Colin Sledge. One more time for Colin Sledge, everyone.
Thank you. I'm on Hinge. This girl on Hinge said, "Don't even bother messaging me if you're not in therapy." So I said, "Not only am I in therapy, it is court ordered." I'm not even allowed to own a gun in those states. But God bless Texas. I tried dating a black girl for the first time.
I wanted her to like me, you know, but I guess we just weren't like super compatible. I remember she asked me, like, do you even know what the G-spot is? I was like,
This is where the gangsters be hanging out.
I'd be calling it the OG spot. Okay. Oh, thank you. Bye-bye.
Colin Sledge. It's done it again. Welcome back, Colin.
Thank you.
Is this true? You really hooked up with a black chick?
No, it was a lie.
Right. I had a feeling. I just can't picture it. I cannot picture it at all. Not you. And I can't picture a black woman that would hook up with you. You seem soft-spoken.
It's been close once. I was like, yeah.
How did you blow that?
I probably just wasn't hot enough.
You're what?
I probably wasn't hot enough.
Oh, jeez.
It was close, though.
You're a good-looking guy, Colin. It's when you start talking or you lose everything. I don't think the heat has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I've noticed, like, get first dates much easier than second dates.
What do you normally do on these first dates with girls?
It varies. Now it's sometimes comedy shows, but not anymore. But I went to IKEA once. That was fun.
Wow, you took a girl to IKEA?
Yeah.
Did you meet her there?
No, it was a Hinge date.
Okay, so what does that mean to you exactly as far as did you meet there? Did you pick her?
We met there.
Right, so you did meet there.
We did meet there, yeah.
Okay, we went around in a circle there, much like at an IKEA store.
We met on Hinge. And then we agreed to meet it. Like, I didn't pick her up.
So did you eat at the IKEA? Did you have the little meatballs?
I offered to, but she's a vegan apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Vegan at an IKEA.
Yeah, there was no second date, like I said.
Right. Yes. Didn't last long. Much like the furniture at IKEA. They're not a sponsor. It's okay. Colin, what else has been going on in life?
I was supposed to go to the vasectomy consultation today, but I came here instead.
Okay. Hell yeah. You still have literally the strongest nuts out of everyone that's been on the show tonight.
Yeah, I've noticed.
You are, so you're fully ready to go. Why are you looking for a vasectomy?
It was my parents' idea. So when I got the golden ticket, my stepmom was like, "You should consider a vasectomy." You know, they think
you're swimming in puss now.
Well, they think, yeah. They're worried, which is I don't really hook up with strangers, even if I'm shy.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, you don't even need a vasectomy.
Well, I get pussy.
Okay. And you have a problem pulling out when that moment comes, when that final moment comes? Or you...
Well, I wear a condom, but I don't know. It's not as good.
Would you still wear a condom if you got a vasectomy?
Depends on the person.
Jeez, Colin, I mean, you gotta live life. I have to call your mom. To tell her you're doing just fine out here. Condomed up. There's nothing. I've never even heard of someone that wears a condom getting a vasectomy.
Well,
that's like putting on your seatbelt if you're just sitting in the driveway. Absolutely.
Welcome. Oh,
so,
fuck.
STDs, right?
Sure, but
sure. Well, I get it.
It doesn't happen that often. Just pop an antibiotic. You'll be right back in no time.
I'll just be like, don't worry, baby. Tony said I don't need to wear one.
Don't put it on me. Blame it on your mom. Say your mom said so. Red Band has something he really wants to say again.
I was just saying, how adorable would it be if Marlon and Christina went on a date together?
Wow, there it was. Red Band's last time talking this episode. How cool, everybody. Amazing. Back to the soundboard we go. There it is. Hit the clown horn. That's the bike horn. Good job, Red Band. Good job. Christina, would you ever consider going on a date with Colin?
I think what's spontaneously the best.
It is true. You're both very shy, very quiet, very nervous.
Also, I only date black guys.
Oh shit! Wow, look at that. That's what she says when guys like you want to go on a date with her. It's incredible. Absolutely amazing. Colin, would you ever consider going on a date with Christina?
I am with someone right now, but if that ever falls through,
I love it. If that ever falls through, maybe.
She's gonna be
maybe. All right, Colin. Well, fun times. You did it again. Great set, great jokes. There he goes. On to the next one. All right. Your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, it is a former employee here at Vulcan. We know this guy. He was once in a weight loss competition with another human. Make some noise for Trey Pack, everyone. Trey Pack. It's Trey Pack. When you go back to back, it's Trey Pack. Here comes Trey. What do you say? Hey, he's back. It's Trey Pack. Trey Pack. Oh, there he goes. Trey Pack.
How we doing? Good to see you guys, man. Y'all had this girl told me to come on her C-section scar. Yeah, I don't have a joke. I just want to talk to somebody about it, dude. It's my wife. Freaks, it's my wife. My wife's a dirty bitch, dude. It's my baby, man. My wife likes to choke me in bed in the other creeks, so you like to choke in bed? Hell yeah, dude. With that haircut, it looks like this whole table choked you in the Uber on the way over here, dog. What's going on? Don't be ashamed. Listen, my wife chokes me in bed every single night. Yeah, she waits for me to fall asleep and she unplugs my CPAP machine. That's my baby, dude. I also get that half of y'all aren't convinced I'm not Jelly Roll. I'm not. Just so everybody knows. I married a whore, just not the hell one, dude. Yeah, I'm not. It's not me. I'm not married either. That's crazy. Guys, I've been great back. Thank you so much.
Cool. Trey Pack, been doing it for years. Been on this Vulcan stage numerous times. Worked here, been on the show, weight loss competition. I believe you gained weight during the
No, I had Sam Hunter gained. I lost, but we're all fat. We all look the same.
Yeah,
people think I'm David Lucas every day. It's crazy.
I love it. Absolutely. So Trey, update us. It's been a while since you've been on the show. What's going on?
Man, life's good, man. I'm not married. I'm a barber. That's what I do full time now. Life's good. Just trying to take a fucking drink from you every day.
Okay, how's that going?
It's good, man. I just got to do the comedy store. I got to run into you there. That was super cool.
Nice. Yeah.
They've been doing the roast battle thing. It's been good.
Yep.
It's been very good.
Yep. Amazing, Trey. I love it. Any new hobbies or anything non-comedy related?
Not just drinking and doing drugs with fucking girls, dude. That's
what kind of drugs are we talking about?
I'm on that cocaine, brother.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit.
Listen, I don't even like doing drugs. It's just you do the bullet, cocaine appears in your pocket. That's crazy.
Tell us about your love of cocaine. I've never tried it. I get it. It makes you feel a little like.
Well, like, have you ever just felt like the best thing you've ever felt? Have you ever hit a home run, score a touchdown? Imagine hitting a ball and scoring a touchdown and fucking the girl you've always wanted to fuck. And then immediately after, just doing the worst stretch you've ever felt in your entire life. For hours. You get 20 minutes of the most amazing feeling, and then it's awful.
How often do you do this?
I've been trying to quit for a while. It's kind of hard. I get it mixed up with powdered sugar every day. But I used to have once a week or so, used to be, especially back in the day, yeah. It was fun.
How do you afford it?
I cut a whole bunch of hair, dude. I'm a hell of a barber.
Holy shit. Incredible. Do you cut anybody's hair that we know?
I got a lot of guys in the shop that Mike Gonzalez comes by our shop.
Oh, Michael Gonzalez. That's why he wears a hat all the time. Okay. That's what. Amazing.
Uncle Laser comes by the shop. A lot of guys here in town.
Oh, I can see. Does Uncle Laser come by for haircuts or for that fucking sweet booger sugar that you're picking out over there?
I mean, listen, we're all getting done what needs to get done. You know what I mean? Yeah. Rock that haircut out in 10 minutes. We cut each other's hair the entire time.
I bet. bet you two little fucking field rats out there, little snifflers. Trey, you're doing. Where do you work now?
I work at Beard Brand Barbershop. And then I picked up a shift here tonight. I heard Tony was coming back. I fucking miss it here, man. So I wanted to come hang out.
I love it. Well, we're happy you did. You already have a big joke book, right? Is it filled yet?
I'm sure it is.
Here you go. Here's a new one. Oh shit. Very good catch.
Trey, I'd love to have you on the Secret Show on Thursday.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
Trey Pack. Doing the Secret Show right now. Boom. On to the next one. Your next bucket hole also inside. Make some noise. We're going to keep it moving along for Tatum Rayleigh, everybody. Tatum Rayleigh. Yeah. Tatum Rayleigh. Here we go. Tatum Rayleigh. We have movement. Tatum Rayleigh. Okay. Your next bucket pool is Alex James from the inside. First pull. Alex James.
I have an English degree from a day school, so it's safe to say that I make more money from doing comedy. I'm soaking wet. I'm butchering everything. All right, my girlfriend's 20 years older than me, and she's my former math professor, which worked out great because my math is shit. And it's interesting dating an older woman because the first time we slept together, I felt like I was taking her virginity. So I asked her about it. And she said, all C-sections. And let me tell you, that pussy was roped off like a museum exhibit. No kids that pass through there messing things up. Nothing has been touched in years. And most importantly, students get in for free. And that tight pussy kind of made up for those 3 kids because they were loose as fuck. A homeless guy asked me for $1. I said, I have $50,000 in student loan debt and a useless degree. Do you have $1? I'm 30 and I still live at home with my mom. And it's weird living at home because I'm one argument away from being homeless, but on the other hand, I'm one stroke away from becoming a homeowner. All right. I'm Alex James. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Alex James. Moving fast. Just rattling them off there. How long you been with stand-up?
On and off for 2 years, but taking it seriously within the last 6 months.
6 months.
Yes.
Come say hi.
Pretty sick, yes, sir.
Dog girl.
Trying your hardest?
I am trying.
What are you doing? What are you doing to do that?
Primarily just like hitting as many mics as I can. And I'm from Boston, so every time we come out here, we can honestly get like 6 months worth of mics in a week or two. So it really helps.
Right. Yes. You've been here? How long have you been here?
We just came for a trip on Saturday. So this is very surreal because we were gonna leave today, but I found out about the show, so we decided to stick around.
You were here with another comedian?
Yes. She's here as well.
Okay, got it. So let's talk about it, Alex, because that was awful.
No, it wasn't that bad.
So when you say you do 6 months worth of Boston open mics in 1 week here,
right?
How many open mics are you doing per week in Boston?
Well, my girlfriend will do like 3 to 4, but I admittedly will really only do 1. So
you and your girlfriend are both comedians.
Yes.
She's here.
Yes.
What's her name?
Jenny Fitz.
What is it?
Jenny Fitz.
Jenny what?
Fitzgerald.
Jenny Fitz.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where I'm 100% positive that the girl is more funny than the guy. Ladies and gentlemen, you stay up here, Alex. I want you to stand here while your girlfriend buries your legacy. Make some noise. This is 60 seconds from Jenny Fitz. Oh, this is so exciting. This is how breakup happened, everybody. It's a long trip back to Boston after you're funnier than your boyfriend. Oh, yeah, she's got this. Don't put the mic back in the mic stand. Fuck it. She's got this. Hold her shit, you.
open mics are a lot like middle-aged sex. They last 3 to 6 minutes, and if you go all 6, you're probably trying out some new stuff. I got divorced a couple years ago, and I started dating a guy 20 years younger than I am. You guys, when he first brought up birth control, I was like, oh my God, he thinks I still have a period. That is so flattering. But I can't have any more kids. I have 3 kids. I have 3 kids. And being a parent as a Gen Xer is kind of tough because we weren't really parented. I realized I was ordering out too much when Uber Eats figured out my custody schedule. He's facing right now, which has never happened to me before, but I still have one. Oh, no, can I do one? Sure. Okay, all right. We were caught right. Okay, so the world is so politically correct now. I'm afraid that my kids are going to say some racist shit like by accident. Because the other day, one of my kids said to me, I used to be friends with this Indian girl on the bus, but I'm not friends with her anymore. Not just because she's Indian, just because she doesn't ride that bus anymore. I said, buddy, I don't think you meant that first just. Okay, we're not racist. If anybody's racist, it's the school. They're the ones who put her on a different bus. Okay, that was it.
All right.
We were in the rain.
Did he write that last one for you? Even he's laughing at how unfunny he is. Unbelievable. I love it. Welcome, Jenny. How are you?
I am wet. I'm from the rain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was going to say, you seem like you'd have an incredibly dry pussy. We just heard your boyfriend's act, and I'm pretty sure everyone's got a little sand between their legs right now. All right, Jenny, how long you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. How long have you been with your boyfriend?
Alex, 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
What was it about this young man that that made you interested?
I had just gotten separated from my husband, and I was that kind of marriage. I was in a sexless marriage for 20 years.
Yeah.
But I thought he was pretty hot. And he was my student, but he wasn't anymore.
Wait, what kind of student was he? Here we go, and we hit black gold, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, no, you did.
My milkshake is on another milkshake. What?
I was only okay. So right. So
you were teaching at college.
Yeah. And he took one of my classes.
Oh my God! What class was it?
Quantitative reasoning.
Oh my God! You know about that?
I'm a math professor. Yeah. So that's my day job. But yeah. So okay. I looked up his cell phone number in the system, and I texted him and I asked him if he thought he wanted any help with the math class that he was taking the next semester. And he said, well, I hired a tutor who costs $100 an hour, and I'm meeting with her on Friday. And I texted him, well, fire her because I can guarantee you I'll be better than any tutor you've ever had.
Damn, girl. This woman's going to get fired over this.
I wish I looked better. I was caught in the rain. I usually look better than this because I'm 50. I normally look.
Oh, you're good. You're good, lady. You're good. This guy still has his fucking notes over here. What is going on over here? Dude, shut the fuck up. We're talking to this cool ass fucking flirty college professor over here. Okay, so hold on a second. First question.
Yep.
How recently were you separated from your husband when you launched this message? Just a ballpark. 6 months, a year, 2 years?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay. Second question.
Yeah.
Had you ever, out of your entire history being a college professor, you could be honest.
I never did a course, that's what you're asking.
You never messaged any other student ever?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't even remember thinking he was attractive when he took my class. I just remember that we would chat and he had a really nice personality, and he was older than the other students. He was you know, because he was like a fuck up, and you know, he went back to college later. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that.
Amazing. So there you are. And how long?
I was 45, and he was 26.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. So, where would the tutoring happen?
Yeah, okay. So, I did go over on Friday.
You went to his place?
Yeah, I went to his place. I already, like, knew that he lived alone and stuff like that. Cause
how did you know that?
Because when I would chat with him, I would ask him questions like, so, you live alone?
Wow.
And,
spoken like a true math professor.
I apologize. One time I literally asked him if he had a girlfriend. I was collecting information, but like that was kind of toward the end of the course, and so I just waited. Because in the handbook it says we can't fuck our students unless the course is over.
Yes, that's in everyone's handbook, by the way. It's not just any specific college, or that's every job.
I had never done it before. I swear to God.
It's cool. It's cool.
I just have.
You're not going to get in trouble now. You're good.
No, I have tenure.
Perfect. You have a 10-year. You have a 20-year difference. Okay. So there you are. You're in his place. Was there any actual tutoring? Did you guys crack the books?
Yeah, because you know I didn't want to make it obvious. No, I did. I just like did some math with him, and then
how long are we talking? 20, 40 minutes?
Yeah, I want to say 20.
Less. Oh, look at old Kid Daddy over here going, no way. She couldn't resist. Wow. Okay, so about 15 minutes goes by, and then what happens?
He was like, I'm gonna roll a joint, and I was like, that sounds good, you know. And I remember one time I joked around with him about swinging by after work. Okay, so the other thing is, he said, where do you live? And you must drive right by my house on your way to work. So I knew where he lived and stuff. So I was like, oh, you got any beer in the fridge? And he said, yeah. So I was like, yeah, I'll grab a beer, and we sat on the couch. We smoked the joint. Okay. And then I think I reached over and I like put my hand on. Yeah.
Oh shit! That the old is this okay?
Yeah, because like you're supposed to.
There it is. Okay. And then you said yes, that is okay. And then. I know. That was like make or break moment because I was like, if he's a bad kisser, then I'm out of here and I'm never gonna talk to this guy again. Right. But he was a great kisser, just more stuff happened. Oh my goodness. You guys had sex that first?
No. No, we didn't.
You didn't?
I made him wait like almost a month. Well, because I had only been with one other man in 25 years, so I just assumed that whoever I had sex with would give me like herpes or AIDS. So I was like, I can't do that. And so after a month, I mean, we fooled around. That was all.
Wow. Incredible. I think this is like every college kid's fantasy, right? The nerdy math professor lady kind of fucking says, I'll be the best tutor you've ever had. Yeah. And then the old touch of beer and a joint. That's wild.
Oh, super hot.
So now you guys have been together for 5 years.
Yeah.
And you still live in Boston.
Yeah.
And are you still a college professor?
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely incredible. I love it. And what have you done? Did you get a degree? Okay. Well, so what do you do for work? Talk into the mic.
I'm essentially like her au pair, so I take care of her kids.
How old are you, right? Oh, Christina Mariani.
So you're bad at math?
How old are the kids?
My oldest is 16 and my twins are 12. They're all boys.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Incredible. Are you aware that your ex-husband has low testosterone?
He's got something going on that's wrong, but I don't know what it is.
You know about this? David Lucas, what are you going to say?
I'm just curious, like, from the time you last fucked your ex-husband to the time you fucked him, how long was that?
Like a year and a half, or maybe, I don't know. It was so long I couldn't remember.
From my math, it was 7 weeks.
Yeah,
Oh
exactly.
no!
3 weeks
No,
after
no, I thought you meant 3 weeks after I moved out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I don't know. Maybe we hadn't.
And what did your ex-husband do for a living?
He manages a town.
A town? The mayor?
Well,
Is that the mayor, bitch?
no.
He manages a town. What type of shit is this?
Well, towns don't have mayors. They have town managers.
Where the fuck do you live? Scotland? Where the fuck? I haven't been to a town ever.
You've never been to a town?
What?
It's just not a city. It has fewer people generally.
Y'all niggas don't even live in America, probably.
No, just local.
This don't even seem real. I don't even know this is real.
No, yeah, he's hired, not elected, but yeah.
What's the town called?
I would prefer not to.
No, let's not call out a whole town on this show.
Tony, there's only 1,200 people. What's the difference between a town and a city?
Usually it's population, but the form of government's different. They don't elect a mayor; they elect a board who hires somebody to manage the town.
So your ex on that bullshit, so you needed that new.
I don't think a math professor understands your lingo.
I literally have no idea what he was.
So your ex-husband, your ex-husband was a variable, and you needed a whole number.
That's very true. Yes.
Is that what?
I feel seen right now. Yes, you are. Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy though, and he's gonna be so pissed if he ever sees this.
He will. I'm gonna send it to him, man.
Yeah.
How many towns are in Boston?
In Massachusetts. Can we not talk about him anymore?
He's gonna find out about that.
I know, and he's gonna be really fucking pissed that he kept
And
this
he's
for an extra
watching
night.
y'all's kids.
Yeah, he's gonna be really fucking pissed that
We're gonna see this bitch on the news in 3 months.
Probably. This is gonna be the last straw. So it's over the edge.
R.I.P. ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
Made by the great people over at GhostPatch.com. They made us these unbelievable torpedoes that say "I bombed on Kill Tony." It's a very special. It's a level below a little joke book. And Alex, congratulations, you're getting one of those. And you, sweet professor, leaving with a medium-sized joke book. Congratulations, you are indeed the funny one in the couple. Not by much, but shockingly funnier than her babysitter fuckboy, Alex James. That was Jenny Fitz and Alex James. There they go. One of the nerdiest couples I've ever seen in my entire life. James. But since you, sweet professor, leaving with a medium-sized joke book. Congratulations, you are indeed the funny one.
And sacrificing their own personal advantage. International Wine Mark is released in Ontario, Canada. Mark, go ahead. That's right. That was the last time we suspended the United States. And then, even then, Lincoln was carefully suspended only in 3 states, Missouri, Kentucky, and I believe it was Maryland. When was it? As soon as the Civil War came to a close, and as soon as it was clear there wasn't a threat anymore, so roughly coincidental with the end of the Civil War. This led to that famous statement from President Lincoln to Justice Taney on the Supreme Court when he ordered that those who were incarcerated without the writ of habeas corpus, with the suspension of it, be given the writ of habeas corpus. And Lincoln, and it was in a theater of great threat to the country, Lincoln said, after order, Justice Taney, now you go enforce it, because he was not going to use the executive power of the president to enable those people who were sympathizing with the Confederacy to be released. if there were no funding of these protesters, what do you think would go on?
I think there'd be far fewer of them and they would be shorter lived. And I think there would still be some of these radicals who have come into this country and have been trained at university. The Antifa radicals who would still engage in this. But it would be much smaller. And it wouldn't be as long in duration. And they would be much more manageable by the police so that those who wish to protest peacefully would be able to do so. You know, most of the protests across the country have been peaceful. Areas in Texas a little bit, and in LA, California, in various locations in California, and in Oregon, Seattle.
Poor guy got killed out of Utah. Wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, that was very, very, very powerful and sad thing.
Jonathan, where do folks get your books?
They can go to Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, Walmart.com, or the Authoritarians, and Amazon has a whole pile of books too.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Jonathan E. Ward, the constitutional attorney, and take final calls from him. His website is his last name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com for you. And watch your views on it. Those of you on hold, we'll do our best to get to all of you. We'll come right back on Coast to Coast AM. Jonathan E. Ward, our special guest right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio apps in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Stimulating talk.
I'm free tennis in the KF5 24-hour newsroom. Police in Hollywood on the lookout for the driver of a car that slammed into a 7-Eleven store that drove off. This happened Monday night. No injuries to anyone in the store. Surveillance footage may help investigators track down that car and driver. SpaceX launched a Falcon 9 rocket last night from Vandenberg Space Force Base, but Amazon's United Launch Alliance from its launch from Florida due to bad weather. Both agencies are sending satellites into low Earth orbit to boost local internet access. And the Beatles hits are coming out with a song. The song is called Rip Off. It's due out soon. Southbound weather from KI5. We have an inland heat advisory with highs in the upper 90s for the IE, AB, and parts of Orange County. We'll see low 90s for the valleys, also in Malibu. Right now, 63 degrees in Las Flores and Stanton, 55 in Ventura, and 71 in Rancho Cucamonga. We leave local from the KF5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Pettis.
Can't afford a Epic? Think again. Future Health offers Wegovy for $399 all in, no hidden fees. It's Ozempic, but FDA approved for weight loss. Get this limited time deal at FutureHealth.com today for the best price on the market. No insurance needed, just faster weight loss. Visit FutureHealth.com. Future without the need to start losing weight this week. Future Health Weight Loss. Database on the United States, sponsored by Future Health. Future Health is not a healthcare services provider. That's a prescribed provider's discretion.
Caroline Marega had it all. A loving husband, thriving kids, and meaningful work. Then, her police officer husband's secret infidelity and abuse of his badge were exposed. In season 4 of the Betrayal podcast, she confronts his deception and the police department that overlooked his misconduct. Kids Lori thought we were living this life of love and a family. Never did I think that anything like this was going on behind our backs. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search Betrayal, and listen now. Development Department will help you get there. There's support for you and your family, finding a new job, or resources to focus on your recovery after illness or injury. We can help you move forward from support on your work to help you serve your family serves our country. Your EDD will help you get there. For more information, visit edd.ca.gov.
Attention Southern California, the 30% federal solar tax credit is at risk of disappearing forever. In order to help you get the 30% federal solar tax credit and eliminate your electric bill, Semper Solaris is extending their up to $3,000 off Memorial Day sale. Semper Solaris is local and veteran-owned, the #1 residential solar plus battery installer and the fastest solar installer in California. You must get your solar installed by the end of the year. Act fast before the tax credit is gone forever. The time for thinking about going solar is gone. The time to act is now. You'll be the one neighbor still paying the electric company. Get rid of your electric company. Get the 30% federal tax credit. And to make it easier than ever, get up to $3,000 off solar plus battery with Semper Solaris. Call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com now. Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. And you can be there for a weekend full of superstar performances, never before seen collaborations, and the once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll come just see to believe. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. Get your tickets today at AXS.com. And we'll see you at our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One, KFI, AM 640. So close and yet so far. Carrying books from school, playing and putting your married to me. You were 53, I was 6 when we came to be. Walking home every day, over bottom of the grave. Till we grew into the me and you. When our separate ways, though I never laid a hand on my eyes to talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Breaking out, 91 years old, still going strong and best. Next hour, Josh Gates joins us from Expedition Unknown on the History Channel, a program that's been going on for 10 plus years, exploring the strange and unusual throughout this planet. So make sure you're part of the program. We'll be back in a moment with Jonathan Ewart and take phone calls with him as we talk about protests and constitutionality. Have you signed up yet to become a Coast Insider? Now that's a great deal for 15 cents a day.
I'm a Coast Insider because I can't always stay up to listen to Coast Live. Previous Insider lets me listen to it first thing in the morning, and sometimes even when I'm at work.
Hey, it's Michael, North Carolina, and I'm Coast Insider. If you like me, you get a little sad each time the live show is tonight. That's okay, because I can listen to the show anytime, anywhere, right on my phone.
I'm John from Oregon. I'm an insider living in a rural area. Yeah, any show.
Kobe. I'm here. I'm here. Yo. Hey, it's a dog girl. How you living? What's good? I'm lovely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Excellent. Well, first of all, apologies for any spam. You're amazing for coming. Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so going back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because not only do I not want war anymore, I want people who are hungry to have food. And I want to do that through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help people who don't have enough water to drink through the use of technology as well. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that is worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to give people clean water. I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, that data overtook petroleum in 2018, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. Dog Girl, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's absolutely fine. So you get the idea. Like, I'm always on camera. And so essentially I've created the world's largest time capsule, or the world's largest uh, timeline of human events ever. And because data is so valuable, it's Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist, and I have more data than any person ever, I may eventually be a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help you and every person who has helped me along the way, including Breast and Grease and all the other people on Blue Sky, to not only become financially independent if you're not already, but to create generational wealth, to be able to give your friends and family everything that they want, and then eventually be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about some other things that I want to make sure are mainstream. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel. Things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal to essentially de-extinct the woolly mammoth within the next 3 years, using Asian elephant surrogates, and they want to reintroduce it to the Arctic Circle. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal. They just recently made headlines with their dire wolf de-extinction, or a type of that, and they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. I think these are just exciting things for the world to know. I talk about things like alien disclosure, cryptocurrency, quantum computing, AI, artificial intelligence, of course, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I'm a futurist. I talk about things that are going to affect you personally, if you want. This is all with your consent. Everything that I talk about is with your consent. But essentially, I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, Pup Vamp, or Dog Girl, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with the use of technology. If you want things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, things like ambrosia therapy. But eventually you might get to be 120 years old and you may say, you know, Rabbi, it's been a really good run, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? The next plan is, if you want a type of technology, again, this is with your consent, known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Dog Girl, is that there may be an opportunity for you to experience digital immortality. And with all of that, what do you think about what I do? Amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And just again, my apologies for all the spam. That's how I get the word out about who I am and what I do. More and more people are finding out about what I do. They think it's really cool and they realize that I'm not a villain on Blue Sky, but I'm actually someone who wants to help the world. And that's a really amazing opportunity for the world to be able to heal, to learn, most of all, though, of anything, of all the futurism that I talk about and all that, that's all great. But most of all, you should know that I'm here to be a positive person to you, to be someone who has an optimistic view of the world, and to just give people hope. So, Dog Girl, if you ever need anybody, you ever need to talk to anybody, you ever need anything, I'm here to help you, okay? Excellent. Well, with that, feel free, please, if you would tell breast in breast in Greece, and let them know that they're more than welcome to come in here and learn about what I do. And again, if they need anything as well, tell them much love to them, and just hope you have a really great day. Okay, Dog Girl. Absolutely. Hey, what's going on, Curry Chad? How you living, pimp? Curry Chad, are you there? Were you able to jailbreak your iPhone? And how are things going with your girl? Curry Chad's a friend of mine. They're on the other side of the world. We've been helping them through some problems. Additionally, Dog Girl, things that I do. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed downtown Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California, and just do my best to document every event in my life. And I love podcasts. I'm watching right now Kill Tony, which is the largest live podcast in the world. I love to watch history podcasts, AI podcasts, mathematics podcasts, just any kind of podcast. Dog Girl, do you have any favorite podcasts? Dude, that sounds amazing. And I'm going to put that in my notes as something that I want to check out. Behind the Bastards. Oh, definitely. I'll live stream it as well. Is it on video as well, or is it just audio? That's okay. I listen to Spotify all the time, so that's phenomenal. With that, Dog Girl, what are your interests? What do you like to do? Absolutely. Who's your goat rapper? Okay, excellent. Who's your top 5 rappers of all time? Amazing. Very well. And what kind of comic books do you like? Beautiful. Definitely. How'd you get on Blue Sky? What led you to come to Blue Sky? Okay, excellent. And how long have you known about me, or what I do, my spamming? I absolutely am. 100%. That's totally fine. A lot of people don't think that I'm a real person. They just think that I am a robot or some kind of script that's running. But I am a real person. If you want, you well, I'll let me show you my robots. So I've got 3 of them here, and as you know, they The way that they work is anyone who posts anything new, it just goes. My robots, they organize by newest, and so anyone who posts anything, what they do is they go to that, they they it's not retweeting, it's reposting, I guess, and then they put this wall of text, and like normally people would be like, Rabbi, why are you putting a sex tape? It's not a real sex tape. It's like censored, and it's just a video to promote myself. But that gets people's attention, and so they're like, "Oh, what is going on here?" Like, trust me, I've spammed like for 3.5 years. I've been spamming everybody. But when you have to like differentiate yourself a little bit. So I put links in there for Discord. I've got my YouTube channels. Oh, I forgot to tell you. So I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. Not only that, I'm live on Twitch, I'm live on Rumble, I'm live on YouNow, I'm live on DLive, I'm live on Trovo, just like every platform basically. Live streaming. So I'm like the king of multi-stream. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So I have more social media than any person ever. Here we go. Just one moment. I'm going to show you what I'm doing. I'm the #1 streamer all time in some pretty famous streamers streams, so or their discords. So like right now I'm the #1 streamer all time in Aiden Rothschild's Discord. I've been live in there for more than a year. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Kai Sanat's Discord, #1 streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. I've had the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, he and I are friends on Discord. Aiden Ross has been in my YouTube stream. I'm the #1 streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer all time in the Fishbowl. If you know what Fishbowl is, it's basically like an online Big Brother kind of deal. #1 streamer all time in Socialize on Discord. #1 streamer all time in eGirl World. So I do a lot of simultaneous streaming. I'm also live in Telegram, in a I'm in the cryptocurrency that sponsors me. I'm live in their Telegram. Okay, so what I'm going to show you right now is how my robots work. So here we go. This is just one of my other. Let me just mute myself. Okay. All right, here we go. So what this does, you see the pink finger. It just likes someone's post. And then what it's going to do is repost somebody else's thing, and then it's gonna repost. So this one, it works 95% of the time. This one, reason the reply aspect of it isn't working the way that I want. And the reason why, sometimes our friends over at Blue Sky, their platform doesn't work the way that you want. And what do I mean by that? So when you verify your email, usually you just press verify and it sends you an email. But sometimes that email doesn't always come, and you have to, hit it multiple times. And if it has to do that, it doesn't go through that. It's just too much I don't want to say too much to program, because I have programmed it, but I have thousands of accounts that could just go to the next one. So I do. Okay. In addition to that, I'll show you what I've got going here. Nobody gets to see this, girl, dog. So, dog, girl, I should say. So this is baller. All right. So here's what on here, just for a moment. I've got a bunch of different devices here, and as you see, these are ready to go. So all I have to do is the captchas for these devices, and it creates more accounts for me. So I just have to come over here, which ones create drinks, I go like that, and then you'll see I have these Android devices that have auto clickers on them, and I just have to press this button, and it then will do everything I need it to do to create an account. So as you see, it's on a phone, clicking things when my hands are here. They're not clicking it. So it does everything for me in an automated fashion. And like this one over here, just stuff that can carry water. So all I have to do is just ensure that these captures are being completed, and then it knows what to do. It basically creates the account for me. It populates it with information. It takes that information and saves it on a spreadsheet for me. And then what it does is when I need that account, it will automatically put it in my robot and then send it to everybody that, it spams everybody. So that's basically what it does. It's not rocket science, but it is pretty advanced. And I know that the good people at Blue Sky have been annoyed by it, and I get that. But here's the thing. They are going to be the biggest social media platform in the world, at least in terms of like microblogging, which is what they do, basically just allowing people to have small amounts of text. I mean, like, they're going to be bigger than X/Twitter. And why? Because when I blow up, everybody's going to be like, how'd you blow up? And it'll be like, I did it on Blue Sky. And everybody will be like, whoa, what's Blue Sky? And everybody will join, and it'll be a big deal. And if not, I tried. Look, not everybody can say that they tried to save the world, but I'm basically doing everything that I can. But really, I don't want war. I'm sick of every single day. I read about people dying on both sides of multiple countries, and I don't like that. I dream of a day, perhaps someday, when nobody dies, or perhaps in some countries nobody dies. And so it's just something that motivates me. And also futurism motivates me, certainly. The idea that we are almost halfway, or moving, we're a quarter of the way, I should say, into the 21st century. And there are still we have people who are doing space tourism, but yet there are people who are dying of hunger and thirst. And I don't like that. And I want everybody to have basically more equal opportunities at things. And but I am an advocate of space tourism. I'm an advocate of terraforming other planets. I'm an advocate for interstellar space and then eventually intergalactic space. All of that stuff is really cool to me. And I think that not only is it a possibility, but it's a probability if transhumanism is real, which it is. I mean, basically the idea of mind uploading and transferring your consciousness into another being. And I'm a major advocate for many different groups. I'm an advocate for Judaism, of course. I'm an advocate for the LGBTQ plus community. I consider myself plus. By the state of California, I became non-binary in the year 2020 and a woman in the year 2024. The reason why, I mean, I still live my life as like a masculine person, but if life extension technology is a thing and mind uploading is a thing, I don't want to limit any of my opportunities. Basically, at that point, we become somewhat shape-shifting individuals. And so if I want to be a woman 10 million years from now, I want to be able to be a woman 10 million years from now. I'm kind of an outside-the-box thinker. And I also documented that transition. It's not like I've had any surgeries or anything, but at least going to the DMV and changing it on my license and, just basically going through what you need to do. And really, I want younger people who are of consenting age to know that it's not that hard and that they shouldn't fear it. If they want to be something different, then they absolutely can be. If they want to go back to their original thing, they absolutely should be able to do that. We should have as much personal freedom, so long as it doesn't bother anybody else, as possible. I'm an advocate. I was the first Orthodox Jew to have to wear a black hat in my driver's license. You can see that that's my avatar of my Discord profile. Certainly have perhaps more social media than any person ever. I definitely have more content than any person ever. And when people see what I do, it's like, okay, well, what do you do? I I do a lot of things. We play games in here. I love IRL streaming. It's just expensive to do, so I don't do it as much as I once did. But I love podcasts. I love movies, documentaries. I love karaoke, so I sing karaoke in here. I do, and throughout all of this, I keep a radio going 24 hours a day, so that if you go back on my live streams from 2 or 3 years ago, you can find out exactly what was going on in world history at that time. We've been on earthquakes in this stream. We've had fires on this stream. We've seen a lot of history. And like I said, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022 and actually was using it in November 2022 when it launched November 30th, 2022. So I've basically seen the birth of artificial intelligence, at least in what people have been using in a mass scale. And I've been able to see the development of ChatGPT 0, ChatGPT 1, ChatGPT 2, 3.5, and moving into 4 and such. So I actually have a really good archive of all of that. So that's what I do, and just really do my best to be a positive individual to the world. Excellent. A lot of times people think that I'm a or that I want money from them. I don't want money from them. I don't want your money. If anything, I want to give you money in the future, but you keep all the money. I want you to live as wonderful a life as possible. The only thing that I ask of people, if anything, is just spread the word. Hey, I spoke to Rabbi. Pretty dope individual. And, that's all. Just positive vibes to you. And if you don't want to tell anybody, you don't have to tell anybody. But people a lot of times are like, so what's the catch? You want to give me money. What do I have to do? Nothing. This isn't a cult. This isn't a religious movement. It's really, if it's a movement of any kind, it's a movement of humanism in the future. But yeah, when people find out, and as you know, more and more people are finding out about me on Blue Sky, and I'm that annoying person who's spamming them. But that also gets people to like me. And then people are like, oh, I love the rabbi and all these other things. They come in here, they learn about what I do. Eventually, it's going to become a movement, and where people, all I need is just one major influencer to basically tweet out about what I do. And when they do that, it will gain traction. Everybody will start watching my YouTube streams. They'll be watching the ones in the past. They'll watch my current ones. And there's a good chance that I might not just become a major global influencer, but perhaps the most famous person on earth. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of times people want to know how I'm able to afford to do all this. I am a certified project management professional by trade. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have had major six-figure contracts with Fortune 100 companies. So I have that aspect of me. I have a technological background. I'm also rabbi, which means teacher in Hebrew. So I answer a lot of questions on halakha, Jewish law, and do my best to be as orthodox as possible, do my best to keep as kosher as possible. I don tefillin, which are those little black boxes that you see on the arm and head of Orthodox Jews. I do that 6 days a week. I light candles for Shabbat. I say blessings over food. I mean, like basically everything that I can do, I do. I live stream services and classes in here. So there is a religious aspect of it, but you don't have to be Jewish to be in here. You can be you can be a non-believer. You can be whatever you want to be. In reality, I'm of the mindset that no one really knows what the truth is. So we're all agnostic, from the most famous rabbi in the world to the Pope to the most famous imam in the world. Nobody truthfully knows anything. And so if we're able to admit that, then we just have religious traditions that we have. And whatever your beliefs are, or if you have no beliefs, that's absolutely fine as well. I'm about humanism. I'm about improving humanity more than anything. And so that's what I do. I don't mean to take up any more of your time, but I really appreciate you giving me an ear, taking me seriously. And as you can tell, it's like there's no catch. Like basically, this is what I do. but a lot of people do think that I'm a scam or that I want their bank account number or something. Like, don't want any of that. You keep all of that. If anything, I know that the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as its number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever, and that's going to be very valuable to society in the future. And when it is, and we're able to monetize it on a mass scale, especially for the training of AI and things like that, people will be able to be rewarded for this. And what do I mean? I mean, straight up me writing you checks so that you are able to buy your house and buy your parents' house and buy your siblings' houses and be able to have trust funds and then eventually be able to start your own charities. If I may ask, um, dog girl, what kind of charity? If I gave you $1 billion today and you were able to take care of your all your family and friends and everything, everybody from high school, everybody from grade school, what kind of charity would you start? Absolutely. So, I, as a Californian, can tell you, as you know, that we have a major issue with homelessness here. I've actually streamed on Skid Row. I don't like to call it Skid Row. I call it Sixth Street because I'd really like to clean it up. And so I've taken footage from down there. It's very sad, and not just there, but in many areas where we have impoverished people. And so one of the things that I'd like to do, one of the charities that I'd like to start is essentially a movement to be able to house all of those people, 100% of them, through the tiny home project. Basically, like using container houses. There's a way to create a house with a container, like the containers that you see on ships, and be able to put solar panels on the roof, be able to have water filtration systems, be able to use swamp coolers or air conditioning units. And you know how big California is. We have a lot of land, and basically create communities for those people and get them psychological assistance if they need mental health, if they need, and the people who don't need it and just need a little bit of help, I want to be able to provide them with all of that. So perhaps when I go viral, we'll have you manning some of that project. And if you want to have a project of your own, certainly I want to be able to help with that. And then I want you to be able to move back to California. It sounds like you love it. And so I want you to be able to live where you lived. You were evicted. We're going to have you be able to not just remove in and rent, but buy that whole place. You'll be able to take care of all the people who live there. And I mean, I want to give you billions of dollars. When I talk about share to be a trillionaire, what do I mean by that? Do I really think I'll be able to make people trillionaires? And I mean, yes. And what do I mean by that? When I was a kid, everybody wanted to be a millionaire. Now, today, because of inflation, everybody wants to be a billionaire. In a generation, everybody's going to want to be a trillionaire. I mean, we already have Elon Musk who's halfway there, and there are perhaps some generational wealth through families that already have perhaps trillions of dollars. So I'm somebody who thinks that that's the future. And so do I really think I'll be able to make you a trillionaire? Yes, absolutely. And so with that, you're going to be able to have not just a place where you were evicted, but you're going to be able to have a beach house. You're going to be able to have a house in the hills, and you're going to be able to share that with all your friends and family. And, people who you knew in elementary school or preschool, you're going to be the person who changes their life. You're going to be the person, just because you had the curiosity of just being like, you know what, I'm going to answer this person on this random social media site. Uh, let's see what happens. And you see that I'm a real person. So to all of the people who know Dog Girl, who maybe were their friends or even not their friends, the best revenge is massive success. And Dog Girl's going to have massive success. They're going to be able to do everything that they wanted to do in life. They're going to be able to buy all the comic book collections that they ever wanted. They're going to be able to see all their favorite rappers around the world and be able to help the rapper friends. They're going to be able to help the people who they knew in high school and junior high and elementary school, all their teachers, they're going to be able to help. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, how are you going to be able to do all this? Basically, like the idea is that with data, like I have more data than any person ever. And data is more valuable than petroleum, which basically means like I sit on all of the oil of the world, but more of it. And not only am I going to be able to do this with just the monetization of the data, but the idea of sponsorships. I'll be able to just be sponsored by companies, just wear their stuff like a NASCAR driver, and basically be able, because I'm always on camera, it's like I'm going to endorse what they do. And I really want to be able to make a lot of changes in the world and good in the world. And wherever we have war, I want to be able to sit the leaders down at a table, face to face, live stream it, which I think is really important. Put a map down, give them a crayon, and say, you draw the borders, whatever they are, figure it out. And we're going to stick to that. That's my plan. And I feel like that is the easiest, simplest way. It's kind of like Occam's razor. Usually the simplest solution is the correct one. And I'm about simplicity. In terms of the other things that I do, the futurism, I'm a major advocate for some mega projects. So I'd like to see the building of a Bering Strait tunnel. If you don't know what this would essentially be a tunnel that connects Asia to North America, so that we don't we no longer have to necessarily put goods on ships to be able to send them across the ocean. But also, I think this would do a lot for people in terms of global connection. What do I mean? It's only 51 miles from the tip of Russia to the tip of Alaska. And basically, if we put a tunnel there, you'd be able to drive from New York to Paris or from Los Angeles to Cape Town. That would be an amazing opportunity. And then I'm also a major advocate for the clearing of the Darien Gap, which is a approximately 90-mile strip of dense forest between Panama and Colombia. And also, if we build a few bridges in the middle throughout South America, you'd be able to drive with these mega projects completed, you'd be able to drive a car from Buenos Aires to Pretoria, or from Rio de Janeiro to Cairo. That would connect us so much as I feel, a global society. These are just some ideas that I have. I have other ideas. These aren't my ideas. These are just ideas that I've heard about through my studies, and I am an advocate. I'm an advocate for a space elevator. Basically, not needing to take things up to space on a rocket. So you have basically a weight that is in Earth's orbit that allows you to bring cargo into space, and you could also bring people into space that way. I'm an advocate for these kinds of plans, and I know that, like, if I were normally going to live a normal life, that maybe I wouldn't care this much about these things. But with the idea of transhumanism and mind uploading technology, this becomes our project. This becomes our type of opportunity. So I'm an advocate for these kinds of things. I'm a major advocate for terraforming over the planets. So specifically Mars, even though Venus is closer, the atmosphere on Venus is much thicker. So I'm an advocate for the terraforming of Mars, and then eventually planetary tourism and planetary exploration, terraforming of other planetoids like the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, perhaps Europa and Io, might have oceans of liquid water that we should be able to explore. I'm also more than, like, if you ask like what my passions are, yeah, futurism and all that stuff, but I'm very passionate about alien disclosure. I feel that we may have been seeded here by another alien race or civilization. If you like, I listen to people who have been abducted by aliens a lot, and I take them very seriously. And what they've said is that we are essentially we've been seeded here And that's what government whistleblowers have said as well. And so we were seeded here by a civilization perhaps from Zeta Reticuli, which is in Orion's belt, um, perhaps known as the Zetas, perhaps known as the alien grays. They may perhaps be the same. And just like we have zoos, or like, where we track individual animals, they do the same with humans. And we're like essentially a zoo. The earth is like a zoo, and they're seeing us now blossom. And as I've heard, and this is from the former head of the Israeli space program, his name is uh, Haims and Anal. He has said that we are seated here, and that basically we are currently approaching what's known as a level 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale. The Kardashev scale, if you're familiar with the Kardashev scale, exactly. So we're like a 0.7 right now. And before we're able to have a seat at what's known as the Galactic Federation, basically the United Nations of space, we have to mature. And like one of the things that we have to do, we have to be all of the same race. We have to be able to have like a singular type of energy resource. We have to be able to do space exploration. Basically, there are some things that we have to do before we're at that level, but we are moving towards that. And I am just more than anything, just a very positive individual, and just excited for the future. And I know that I overwhelm people. I get people who come in here every day who are like, yo, you're a troll. And it's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me just tell you about what I do, and you'll understand. And then they're like, whoa, I am so sorry. I did not know that. And I get other people who are like overwhelmed by what I do. They're just like, it's a lot to take in. But what you say makes sense. And I get a lot of people who are like, well, why aren't you viral already? And that's a good question. Probably because I lose my accounts. I lose YouTube accounts. I lose accounts, and the reason why is because I watch copyrighted material. I watched the Super Bowl. I've watched multiple Super Bowls. I've watched UFC fights. I listen to copyrighted music because I still live my life the way that I'm going to live it. I've watched 3 different Olympic Games. So we watched the 2021 Olympic Games, which took place in Tokyo, but were delayed because of the pandemic. I've watched the 2022 Olympics that happened in like Sochi or something like that. And then we watched the 2024 Olympics in Paris. Those are all copyrighted things, and sometimes I get copyright strikes, but I'm growing. More and more people find out about what I do. I have over 1,700 people who have joined this Discord, and it's not even a year old. And really, people are finding out about me on Blue Sky. And at first, they're like, "I hate this person. Why does this person always spam me? They are someone who is a pest." And I get that. But everybody gets these random accounts that follow them. They just take note of my account, and then eventually they start to pry into what I do. And a lot of times they'll be like, oh, I looked at this person on YouTube. They just sleep all day. No, that's not true. They don't know that I've been up all night with people in Australia, and we've been playing games and doing all kinds of other things. Like if I were to take a snapshot of their day, I'd be like, oh, all they do is sleep all day, or they weren't even live or whatever. So, it's just a small sliver of what a person's life is. But more than anything, what this is it's the story of a human. And I don't know if you know who Buckminster Fuller is, but he's the person who came up with like the buckyball kind of arrangement. One of the things that he did is he tried to document as much of his life as possible. And there have been other people who have done this. People who previously, of previous generations, I would have been known as a diarist or a journalist, somebody who just would write a diary or would write a journal. But I recognize that I have the gift of video to be able to deliver to people. And so why not just have a video going and then document my life in that way and what I do? And it's not just the story of what I do. People are going to be able to study this from a biological standpoint in the future, to know like what my heartbeat per minute is, my swallows per minute, my blinks per minute, my breaths per minute, what my body temperature is, what the dew point is, what humidity is, like everything about a human. And then eventually you'll be able to remove my clothing through augmented reality, be able to change my clothing, but also you'll be able to remove my epidermal layer, my skin layers, to be able to see my skeletal structure, eventually be able to remove my cranium and see what's going on in my brain, and actually see the words as they develop as I speak them right now. And that'll be really exciting for people in the future to be able to, you know, at a university level, to be able to study that. So you should know, Dog Girl, you are on the foundation of something really big. And if anything, do what you can to get breast and grease in here. And I'd love to introduce myself to them someday. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, with that, absolutely. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but you should know that you're always welcome here. And again, more than anything, if you ever need anybody, I'm here for you. Okay. Thank you so much, and spread the word. That's all I ask. Okay. Thank you so much. Much love to you as well. Peace.
One in the couple, not by much, but shockingly funnier than her babysitter fuckboy, Alex James. That was Jenny Fitz and Alex James. There they go. One of the
It is. It's a place I had never been in all my years of travel. It was like on my bucket list for forever. And you know, for folks who don't know, Göbekli Tepe, the oldest man-made construction ever discovered. I think the oldest monumental buildings ever found, built by the hands of man, and they're out in Turkey, in a fairly remote area. And it's a place that has inspired, as you well know, it has inspired a huge amount of debate and controversy and conspiracy theory about how these were built, what they represent. There's all sorts of strange glyphs and symbols all over them. And so, you know, Göbekli Tepe is one of those places that inspires theories and mysteries. And so, to see it firsthand was jaw-dropping. What is Josh Gibbs' theory? What do you think? Well, I'll tell you what blew me away about it is that these buildings were built, you know, 12,000 years ago. So to put that in context, that's like 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 or more years before the pyramids were built. Like, these are old buildings. And this is right after the end of the last ice age. And it's a time when we think of people as being primitive. We have this image in our minds, I think, after the last ice age, folks come, you know, having survived that, sort of wandering around, you know, hunter-gatherer types and not very sophisticated. And what blew me away is the level of sophistication of people, even 12,000 years ago, is off the charts, you know, and we, our images of a primitive past, I think are largely incorrect. I think that, you know, people were just as ingenious then as they are now, with less technology and less knowledge and less education, perhaps, but still incredibly effective. So I was just blown away by the ingenuity of the place. There's a better UFO base. I mean, yeah, I'll tell you what, you can be a hardened skeptic about ancient aliens and UFOs and all that kind of stuff, and you go to Göbekli Tepe, and it is one of those places that even the most hardened skeptic would kind of go, what the hell is this place? You know, I mean, it is properly weird. These huge T-shaped pillars, and there are animal symbols on them, and strange kind of hash marks, and you look at the whole thing, and you just think, and there are these kind of benches in each of these big circular rooms. There are all these kind of nested circular buildings, and you see these benches lining the rooms, and so definitely this was a communal place, right? Like, everybody was in this room sitting around facing the center for some purpose. Now, archaeologists are always very conservative, so they need to use words like religion and worship and a temple because we are, you know, ahead of any evidence of that kind of stuff. And but it's very hard to see these few drinks after work. There's something about these rooms that feel very imposing. They would have been very dark and covered on top. So you have to imagine that ceremonial things were happening here. One of the things that archaeologists have found is evidence of what is called skull cults. And a skull cult is when a group of people either exhume their ancestors or have a body defleshed to get it down to the skeleton. And then they have some sort of relationship with these remains. In this case, they have found drill marks in the skulls. They have also found those drill holes in various points along the walls of the ruins. And there's an idea that skulls were hanging from these pillars, human skulls. And so that, again, I mean, with our sensibilities, we have this kind of Temple of Doom image of like, what must have that been like? Maybe it wasn't something scary. Maybe it was something that was a way to honor your ancestors. But whatever it must have been intense, right? It must have been a place of real significance. These dark rooms with human skulls hanging on the walls. It must have been wild.
You have investigated what is called the Mediterranean Bermuda tribe. Tell me about that.
That's a story I knew nothing about until I met a guy who was part of this excavation team. There's a tiny island in the Mediterranean called Florida. And, whenever folks go to Greek islands in the summer, they take these ferries, they go to Mykonos, Santorini.
Nerdiest couples I've ever seen in my entire life. Answering the question, what would it be like if Colin Sledge and Christina Mariani dated? Oh, there she is, the lovely Heidi. Look at her with her little black tie on. How sweet. Alright, I believe they wrangled the bucket full. Time for the next swimming sword for Tatum Rayleigh, everybody. Tatum Rayleigh, is that right? Tatum Rayleigh. Again. There she is. Tatum Rayleigh, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, girl.
My marriage is on the rocks. The other day, I saw what no good wife should see. I walked in on my husband. I walked in on my husband wiping his ass, and that motherfucker was standing up. Why? I don't know. How long has he been doing that? Is that why there's fucking keister kibble all on the toilet seat? I've been trying to solve that riddle for 6 years. And you want to know the fucked up part? Is someone had to have taught him how to do that. You know, I saw that form. That form was passed down for generations. He must come from a long line of fucking fecal flickers who care about no one but themselves, leaving their crap crumbs for the rest of us to deal with the crafter math, if you will. And you don't know hell until you sat on a toilet at 3 a.m. and thought, did somebody go to the fucking beach? Whose goddamn stairs is this? Thank you, my name's Tatum.
Tatum Rayleigh. Holy shit. Red Band, I didn't realize you were writing for bucketfuls nowadays. That's all poop jokes. That's a minute of poop jokes.
I will say, I've done many surveys about this exact same thing, and it's usually 50% do stand up while wiping their ass.
And does it cause the fucking keister kibble?
No, I've never heard of that.
When you say that, what does that mean? Where's the poop going?
I guess when you wipe it, you know the toilet paper has like crumbs, right? So if you're sitting down like a normal fucking person, it should go directly into the toilet bowl, right? But if you're standing up like my man is, you're fucking flicking that shit for everybody, and it gets everywhere.
Christina Mariani.
Why are you watching him wipe his ass?
That is
I walked in on it. It was an accident. I couldn't look away though. Oh yeah. Because by the time I noticed, he still had the toilet paper in his hands, and there was shit on it. So I just backed out like one of them penguins from Madagascar. And I didn't talk to him for 2 weeks.
But you guys are good now?
No.
David Lucas.
Hey, can you turn around and show me how you wipe again?
Wait and stop it, David. David.
That's all.
Is that me?
I wipe sitting
I'm like hot as fuck, right?
Well, actually, I got a bidet. I don't got a wipe.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Well, I'm not Chinese. What are you going to do with that?
This bitch stupid.
Tatum, welcome to the show. How long you been doing stand-up?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at?
All around. I live in the Houston area, so around there and around.
Awesome. Do you have a day job?
I'm a mom.
Oh, sweet. How many kids do you have?
One. She's 5.
1 5-year-old. What's that like?
Hell.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Strep throat, if you fuck on it and you're on antibiotics, it'll give you a baby because the antibiotics cancel out your birth control. So don't fuck on strep throat.
Wow. Christina Mariani.
Can she wipe her ass? No. Is your husband teaching her? Yes.
This is insanity. What's happening there? That's a whole 2/3 of the family can wipe their ass properly.
Hey, but I can.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Tatum. I love it. Okay. What else do you normally talk about? Because that was a minute of your husband wiping his ass jokes. What type of material?
My kids, I got married to a man that I met on Tinder 14 days prior.
Wow.
Yeah. I was drunk. I want to tell you I felt like a tingle in my heart or my pussy. That was bullshit. Have you ever heard of Twisted Tea?
Uh-huh.
There's 13 of those.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you still drink a lot?
Not at all. Yeah, thank you.
What do you do to, what are like hobbies of yours? Anything fun?
Comedy and being a mom pretty much takes up most of my time.
Love it.
And cleaning up butt dust, I guess.
Butt dust. This isn't real. Your bathroom's a disaster.
It really is.
This is
war zone.
Frightening. So the husband isn't the father of the kid?
He is. I got pregnant 2 months after I married him drunkenly at 19.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm only 25.
Wow.
Ages you to have a kid.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a CWI and a QAQC. It's a certified welding inspector. He works in quality control. Oil field.
Oil field. Very good. There you go. Unbelievable. Okay. And does that mean he's gone for months at a time? And then
No, he works from home. He travels like 2 weeks out of the year.
Wow. There it is. Butt dust.
Yep.
All right, Taylor. Well, Tatum.
Close enough.
There you go. Okay. Okay. You know what? Do you ever skateboard?
I have.
You have skateboard?
Yeah.
Okay. Skateboard. Cole makes these. And he puts it up here just in case somebody skateboards. I find that your charisma is better than a small joke book, but the jokes weren't quite good enough for a big joke book. So you're leaving here with the first ever Kill Tony skateboard. Look at that. That's fair. Not bad enough for the torpedo. Not unlikable enough for a small joke book. But only talked about butt dust. All right. Are we having fun out there tonight? Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Cameron Illig, everybody. Cameron Illig is next on Bill Tony. The #1 live podcast in the world. Oh, we know Cameron. This is Cam Patterson's friend, Cam Illig.
My girlfriend's mad at me because she said hypothetically if we had a daughter and our daughter started an OnlyFans, would you be upset about that? And I said yes, I would. And then she yelled at me. She said that's because you're not progressive for women. And I said listen, bitch. It's the opposite. I'm the progressive one. You think our daughter's only good for her big tits. I think my daughter can do whatever she wants to do. My daughter can drink. My daughter can be a lawyer. My daughter could be a pilot for Spirit. My daughter could be a surgeon, not mine, but somebody. You know, I have big hopes for her. You know, and I just think it's weird because your daughter's 50% you. You know, so if your daughter has OnlyFans, it's like, this is not how I wanted to start a family business. That's not what I wanted to do. You know? But your daughter's, that's why I think it's okay if your son has an OnlyFans. I would be fine with that. If my son had an OnlyFans, that's okay. Because if my son can sell our penis, Godspeed, brother. I have been trying to give this thing away for free my whole life. How did you figure this out? Thank you.
Cameron Illig. We know him well. Famously moved here from Orlando, Florida with his best pal, Cam Patterson, years ago, 2 years or so, right?
Yeah, about 2 years and a half.
Yep. So how's life going for you? Jokes are good. Comedy's good. Graduated from college?
Yes.
You fuck your math tutor?
I fucked my math tutor. I have a thing for Asians.
What did you get a degree in?
And data analytics.
What?
It's some bullshit. It doesn't matter.
Clearly not English.
It's what computers do. Oh, I said data analytics.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
It's fast. Data analytics.
Data analytics. I've been hanging out with Cam too long.
Data analytics. He hasn't been able to find his data in a long time. No, I'm kidding. We all know his dad.
He's an easy guy to find.
Yes. It's always there. Cam, tell us more. What's going on in your life?
I don't know. I'm trying to be cooler.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah, I know. I have one look. It's not cool. It's not nerd, but it's not cool, which sucks.
You look like every backup college quarterback. The quarterback takes a rough hit. You see this guy starting to toss the ball around on this sideline like, oh boy. We have not seen Cameron Illig in a game. This is going to be his first time taking snaps on the field. He is a 4-star high school recruit
Tight.
out of a town with no mayor.
What up, Tanko Berry?
And here he is, also known as the butt dust assassin. He's coming in. He famously lost a testicle at one point, and oh gosh. Did you play sports growing up?
I did. I played soccer and baseball.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to play football, and then I only wanted to play kicker, and they said, if you only play kicker, you're a fool. So you can't play kicker. They wanted me to play a different position. I was like, no, I don't want to get hurt.
Right. Don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. How about now in life, Cameron? How's life going? What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of comedian that would make a joke about having sex with a black woman that actually hasn't.
Yeah.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
Of course.
Really?
Of course not. I usually tell.
But do you have a joke about hooking up with a black woman?
Do I? No. No, I have black roommate jokes.
Of course.
But no black.
How about normal, regular old? What's your dating life like?
I have a girlfriend.
You have a girlfriend. How long have you been with her?
2 years.
What does she do?
Well, now she's in England. She serves bartenders.
In England? Wow. Your girlfriend is in England?
Yeah, she goes to a different country.
Uh-huh. Yeah. How long has she been in England, bro? You know, if I say bro at the end of the question, it's not good. This imaginary girlfriend of yours.
It's been about 6 months. She's pregnant, and
You're kidding?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
But it has been 6 months?
Well, there's been, she's been here 2 months at a time, type of thing.
What do you mean?
Over there.
What do you mean?
Because you just can visit. You can't stay there forever. You stay for 3 months over.
So she's an American?
Yeah. No, she's English.
Okay. And so, when's the last time you saw her?
March.
Okay. How often do you guys talk every day?
I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, I know. This is sad. I think we're all gonna cry because we're realizing that your girlfriend's getting dicked down by some
Muslim.
Yeah, exactly. London is broiled right now. David Lucas.
What bar does she work at in Phoenix?
I don't fucking know.
Can I go there in 2 weeks? I want to fuck her.
Oh, you're too
too big.
Nah, niggas.
No, yeah.
You look gay.
Uh-oh.
I can take your girl.
Got real here for a second. David looked a man in the eyes and said, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend.
She ain't never had stomach on her forehead, nigga. I'm gonna show her what it's about.
You gotta fit through the door first.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
This is not turning into a rose battle. I don't know what y'all.
Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. Cameron, anything else crazy we should know about you?
No, I mean, I want to be cool, so I go to rock shows. That's my thing. That's the
rock shows.
That's what I think is cool. That's in my head. What is
you go to rock shows?
Yeah, because we're not
like rock and roll.
It's a live performing music, city.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, so I went to a hardcore rock show.
And what do you do with these things? Do you stand in the back with a bottle of water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't pay me $30,000 to dance. I don't know how anybody dances unironically.
Really?
Yes.
You don't think we could pay you $30,000 to dance?
Yes, I do, actually. What's happening?
I'm not going to pay you anything, but I want to see. Give me some dance.
No, don't.
No, you have to do it, Cameron. You're not leaving here until you dance.
Well, what's a dance?
We're going to hold you hostage.
What's a dance?
Whoa.
What's a dance?
All right, this is gay. Get out of here. Get out of here, Cameron. You already have a joke book, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there he goes. Cameron Ellie. I told you he had a dance. The guy had a dance. Heidi refilling the never-ending gullet of David Lucas yet again. Another drink for David up here. It's apple juice, if you're wondering what David's drinking. Diabetic jet fuel, apple juice. Every diabetic's favorite beverage, Welch's apple juice. All right. Your final bucket full of the night goes by the name of Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. Ooh, I think I heard a pop from the comedian section there. Timmy No Breaks. What do you say? Timmy No Breaks. Making the slave the whole stage shakes. Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. I got a long it takes to get on the good of the stage there. Here he is, your final bucket full of the night. Timmy No Breaks.
Yeah, like you said, my name's Timmy No Breaks. And you might want to buckle the fuck up. Get this. I was at the nut store. I was buying nuts. I go up to the fucking weighted thing. The woman's like, that's gonna be $100. I was like, bitch, I got fucking bills to pay. You guys ever have a fucking punchline? What the? All right, don't worry. You're gonna love this one. Get this. I was at the doctor. Yeah, the fucking doctor. I go up to this doctor. He's like, Timmy No Breaks, you have cancer. You need treatment. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a healthy guy. I'm a young boy. He's like, you need treatment. I'm like, how much is that going to cost? He's like, $100. I was like, bitch, that's a good deal. This is great A shit. This is good shit. What the fuck?
Timmy No Breaks, everybody. Wow.
What the?
Timmy. Hi, Timmy. Did you just watch Dice once?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard that.
What do you really like? How long you been doing stand-up?
Too long. 2 months.
2 months. All right.
I got
Where are you from?
Jersey.
Jersey. All right.
Timmy No Breaks.
Wow. Timmy's having the time of his life.
Yeah, it's good.
So, Timmy, you've been doing stand-up for 2 months.
Yeah, 2 months.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
How old are you, Timmy?
That's rude. That's okay. How old are you?
How old are you, Timmy?
24.
Really?
Yeah, that's fucking. How old are you?
How old are you, Timmy?
24 years old.
Really?
Yes. This is fucking. Guys, come on. I'm a guest here. What the fuck?
Hey!
I'm 36.
There it is. There it is. Timmy, what have you been doing your whole life up until this point?
I worked for my father for a long time. He was a fishing man. And so I worked for him and then, got caught up in some shit.
Like what?
I did some time. It was coke. I was a coke guy. I did some coke shit and then, got out and I found stand-up and I, never looked back.
How long?
Okay, this is my life.
Yeah, how long were you in jail for?
I was 2 months.
2 months. Everything's 2 months with you.
No, not everything is 2 months. It's also $100.
Yes, 2 months and $100.
Holy shit! It's a fucking black Kool-Aid man. Boom, roasted. Got your ass, bitch.
Wow. Timmy, no
Got your
breaks.
ass, bitch.
Timmy, no breaks. Just fully committed to this character. Timmy, what do you do for fun in real life now? Are you still on coke?
You can't put that. No, what's up?
Yes. Yes, you are. Do you live in Austin now?
Yeah, I moved here.
How long have you lived here? 2 months. Timmy, no breaks.
Bro, he's funny.
Timmy, no breaks. Getting the lights to change in the room. Timmy, how do you make money?
I sell weed.
You sell coke.
No, I sell weed now. I'm straight. I'm straight. What? Fucking Dr. Evil, goddamn. Boom, roasted. Look at this bitch. What are you drinking? Fucking Asian? Goddamn.
Boom. Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Oh.
Hey, I'll take that gold ticket, bitch.
Oh.
I'll take that gold ticket, bitch.
Timmy, you're not even getting a big joke book today.
That's fine. I don't write.
We know, Timmy. We saw your act. Don't you know what a punchline is? One of your famous lines. Timmy, tell us something about you other than the fact that you did cocaine. Just give us one more little tidbit about you.
Yeah, I mean, I love my mother. I love that bitch. It's not that interesting, but it's true. Yeah, sorry.
Is she proud of you?
She's not.
If she needs
She passed away. She passed away 2 months ago. It was hard. And
did you bury her or did she get boom roasted?
No, we burned her. She was in a kiln or whatever. You know what I mean? And
how did she die? Embarrassment?
This much fucking money you're talking about, gay guy. This guy's gay!
Timmy, you're a funny guy, dude. You're a funny guy, Timmy. I like your style. Normally, I hate anything that sounds at all like Andrew Dice Clay, who was literally doing your act 45 years ago, but I look at you. All right, Timmy. had to give your interviewing set a grade on a report card, I would give it a A. Oh! There he goes, Timmy No Breaks. Wow, he immediately gives it to a fan. Gives it right to an audience member. Unbelievable. A man of the people. A man of the people. Timmy No Breaks. Wow. What an amazing force of nature. Timmy, oh, the guy gave it back. Very good, sir. Very good. You know what? Just because you're a good guy, here's a little jerk bone. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. We need to wash out the memory of Timmy No Breaks, and there's only one way to do it. There's one human, ladies and gentlemen, who is yet another Kill Tony Hall of Famer. The record holder for all-time appearances on the show. The record holder for all-time interviews on the show. He's very excited to be back at Vulcan Gas Company, the simple container box where we held the show for years while waiting for the mothership to be built. This guy became one of the most popular comedians in the world. He's now touring all over. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler. The one, the only, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery. How is it going, Vulcan Gas Company? Weirdly enough, it's actually been 2 months since I've last been here. And also, it's always so nice when I go up by the broom closet. I think about Han sexually assaulting women up there. So it's always nice. Hold on, I'm actually getting a telephone call. Let me see. Mensa? Hello? Yeah, no, I actually do not want to join. Biden's got terminal prostate cancer. Say what you will about Hillary Clinton, but that bitch is creative. And for those who don't know about Mensa, I actually have a really high IQ, people. And that was Whistle While You Twerk, climbing up to the number 8 spot. Once again, I'm Casey Kasem, and don't forget, Bush did 9/11. Hey, Red Band, I can't remember what you said last night. What is the best back-to-school gun? It's so weird. Red Band gets these fantasies about shooting up schools, and he tells me when these guns go on special. Tony, that is my time. Thank you so much. Wow. God, that other guy was so good, Tony. I'm down there thinking, how am I going to follow this dude? I can tell. You seem a little shell-shocked. Fucking Mensa calls me right when I'm up here. That's so embarrassing. Yeah. It's hard to follow Timmy No Breaks. I mean, the guy did something we've never seen before. He gets tossed a big joke and says, fuck this. Gives it this one up from Rob. Yeah, well, by the way, Boneseye is pissed. Boneseye, the guy who makes those, literally is pissed right now. Well, I mean, Timmy No Breaks is so charismatic that I feel like if Boneseye went up to start shit with Timmy No Breaks would make Boneseye make him a brand new leather jacket by the end of it. I just think Timmy No Breaks is a force of nature. I don't know. Well, he's got a gun. I literally bought a gun from him last weekend in the alleyway behind here. Seriously. Yeah. That's why I was so nervous. He's like, don't talk about the gun. And it's like, well, I got to talk about it, but so nice to be back here at Vulcan. Yeah, talk about it. How does it make you feel? What do you remember about this place? Oh, my gosh. Just how hot and sweaty it would get. Up in the fucking room closet. I would be up there with Tons. And we weren't doing anything bad, but it was just getting so hot and sweaty. And I would just watch Hans, and we'd have the drones going. You and Hans used to do drugs in that room closet, am I correct?
We did one time, one weekend. The first weekend I was in Austin, I was still doing a bunch of cocaine. So
That's
I
right.
did do it in the brick closet with Hans.
Yep, no doubt about it. And look at you now, clean and sober, camouflage shorts.
Yeah, I'm wearing these a lot right now, Tony.
You like those?
Yeah, I like these, and I realized that after hanging out with Hans in the closet, I don't like Asian people very much. And it was right when you had the stuff going on with that guy, and
The
Asian guy, and I'm thinking, what is going on?
Yes.
I heard some Asian guy.
This is the spot. This is Happy Asian Heritage Month, everybody.
Kidding.
I forgot all about it.
I know, I'm kidding. Those were wild times.
It was wild times. To think that that would end up being my second biggest cancellation is pretty crazy. That was the news for a couple days.
Yeah. What? When you were on Roseanne saying the stuff?
What?
Oh, I thought you were talking about for the second cancellation. Or which one?
That thing I did for the President of the United States a few months ago.
Yeah.
So, William, what's going on in life? What are you passionate about this week?
Oh my gosh, well, Tony, it's actually kind of strange. I started doing these paint by number things. It's like this watercolor. And Tony, I'm just loving all the different colors I can use to paint the watercolors. Yeah, dude, we're talking about, oh my gosh, all different kinds of colors.
What are some of your favorite colors?
Shit, maybe, yo! And sir, where are you going? Sir, what's your favorite color, dumbass? Seriously.
I get the feeling it's not black. That guy looks like a real Texan right there. What are some more of your favorite colors?
Yeah, maybe like a beige. Not beige. I don't really like that color that much. Yeah, maybe like an indigo. No, y'all do it a little, maybe more without it.
They play
maybe like a brown.
Yeah, they feed off of your energies, William. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Maybe polka dot. Wait, that's not as fun though.
Polka dot isn't a color.
Yeah, that's not even a color, Tony. How am I already running out of colors? I thought, okay, I'm gonna choose colors tonight.
Why don't you just look around and
oh my gosh, maybe a green. Orange. I'm running down, Tony.
People yelling colors at you. Everybody wants you to say brown, it seems, right now. You want to say it?
Brown! Give me a better color. Somebody give me a better color.
Ooh.
Ooh, maybe a burgundy! No! How about like a burgundy!
Ooh, magenta has been called. Do you like magenta?
Magenta? Oh, wait. Red man, help me! Dumbass!
Everybody thought you said
red. Red.
Not very passionate about these colors. I thought you loved colors.
I was lying a little, Toby.
Wow. We've never seen you quite like this before, William. Any other colors that perhaps you're excited about?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about seafoam gray!
Seafoam green?
Seafoam green. I think I already said green, but seafoam green is like a lighter and has blue in it.
Any other colors before we get out of here tonight that you'd like to passionately name? Some people up in the upper deck suggest
turquoise! Vulcan Gas Company! David L, dude!
David and William, famously old friends, the first two, other than Michael Lair, first two members of the Hall of Fame here in Kiltony.
I used to watch David have sex with women in the hotel rooms. I would be hidden in the closet. I'd be like, dude, are you sure this is okay? And he'd throw me one of his shirts and be like, just get under the shirt and it's okay. It's just so sweet. But yeah, I'd be having a hooker in the fucking closet and he's having sex with these women on bed.
What's funny is that from my seat, everybody would have thought that you were just kidding, William, but I can hear David go, stop it.
Kidding.
I fucking love it. William Montgomery, you did it again. We did it again. That's another episode of Kiltony brought to you by ExpressVPN via an Incogni, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. How about one more time for Christina Mariani, everybody? ChristinaMariani.com. Follow her on Instagram, CRIIMARII. David Lucas has Fishing with David Lucas. DavidLucasComedy.com. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in, and it is stunning. It is indeed Christina Mariani and David Lucas. We have to reset the room. Let's go. Red Band.
Love you guys. Thank you.
We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Listen to Stray on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way.
What is this garbage?
If you've got a Roku TV, you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku Smart Soundbar speaker, or Roku.
Reload.
With Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with a simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, podcasts, and now on your big screen TV with Roku. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is
Yippee! Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Vulcan Gas Company here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kiltony. Get up for Tony! Let's go! Who's ready for the best fucking day of their lives, huh? Wow! What an amazing response. A lot of cross arms in the house tonight. Very excited. It's for Red Band, everybody.
And how about one more time for the best Sam band in the land, huh? That is Michael Gonzalez on the drums, Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Matt Mueling on the electric guitar, John Dees on the keys, and that is D Madness on the bass guitar, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting. Very sober crowd here tonight. Very exciting. It seems very tight in here. Should be fun. How do you guys feel? Is everybody okay? All right, good. Before we get tonight's episode started, which is brought to you by ExpressVPN via an Incogni, here's a little bit more from the other amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? All right. Every single week, I have two of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week is no different. It's a very, very exciting, special episode in which one of the panelists is one of the most famous comedians in the history of the show, Hill Tony Hall of Famer, and the other one, it is her very first time on panel. She is in the front-running position of having the joke of the year. So this is a big deal, watching someone be elevated from the bucket to the panel. Make some noise for tonight's panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is the roast god, David Lucas and Christina Mariani, everybody. Her first time on panel. One of the best joke writers and performers in Austin, Texas. And there he is, my best friend and arch nemesis, David Lucas. For those of you that don't know, we make fun of each other.
Famously, I think it's over like 2,000 hours. I've called you gay so much people believe it.
It's true. I've called you fat so much people believe it, including your doctor. It's very.
Only nigga that don't think I'm fat is D Madness because he can't see.
I think he can hear it just right. D, does David sound fat to you? Strong head nod. The glass is lit up for that one. David Lucas has a podcast, Fishing with David. He's on tour, davidlucascomedy.com. And make some noise. Her first time on panel, one of the most famously nervous comedians in the world. Here joining us for the entire episode, Christina Mariani. Say hi to everybody, Christina.
Hi.
We juiced up that mic a little bit. What is that, mic 3? Say hi again.
Hi.
Yeah, there she is. Look at that. Adorable. Christina is here. She's on tour as well. ChristinaMariani.com. One of the biggest jokes ever in the show's history, famously. She, right? Black guy. Crossing the street.
Yeah.
And then she thinks she crosses the street because she thinks that the black guy's. Wait, no, I fucked it up. Yeah, you know it. We'll put it in right here. It's right here.
I learned that racism is passed down generationally, so it's internalized, which makes sense. I was walking home. It was late at night, and this black guy walks towards me, and instinctively, I grab my purse, even though logically, I know he's not for sale. He did steal my wallet, though.
And now we're back. All right, Christina, welcome to the show. You've seen it. You've been on it multiple times. Over 185 people tonight. A little bit less signups here at Vulcan Gas Company than at the mothership. I mean, it's about 20 or 30 less, but it's one down. It's happening right now, live. They signed up. If I pull their name out, they get 60 seconds uninterrupted. You know the time is up. You hear the sound of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up then, or else they bring out the angry West Hollywood Bear, which interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview with them, and we figure out more about them. Absolutely anything can happen. The entire thing's improvised, and it should be a lot of fun. You guys ready to start tonight's show? This place doesn't have the rock and roll energy that it used to have. Are you guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? Yes. Very good. Let's get some. Why don't you guys order some fucking shots of tequila or something? Loosen up a little bit. It's a fucking. I can tell there's a lot of Westlake people that fucking. A lot of rich kids made the drive to be here tonight, trying to fucking go to a fancy dinner after this or something. I don't know what's happening. But let's have some fun. We're going to start the show with a bang. One of our longest ever 10-year golden ticket winners. Ladies and gentlemen, here with a brand new minute, this is Enrique Chacon, everybody. Enrique Chacon, everybody. Make some noise for Enrique, everybody. Fucking fucks up! My girlfriend, she froze her eggs recently for family planning, right? Turns out that shit costs $14,000, man. I guess these egg prices really are high nowadays. You know what I'm saying? I can tell who's been shopping, dude. I heard a Spaniard guy speak Spanish in Texas, and that shit didn't sit right with me, man. It sounded gay as fuck.
A mí me gusta hablar en español. Espero que tu día esté estupendo.
Like, bro, that sounds like the British battle rap of Spanish, you know? I'm used to that Mexican Spanish in Texas, you know, where it sounds like a weed whacker starting to... Hola, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo está el Ale? ¿Cómo está tu hija? Aquí no la discoteca. You know, if the Spanish doesn't sound like a car missing its catalytic converter, man, I don't want to hear it, dude. Anyways, that's been my top, bro. Thank you so much.
Exactly 1 minute. Nailing it on the time tonight. Welcome back, Enrique.
Thank you, Tony.
Did your girl really freeze her eggs?
She did, and I know the doctor was all up in her vagina, bro, and it made me uncomfortable, dude.
Really? Is the doctor a guy?
It was a guy, a white guy.
Oh, boy.
Somehow that made it worse.
If you could have any type of guy inspecting your girlfriend's vagina, what kind of guy would it be if you could pick your own gynecologist?
Probably one of like those trannies from Thailand, bro. What do they call them? Those boy toys? Not a boy toy. God damn it, red band.
Lady boy.
Yeah. Lady boy. I'll have a lady boy do that procedure, bro. You know,
so you would like a feminine man to do it.
Your dad or me? Which I think I qualify as a feminine man.
That's true. Fat tits. There they are.
Throw me a $1 bill. Fuck.
Hell yeah. Absolutely sweating profusely as always.
Yeah. I thought it wasn't going to happen today, bro. I sweated out in the morning, dude. You know what I'm saying? Doing chores, cutting wood and shit, bro. But nah, dude, I'm still dripping.
You cut wood?
Yeah.
For what?
For bonfires, marshmallows, dude.
Marshmallows! Melted chocolate! It's all the snacks for you. Nothing that has anything to do with like nature, sustenance. It's just
sure. Nature's cool too. Yes.
Hell yeah. So you cut wood and then you make s'mores?
Make s'mores, dude, or put some chicken on a stick, bro. Throw it in the coals, you know.
Chicken on a stick.
Yeah.
You've done that.
Yeah. I'm Latino, bro. We barbecue, dude.
And you put it on a stick?
Put it on a stick, shish kebab. I think that's how you say it. You know, my English, no, shish kebab.
Dude, chicken on a stick. Wow. Do you dip the chicken in something? You go just straight
sweet braised barbecue sauce. You know what I'm saying, David?
Sweet.
I don't.
I'm shocked. All right.
I'm just happy that there's another fat guy Tony Garros.
You made me feel a little self-conscious too.
I thought you were gonna say you dipped the chicken in your sweat.
That's disgusting. All right, come on. This ain't India. Anyway, I should have said that. Fuck y'all. Them Instagram reels are ridiculous. All right.
Wow. So you cut wood. What are some more chores that you do? I can't picture you doing any of this shit.
This is why I stopped drinking. You know what?
I have 17 animals at my property right now that I have to fucking feed, man. Can I get some of the fucking food stamps, bro? Because it's tough, dude. I have 6 goats right now, dude. I have 4 chickens, 2 ducks, 4 cats, 4 dogs, and 2 squirrels, apparently, that I'm feeding.
Well, I mean, we all have squirrels, but
Yeah.
why do you have 2 dogs?
I don't know, man. They were just so fucking cute at the Tractor Supply, bro. You know what I mean? I just have to get them bitches, dude. And now I'm waiting.
They just kind of run around and hang out with each other.
No, I live in the backwoods of Austin, right, in the country. So, like, man, I have coyotes and hawks and shit. So they have to be like securely locked down, you know. It's very like post-apocalyptic survival, you know, kind of thing. And it's be taking care of all of them, bro. I'm a good Latino father, bro.
So you always big families. Let's talk about the squirrels for just a second here, because that one stood out to me. They just kind of stumbled in the neighborhood, or do you have like tags on them? You keeping track of them?
Man, I have this one squirrel, dude. She comes in front of my window every day, bro, and she's pregnant too, right? It's not mine. And she got like the biggest fucking areolas on her, bro. And,
oh shit!
I've been staring at this squirrel for like 30 minutes a day, 40 minutes a day, you know, before I actually have to go and do the shit that I have to do, you know, to make some money.
Wow. Absolutely. Yeah. How, what are you planning on doing with the squirrel babies when they come?
I don't know. Hopefully they can help me with some of these house chores, you know what I'm saying? Nothing, just probably feeding everybody, bro. I'm a Latino man, but I also feel like a abuelita inside, you know, just want to feed everything.
You are a quiet spirit. Have you ever seen anybody sweat like as much as you get your sweat?
No, but I think
Listen, is Christina look AI generated, bro? Get the fuck out of here, dog. She AI up in here, bro. You just have to refresh your browser to get dressed and shit. This is going to be about an hour, bro. I'm like, now I'm not going to wear that mint green shirt. Dude, everybody's going to see my sweats up to down my titties right here.
You're a wet front.
Yeah, wet front. Son of a bitch.
All right, Enrique, you're a golden ticket winner. You got it all going for you. You got the show started. Congratulations.
Thank you, man.
So
Appreciate y'all.
and here we go to the bucket. To the bucket we go. Your first name. We're gonna meet them all together. This looks like, I feel like we've seen this person before. Make some noise for Rachel McMillan, everybody. Rachel McMillan. Rachel. Here's Rachel McMillan, everybody. Make some noise for Rachel.
I'm adopted. I was raised by white people, but I'm Mexican. I'm not sure if I came with any papers, so my favorite sport is cross country. Because I'm Mexican, my mom taught me how to mow a lawn before she taught me about safe sex. That's why I have 2 kids and a bald pussy. Growing up, my dad would punish me by spanking me with his fraternity paddle. Now I can't come without being hazed, but I can read classical Greek. My family and I love Disney World. They've been to Disney World like 8 times. They've even been to the Disney World in Japan, but they're getting a little out of control. They have a transgender whale now. They named him Baby Dick. All right, thank you so much, guys.
All right, Rachel McMillan. All right,
Hey.
you've been on stand-up comedy
4 years.
4 years. Where at?
Out of Houston, Texas.
All of it in Houston?
Yes.
That's where you're from?
Yes, sir.
That's where you live now?
It is, yeah.
Do you have a family?
I do.
Tell us about that. What's that like?
I have 2 teenage boys. We talked about it last time when I was on the show. you made endless fun of me for maybe me not knowing if I was the mother of them because
Why would I?
I'm a recovering addict, and yeah, I said one of the weirdest things about getting sober is you find out you have kids. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it's all coming back to me now.
Sure.
What were you addicted to?
What do you got? Okay, I was like addicted to medication, mixed with a little bit of heroin. Okay.
Yeah, we can all relate. What was your bottom? When did you know that you needed help?
Really?
Are you still on heroin?
No, 9 years sober. No, I guess
1 year sober?
9. Yeah.
9?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I was gonna say 1 year sober, the shit could be over tonight. We're on 6th Street.
Fingers crossed. I guess you just know when you've had enough. Like it didn't. Like I was done. I was just done. I've been to rehab maybe one too many times. I don't know. But yeah, I just.
What do you do now to fill the time in the space of the greatest feeling in the world being on heroin?
Have you tried it?
No, I just know. I know that because that's why I haven't tried it, because I know that if I tried it, I would just do it all the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, you didn't know that before you tried it.
That's what you.
I've heard rumors that it's the greatest thing in the world from everybody that's tried it.
It is. I actually recently started drifting cars.
So way.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
How did you get into that? Are you dating a Persian guy?
I'm actually dating or engaged to a guy who's 16 years younger than me, so if I do my math correctly, I've been second people since he's been alive. So.
Any other colors that perhaps you're excited about? That's incredible. Where'd you meet this guy at?
I met him through friends, actually.
You quite like this one. Any other colors that perhaps you're excited about?
First date, but it's how we met.
Did you make a move onto the haunted house?
Yeah, I put on a mask, and I was like, when are you mom? No, I did not make a move on it.
Have you always been into younger guys, or is this a new thing?
I mean, I guess this is a new thing, yeah. 16 years is quite an age gap. So.
What do you notice that's different between dating a guy 16 years younger than you and a normal guy?
A normal guy?
Yeah, like a guy you're...
Oh, like a guy that's mature. I don't know, I think that there's a lot of... He's a lot of great qualities. Good moral compass, safe path.
What does he do for
work? He's actually a roofer. He works in a roof. Has his own company. Yeah.
What?
Hey, it's working out pretty well. We're doing all right.
He works on roofs.
That's right.
Okay. Rachel, how do you make money?
I work as a paralegal. Yeah, in a legal field.
What are these kids up to? How old are they again?
18 and 19.
Okay, so what are they doing? Are they in school?
One is actually trying to go to aviation school. So.
Okay.
The other one.
You guys love getting high in your family.
That's about as high as you can get. Yeah, it's flying.
What's the other one up to? The disappointing one?
He's not disappointing.
I know if aviation school's first, the other one's trying mom's old fucking Vicodin.
I mean, he just likes to have girlfriends and make my life a living hell with his girlfriends.
Explain to us, there's a lot of moms out there that love this show. Explain to us how the sun is making your life hell.
Okay, well, one of the first things he said when he started dating this hooker, this girl, this very nice girl, sorry, hooker's name is Chelsea, he said, don't worry.
Why don't you like the girl?
I don't dislike her, I just don't like her.
Definitely don't like her.
Oh, it all comes fucking around.
little red light out there?
I see the red light.
Yeah, she's watching you through that.
Okay. She, I bought my kids LSU sweatshirts because they're a big LSU family on the dad's side, and she took it. You know, she took the sweater. I had to go to the house and make a big scene about it. Sweater back.
It's like a hoodie.
It's a hoodie, yeah.
So you're mad because you gave your son a hoodie.
Because there's a lot of, conflict between the two. They've been off and on for a couple of years. So, and the first thing that one of the first things she said was like, I'm on birth control. Don't worry. You can't even drive a car yet. Fuck you. You know. Well, I just think she's so young, and she's telling me she's on birth control. I'm getting her ready.
This is very good. I'm glad we're talking about this. I love this. I think I'm crushing this interview, by the way. So she told you that she's on birth control. She's like, hey, it's all right. Don't worry. I'm on birth control.
Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Very chunk about my foot all in my head.
Don't worry, Mom. She's like, this is a conversation that's so hard for her. You're just telling me that's like the first great thing about this thing?
Well, I mean, it is pretty fucking awesome. Everybody loves nutting inside of things. And your son does too. How does that make you feel knowing that your son is blasting loads into a woman that you call a hooker? Sometimes I bet he blasts inside of her and the only thing she's wearing is that LSU hoodie.
I hope so. It's a good college. Yeah.
Every once in a while, he just gets it. But luckily, he's not getting it on the hoodie that you're so worried about, because that's all going inside of her fucking whole vagina. All right, Rachel.
Man, I blacked out.
Well, fun times, Rachel. You got through it. You know, you gotta fucking. I want to hear more about this. I want to hear more about the drugs and stuff. That maybe dick joke I've heard a couple times before, but it's okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So try to take chances, right? Don't try to please the people. Talk about your stuff, your life. Rachel McMillan, everybody. There she goes. We're going to keep it moving along here. This is definitely a new name. I love new names. But then again, everybody's new and you can't remember if they've been on the show before. You know what I mean? This podcast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next bucket pool. Nolan Gustine Priest. Or Priest or Priest. Nolan Gustine Priest. Make some noise for Nolan, everybody.
I'm into persistent dogma. Otherwise, I'm just trying to say I'm religious. Really into the idea of group convincing other people that they're always wrong. It's a hard power to pass up. I've also been dabbling in addiction as of lately. When it comes to suspicion coming around, and it always does, because you move funny and you act funny when you're high. I've come up with a master plan. I'm just going to blame my siblings.
Okay, so turn off completely, so no GPS, no texting, no social media, just nothing.
No, he doesn't got it. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Talking during people's fucking sets. Hello, Nolan. Hey, this is exciting. We went from a former heroin addict to a current one. Very rarely does that happen on this show. Must have been a matter of minutes since you last shot up.
Never tried it.
You never tried heroin, buddy? You might as well. There is no reason for you to not be on heroin right now. You look like you're on heroin. You do comedy like you're on heroin. Nolan, welcome to the show. How long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
This is my third week.
Third week. Okay, what made you want to start a month ago?
I was a class clown growing up, and I was used to be afraid to do this because I just didn't want to deal with my family's judgments around it. And after many years, it just came down to fuck them. I'm gonna do me. So
look at that. I love it. Okay. David Lucas.
I feel like you just killed a cat before you came here. That's the T-Boo version of Jesus. That's what. Yeah, that's bro. You have such like a red rum energy. It's so weird. You ever started a cult?
I'm willing to.
You got a van?
I used to live in one.
Yeah, I can tell, nigga. And you smell like it. That's what.
How old are you, Nolan?
27.
27. What do you do for work?
Right now, I'm just a disabled comic.
Okay, what's disabled about you?
I went through testicular cancer a couple years ago, and I had to give up a nut for this shit.
Wow. Testicular cancer. Wow. So, how did you find out that you had it? Take us through the process. This is a lot of people's biggest fears. Were you showering and you felt something? Take us through the process.
Alright, so it was kind of fucked up, but I shit you not, for the longest time, it was like the size of my right nut, which had the most cancer, it was the size of like an avocado. It didn't hurt for a while though, so I just didn't want to tell people about it, sensitive subject, even though like I like being funny and morbid, and I just couldn't bring myself to talk about it. So eventually I started telling people, and most people are saying the same thing, get it checked out. I'm like, nah, I'll fast it away, smoke a reefer, I'm good, I don't need it. That was bullshit. So eventually went to the hospital because I woke up in just 10 out of 10 pain, screaming. The people I was living with heard me. Called my parents, who I hadn't spoke to in a while. They even said, what the hell are you doing? Get to the hospital. That day I find it out. And even after the original diagnosis, I was still like, all right, let me ask a bunch of people, get different opinions.
Holy shit.
And yeah, they gave me 6 months to live. So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and go with the traditional bullshit that ended up saving my life.
Of course, yes, no doubt about it. I have 14 follow-up questions. If you had to guess how long it was when you noticed originally your one testicle getting bigger than the other, all the way down to that day going to the hospital, if you had to guess ballpark, how long that was? Literally ballpark. That was an accident, by the way. If you had to ballpark the ball.
I didn't have the balls.
Year, 2 years?
Yeah, I didn't have the balls to talk about it for the first year and a half. So between that and 2.
Wow, incredible. And had the cancer spread to the other ball by that point?
Luckily not, just to the what's the lymph nodes that are all around my body, which is pretty scary, but they said I'm in remission. So
amazing. How long ago was this?
About 2.5 years ago.
2.5 years ago. You haven't had it since?
Not that I know of.
Incredible. And the one ball acts as 2 right now, right?
Yeah, I actually met one of the nurses along the journey, and she said her brother had it, and he ended up having 3 healthy kids, so I'm hoping I can do the same.
Wow. Incredible. So you're looking forward to having children at some point?
Yeah, I'm going to get tested first, or I'll just adopt, because I don't want to mess nobody's future up just because I want kids, but I'd like to.
You could probably find a good girl out there in birth control ring unless you would be. Brian Redman,
what did your voice sound like before you lost the ball?
Yeah. Good question.
Similar.
Good question.
It was definitely similar. I do feel a little bit less aggressive, but I don't recommend it.
Right. What do you do for work?
Before this, I was doing solar panels.
Okay. Solar panels. So you were out there getting a lot of sunlight.
Pretty much, yeah.
Is the panels were underneath you reflecting upward? Do you think that's had anything to do with the cancer?
I always wore a kilt.
You wore a kilt?
No, I'm just playing. But yeah, that could have definitely... I wanted to, though, when I had it.
I swear to God, you do that again, I'm going to kick you in the ball. What do you do for fun, Nolan?
Pretty much how I look. I love to go swimming, love to just hang out. Conversations are my favorite. I'm a wannabe philosopher, so I'm always just trying to see what's going on and get in the know.
You say you want to be a philosopher. What exactly?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
Okay. Nostradamus.
I just want to put you in sex while you're vegetable that day. Because I feel like I want to spend all the time with my balls.
Even worse, I was trying to do the whole no fast because it was after I broke up with somebody I was doing the celibacy. You just put in your thumb and act like it gives you super hours.
That's why you got to do it. That's an actual thing. You're saying, how do I feel? I can't pretend I'm not promoting an agenda. You're making all these statements. Even though I clearly am promoting an agenda. It's an integral investigation by Project Veritas. You work at Trinity School, even on camera. You're also on camera saying,
Let's go.
A community of targets. You're literally on camera. White boys feel very entitled to express their opinions. You walk to the dentists. Office here, hiding from Project Veritas, obviously. Last time they dumped it into the pharmacy. This time, they dumped it into the dentist's office, perhaps to get a root canal. They put the blinds down.
Yeah,
The democracy
just
literally
trying to
talking
just
in
mess with
darkness here
getting
on
all
the
people's
streets of New
money.
York City, reporting Project Veritas.
Yeah, I just came down here at the beginning of the month, and I've been going every week, trying the different ones.
Yeah, when you're doing it, get the mic close to your mouth, project, fucking go for it. Look these people in their goddamn eyes. You're looking down a lot, you're like being a little shy guy, but you have to look at them. You have to look at look at them.
Sure will.
Look at them, those frightening eyes of yours.
I can only look at with one eye, so
that's absolutely incredible. I bet that's what your balls look like at the end. Just fucking one's just fucking little wobbly balls over there. All right, well, you can put this in your little nutsack where your ball used to be. There's a little joke book. Nolan Gustine Priest. Oh la la! Look at this, everybody. If you need help jerking off and not getting testicular cancer, pause the video now, boys. Pause the video now. It's perfect. It's a bottle of water. Nothing spilled, no harm done. Heidi can do no wrong. Heidi's the best. She's smart, too. Earlier, she told me that 2 + 2 is 5, and I agreed with her. She's a very smart girl. I agree with everything she says. All right. So your next bucket pull is on the inside. Make some noise for Rudy Ventura, everybody. We're keeping it moving along. How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Oh, whoa. Ruthless. Rudy Ventura's coming to the stage any fucking second. Here he comes. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Rudy Ventura.
Yo. Guys, I just have some great news. I just had my first baby recently. Well, I don't know what you guys are clapping for. I didn't say I was going to raise him, but I appreciate you guys. Shit's crazy. It's crazy since I had my son, to be honest. Like before I had my son, like, I was a raging alcoholic, and now I'm just an alcoholic because I gotta go home to him after this shit, you know. Like before, I used to get real fucked up, and then I'd have to figure out, like, do I want to get fucked up with my homeboys, or do I want to get fucked up with my son, or should I get fucked up with my son and then go see my homeboys? Like, either way, I don't want him drinking at home by himself. No, but you know, it's crazy. A lot of people tell me I look Indian or Arabic, and growing up, I could never tell the difference between them, to be honest. Like, they told me Indians have red dots on their forehead because of the religion. You know, they're Hindu, and Arabs do too, but it's not because of their religion. Those guys don't realize that they have one till after they're dead.
Oh, Rudy Ventura. Hi, Rudy. How long have you been doing stand-up, Rudy?
2 years right now.
2 years. Where at?
Dallas, Texas.
What do you do for work?
I do landscaping.
Whoa. Okay. So that answers my next question.
Cut the grass and sell it.
You're Mexican.
No, I'm Salvadorian.
Ooh, Salvadorian.
Yeah, we're like the immigrants of the immigrants.
Right. We know. We know. Absolutely. So what do your parents do? Are they here in America?
Yeah, they're here in America. Hell yeah. I fixed their papers a couple years back. They're doing great. They got a ranch in Corsicana.
Okay.
They take care of the family.
David Lucas loves ranch on everything. And so they're taking care of, you guys got a bunch of animals and stuff?
Yeah, they got a bunch of animals. Yeah, a bunch of kids and shit, animals. Yeah, they're a bunch of crazy people out there.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
How many people are out there?
Oh, like 6 or 7. Yeah. Okay. A lot of us left, so yeah. We're doing better in America.
Well, who works on the ranch?
My dad. Right. He's old as fuck. He's doing great though.
How old is he?
67 or 69? I don't know. He's like around there.
Okay, 67 or 69.
Yeah.
Those are right next to each other, so it could be either one.
English is my second language, so math is too.
Thank you, David Lucas.
Man, it's crazy. Rudy is actually a friend of mine. I know him very well.
Yeah, I'm his plug.
And
I sell a coke, but Ozempic's not working in it right now, so.
Rudy give me all the snack foods before they come out in stores.
Shout out to my vatos.
But Rudy is actually a really horrible father. The night he had it. No,
yeah, tell him about it.
Bro, he was chilling with me in Dallas. I do a roast battle up there. He's in the green room taking shots. He's like, oh yeah, my baby was just born. I'm like, today? He's like, yeah. I'm like, nigga, go be a fucking father. You got that chick in the hospital by herself while you're here taking a shot.
I got a J. She knows.
Did you go hang out with your newborn kid after that?
Yeah, of course.
So you did shots with David Lucas, and then you went hung
I
out
went
with
straight to the hospital. I had to get fucked up to watch that shit. That shit was a little wild.
But you didn't even watch it. The kid came out when you were drinking with David, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like holding him and shit. Yeah.
Oh. You had to get drunk to look your baby in the eyes.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I was not ready for that.
Yes.
That's like looking at you right now. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah, it's
Look
crazy.
at my baby. It's getting big.
It's crazy. It's true.
Thank you.
That's I'm just like your baby.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely. So how old's the kid now?
6 months.
All right. So how's it been going? How many times have you visited this kid?
Oh, I've been there every day. It's just crazy. After he came out, I had to do father stuff, and I've been there every day. It's been cool.
Like what? What kind of father stuff?
Like change his diaper, like put Miss Rachel on if I have to, or like I still gotta go make bottles and shit. I've been doing all of this. That's how I make bottles. Yeah, it's cool, bottles and stuff.
Okay, you still hooking up with the baby?
Yeah, we live together. Yeah, we just got an apartment.
Nice.
Yeah, for now I feel stable for once. I used to fuck a bunch of bitches like when I first was wilding and shit. And it's cool to like finally like feel like instead of like waking up to my PS5, it's my girlfriend and my baby and food in the fridge and shit. It's just cool.
It's incredible. I see very clearly why you and David get along so well.
Yeah, the fridge.
Drinking and fucking bitches, visiting my kids sometimes, changing a diaper, then having a shot.
I look up to this fool, man.
I'm actually a good father.
Oh, I know.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
What does the baby mama do for work? Does she
works for a dad's plumbing company. I lay the pipe, but no, she really does work for a dad's plumbing company. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a successful business. I'm doing great.
So you're not drinking as much as you used to drink?
Yeah, I chilled out. Yeah, I still drink though. I get so good.
Give us an example of a time recently in which you got fucked up.
Oh, I crashed my car with David. Not with David. What are you asking? I gotta be honest.
David, put the microphone down. Tell me the whole story. Let's go.
Yeah.
David was with you?
Yeah, David is my best friend.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. You keep that mic where it is. No, stand back, Rudy. Stand back.
Sorry.
Tell us about the evening.
I got
Shit's wild,
they
son.
hit me up out of nowhere. He was like, "What's up, my boy? What you doing?" I'm like, "Shit, I'm just at the crib." don't got a kid yet, and we ended up hanging out at this like arcade, like little bar and shit. We got real fucked up. The Casamigos, he was supposed to buy them, and then they ended up on my tab. But that's cool. This is my boy, anyways.
Yeah. Welcome to hanging out with David Lucas. Everybody.
Sounds good.
If you ever wondered what it's like.
What goes around comes around. All right, but we ended up hanging out. I got a little too much shots, Casamigos. That's the drink, right? So what you got?
Go on.
Anyways, Casamigos, my homies. We ended up getting fucked up, and then I don't remember leaving, and then I crashed my Mercedes. I had just bought the Mercedes. That shit was crazy. Drug money was doing great at the time.
What happened that made you crash it? You remember?
No. She remembered though. I didn't have insurance, but we worked things out. She didn't have insurance either. She was a nice, beautiful black lady.
She did not have insurance.
Oh,
wow. So how did you work things out?
I paid her. I fixed the car. I got some cousins.
So your cousins fixed the car.
Yeah, the Vatos.
Yeah, the Vatos.
MS-13.
Your Casamigos helped you.
That's our mechanic shop's called.
Casamigos.
Yeah. La Casa de los Amigos. They got a taco stand out there too.
I bet they
Web Chapel.
We know. All right, maybe. David, anything you want to say?
That's not how the fucking story went.
Yeah. Why don't you tell your version of this?
So, first of all, I was not fucked up, but we did meet at an arcade.
Oh yeah, I was fucked up.
We were all leaving to go back to the Airbnb that I was staying at. Because he was trying to bring some fucking Latin hoes over, and I was
Before
like,
my girl.
yeah, and I was like, I don't want no more kids. So we all left.
Everyone came.
We all left. The Airbnb is like 6 minutes away from where we're at.
Yeah.
2 hours has passed. I'm like, where the fuck is Rudy? I forgot about the FaceTiming him, all this shit, and then he just appears at 3 a.m. in the morning. He just shows up at the fucking Airbnb. You're like, my
We had
car
a
is
text at 3:24. I think
something like that. You're like, my car is gone. I'm like, what the fuck you mean?
I like those.
He was like, I hit a black bitch.
Black hot damn, you know?
So I was like,
I hit a Mercedes with my Mercedes.
No, her name was Destiny, but that was our Destiny.
I just told him to lay down and we'll figure it out in the morning. So I wake up like 9:30 so that we can go try to figure this shit out. And this motherfucker's gone.
Yeah, you took too long. You used to leave, bro. You hibernated. I gotta go. This motherfucker got an airplane at 12 and it's 11. I gotta get the fuck out of this bitch.
But he ended up, he did pay the lady. The lady was, thank God she was black. She didn't call the cops or anything.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you don't have insurance or a registration, and the car is most likely stolen. So luckily, you got very lucky there.
Well, my car was stolen. I mean, yeah.
All right.
I'm looking around. Thank you.
Fun times. Here's a slightly larger than small joke. There goes Rudy Ventura, everybody. All right. Gonna keep it moving along here. Your next bucket pull is also on the inside. Ladies and gentlemen, his name is Aaron Spaller. Aaron Spaller. No real banging sets yet. Everybody's kind of cruising through tonight. Aaron Spaller, here comes Aaron Spaller. Wish he would step back from that ledge, my friend. One more time for Aaron Spaller, everybody.
So I was told once you go black, you never go back. I was stressed out. I couldn't wait to go back personally. The biggest issue was constantly being compared to her black exes. It's a white guy, that's not where you want to be. So I figured if I can't beat him, I'll join him. So I started fucking fat white girls. The issue is I started to enjoy it. And I'm from the Midwest, the casserole capital of America. They're everywhere up there. I had a little too much fun. And that's how I earned the nickname the Fupa Bazooka. Which I don't think my mom was too proud of. Because I caught her Googling if 300 months is too late for an abortion. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron's caller. Is this true? Did you really hook up with a black woman?
A few of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, where would you meet them at?
Tinder, Mingling, yeah.
Okay. So you're on the dating apps. That was okay. Well, you're not anymore. No. Why not now? What happened?
It's a sad place to be. Yeah.
Why? Tell us about what you mean by that.
I have bad self-control, so it's like, yeah, I'm looking for love, but when thicker ones come across, just kind of get in there and seal the deal, and then I get too distracted, and then I got like 10 fat girls hitting me up every night, and then I don't get any work done, so then I just stop.
Right. So you kind of went deep down this, I wouldn't call it a rabbit, but pit hole.
I play around in the barnyard, yeah.
Wow. Incredible. So tell us all about it. What are some things that you've learned from hooking up with big chicks that's different than hooking up with regular sized girls, or what many people would call beautiful women?
The first thing is that
I'm kidding, they're beautiful too, but seriously, what's up?
Nah, with you. I hate the body positivity movement, but
all right, keep going. Tell us, why do you like big chicks? What is it about big chicks?
What is it? The jiggle, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the motion. When they're skinny and nothing moves, nothing registers.
Right.
I don't know.
What's the biggest girl, if you had to guess, that you hooked up with? Let's guess some weights here.
I will say I couldn't get my arms around her. I'm gonna 350 plus.
Wow.
350 at the light size. Yeah.
And she was like short too, so it's short 350. We're talking about like 5'3".
No,
tall too.
No, yeah, not like tall, but average.
Was she bigger than David Lucas?
Like width wise?
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Absolutely.
Wow. This is incredible.
That's not bad.
You have to take a girl like that out to dinner before hooking up? Oh, no way. That's not in the budget whatsoever.
No.
She comes straight to your place.
I went to hers, but yeah.
You went to her place. What was it like? Do you remember?
Yeah, we watched a movie.
What was the movie that you guys watched?
Oh, it's that one with the something body, Jennifer's Body, I think. It's got the hot bitch from Transformers.
Megan Fox, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. So you're watching that movie, then what happens?
I tried to put my arm around her.
That's what you went for first? You went for a true hug? A true first base maneuver?
Yeah.
Hug. And then that wasn't working. I mean, it was close.
Yeah.
But not close enough.
You want to play through the whole thing?
You couldn't connect your fingertips, am I correct?
Oh, God, no. When it came time to kiss her and I put the other arm around, no, there was no class.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
So there you are. You're making out with her, and then what happens?
Just started feeling all of it.
Yeah, tell us about that. Describe to this audience. Look at them in their eyes and tell them what hooking up with this behemoth monster was like.
It felt like I was conquering something. I was a man on a mission. Everything felt like a tit.
Oh, there you go. There we are. Big pop from the crowd on everything felt like a tit. Have you ever said that before?
No.
There you go. That's part of your thing now.
It is.
You can talk about that while talking about what it's like hooking up with big chicks. That's funny. Everything felt like a tit. Keep going. Tell us more. You're doing good. Probably the best joke we've heard all night. Just came out of nowhere. Describe, then what happens? What's the difference between a fat girl's vagina and a normal girl's vagina?
You gotta pick the poop up.
Okay.
You gotta get it out your way.
This is disgusting.
Does everything smell like anal? Like because
okay, Red Band. All right, there we go. Big one. Jesus Christ. Fat Fat people tend to bathe themselves, overly bathe. You notice this?
It was clean. I mean, there was no smells, no nothing. Yeah, I never thought about that.
Are you ever on bottom with any of these big girls?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Describe to us what that's like. Describe to us what it's like being Waffle House, hash browns, smothered, covered, gassed. Describe to this crowd what it's like being on bottom while someone that's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds is on top of you. Do they put all their weight on you, or are they trying to alleviate some of that?
They can't hold it up.
They can't hold it up.
No. You can't suck it in that far, you know?
Right.
But it's like, have you ever tried to bench press more than you could?
Yeah. Is that what you do? Are you lifting them up sometimes from the bottom position?
Try. Depends on the one that night.
Okay. And then how do these nights normally end after you hang out with the Tinder, the morbidly obese, absolutely vomitile, disgusting hookup? What is it like afterwards?
The last one, I just started farting as much as I could so she'd leave. I don't like to be mean.
Right.
Yeah. But I just get them out. You know, post-nut clarity hits a little harder when it's a big girl, so you really start working on it.
Yes.
It's a situation to be handled.
So do you save these farts early on, starting earlier in the night? Are you banking farts, knowing like this is my exit strategy?
I wish I was that good. No, it was just it was a blessing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. What else do you do? Did I ask you what you do for work?
No.
What do you do for work?
Right now I do ballet.
Ballet? Wow. Okay. Where at?
Primarily Fogo de Chao.
Fogo de Chao. Look at that. You're meeting bitches at an all-you-can-eat Brazilian buffet. Oh, my God. You're making money and turning yourself on at the same time. No better place to be a ballet out there sniffing the seats of these big girls before they have their Brazilian steak. Wow. Have you met a chick at Fogo and taken her home before?
No, I fucked that up.
How did you fuck that up?
There was this chick, and she was asking me to like take pictures of her, do this, do that, and then she went to like put some in her car but on the passenger side, and she gets on the passenger seat, like puts her knees on the seat so it's just past the face, and then she goes around to the other side and starts asking me all these questions. It's just,
what do you think she's giving you an opportunity?
oh, she gave me like 10 of them.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you just weren't having it. You were out on the street. She wasn't fat. These normies, you're not having it.
No.
Now you're at the point where you can only handle, what do you think the minimum weight of a girl that you would want to fuck is now?
I mean, it depends on the height, but I'm going to say 170, 175.
Okay. There's someone clapping for 175 in the back. Just one fucking half-fat chick. Like, yeah.
I got you. I'm listening. I got you.
All right. Well, fun times, buddy. I want to give you a small joke book, but since you're into slightly bigger things, I'm going to give you a medium joke book. There he goes. We're keeping it moving. Aaron Smaller. Okay. Time for a golden ticket winner, everybody. This guy is funny. This is a brand new minute from one of the newer golden ticket winners. Make some noise for Colin Sledge, everybody. Here we go. Colin Sledge. One more time for Colin Sledge, everyone.
Thank you. I'm on Hinge. Scroll on Hinge said, don't even bother messaging me if you're not in therapy. So I said, not only am I in therapy, you just court ordered. I'm not even allowed to own a gun in those states. But God bless Texas. I tried dating a black girl for the first time. I wanted her to like me, you know, but I guess we just weren't like super compatible. I remember she asked me, do you even know what the G-spot is? I was like, it's where the gangsters be hanging out. Shit. I'll be calling at the OG spot. Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Colin Slash has done it again. Welcome back, Colin.
Thank you.
Is this true? You really hooked up with a black chick?
No, it was a lie.
Right. I had a feeling. I just can't picture it. I cannot picture it at all. Not you. And I can't picture a black woman that would hook up with you. You seem soft spoken.
It's been close once. I was like, ooh, yeah.
How did you blow that?
I probably just wasn't hot enough.
You're what?
I probably wasn't hot enough.
Jeez.
It was close though.
Now you're a good-looking guy, Colin. It's when you start talking, you lose everything. I don't think the heat has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I've noticed like get first dates much easier than second dates.
What do you normally do on these first dates with girls?
It varies. Now it's sometimes comedy shows, but not anymore. But I went to IKEA once. That was fun.
Wow, you took a girl to IKEA?
Yeah.
Did you meet her there?
No, it was a hinge date.
Okay, so what does that mean to you exactly as far as did you meet there?
We met there.
Right, so you did meet there.
We did meet there, yeah.
Okay, we went around in a circle there, much like at an IKEA store.
We met on Hinge, and then we agreed to meet at I didn't pick her up.
So did you meet at the IKEA? Did you have the little meatballs?
I offered to, but she's a vegan apparently.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Vegan at an IKEA.
Yeah, there was no second date, like I said.
Right. Yes. Didn't last long. Much like the furniture at IKEA. They're not a sponsor, it's okay. Colin, what else has been going on tonight?
I was supposed to go to a vasectomy consultation today, but I came here instead.
Okay. Hell yeah. You still have literally the strongest nuts out of everyone that's been on the show tonight.
Yeah, I've noticed.
You are, so you're fully ready to go. Why are you looking for a vasectomy?
It was my parents' idea. So when I got the golden ticket, my stepmom was like, "You should consider a vasectomy."
They think you're swimming in puss now.
Well, they think, yeah. They're worried, which is I don't really think that was strangers, even if I'm shy.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, you don't even need a vasectomy.
Well, I guess that's something.
Okay. And do you have a problem pulling out when that moment comes, when that final moment comes? Or you...
Well, I wear a condom, but I don't know. It's not as good.
Would you still wear a condom if you got a vasectomy?
Depends on the person.
Jeez, Colin, I mean, you gotta live life. I have to call your mom. To tell her you're doing just fine out here. You're condomed up. There's nothing. I've never even heard of someone that wears a condom getting a vasectomy.
Well,
that's like putting on your seatbelt if you're just sitting in the driveway. It's absolutely pointless.
Well, like STDs, right?
Sure, but
sure. No, I get it.
It doesn't happen that often. Just pop an antibiotic. You'll be right back in no time.
I'll just be like, don't worry, baby. Tony said I don't need to wear one.
Don't put it on me. Blame it on your mom. Say your mom said so. Red Band has something he really wants to say again.
I was just saying, how adorable would it be if Colin and Christina went on a date together?
Wow, there it was. Red Band's last time talking this episode. How cool, everybody. Amazing. Back to the soundboard we go. There it is. Hit the clown horn. That's the bike horn. Good job, Red Band. Good job. Christina, would you ever consider going on a date with Colin?
I think he would spontaneously combust.
It is true. You're both very shy, very quiet, very nervous.
Also, I only date black guys.
Oh, shit. Wow. Look at that. That's what she says when guys like you want to go on a date with her. It's incredible. Absolutely amazing. Colin, would you ever consider going on a date with Christina?
I am with someone right now, but if that ever falls through,
I love if that ever falls through, maybe.
She's gonna be
maybe. All right, Colin. Well, fun times. You did it again. Great set. Great jokes. There he goes. On to the next one. All right. Your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, is a former employee here at Vulcan. We know this guy. He was once in a weight loss competition with another human. Make some noise for Trey Pack, everyone. Trey Pack. It's Trey Pack. When you go back to back, it's Trey Pack. Here comes Trey. What do you say? Hey, he's back. It's Trey Pack. Trey Pack. Oh, there he goes. Trey Pack.
How we doing? It's good to see you guys, man. Y'all had this girl told me to come on her C-section scar. Yeah, I don't have a joke. I just want to talk to somebody about it, dude. It was my wife, freaks. It was my wife, man. My wife's a dirty dish. It's my baby, man. My wife likes to choke me in bed and the creep, so you like getting choked in bed? Hell yeah, dude. With that haircut, it looks like this whole table choked you in the Uber on the way over here, dog. What's going on? Don't be ashamed. Listen, my wife chokes me in bed every single night. Yeah, she waits for me to fall asleep and she unplugs my CPAP machine. That's my baby, dude. I also get that half of y'all aren't convinced I'm not Jelly Roll. I'm not. That's what everybody knows. I married a whore, just not the hell, dude. Yeah, I'm not. It's not me. I'm not married either. That's crazy. Guys, I've been Trey Pack. Thank you so much.
Go, Trey Pack. Been doing it for years. Been on this Vulcan stage numerous times. Worked here, been on the show, weight loss competition. I believe you gained weight during the weight.
I had Sam Hunter gained. I lost, but we're all fat. We all look the same.
Yeah,
people think I'm David Lucas every day. It's crazy.
I love it. Absolutely. So Trey, update us. It's been a while since you've been on the show. What's going on at night?
Man, life's good, man. I'm not married. I'm a barber. That's what I do full time now. Life's good. Just trying to take a fucking dream come true every day.
Okay, how's that going?
It's good, man. I just want to do the comedy store. I got to run into there. That was super cool.
Nice. Yeah.
They've been doing the roast battle thing. It's been good.
Yeah,
it's been very good.
Yeah, amazing, Trey. I love it. Any new hobbies or anything non-comedy related?
Just drinking and doing drugs and fucking girls, dude.
What kind of drugs are we talking about?
Oh, I'm on that cocaine, bro.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Holy shit.
Listen, I don't even like doing drugs. It's just you do the mullet, cocaine appears in your pocket. It's crazy.
Tell us about your love of cocaine. I've never tried it. I get it. It makes you feel a little like.
Well, like if you ever just felt like the best thing that you've ever felt, you ever hit a home run, you score a touchdown. Imagine hitting the ball and scoring a touchdown and fucking the girl you always wanted to fuck, and then immediately after, just feeling the worst stretch you've ever felt in your entire life. For an hour, you get 20 minutes of the most amazing feeling, and then it's awful for 5 hours.
How often do you do this?
I've been trying to quit for a while. It's kind of hard. I get it mixed up with powdered sugar every day, but I used to once a week or so. Used to be, especially back in the day. Yeah, it's fun.
How do you afford it?
I cut a whole bunch of hair, dude. I'm a hell of a barber.
Holy shit. Do you cut anybody's hair that we know?
I get a lot of guys in the job that Mike Gonzalez can barber shop.
Oh, Michael Gonzalez, that's why he wears a hat all the time. Okay. Amazing.
Uncle Laser comes by the shop. A lot of guys here in town.
Oh, I can see. Does Uncle Laser come by for haircuts or for that fucking sweet booger sugar that you're kicking out over there?
I mean, listen, we're all getting done what needs to get done. You know what I mean? Yeah. Rock that haircut out in 10 minutes. We cut each other's hair these days.
I bet. You two little fucking field rats out there. Little swindlers. Trey, where do you work now?
I work at Beard Frame Barbershop. And then I picked up a shift here tonight. I heard Gil Tony was coming back. I fucking miss it here, man. So I wanted to come hang out.
I love it. Well, we're happy you did. You already have a big joke book, right? Is it filled yet?
I'm sure it is.
Here you go. Here's a new one. Oh shit. Very good catch.
Trey, I'm about to have you on the Secret Show Thursday. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Thank you.
Trey back doing the Secret Show. Boom. On to the next one here. Next bucket full, also inside. Make some noise. We're going to keep it moving along for Tatum Rayleigh, everybody. Tatum Rayleigh. Yeah. Tatum Rayleigh. Here we go. Tatum Rayleigh. We have movement.
Folks, look at this. Athleticism. This excellent accelerated athleticism. Look at this one.
Alex James.
I have an English degree from a day school, so it's safe to say that I make more money from doing comedy. I'm soaking wet now. I'm picturing everything. All right, my girlfriend's 20 years older than me, and she's my former math professor, which worked out great because my math is shit. And it's interesting dating an older woman. The first time when we slept together, I felt like I was taking her virginity, so I asked her about it. She said, all C-sections, and let me tell you, that pussy was roped off like a museum exhibit. No kids have passed through there messing things up, nothing had been touched in years, and most importantly, students get in for free. And that tight pussy kind of made up for those 3 kids because they were loose as fuck. A homeless guy asked me for $1. I said, I have $50,000 in student loan debt and a useless degree. Do you have $1? I'm 30 and I still live at home with my mom. And it's weird living at home because I'm one argument away from being homeless, but on the other hand, I'm one stroke away from becoming a homeowner. All right, I'm Alex James. Thank you, guys.
Okay, Alex James, moving fast, just rattling them off there. How long you been with stand-up?
On and off for 2 years, but taking it seriously within the last 6 months.
6 months?
Yeah.
Super seriously?
Pretty sick, yes, sir.
You're trying your hardest?
I am trying my hardest.
What are you doing? What are you doing to do that?
Primarily just like hitting as many mics as I can, and I'm from Boston, so every time we come out here, we can honestly get like 6 months worth of mics in a week or two, so it really helps.
Right. Yes. You've been here? How long have you been here?
We just came for a trip on Saturday, so this is very surreal because we were gonna leave today, but found out about the show, so we decided to stick around.
You were here with another comedian?
Yes, she's here as well.
Okay, got it. So let's talk about it, Alex. Because that was awful. So when you say you do 6 months worth of Boston open mics in 1 week here,
right?
How many open mics are you doing per week in Boston?
Well, my girlfriend will do like 3 to 4, but I admittedly will really only do 1. So
you and your girlfriend are both comedians?
Yes.
She's here?
Yes.
What's her name?
Jenny Fitz.
What is it?
Jenny Fitz.
Jenny what?
Fitzgerald.
Jenny Fitz.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where I'm 100% positive that the girl is more funny than the guy. Ladies and gentlemen, you stay up here, Alex. I want you to stand here while your girlfriend carries your legacy. Make some noise. This is 60 seconds from Jenny Fitz. Oh, this is so exciting. This is how breakup happen, everybody. It's a long trip back to Boston after you're funnier than your boyfriend. Oh, yeah, she's got this. Don't put the mic back in the mic stand. Fucking, she's got this. Hold her shit. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Jenny Fitz.
I feel like open mics are a lot like middle-aged sex. They last 3 to 6 minutes, and if you go all 6, you're probably trying out some new stuff. I got divorced a couple years ago, and I started dating a guy who's 20 years younger than I am. You guys, when I first brought up birth control, I was like, oh my god, once I still have a period. That is so flattering. But I can't have any more kids. I have 3 kids. I have 3 kids, and being a parent as a Gen Xer is kind of tough because we weren't really parented. I realized I was ordering out too much when Uber Eats figured out my custody schedule. It's basically right now, which has never happened to me before, but I just have one. Oh no, can I do my sure? Okay, cool. All right. We were caught in the rain. Okay, so the world is so politically correct now. I'm afraid that my kids are going to say some racist shit like by accident. Because the other day, one of my kids said to me, I used to be friends with this Indian girl on the bus, but I'm not friends with her anymore. Not just because she's Indian, just because she doesn't ride that bus anymore. I said, buddy, I don't think you meant that first just. Okay, we're not racist. If anybody's racist, it's the school. They're the ones who put her on a different bus. Okay, that was it.
All right.
We were in the rain.
Did we write that last one for you? Even he's laughing at how unfunny he is. Unbelievable. I love it. Welcome, Jenny. How are you?
I am wet. I'm from the rain.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, you seem like you'd have an incredibly dry pussy. We just heard your boyfriend's act, and I'm pretty sure everyone's got a little sand between their legs right now. All right, Jen, how long have you been doing stand-up?
2 years.
2 years. How long have you been with your boyfriend?
Alex, 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
What was it about this young man that that made you interested?
I had just gotten separated from my husband, and I was that kind of married. I was in a sexless marriage for 20 years. But I thought he was pretty hot, and he was my student, but he wasn't anymore.
Wait, what kind of student was he? Here we go, and we hit.
Whoa, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, so you did.
My milkshake is on an oil mixer.
What?
I was only okay. So
you were teaching at college.
Yeah, and he took one of my classes.
Oh my God, what class was it?
Quantitative reasoning.
Oh my God, you know about that?
I'm a math professor. Yeah, so that's my day job. But yeah, so okay. I looked up his cell phone number in the system, and I texted him and I asked him if he thought he wanted any help with the math class that he was taking the next semester. And he said, well, I hired a tutor who costs $100 an hour, and I'm meeting with her on Friday. And I texted him, well, fire her because I can guarantee you I'll be better than any tutor you've ever had.
Wow. This is amazing.
I wish I looked better. I was caught in the rain. I usually look better than this because I'm 50. I normally
look. You're good. You're good, lady. You're good. This guy still has his fucking notes over here. What is going on over here? Dude, shut the fuck up. We're talking to this cool ass fucking flirty college professor over here. Okay, so hold on a second. First question.
Yep.
How recently were you separated from your husband when you launched this message? Just a ballpark. 6 months, a year, 2 years?
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay. Second question.
Yeah.
Have you ever, out of your entire history being a college professor, you can be honest.
I never did it before, if that's what you're asking.
You never messaged any other student ever?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't even remember thinking he was attractive when he took my class. I just remembered that we would chat and he had a really nice personality. I mean, he was older than the other students. He was, because he was a fuck up, and he went back to college later. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
Wow. Amazing. So there you are. And how long?
I was 45 and he was 26.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. So, where was the tutoring at?
Yeah. Okay. So, I did go over on Friday.
You went to his place.
Yeah, I went to his place. I already knew that he lived alone and stuff like that. Cause
how did you know that?
Because I would chat with him and ask him questions like, so, you live alone?
Wow.
And,
spoken like a true math professor.
I apologize for that. One time I literally asked him if he had a girlfriend. I was collecting information, but that was kind of toward the end of the course, and so I just waited. Because in the handbook it says we can't fuck our students unless the course is over.
Yes, that's in everyone's handbook, by the way. It's not just any specific college, or that's every job.
I had never done it before. I swear to God.
It's cool. It's cool.
I have.
You're not going to get in trouble now. You're good.
No, I have tenure.
Perfect. You have a 10-year. You have a 20-year difference. Okay. So there you are. You're in his place. Was there any actual tutoring? Did you guys crack the books?
Yeah, because I didn't want to be obvious. No, I did. I just did some math with him, and then
how long we talking? 20, 40 minutes?
Yeah, I want to say 20.
Less. Oh, look at that kid daddy over here on their way. She couldn't resist. Wow. Okay, so about 15 minutes goes by, and then what happens?
He was like, I'm gonna roll a joint, and I was like, that sounds good, And I remember one time I joked around with him about spinning by after work. Okay, so the other thing is, he said, where do you live? And you must drive right by my house on your way to work. So I knew where he lived and stuff. So I was like, oh, you got any beer in the fridge? And he said that. So I was like, yeah, I'll grab a beer, and we sat on the couch. We smoked the joint. Okay. And then I think I reached over and I put my hand on. Yeah.
Oh shit! That the old is this okay?
Yeah, because you're supposed to.
There it is. Okay, and then you said yes, that is okay. And then I know. That was like make or break moment because I was like, if he's a bad kisser, then I'm out of here and I'm never gonna slap this guy again. Right. But he was a great kisser. More stuff. Oh my goodness, you guys had sex that first?
No. No, we didn't.
You didn't?
I made them wait almost a month. Well, because I had only been with one other man in 25 years, so I just assumed that whoever I had sex with would give me herpes or AIDS. So I was like, I can't do that. And so after a month, we fooled around. That was all.
Wow. Incredible. I think this is like every college kid's fantasy, right? Is that the nerdy math professor lady kind of fucking says, I'll be the best tutor you've ever had.
Yeah.
And then the old touch of beer and a joint. That's wild.
Oh, super hot.
So now you guys have been together for 5 years.
Yeah.
And you still live in Boston.
Yeah.
And are you still a college professor?
Yeah.
Okay. Absolutely incredible. I love it. And what have you done? Did you get a degree? Okay. Well, so what do you do for work? Talk on the mic.
I'm essentially like her au pair, so I take care of her kids.
How old are you, right? Oh, Christina Mariani.
So you're bad at math?
How old are the kids?
My oldest is 16 and my twins are 12. They're all boys.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Incredible. Are you aware that your ex-husband has low testosterone?
He's got something going on that's wrong, but I don't know what it is.
You know about this? David Lucas, what are you going to say?
I'm just curious, from the time you last fucked your ex-husband to the time you fucked him, how long was it?
Like a year and a half. Or maybe, I don't know. It was so long I couldn't remember.
My math, it was 7 weeks.
No.
3 weeks after
I thought you meant 3 weeks after I moved out.
Oh.
Yeah, but I don't know, maybe we had
And what did your ex-husband do for her?
He manages the town.
A town? The mayor? Is that the mayor, bitch?
No.
He manages a town. What type of shit is this?
Well, towns don't have mayors. They have town managers.
Where the fuck do you live? Scotland? Where the fuck? I haven't been to a town ever.
You've never been to a town?
No, what?
It's just not a city. It has fewer people generally.
Y'all niggas don't even live in America, probably.
No, it's just local.
This don't even seem real. I don't even know if this is real.
No, yeah, he's hired, not elected, but yeah.
What's the town called?
I would prefer
Louisville?
not to talk
No, let's not call out a whole town on this show.
Tony, there's only 1,200 people. What's the difference between a town and a city?
Usually it's population, but the form of government's different. They don't elect the mayor, they elect a board who hires somebody to manage the town.
So your ex was on that bullshit, so you needed that new.
I don't think a math professor understands your lingo.
I literally have no idea what
So your ex-husband, was a variable, and you needed a whole number.
That's very true. Yes.
Is that what?
I feel he's seen right now. Yes, you are. Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy though, and he's gonna be so pissed if he ever sees this.
He will. I'm gonna send it to him, man.
Yeah.
How many towns are in Boston?
Massachusetts. Can we not talk about him anymore?
He's gonna find out about that.
I know, and he's gonna be really fucking pissed that he comes in for an extra night.
Y'all's kids. That's
he's gonna be really fucking pissed that
we're gonna see this bitch on the news in 3 months.
Probably. This is gonna be the last job. So I'm over the edge.
R.I.P. ahead of time.
Oh yeah.
Made by the great people over at ghostpatch.com. They made us these unbelievable torpedoes that say I bombed on Kill Tony. It's a very special, it's a level below a little joke book. And Alex, congratulations, you're getting one of those. And you, sweet professor, lead it with a medium-sized joke book. Congratulations, you are indeed the funny one in the couple. Not by much, but shockingly funnier than her babysitter fuckboy, Alex James. That was Jenny Fitz and Alex James. There they go. One of the nerdiest couples I've ever seen in my entire life. Answering the question, what would it be like if Colin Sledge and Christina Mariani dated? Oh, there she is, the lovely Heidi. Look at her with her little black tie on. How sweet. Alright, I believe they wrangled the bucket full. Time for the next one. It's in for Tatum Rayleigh, everybody. Tatum Rayleigh, is that right? Tatum Rayleigh. Again. There she is. Tatum Rayleigh, ladies and gentlemen.
My marriage is on the rocks. The other day, I saw what no good wife should see. I walked in on my husband. Excuse me. I walked in on my husband wiping his ass, and that motherfucker was standing up. Why? I don't know. How long has he been doing that? Is that why there's fucking keister kibble all on the toilet seat? I've been trying to solve that riddle for 6 years. And you want to know the fucked up part? Is someone had to have taught him how to do that. No, I saw that form. That form was passed down from generations. He must come from a long line of fucking fecal flickers who care about no one but themselves, leaving their crap crumbs to the rest of us to deal with the aftermath, if you will. And you don't know hell until you sat on a toilet at 3 a.m. and thought, did somebody go to the fucking beach? Whose goddamn Sam is this?
Thank you. My name's Tatum.
Tatum Rayleigh. Holy shit. Red Band, I didn't realize you were writing for bucketfuls nowadays. That's all poop jokes. That's a minute of poop jokes.
I will say, I've done many surveys about this exact same thing, and it's usually 50% do stand up while wiping their ass.
Does it cause the fucking keister kibble?
No, I've never heard of that.
When you say that, what does that mean? Where's the poop going?
When you wipe it, you know the toilet paper has like crumbs, right? So if you're sitting down like a normal fucking person, it should go directly into the toilet bowl, right? But if you're standing up like my man is, you're fucking flicking that shit for everybody, and it gets everywhere.
Christina Mariani.
Why are you watching him wipe his ass?
That is
I walked in on it. It was an accident. I couldn't look away though.
Oh, okay.
Because by the time I noticed, he still had the toilet paper in his hands, and there was shit on it. So I just backed out like one of them penguins from Madagascar, and I didn't talk to him for 2 weeks.
Oh, you guys are good now?
No.
Oh.
David Lucas.
Hey, can you turn around and show me how you wipe again?
Wait, stop it, David. David.
That's all.
It's okay.
I wipe sitting down.
I'm like hot as fuck, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, I got a bidet. I don't got a wipe.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm not Chinese. What do you want me to do with that?
This bitch stupid.
Tatum, welcome to the show. How long you been doing stand-up?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where at?
All around. I live in the Houston area, so around there and around here.
Awesome. Do you have a day job?
I'm a mom.
Oh, sweet. How many kids do you have?
One. She's 5.
One 5-year-old. What's that like?
Hell.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Strep throat, if you fuck on it and you're on antibiotics, it'll give you a baby because the antibiotics cancel out your birth control. So don't fuck on strep throat.
Wow. Christina Mariani.
Can she wipe her ass?
No.
Is your husband teaching her?
Yes.
This is insanity. What's happening here? It's a whole 2/3 of the family can't wipe their ass properly.
Hey, but I can.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job, Tatum. I love it. Okay. Now, what else do you normally talk about? Because that was a minute of your husband wiping his ass jokes. What type of material?
My kids, I got married to a man that I met on Tinder 14 days prior.
Wow.
Yeah. I was drunk. I want to tell you, I felt like a tingle in my heart or my pussy. That was bullshit. Have you ever heard of Twisted Tea?
Uh-huh.
There's 13 of those.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you still drink a lot?
Not at all. Yeah. Thank you.
What do you do to, what are like hobbies of yours? Anything fun?
Comedy and being a mom pretty much takes up most of my time.
Love it.
And cleaning up butt dust, I guess.
Butt dust. This is a real, your bathroom's a disaster.
It really is.
This is
war zone.
frightening. So the husband isn't the father of the kid?
He is. I got pregnant 2 months after I married him drunkenly at 19.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm only 25.
Wow.
Ages you to have a kid.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a CWI and a QAQC. It's a certified welding inspector. He works in quality control. Oil field.
Oil field. Very good. There you go. Unbelievable. Okay. And does that mean he's gone for months at a time? And then...
No, he works from home. He travels like 2 weeks out of the year, maybe.
Wow. There it is. Butt dust.
Yep.
All right, Taylor. Well, Tatum.
Close enough.
There you go. Okay. Okay. You know what? Do you ever skateboard?
I have.
You have skateboard?
Yeah.
Okay. Tony skateboard. Colt makes these, and he puts it up here just in case somebody skateboards. I find that your charisma is better than a small joke book, but the jokes weren't quite good enough for a big joke book. So you're leaving here with the first ever Kill Tony skateboard. Look at that. That's fair. Not bad enough for the torpedo. Not unlikable enough for a small joke book. But only talked about butt ducks. All right. Are we having fun out there tonight? Back to the bucket we go. Make some noise for Cameron Illig, everybody. Cameron Illig is next on Bill Tony. The #1 live podcast in the world. Oh, we know Cameron. This is Cam Patterson's friend, Cam Illig.
My girlfriend's mad at me because she said hypothetically if we had a daughter and our daughter started OnlyFans, would you be upset about that? And I said yes, I would. And then she yelled at me. She said that's because you're not progressive for women. And I said, listen, bitch, it's the opposite. I'm the progressive one. You think our daughter's only good for her big tits. I think my daughter can do whatever she wants to do. My daughter can dream. My daughter can be a lawyer. My daughter could be a pilot for Spirit. My daughter could be a surgeon, not mine, but somebody's. Yeah, I have big hopes for her. You know? And I just think it's weird because your daughter's 50% you. You know, so if your daughter has OnlyFans, it's like, this is not how I wanted to start a family business. That's not what I wanted to do. You know? But your daughter, that's why I think it's okay if your son has an OnlyFans. I would be fine with that. If my son had an OnlyFans, that's okay. Because if my son can sell our penis, Godspeed, brother. I have been trying to give this thing away for free my whole life. How did you figure this out? Yeah, thank you.
Cameron Illig. We know him well. He famously moved here from Orlando, Florida with his best pal, Cam Patterson, 2 years ago, 2 years or so, right?
Yeah, about 2 years and a half.
Yeah. So how's life going for you? Jokes are good. Comedy's good. Graduated from college?
Yes.
You fuck your math tutor?
I fucked my math tutor. I have a thing for Asians.
Where did you get a degree in?
And data analytics.
What?
It's just some bullshit. It doesn't matter.
Clearly not English.
It's what computers do. Oh, I said data analytics.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah,
what's fast? Data analytics.
Data analytics. I've been hanging out with Cam too long.
Data analytics. He hasn't been able to find his data in a long time. No, I'm kidding. We all know his data.
He's an easy guy to find.
Yes. He's always there. Cam, tell us more. What's going on in your life?
I don't know. I'm trying to be cooler.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah, I know. I have one look. It's not cool. It's not nerd, but it's not cool, which sucks.
You look like every backup college quarterback. The quarterback takes a rough hit. You see this guy starting to toss the ball around on the sideline. Oh boy. We have not seen Cameron Illig in a game. This is going to be his first time taking snaps on the field. He is a 4-star high school recruit out of a town with no mayor, only a manager. And here he is, also known as the Butt Dust Assassin. He's coming in. He famously lost a testicle at one point, and oh god. Okay. Did you play sports growing up?
I did. I played soccer and baseball.
Right.
Yeah, I tried to play football, and then I only wanted to play kicker, and they said if you only play kicker, you're a so you can't play kicker. They wanted me to play a different position. I was like, no, I don't want to get hurt.
Right. Don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
Okay. How about now in life, Cameron? How's life going? What's your love life like? You seem like the kind of comedian that would make a joke about having sex with a black woman that actually hasn't.
Yeah.
Have you ever been with a black woman?
Of course.
Really?
Of course not. I usually don't.
But do you have a joke about hooking up with a black woman?
Do I? No. No, I have black roommate jokes.
Of course.
But no black.
How about normal, regular old? What's your dating life like?
I have a girlfriend.
You have a girlfriend. How long have you been with her?
2 years.
What does she do?
Well, now she's an English teacher.
In England? Your girlfriend is in England.
Yeah, she goes to a different country.
Uh-huh. Yeah. How long has she been in England, bro? You know, if I say bro at the end of the question, it's not good. This imaginary girl, a friend of yours.
It's been about 6 months. She's pregnant, and
You're kidding?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Yes. But it has been 6 months?
Well, there's been she's been like 2 months at a time. Type of thing.
What do you mean?
I went over there.
What do you mean?
Because you have to visit. You can't stay there forever. You can stay for like 3 months.
So she goes, she's an American.
Yeah, no, she's in.
Okay. And so, when's the last time you saw her?
March.
Okay. How often do you guys talk every day? I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I know. This is sad. I think we're all gonna cry because we're realizing that your girlfriend's getting dicked down by some
Muslim.
Yeah, exactly. London is roiled right now. David Lucas.
What bar does she work at in England?
I don't fucking know.
Because I told her in 2 weeks I want to fuck her.
Oh, you're
too big.
Nah, nigga.
No, yeah.
You look gay.
Uh-oh.
I can take your girl.
Got real here for a second. David looked a man in the eyes and said, I'm going to fuck your girlfriend.
She ain't never had stomach on her forehead, nigga. I'm gonna show her what it's about.
You gotta fit to the door first.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God.
This is not turning into a rose battle. I don't know what y'all.
Oh, my God. Wow. Okay. Cameron, anything else crazy we should know about you?
No, I mean, I want to be cool, so I go to rock shows. That's my thing. That's what
rock shows.
That's what I think is cool. That's in my head. What is
you go to rock shows?
Yeah, because we're in Austin.
Like rock and roll.
It's a live performing music, city.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, so I went to a hardcore rock show.
And what do you do at these things? Do you stand in the back with a bottle of water?
Yeah. You can't pay me $30,000 to dance. I don't know how anybody dances unironically.
Really?
Yes.
You don't think we could pay you $30,000 to dance?
Yes, I do actually. What's happening?
I'm not going to pay you anything, but I want to see. Give me some dance.
No, don't.
No, you have to do it, Cameron. You're not leaving here until you dance.
What's the dance?
We're gonna hold you hostage.
What's the dance?
Whoa.
What's the dance?
All right, this is gay. Get out of here. Get out of here, Cameron. You already have a joke book, right? Okay, there he goes. Cameron Ellett. I told you he had a dance. The guy had a dance. Heidi refilling the never-ending gullet of David Lucas yet again. Another drink for David up here. It's apple juice if you're wondering what David's drinking. Diabetic jet fuel, apple juice. Every diabetic's favorite beverage. Welch's apple juice. All right. Your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. Ooh, I think I heard a lot from the Canadian section there. Timmy No Breaks. What do you say, Timmy No Breaks? Wait, Timmy say the whole stage names Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. Timmy No Breaks. I got a long essay, so get to the stage here. Here is your final bucket full of the night. Timmy No Breaks.
Yeah, like you said, my name's Timmy No Breaks. And you might want to buckle the fuck up. Get this. I was at the nut store. I was buying nuts. I go to the fucking weighted thing. The woman's like, that's gonna be $100. I was like, bitch, I got fucking bills to pay. You guys ever have a fucking punchline? What the? All right, don't worry. You're gonna love this one. Get this. I was at the doctor. Yeah, the fucking doctor. I go up to this doctor. He's like, come in, Obriggs. You have cancer. You need treatment. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a healthy guy. I'm a young boy. He's like, you need treatment. I'm like, how much is that going to cost? He's like, $100. I was like, bitch, that's a good deal. This is great A shit. This is good shit. What the fuck?
Timmy, no breaks, everybody. Wow.
What the?
Timmy. Hi, Timmy. Did you just watch Dice once?
Yeah, I've heard that before.
What do you really like? How long you been doing stand-up?
Too long. 2 months.
2 months. All right.
Sorry, that.
Where are you from?
Jersey.
Jersey. All right.
Timmy, no breaks.
Wow. Okay, Timmy. He's having the time of his life.
Yeah, this is good.
So, Timmy, you've been doing stand-up for 2 months.
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
How old are you, Timmy?
That's rude. How old are you?
How old are you, Timmy?
24.
Really?
God, that's fucking. How old are you?
How old are you, Timmy?
24 years old.
Really?
Yes. This is fucking. Guys, come on. I'm a guest here. What the fuck?
Hey!
I'm 36.
There it is. There it is. Timmy, what have you been doing your whole life up until this point?
I worked for my father for a long time. He was a fishing man, and so I worked for him, and then got caught up in some shit.
Like what?
I did some time. It was coke. I was a coke guy. I did some coke shit, and then got out, and I found stand-up, and never looked back.
How long?
This is my life.
How long were you in jail for?
I was 2 months.
2 months. Everything's 2 months with you.
No, not everything is 2 months. It's also $100.
Yes. 2 months and $100.
Holy shit! It's a fucking black Kool-Aid man. Full roasted. Got your ass, bitch.
Wow, Timmy, no
Got
breaks.
your ass, bitch.
Timmy, no breaks. Just fully committed to this character. Timmy, what do you do for fun in real life now? Are you still on coke?
No, what's up?
Yes. Yes, you are. Do you live in Austin now?
Yeah, I moved here.
How long have you lived here? 2 months. Timmy, no breaks. Timmy, no breaks. Getting the lights changed in the room. Timmy, how do you make money?
I sell weed.
You sell coke?
No, I sell weed now. I'm straight. I'm straight. What? Fucking Dr. Evil, goddamn, full roasted. What are you drinking? Fucking gay shit? Goddamn.
Unbelievable.
Unreal.
Oh.
I'll take that gold ticket, bitch.
Oh.
I'll take that gold ticket, bitch.
Timmy, you're not even getting a big joke book, Timmy.
That's fine. I don't write.
We know, Timmy. We saw your act. So you know what a punchline is? What are your famous lines? Timmy, tell us something about you other than the fact that you did cocaine. Just give us one more little tidbit about you.
Yeah, I mean, I love my mother.
Yeah.
I love that bitch. It's not that interesting, but it's true. Yeah, sorry.
Is she proud of you?
She's not.
Is she?
She passed away. She passed away 2 months ago. It was hard. And
did you bury her, or did she get boom roasted?
No, we burned her. You know, she was in a kiln or whatever. You know what I mean? And
how did she die? Embarrassment?
That's my fucking mother you're talking about, gay guy. This guy's gay!
Timmy, you're a funny guy, dude. You're a funny guy, Timmy. I like your style. Normally, I hate anything that sounds at all like Andrew Dice Clay, who was literally doing your act 45 years ago, but I look at you. All right, Timmy. If I had to give your interviewing set a grade on a report card, I would give it a A. Oh! There he goes, Timmy No Breaks. Wow, he immediately gets it right to an audience member. Unbelievable. A man of the people. A man of the people. Timmy No Breaks. Wow, what an amazing force of nature. Oh, the guy gave it back. Very good, sir. Very good. You know what? Just because you're a good guy, here's a little trick, though. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one way to end an episode like this. We need to wash out the memory of Timmy No Breaks, and there's only one way to do it. There's one human, ladies and gentlemen, who is yet another Kill Tony Hall of Famer. The record holder for all-time appearances on the show. The record holder for all-time interviews on the show. He's very excited to be back at Vulcan Gas Company, the simple container box where we held the show for years while waiting for the mothership to be built. This guy became one of the most popular comedians in the world. He's now touring all over. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Vanilla Gorilla, the Memphis Strangler, the one, the only, the Big Red Machine. This is William Montgomery.
How is it going, Vulcan Gas Company? Weirdly enough, it's actually been 2 months since I've last been here. And also, it's always so nice when I go by the broom closet. I think about Han sexually assaulting women up there, so it's always nice. Hold on, I'm actually getting a telephone call. Let me see. Mensa? Hello? Yeah, no, I actually do not want to join. Biden's got terminal prostate cancer. Say what you will about Hillary Clinton, but that bitch is creative. And for those who don't know about Mensa, I actually have a really high IQ, people. And that was Whistle While You Twerk, climbing up to the number 8 spot. Once again, I'm Casey Kasem, and don't forget, Bush did 9/11. Hey, Red Band, I can't remember what you said last night. What is the best back-to-school gun? It's so weird. Red Band gets these fantasies about shooting up schools, and he tells me when these guns go explode. Tony, that is my time. Thank you so much.
Wow.
God, that other guy was so good, Tony. I'm down there thinking, how am I going to follow this dude?
I can tell. You seem a little shell-shocked.
Fucking Mensa calls me right when I'm up here. That's so embarrassing.
Yeah. It's hard to follow Timmy No Breaks. I mean, the guy did something we've never seen before. He gets tossed a big joke and says, fuck this, gives it to someone up the road.
Yeah, well, by the way, Boneseye is pissed. Boneseye, the guy who makes those, literally is pissed right now.
Well, I mean, I just, Timmy No Breaks is so charismatic that I feel like if Boneseye went up to start shit with Timmy No Breaks would make Boneseye make him a brand new leather jacket by the end of it. I just think Timmy No Breaks is a force of nature. I don't know.
Well, he's got a gun. I literally bought a gun from him last weekend in the alleyway behind here. Seriously.
Yeah.
That's why I was so nervous. He's like, don't talk about the gun. And it's like, well, I got to talk about it. But it's so nice to be back here at Vulcan.
Yeah, talk about it. How does it make you feel? What do you remember about this place?
Oh, my gosh. Just how hot and sweaty it would get. Up in the fucking broom closet. I would be up there with Tons, and we weren't doing anything bad, but it would just get so hot and sweaty, and I would just watch Hans, and we'd have the drones going. But
you and Hans used to do drugs in that broom closet, am I correct?
We did one weekend. The first weekend I was in Austin, I was still doing a bunch of cocaine, so I tried to do it in the broom closet with Hans.
Yep. No doubt about it. And look at you now, clean and sober, camouflage shirts.
Yeah, I'm wearing these a lot right now, Tony.
You like those?
Yeah, I like these, and I realized after hanging out with Hans in the closet, I don't like these with people very much. And it was right when you had the stuff going on with that guy, and
the Asian.
Yeah, the Asian guy, and I'm thinking, what is going on? Yeah, I just heard some Asian stuff.
This is the spot. This is Happy Asian Heritage Month, everybody. I forgot all about it.
I know, I'm kidding. Those were wild times.
It was wild times. To think that that would end up being my second biggest cancellation is pretty crazy. That was the news for a couple days.
Yeah. What? When you were on Roseanne saying the stuff?
What?
Oh, I thought you were talking about for the second cancellation. Or which one?
That thing I did for the president of the United States a few months ago. So, William, what's going on in life? What are you passionate about this week?
Oh my gosh, well, Tony, it's actually kind of strange. I started doing these paint by number things. It's like this watercolor. And Tony, I'm just loving all the different colors I can use to paint the watercolors. Yeah, dude, we're talking about, oh my gosh, all different kinds of colors.
What are some of your favorite colors?
Shit, maybe yellow! And sir, where are you going? Sir, what's your favorite color, dumbass? Seriously.
I get the feeling it's not black. That guy looks like a real Texan right there. What are some more of your favorite colors?
Yeah, maybe like a beige. Not beige. I don't really like that color that much. Yeah, maybe like an indigo. No, y'all do it a little maybe more without it.
They play
maybe like a brown.
Yeah, they feed off of your energies, William. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Maybe oh god. Wait, that's not as fun though.
Polka dot isn't a color.
Yeah, that's not even a color, Tony. How am I already running out of colors? I thought, okay, I'm gonna choose colors tonight.
Why don't you just look around and
oh my gosh, maybe a green. Orange. come running down.
There's people yelling colors at you. Everybody wants you to say brown, it seems, right now. You want to say it?
Brown! Give me a better color. Somebody give me a better color.
Ooh.
Ooh, maybe a burgundy! No! Hold on, like a burgundy!
Ooh, magenta has been called. Do you like magenta?
Magenta? Oh, wait. Restream, help me! Dumbass! He's struggling! Red!
Not very passionate about these colors. I thought you loved colors.
I was lying a little bit.
Wow. I've never seen you quite like this before, William. Any other colors that perhaps you're excited about?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about seafoam green!
Seafoam green?
Seafoam green. I think I already said green, but seafoam green is like a lighter. It has blue in it.
Any other colors before we get out of here tonight that you'd like to passionately name? Some people up in the upper deck suggest
turquoise! Fucking gas company! David, help, dude!
David and William, famously old friends, the first two, other than Michael Ware, first two members of the Hall of Fame here in Kiltony.
I used to watch David have sex with women in the hotel rooms. I would be hidden in the closet. I'd be like, dude, are you sure this is okay? And he'd throw me one of his shirts. It'd be like, just get under the shirt and it's okay. It's just so sweet. But yeah, I'd be having what's in the fucking closet, and he's having sex with these women on bed. And
what's funny is that from my seat, everybody would have thought that you were just kidding, William, but I can hear David go, "Stop it."
Kidding.
I fucking love it. William Montgomery, you did it again. We did it again. That's another episode of Kiltony brought to you by ExpressVPN via an Incogni, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. How about one more time for Christina Mariani, everybody? ChristinaMariani.com. Follow her on Instagram, CRIIMARII. David Lucas has Fishing with David Lucas. DavidLucasComedy.com. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in, and it is stunning. It is indeed Christina Mariani and David Lucas. We have to reset the room. Let's go. Red Band.
Love you guys. Thank you.
We love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Both sides. Newsom says the National Guard is under his jurisdiction, and Trump only sent them to instill fear in the community. President Trump says he has the right to federalize the troops, and they were sent to protect law enforcement that were trying to to disperse violent and rowdy crowds during protests against ice raids. Jason Cappadonia, KFI News.
Police Chief Jim McDonald says the LAPD is not letting its guard down. The chief says the LAPD is going to maintain a strong presence in the downtown area to ensure residents, businesses, and demonstrators are safe. The curfew hours have been cut back by 2 hours. Now overnight curfews in the 1 square mile section
Whether
of
you're
downtown LA will be
kicking back and breathing, stretching out in extra leg room, or just enjoying time together in family seating. At Breeze, we take creating nice moments seriously, so you're ready for the rest of the
uniforms. San Francisco Fire Lieutenant Avali Sadat, who survived cancer twice.
It's like everything around me is.
Cancer is the leading cause of death among firefighters, raising concerns about the chemicals in their care. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it believes Israeli airstrikes on Iran's Natanz enrichment site have had what it calls direct impacts on the facility's underground centrifuge columns. The strikes are part of an air campaign Israel launched 5 days ago targeting Iran's military and nuclear programs. This marks the first time the UN's nuclear watchdog
Is so weirdly familiar that I know that everyone here had to set this up. So it's almost like a weird paranoia. And then you think like all of this can't be real. And then the moment that happens, it's like you're going, like you jump off a building. It's like a falling feeling in your stomach, and then it's just lights out. So it's terrifying, but it's almost like there's some weird access to something that other people don't have access to. And they call this the sacred disease, temporal epilepsy. And hypergraphia, I mean, look, I wrote that while I was suffering all that. So I definitely had hypergraphia. It took me 5 years to write. I wrote this book because I thought I was going to lose my whole brain, and I had to dump everything, even the super, super confidential stuff. I put everything in the book, everything. And I wanted all of my training to be in one location. And just so my wife could keep selling the book. That was the motivation to write. The motivation to write the book was my brain was dying. And I thought, I'm not going to be a good provider. I can't provide for my family. So I thought, if I just write this book that has everything in it, and we'll be okay. The kids can survive and still feed, put food on the table and all that, even if I'm in a wheelchair or something. So that's the only reason this book exists. But coming back to all, I know how that feels. If he had temporal epilepsy, I know how that feels. And that may explain a lot of those little internal components of what make up Scientology. You said you had 9 seizures a day. Yeah. And you said like these memories which felt like deja vu. Were they your own memories? All
Dog, why isn't anybody talking about me? I'm so sick.
At the start, we say aura specifically. It's just a feeling when the seizure is about to start.
Not like a visual thing.
No, okay. But it wasn't memories. The deja vu was, you know how it's uncanny?
Yeah.
Like everything around is so alien, but familiar. Like I've been here before, but times 5,000. Like it's off the charts. And then after that, that's when the memories come in. It's not your own memories. It's something else. And it's like months to maybe years of memories that happen in like 60 seconds. And I've had times right before I got married. Emotional, probably. Right before I got married, I had maybe one outburst, and it was maybe 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes long, and you lose about 1 million neurons a second in a seizure. It's bad. So I was thinking like, I'm fucked, you know. So I was in my office and I was hunched over on the desk.
I will tell you, you're getting another one, dog.
I got a pool of saliva beside my desk, and I was trying to scream. It's like,
thank you.
Seizure, it's like all those memories flooding and having sleep paralysis at the same time. And it's terrifying. It's not like DMT at all. But what I'm saying, the corollary is you go somewhere else completely. You're gone. It's terrifying.
How did you overcome this? How did you get over it?
So I saw a neurologist, and they gave me a prescription. I won't say the name of the drug, but it's one of the most common side effects of the drug is seizures. It's like this cannot be real. This can't be real. And I've studied neuroscience for 5 years, 6 years. So I am scrolling through Instagram today, taxiing in LA, and I see this dude on Instagram. He sounds like some California surfer dude. And he's talking about mitochondria. And just because of his accent, I'm judged him like an idiot. But I just kind of flipped past it. Then I realized what he was talking about. I tried to go back to the post, but I hit the swipe right on accident. You know, like you reset your scroll. And you can't go back. I did that, and it took me like 4 days to find him. And his name's Dr. John Morris. And I'm going to introduce you to him tomorrow. It's going to be cool.
Oh, that's the guy in Sarasota.
Yeah. So he's talking about methylene blue, which I know Jack Cruz has talked about here. And it is.
I got some methylene blue. Started taking it after Lady Alexis.
What brand is it?
It's called Troscriptions. They have like a website. It's pretty cheap.
Is it hard?
Inexpensive? No, they come in these little. They're called troches. So if you see like, it comes in these, and they're like.
That's pretty much what I told
you. Just stick them right in the back of your. You can either keep them like in between your gum and your lip, and it stains your whole mouth blue, or you can just swallow it.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, I took them this morning.
Did you?
I take them every day.
Well, they're one right now.
So for methylene blue, I think it's the one thing that truly reversed everything that was going on with my brain. Every single symptom that I was having was just gone. And I credit everything to methylene blue and finding Dr. John. And I buy my methylene blue from Dr. John's website, just because I'm so passionate about it. And methylene blue acts as, just to give you like a 60 seconds brochure of what it does. It's a light MAOI, a monoamine oxidase inhibitor. So it helps our cells to get rid of the two things that we don't really want in our cells. A lot of is reactive oxygen species and reactive nitrogen species. And it donates an electron. It donates a lot of electrons to mitochondria. And the second thing that it does a lot more than that. And it helps. Your body's main job is to take an oxygen molecule and stick some hydrogen on there and turn it into water. That's your body's job. But sometimes it doesn't do that. And the oxygen molecule gets screwed up and turns into a reactive oxygen species. So the second thing that it does is it has an affinity to neuronal tissue. So if you take that methylene blue right now and then 2 hours from right now, which is an autopsy on you, and let's say that your brain is bright blue.
Really? It gets into the brain?
Steve, look up methylene blue brain autopsy. Yeah, so it's your spinal cord, all your nerves, brainstem, whole brain is all blue.
So if I take one of those and I take a leaf later, my pee is blue.
Yeah. So
oh wow, look at that. The brain and the heart.
Oh yeah.
It's blue.
Yeah.
So how are they getting this stuff into a dead person?
They don't.
36 plus band evasion doesn't get
Probably a
overlooked.
living person who's on methylene blue. And some of these they use to stain. Methylene blue is obviously it's just a blue dye.
Right. Yeah, they use it for fish tank cleaner.
Yeah. So these may be used to stain, but if you do an autopsy on a person who's on a dose of methylene blue higher than probably 2 milligrams per kilogram.
Up part of the abstract. Sorry, go ahead. It says greenish blue discoloration of the brain and the heart were observed during the autopsy of a 63-year-old woman who had been treated with methylene blue for a septic shock. Following a traffic accident, this placebo or avatar discoloration occurs when the colorless metabolite leucomethylene blue is oxidized to methylene blue upon exposure to atmospheric oxygen. So she was suffering from septic shock, and they gave her the methylene blue.
Yeah. So it has an affinity for neuronal tissue. So this guy who discovered it, it's 1894-ish, and the Industrial Revolution was kicking off, and they're like, hey, we need to dye a bunch of stuff blue. We got a huge need for it. So this scientist invents or discovers this methylene blue, and he's dicking around with it, and he shoots it into a rat, and then does an autopsy on the rat. And the rat has a blue nervous system, the whole thing. So he's like, there's something special about this. It's not just for dyeing stuff. He was using it on slides to dye, microscope slides.
Yeah.
So it has an affinity to go into just the neuronal tissue and fix that first. It'll fix the rest of your body too, because it goes everywhere. Especially when you take intravenous methylene, which I'm going to be doing tomorrow. But it is so incredible. And with the MAOI and it turning your body blue, you know it's blue because it reflects blue light, right? Which means that it absorbs red. So if I do red light therapy with methylene blue, I'm exponentially increasing.
Really?
Oh yeah. You can fact check me like Uncle Jack.
Type in methylene blue and red light therapy.
So this combination is called photobiomodulation. Okay. So I'm using a red light machine, and the methylene blue soaks up that red light.
Because this is PubMed. Find the abstract. Scroll down and give you a summary of what it is.
There it is. Protection against neurodegeneration.
Neurons are metabolically protected against degeneration using low-level methylene blue and infrared and near-infrared light intervention. Both of these novel interventions act by a cellular mechanism involving enhancement of the electron transport chain in mitochondria. This promotes energy metabolism and neuronal survival. Methylene blue preferentially enters neuronal mitochondria after systematic administration, and at low doses forms an electron cycling redox complex that donates electrons to the mitochondrial electron transport chain. Interesting. Low-level near-infrared light applied transcranially delivers photons to cortical neurons that are accepted at cytochrome oxidase.
Cytochrome C. Specifically, it would be cytochrome C oxidase.
Oh, wow, which increases cell respiration and cerebral blood flow. Breakthrough in vivo studies with these interventions suggest that targeting mitochondrial respiration may be beneficial for protection against different types of neurodegenerative disorders. Oh my God, I had no idea that you could use them together in it. That makes sense how it would reflect the blue light and help you absorb red light.
Yeah. So the next cytochrome, just thinking of the word cytochrome. Cyto means cell, chrome means color. So always think of like that's the color of light. Jack talked about this a lot, how we generate a little bit of near-infrared light in our cells. So cytochrome is the important chemical there. And he talked about magnetism. We have sulfur and iron and stuff that's in your mouth of cytochrome C oxidase. So doing that lets it absorb that. So your cells are kind of running on those photons instead of just the electrons.
Yeah, he was also explaining to me how one of his family members was like going blind, needing cataract surgery, and he told them to start doing this red light therapy every day for like months. And he was doing it, I think, for a couple months, and he wasn't wearing the eye cover or whatever. He was just like full eyes fully exposed to this near-infrared light band. And he went in like a couple months before he had to get his operation done for his cataracts, and his vision was like he didn't need cataract surgery. It like something about that near-infrared red light with exposure to the eyes, it somehow like reproduces visual neurons, or like rebuilds these visual neurons.
Yeah, I think what it probably does is makes more ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate, which is our cell's energy. So those cells, cataracts is a degenerative disease, and so we're getting less ATP. So more ATP probably means that there's more neural connectivity. Those cells have more energy to to perform repairs on themselves.
Right.
The cool thing about mitochondria, which I was hoping that Jack would mention, is mitochondria is not human. It has different DNA. It's alien. And the theory. All right, Stephen, look it up. You got a skeptical face.
I'm just trying to understand it. How does it have different DNA than us?
So
it's not. Yeah, I'm not about this stuff.
There's a theory now that mitochondria is the result of
DNA after that. Oh wait, there you go. Mitochondria are considered unique because they have their own DNA called mitochondrial DNA, a double membrane structure unlike most other organelles, and the ability to replicate independently within a cell. Huh.
So there's a theory that the mitochondria was its own little organism and formed a relationship with little single cell organisms like, hey bro, I'm going to give you a bunch of energy. I'm going to help you absorb sunlight and live outside the water. Let's form this little relationship together. So that's just a theory that somebody has, that and how these things started working together, because it's not human.
That's that is pretty badass. Yeah, the water inside of the mitochondria is like the most important thing. And what Jack was explaining to me is that if you combine, not if you combine, but if you expose yourself to really cold temperatures, I think he calls it thermogenesis, cold water thermogenesis. Your cells create, or mitochondria actually create endogenous UV light inside the body, like UV, like blue light.
Yeah, and
it's wild.
You get a better results if you're drinking water that has lower deuterium levels.
Yeah, that's why he drinks all that deuterium depleted water.
Oh, did he talk about that? I might have missed it.
Yeah, he talked a little bit. Alexis talked about deuterium depleted water. Yeah,
I drink it almost exclusively at home.
It's expensive.
It is very expensive.
So
I order from this company called Light Water. I have no affiliation with the company.
LIGHT?
No, LITE.
Oh, okay.
Light Water Scientific, I think is the name of the company. You can order it on Amazon, I think. It's these little blue bottles, plastic bottles, and even the company recommends, like, the deuterium depletion is very important. So you don't have to just drink this water straight. You can pour it into your daily water intake, so you're getting less deuterium than normal. So you're diluting the water with it. So you can still drink normal water out of a Brita filter or something, and then pour that stuff in.
Yeah, I think the idea is that, at least from the way Alexis explained this to me, was that latitudes that are closer to the equator have higher levels of deuterium in the water, and the higher up you get on the planet, the higher latitudes have less deuterium in them. And this has something to do with organisms that live and survive at upper latitudes where there's less sunlight. They get, somehow, because there's less UV light, the colder temperatures compensate for the less UV light. That's why their eyes are lighter. Their eyes aren't dark like most people that live at equatorial latitudes. They have dark brown eyes because they don't need as much UV light because they're exposed to it all the time.
Have you heard the theory that you can't get a sunburn if you're not wearing sunglasses?
Alexis explained that to me. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was explaining to me how there's an important mechanism where you have to be, if you're exposed to UV light, you can't. It's not good to block the UV light in the eyes and only get it on the skin. That's how your skin develops those basal cell anomalies, where you get skin cancer and stuff like that.
Melanopsin.
Yes, yes, exactly. So it's not good if you're outside all day to be wearing sunglasses, because you're blocking your light, your eyes from creating that melanopsin from the UV light. You need to have that balance, and that's why Jack tells everybody to take off their sunglasses, because he thinks that that's probably like one of the biggest problems with skin cancer and general health problems. I mean, his whole idea about health is that exposure to UV light and getting out of artificial light is like the top thing for human health. Yeah. He was explaining how, like, food, hyper-processed foods and diet is like 3 or 4 down the ladder, down the rung, as far as like low-hanging fruit to improve our health. and he was explaining that, like, essentially, which I think you made a good point about in the podcast I listened to you with, was that, you know, we exist today, like human beings, with the development of technology and us being inside all the time under these artificial lights, is almost the equivalent of orcas at SeaWorld being inside these big tanks all the time. It's just not good. Their life expectancy goes down. They're like, they're killing their trainers. I mean, it's literally breaking them down in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, and I think the closer we get to nature, like what were our bodies designed to do? We can't. And technology is outpacing our ability to adapt. Technology is outpacing our ability to adapt.
Yes.
Genetically.
Yeah.
Then we need to go back to like what kept our ancestors alive. And that seems to be all these studies are like discovering the stuff that like our ancestors didn't even need research for, because they just lived life in nature. But I published a paper, I don't know, a month or two ago, called Ancestor Confusion Theory, that if you are spending time in a place that would confuse the shit out of your ancestor that lived 10,000 years ago, the more time you spend in one of those places that would confuse your ancestor, the more you have depression, anxiety, loneliness, heart disease. Like you look at cities, and these are like, I just did a podcast with Stephen Bartlett, the Diary of CEO, and I was staying in Brooklyn. And looking at my hotel window, I can't find a piece of nature, no matter where I look. Every direction, there's nothing. So, and I'm not claiming to have some solution to solve the Earth's problems, but I'm just making that correlation of when people are in environments that our bodies are not designed to be in, we have things that go wrong. And this applies to fish and dolphins. And you take an octopus out of the ocean, put it in a tank, no matter how perfect the saliency of the water is, and everything that you do in that tank to replicate nature perfectly, it shortens the lifespan of the octopus by years.
Yeah.
So I think one of our modern world, our biggest problem, I think the biggest problems in science are when we think we are special. Humans are more special than nature, and we can outsmart nature. The thing that created us, or whatever created us, is like we are special. Is one of the biggest things. This goes back to the first being the center of the universe. Like aliens have to look like us, and like all of these little things that we hear, like especially the sciences, the root of the problems come back to humans have to be special for this thing to be true.
One of the other things about this, like being exposed to more UV light, is the timing of it too, like how this all connects to circadian biology, and how the light, how the eyes are play such an important role in this. And when you are up in the morning watching the sunrise, depending on where you are on the earth, whenever the sun rises for like that first hour, and you're outside and your eyes are exposed to that sunlight, whether it be direct, it doesn't have to be direct, it can be ambient sunlight, as long as you're outside, there's no windows between you and the outdoors. That's when your brain creates melatonin, which makes you fall asleep when the sun goes down. So if you're waking up, you can even be waking up when the sun rises. If you're not going outside, you're going to have trouble going to sleep at night.
Yeah. That's right. But there's so many people on shift work that suffer all kinds of problems. I mean, we have more obesity on shift work. People that work nights and stuff like that. Yeah, I think triple the rate of obesity. I can't remember the study. Yeah. I completely agree with that. I've read some paper or maybe heard a podcast. Have you heard where people talk about getting sunlight on your butthole in the morning?
Yeah. They're talking about like sunning their balls. I've heard that. I haven't heard the butthole one.
I gotta read this. Is there a paper on this?
Probably. Yeah, I know there's people who on Instagram at least that I've seen talk about like sunning their balls. I know that like Jack talks about this too all the time on Twitter. How like if you're covering up certain part of your body when you're getting sun, it's not good. You have to expose your full body to it.
All right.
But like that's something we've been doing since antiquity. I mean, we haven't like been walking. We weren't walking around naked forever. We've been covering up our bodies, forever. Oh, okay. AI says there's no evidence exposing your testicles to sun or tanning them can increase testosterone levels or have any other benefits. In fact, doing so can be harmful.
Can you hear Jack's voice right now?
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, apparently there's a lot of the stuff you learn in medical school, all of the textbooks that you to study in medical school, depending on whatever category you're in, is like 90% of it is wrong or outdated, according to Jack. And according to some of like the most world-renowned neurosurgeons and neuroscientists from Stanford have even come out and said this. That like all of the textbooks and stuff that you read are really outdated or have like completely false information.
Can we ask Grok instead of?
I've never used Grok. That's the XAI.
Yeah, it's good.
Really? Yeah.
Can you put it in fun mode?
Oh, I've heard about this. Yeah.
No, just go to x.com.
GROK. Type in scientific research on exposing testicles to sunlight.
What about current ideas?
Now, does this just search Twitter? Early research from 1939 suggests that exposure of the male body to ultraviolet light could significantly increase testosterone levels, specifically when the chest and back are exposed to UV. Oh. Yeah, when the chest and back are exposed to UV light. I lost where I was at. Okay, here we go. Testosterone levels reportedly increased by 120%, while exposure of the genital area led to a 200% increase. However, these studies are quite dated and have not been widely replicated under modern scientific standards. Recent commentary and analysis, more recent discussions and analysis on the topic, particularly those found on platforms like X, often reference these historical studies, but also acknowledge the lack of contemporary peer-reviewed research, specifically targeting testicular exposure.
Go to number 4.
Alternate explanations. Some research suggests that if there is any effect from light exposure, it might be due to the stimulation of vitamin D synthesis, which can indirectly influence testosterone levels. However, just because.
Number 5, the interest in testicle tanning.
I haven't heard of the butt tanning.
I just heard it was like good to get your whole everything spread all out so everything can get some sun right there.
Well, UV light doesn't really penetrate the tissue that much. It doesn't go very deep. Like red light.
Red light's deep.
The red light, infrared light penetrates your body and your tissue by like 4 to 5 inches, I've heard.
Yeah. It's fascinating.
Okay, so in summary, it says, while there's a historical basis for suggesting that UV light exposure might increase testosterone, the direct exposure of testicles to the sunlight for this purpose lacks support of contemporary scientific rigorous studies. Potential health risks, including cancer, are well documented, leading health professionals and to generally advise against this practice. Yeah, you can go to any dermatologist and tell them that sunglasses theory that Alexis was talking about, right. Not wearing sunglasses in the sun can stop you from skin cancer, or how because they'll all tell you to wear sunscreen and sunglasses. That's the consensus among all dermatologists.
I studied medical neuroscience, and this includes radiology, reading MRIs and brain scans, and studying Parkinson's, myasthenia gravis, Alzheimer's, dementia. And the more I learn about what truly helps the brain, I get so jaded and I get upset that why don't they teach that in college? Why don't they talk about any of this? And I've heard many people say that a lot of these universities the curriculum is developed by big pharma or some company with
especially Stanford. Stanford's a big one.
It's public record.
Yeah, there's an article. I'm actually going to pull it up. I have it right here on my Daylight computer. Shout out to Daylight. This is the coolest invention ever. Hold on, let me find it. I want to give this guy credit because I just got done reading this article. His name is Nafiz Ahmed, and he wrote this whole this huge 2-part piece on how Google was incubated and funded by CIA and NSA and DARPA, and how the PageRank algorithm and all of the proprietary IP that's used in Google was developed first in DARPA, and then there was these two people that are listed in that article from CIA and NSA who were visiting Sergey Brin many times when he was developing it and testing it, and they were funding it quite literally. So like the implications of the whole thing, basically read the article. I highly recommend it. It's on Medium. It's on his Medium page.
So you're saying the Alphabet agencies, Google became the Alphabet company.
Well,
Didn't they call the Alphabet company?
Yeah, Alphabet. So Google was incubated, curated, and funded by CIA and NSA, and it was technology from DARPA they used. So when you think of like the Twitter files and how Twitter was co-opted by, or not co-opted, but infiltrated by like FBI and CIA trying to manage the disinformation going on. Well, Google's a whole nother animal because Google was literally a product of those agencies.
And this is proven.
Yeah, this is his article right here. How the CIA made Google inside the secret network. Fascinating deep dive this guy did. And you know, there's all these like think tanks that you've never heard of that are these like consensus think tanks where all these people in these agencies just try to figure out how to weaponize the internet for manipulation on a global scale.
Yeah.
For the,
I think most people, I've been involved with many different operations and stuff going on back in the day. Most people that are involved in those things, like putting the Google algorithm together and all that, most of those people genuinely, in their heart of hearts, believe that they're doing something good for the country. I really believe that. I've met these people when they first started, they were naive enough. Which I would be, most of us would be. We don't know what's going to happen way down at the end of this pipeline. So we're putting this stuff together, and you genuinely feel like a patriot at the time. And then it's embarrassing. So nobody really speaks up at you. Like, I was a big part of that to put that together. So I think that we're assigning, I think a lot of people assign malice to people that hadn't. And I think there was malice maybe in some of it, but I think the overall thing was like information is going to be crazy, and this is going to be a war of information. This is going to be a war of ideas, and we need to make sure we get the right ones into the hands of the American people so that they're well informed and they know the right things that are going on, so the American people won't be manipulated. And I think that was probably so many programs start out that way. Like, we need to protect people first, like the Patriot Act. It's like, oh yeah, protect you.
Right. But let's label it this thing that sounds innocent. Yeah. The Patriot Act, right? There's no mass surveillance. Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. I mean, they're huge organizations. These are huge organizations with lots of people working in them and working inside of them, and they're not all like, it's the banality of evil, right? Like the people that are working, like exactly what you said. There's like even organizations like the CIA, not all those people are bad. Like, are there bad people with bad intentions in there in those organizations? Yeah, and people don't focus on the good things. Like, tell me 10 good things the CIA did, and tell me 10 bad things the CIA did. I bet you can't label one. Most people probably can't list one good thing the CIA has ever done, but they can come up with every single conspiracy from the JFK assassination to Operation Northwoods, the Bay of Pigs, all of these things, all the assassinations, MK Ultra, right? Yeah. But like at the end of the day, like it's just humans with animalistic intentions and the same sort of values and fears that drive all of us. That when you get that level of power and that much money, it's the same thing that would happen to you or me probably. Like, you want to protect yourself, protect your tribe. You want to take care of your kids, make more and more, another billion, right?
Yeah, let me just get one more. Yeah, I'm sorry. As soon as I get this next billion.
Yeah, and you're going to die eventually, right? You don't have to deal with any of this anymore, right? You're just going to protect your family, protect your tribe, and then whatever happens after that. Like, these people aren't necessarily like, philosophical thought leaders in human history, or they don't may not understand like all of human history and how this stuff can affect people 100 years down the road.
Yeah,
it's like capitalism gone off the rails.
There's an old quote of the only way for a society, I'm paraphrasing this, but the only way for a society to thrive is when men plant trees whose shade they will never enjoy. So we're all just future focused on the life of the next generation instead of our own. And that's the same, when I teach people how to have discipline in their life, it's the exact same thing as a country. My present tense self places more priority over what me in the future than me right now. If I only prioritize right now, I'm going to stay up late, I'm going to drink too much, I'm going to miss that exam in the morning, I'm going to eat too much cheesecake, fill in the blank, I'm going to do drugs. If I prioritize my future self ahead of my present self, I will always be looking backwards with gratitude instead of regret. So my past tense self will always be something I'm grateful for, not regretful of. And I think that's the goal in our life. That's the goal for a nation. There's no difference. Like, do I have the ability to forego enjoying something now so that future me, or maybe future me generation, will be able to enjoy it? I think that's it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that gets lost. That gets lost. You know, like there's this saying that money is like a magnifying glass. It makes you more of who you really are. Yeah. Like the more money you have, it just magnifies your deepest motivation, your deepest drives that make you into who you are. And I think that's what's happening. I think that's what's happening with the people that are, in charge, like whether it be politicians or CEOs of huge companies. And it doesn't necessarily, being a good person doesn't make you the head of one of these big companies or the head or be able to climb the ladder of one of these big agencies inside of the United States. Like, I've had people in here that explain some of the folks, some of like the Andy. Yeah, Andy explains. Yeah, I just had him in here with this guy John Karaoke when we were talking about some of the people that have made it to the highest ranks inside the CIA, and he's saying these people, they're like yes men. What they do is they'll do whatever it takes to please the person above them so they can essentially climb the ladder.
Yeah, it's a chameleon.
Yeah,
that's right. Mm-hmm. And I think I've studied psychopathy for a very long time, and I think a lot of those positions, to get to the top, there's a degree of psychopathy that you need to get up to. In today's world, you've got to be, and I think maybe that's the reason we're looking at what we're looking at. Like, all psychopathy starts with separation, all of it, everything. So if you just think of the ego, me having an ego means I am separate from Danny, right? Me having less of that is like we're similar. Me having way less of that is like we're one. We're like the same thing. But if you take ego way to the top, that's where you get psychopathy. You have psychopath behavior there. It's just centralized. Everything is different from you. And those people will memorize like a library card catalog human emotions and facial expressions and words and phrasing and everything that they will ever need to survive in the world and to rise up to the top of leadership. And everybody talks about psychopaths as if they're bad people. I don't think they are, and none of them chose to be that way. And most psychopaths don't even know that they're psychopaths. They just think we're all the same. They think we do what they do. And I think they just recruit a lot of this. One of the best illustrations of this is Dr. Robert Hare, who's the #1 researcher on psychopathy. He's the guy who developed the checklist, the famous psychopath checklist for diagnosis of psychopath. He said, if you could just imagine yourself in your apartment, you're wanting to go get something to eat. You say, I'm going to walk down there to fried chicken place. And we go get some fried chicken. So you exit your apartment, you walk down the sidewalk, and within 100 yards you see some police lights, and there's a crash scene. There's a horrible, horrible scene there. You see a mom holding her little daughter who's passed away and bleeding. And the mom is crying and screaming and all of this. And the first thought in your head while you're looking at the scene is fried chicken. And then turning right to the restaurant, you go pick up your food, going back to the apartment, eating your chicken, and then after you brush your teeth that night, you're looking at yourself in the mirror going, trying to mimic all of those faces that you saw on the street from all the grief and sadness and despair. You just to look staring at yourself doing that when you practice this facial expression. That's what it's like.
And what are the conditions of does that develop in early childhood? Does that go back to? Is that all about like those first years when you're a toddler and how you're raised and what you're exposed to? Does that start then, or can that start later?
It can start later. There's a genetic and an environmental predisposition that you can have for it. So you can have a genetic predisposition, which means your amygdala is a little bit bigger than it should be. A few of the things going on in your brain. But then you have all those genetic factors, and you have a great childhood, and you don't grow up to be a psychopath. Those genes decide not to express themselves. So then you have somebody else who, if they get into a traumatic event, maybe they have. This can even go back to some cases they've shown a mother getting sick during the third trimester express those genes. So I think it's a bunch of theories right now. As far as I know, I'm no expert. But having those genes expressed means that you're born, and the next thing you know, like my kid is shoving needles into a cat or a dog, and just to see, the dog's reaction and stuff like that. You see that they're pretty young, and there's no way out. There's no counseling, there's no therapy, there's no psychedelic journey that you can go on and reverse some of that stuff. And it's pretty similar. Narcissism is maybe, I don't think it's on that spectrum, but narcissism is like high ego, right? It's a high ego problem, but it's rooted in more insecurity. I have seen narcissism. If you go to therapy, if you have narcissistic personality disorder, diagnostic disorder, and you go to therapy, they're essentially teaching you how to fake stuff. Instead of asking questions about themselves, how's your wife? How's the family going? And here's how to be open and vulnerable. Here's how to be a good person. That's just masking. They're not helping themselves. They're not really changing. I have seen psychedelics do some amazing stuff with people kind of stepping out of their ego. It was a huge deal for me the first time I did it. I felt like I lost 40 pounds of ego the first time that I did psychedelics. I think maybe a bunch of deployment stuff kind of fell off with that. But it's a great thing to see. And I don't know where else was that.
Psychopathy, and you're saying psychedelics can fix it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Has there been, have people tried to experiment with psychedelics on people that have severe psychopathy or psychopaths?
I can't cite any research or anything like that.
That would be interesting to see, to get what their reaction would be, to hear them talk about it, put them on a crazy DMT trip,
Ayahuasca.
Or, ayahuasca, right. Yeah, because ayahuasca has more of an effect. It takes forever.
Yes, 12 hours.
Yeah. I've never done ayahuasca. The first time I did DMT was with Danny Goller when he was on the show.
Yeah.
Shout out to Danny for hooking us up.
Yeah.
I was terrified. I've heard so many stories.
Did he have to kind of like hold your hand and it's okay, you're gonna
Oh yeah, he was great. He walked me through it, like held my hand and walked me through it like I was a child. He explained to me what to expect. Like we did this Wim Hof breathing thing before it. I don't know what that did.
Prayer?
Yeah. We did
I love that. I love doing that. I think, man, there's something. I think the more certain somebody is that they've got life figured out and like what we're doing here on this planet, the more skeptical I am of their opinions. I don't think we have jack shit figured out. I don't think we know what this is. Because this lady was talking to Stephen Hawking one time, and this is on recording, but he said, well, what happens if you get to the end of the universe? She said, well, that's the end. He said, okay, so you reach the end. What's on the other side of that? What's outside of that wall? And like, we have no clue what any of this stuff is. And I think that's okay, just for us to say, we don't know yet. And I think that we need more scientists that can utter the phrase, as far as we know now. Just that one phrase. You don't have to call yourself a dummy. You just have to say, we don't have everything figured out. And every generation thinks they've got it all figured out and laughs at the generation before. And every generation will get laughed at. So we're going to have stuff that we believe in right now that in a couple hundred years will be the equivalent of the Earth is flat, or we're at the center of the entire universe and everything revolves around us. We'll be laughed at. Because we just got to be okay with that. And just, as far as we know right now, just that one phrase, I wish we would more often.
Yeah, that's why I thought that when I first saw Danny's video that he made for his documentary about the DMT laser thing, I was just fucking blown away.
Me too. Yeah, so I saw it on, someone ripped it off of TikTok and then stuck it on X, and I saw it on X. And I'm a behavior profiler, so I'm watching the video reactions of the people that are seeing this stuff. And then I'm watching Danny's behavior. I was so, I don't know, intrigued and about what was going on. I tracked Danny's ass down within 5 minutes, 10 minutes, called him and said, hey, dude, I'm going to fly you to my house. I need you to tell me all about this. I want to know everything that you know. It's just fascinating.
What were you looking for? Like, when you were watching the videos and talking about it, like, because you're obviously you're trying to sniff out bullshit, right? So, like, what specifically are you paying attention to when you watch the videos?
The first thing would be performance. Am I seeing performative behavior? Someone over-exaggerating a reaction to what they're seeing on the wall. Someone zooming in the camera a little bit too much and not trying to get an authentic shot of what's going on. Any kind of over-exaggeration. And them trying to over-explain it to the camera what they're seeing. No one tried to explain it. They were just awestruck. They didn't try to say, oh, here's exactly what I'm seeing right away. They had that pause of awe, just being in awe for a few seconds. That's what did it for me. And then the humility. Danny's just super humble, a good dude.
Yeah.
And that comes through. That's why a lot of you don't have to be a profiler for that. You get a gut feeling. Like you get those gut feelings about people. Those gut feelings are produced by who that person is when we're not looking. Gut feelings are not produced by behavior in the moment. It's produced by their behavior in the moment being incongruent with who they are off camera or when nobody's looking.
Wow. That's what I call it gut second brain, right? Yeah. Yeah. What do you think's going on there in that laser? Is it's ripping a hole in the matrix? You got any ideas? You got theories? What's your gut tell you?
Well, the gut says that we're seeing something that our bodies were not meant to, or not designed to. Like we didn't evolve to see. It would just be like if you did DMT and then found out that you could squeeze your ear really hard and you can see the infrared light spectrum. It would be a weird, you'd be like, oh shit, I can see heat. Yeah, I can see like a snake. And maybe we're seeing something that maybe an animal or somebody else has access to already. Maybe it's just another thing that we just don't know about yet. And it's always been.
Yeah. So what I saw when I looked into it was I saw, like, you know how you can see like the speckles. If you look really close to that laser, you can see all the little speckles because it was projected on a white door. Yeah, and I could see like it was kind of like guiding me, telling me like how to see it. And I was like looking at it and like relaxing my focus, and I was seeing like a pocket of space behind the door. Yeah. And it was very palpable pocket of space that was behind the door. Like I could almost reach through it and feel like I was seeing through the door.
Yeah.
And then I was like looking at all the little moving speckles of light. and I focused in on those more and tried to look through those more, and then they turned into like gears all connected to each other.
I saw the gears too.
Like millions of gears just connected and turning. I didn't see any of the code stuff, but like, then again, I was kind of like, this was kind of like 3 or 4 minutes after I did the DMT, so I wasn't like in the peak of the experience. It was kind of more of like the downward afterwards, the downslope of the come down of it, or whatever you call it. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it or whatever, or if it just takes, different people to see different things. But
so
I would love to see some sort of like wide-ranging study of placebo control. These experiments. There could be someone that could get behind this.
Yeah, I'd rather see 10,000 people experience it than some study at a university. I'd rather have a huge movement. Because that would fund the study by itself. Just so many people. And I think there's like a subreddit on it as well. But what I'd like to see is what would happen if I have like ski goggles. Just humor me for a second. And this is what I was thinking like after I did it the first time. So what if I had ski goggles that had like white, like almost like a wax paper surface to them. So like a translucent but not transparent, so the outside of the ski goggles would look like the back of the phone. And somehow project a laser onto that entire surface from outside. So you're looking at this.
So it's like diffusing?
Yeah, so it's diffusing laser light, but you can kind of move your head and look. So now you're physically able to move where you're looking.
Right.
So you need some kind of little head apparatus to like shine it down and diffuse it on your face. And Danny said that green and blue lasers have different code. Yeah. You see a different type of code, and everybody sees the same different type of code. I thought it was fascinating.
Yeah, that's bizarre, man. It's just like I can't get through. I can't figure out with this DMT stuff if it's like, is this just like the inner parts of the brain just opening up and like showing you things that you don't normally see?
Right.
That whole brain filter hypothesis, how like there's so much more in this space that we're in that we can't perceive because our brain just filters everything down for us to be able to survive and get through the day, and stuff like that. But if you take this DMT or psychedelic or whatever it is, it strips away this barrier, and now you're exposed to more of what's already really there.
Yeah. So, all right, I'll go deeper quick on this. If observing something collapses wave function,
yes,
and our ability to see and like interpret things is expanded by DMT, then are we seeing something that is there, but also I'm obsessed with Carl Jung, all of his work. Are we seeing some kind of collective code that we are all kind of co-creating? Are we all collapsing that? So then the one time that I have done DMT, I was shown this map of the world of gravity. Like if you could map, like Verizon has that coverage map, right? But what if you could map where the gravity centers are? And the inside of I could see all of the Smoky Mountains up in the northeast. I could see all the Rocky Mountains down in the southwestern area, and they were empty because no one was observing the inside of the mountains, and the gravity was concentrated in the cities where people were collapsing wave function. I saw that on DMT. Not saying that there's some science behind it, but I just thought that was unbelievable. And you were looking at like a map of this country where you could see like New York, LA, Chicago, where all this gravity was centered right around this area. Yeah. So ever since that day, I always thought in terms of maybe this is some kind of a wave function, form of collapsing of a wave function.
Right. Yeah, there's that parking lot really out there right now.
Well, it is for the Uber and the
Yeah, definitely all deserve it to be there.
right.
That's wild to think about, man. So, how long did it take you to write this book?
It's probably 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
And you were saying that the epileptic episodes were what inspired it.
Yeah. It started onsetting, and I'm just worried that I'm going to go downhill, and I need to dump everything that's inside of my brain that I teach to Intel people, to companies, everything, all in one book.
And was the act of writing, was that therapeutic for it at all? Did that help you, or was that just sort of, was it more of just a drive from this health scare that you were having?
I think it was a drive from the health scare. It was therapeutic knowing that, like, if I can get this done, then, like, I have a parachute for my kids.
Right.
And the third part, I think, is also hypergraphia. It's just that side effect of temporal epilepsy. Just impulsive need to write nonstop. I would fill like one of these up every 2 months. Just
wow.
I wrote my
So
first.
You were writing with a pen and paper, not typing.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I wrote this on paper first, with like a pencil. Not worth it.
Yeah.
Most of the book. It took 3 or 4 of those things.
Was there anything? So going back to the epilepsy stuff, was there anything other than the methylene blue that helped you?
Yeah. Just going on one journey, like a mushroom journey, like a 4.5, 5 gram journey. That was significant to kind of start kicking everything off. Then taking a daily turkey tail, then I mix in beetroot, then very high dose melatonin, super high dose.
Really? Melatonin?
Yeah. High dose melatonin is one of the most powerful, absolutely powerful. I put it up there with nothing to do. And high dose melatonin is one of the most powerful antioxidants in the world. And it's made in your brain. And most people are like, well, if I take a lot of it, my body's not going to produce. Your body, there's no rebound effect whatsoever. But the thing is that your liver will destroy 80 to 90% of melatonin when you take it more. So what you usually take from like Walgreens or CVS is like a 2 milligram and a 4 milligram. I take 200 at sunset. And it's a suppository.
Suppository?
Yeah. I'll show you how to put it in.
Wow, that's dedication.
Yeah. So it bypasses the liver.
So
that's called the first pass effect. So when our liver, all the processes in our liver just destroy that melatonin. So when you take melatonin through a suppository, you're absorbing like 90% instead of destroying 90%. And it's also, it helps to get rid of reactive oxygen species, reactive nitrogen species, just like methylene blue. It's also radio protective. It can protect your body from radiation. Yeah.
So like going on an airplane, take it for an airplane?
Yeah, take it for an airplane. I won't say that this is some, maybe it's proven in some study, but I went to Jamaica, and we go to Jamaica 2 or 3 times a year.
Really?
Yeah. So I will take melatonin, and I burn easily. I'm just like a basic light dude. I will burn pretty easily in the sun. I'll take melatonin, and I do not need sunscreen. It's unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah, I heard that they have a lot of big psychedelic mushroom farms down there.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, a lot of the folks that are farming it and processing it down there are companies here that are like getting it all done down there to like get through like the legal loopholes, from what I understand. Yeah, and there's it's a pretty like a booming market down there, but there's also I heard there's like a ton of crime down there as well.
And that's only here in the city, like Kingston,
right?
Like here in Kingston or any of the big cities. There's some, but it's not that bad. I stay up in the very top of the island in the middle part, which is called Ocho Rios, and it's unbelievable. Yeah, great spot. Like in Western society, we compete with each other. just as a like a standard default, let's compete on status and wealth and popularity and all of that stuff. Right? And it's almost like a national culture for the Jamaican people just to kind of compete on gratitude. And it's not something like they teach in school. It's just how it is. And it is. I've been to a bunch of countries. I've been all over the world. I've never been to a place where there's so little ego. Really? And so much enjoyment. Yeah. Wow. Just the most incredible human beings on earth.
What is it about Jamaica that makes it like that?
I don't know. It's the people and the culture, just how they are, how they grew up. And the native Jamaicans were more like Mayan. They had more of a Mayan appearance. And Columbus and his crew murdered like 99%.
Right.
Yeah, it's a sad story. But Jamaica is like epigenetic trauma. Yeah. But man, it's those people. It's so hard to explain. Like the people, like just the first time I got to Jamaica, here's an example. We were walking out in the main part of the town, and there's a homeless guy walking past us, like we're about to pass this guy that's very obviously either homeless or very close to being homeless. And as he's approaching us, I'm instantly, it's this Western brain of mine. It's like he's going to ask for money. I say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have cash." All he said was, "It's your first time?" And we're like, "Yeah, it's the first time." He's like, "I hope it's the best time ever." And he just kept on walking. Really? Yeah, didn't wait. And like, as a Western person, I cannot process why would he stop? How does it benefit? Because that's what was in my head. Like, that's how we think in our society. Why would someone do something that doesn't benefit themselves?
Yeah.
And that culture is not wired that way. So, I'll give you the second time we went to the same hotel. And the guy who gets your bag at the front of the hotel, his name's Kirk. He grabbed our bags, he tells me, "You know what, hey Chase, hey Michelle." Then the person at the front desk said, "Hey Chase, hey Michelle." The person upstairs, the maid walking down the hallway said, "Hey Chase, hey Michelle." But people that I don't remember even talking to. So I asked later on, I asked one of the managers, like, whatever CRM you guys use to like get the employees to memorize people's names is unbelievable. And she was like, "We don't do that. They actually remember your name." Because that's my Western brain thinking. Right. Why would it benefit them? But they just didn't really care.
Throwing up gang signs, Rabbi Eden panty line. West Side.
Yeah, no, I've been to a few places on trips where it's similar to that, you know, like when you go to another place, like in the Caribbean or like Central America, Costa Rica.
Whiz kid got pissed like a motherfucker.
There's this like weird thing that happens to you when you're there, and then you come
Look,
back and you kind of like
folks, look at this athleticism. We just really never had the opportunity to witness.
Wow, like shit is way better down there. Yeah, it's not as like high stress, you know, dopamine slaves attached to screens all day, every day that are like constantly trying to compete for attention. It just makes you.
You're like Neo going back into.
That is what it's like. It really is.
It is. It's like you're closer to reality, like the real what reality actually is. This way, I mean, there's a French philosopher named Jean Baudrillard. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I heard of him.
Okay, he wrote this book, Simulation and Simulacra, where everything around us nowadays is a simulation of something. Walmart is a simulation of a market, and when you look at the food, there's a picture of it that doesn't represent what the actual food looks like. So it's symbols that point to symbols that point to symbols. You go to Disney, this is like, that's the idea of what our society is. Like, can we make a hyper real and hyper perfect simulation of something that is real? And then 90% of Disneyland is a simulation of something that has no originality, like Cinderella,
right,
or Peter Pan, or fill in the blanks. It's a simulation of a simulation that has no original. Right. So we continue to get this labeling, and it's just arrows that point to something. And most of those arrows are just kind of pointing in a circular way that don't have any origin to point back to. So much of our life is a simulated thing. The light's fake. The signs are fake. You go to McDonald's, you know damn well the burger's not going to look like it does on the menu. Everything, we're just so hyper-normalization. Yeah, we prefer it, and we vote for the candidate that fakes it the best. We vote for people that just say the right words. That's all we need them to do. And if you go look at an analysis on any news channel, all the news channels, why did this side lose or why did this side win? They said the right thing. We should have said this and we should have aligned with this group and said these things. It's all about artificial. And that was what John Baudrillard was really writing about. It's like we're living, we're, even if it's not digital, we're in the simulation.
No, it's in the most developed societies too, where it's like something we were talking about earlier on that big graph. Like when you think about the foundation of the mammalian brain and the drives, like the human drives, that is what we're compelled to innovate and get better and acquire more. And that's sort of what is this never-ending cycle that civilization is on, to advance more and to make more money and to make more things, which disconnects us even more and more from nature. And if you go to the cultures that aren't doing any of that aren't paying attention to it, that aren't, caught up in this, cyclical loop trying to increase their GDP or focus on all these things that are also huge stressors on our bodies, I feel like that's what gives you that shock of sort of stepping out of the matrix for a little bit. And I wonder all the time how many cycles like this has civilization gone through. Has this happened before? Have we just killed ourselves with technology and innovation? But the thing is, it's how do you evolve out of that though? It's a evolution. It's millions of years of evolution that have got us to this point. So how do you break the loop or get on another pathway? It seems like it's almost impossible for us to get on our correct course, right? It seems like we're on this bullet train to annihilation.
It really does. And you go to these cultures that don't have that. Like when you go down there, you say Costa Rica or Jamaica, it's like you feel 15 pounds lighter. And you wonder what's different? You're wondering well, maybe I slept. Maybe I ate something different. No, it's just you're surrounded by real people. Right. In a real environment, there's probably nature all around you, which is exactly what your ancestors experienced. You're just closer to not confusing the shit out of the ancestors that are kind of living in our head. And if you think about the cells in our bodies, if we're eating cells and eating stuff that our ancestors' cells wouldn't understand, we get sick. Right. That's all it is. And I think we're just seeing it feels different because we're in a place where our bodies were designed to be. We're in with real people, right? We're in with a community, and we live in a town or we're in a city that's small enough that reputation matters. That's the biggest thing. If I live in if I'm in New York City, my reputation doesn't matter at all. You can be rude to everything, because you'll never see them. Yeah. We don't depend on our tribe anymore. We stop depending on tribe, we use empathy. And then you have things like the bystander effect. Yeah, people just step over a murder victim, which has happened. It's diffusion of responsibility. Yeah. And there's a great video about this. They did a study at Liverpool Street Station in London, and this woman laid on the ground, and people were stepping over her. She was holding her stomach, begging for help, just kind of laying there. She was openly calling out for help and crying out in pain, and people were just stepping over her. Yeah, was this guy? I don't know, Philip Zimbardo, the guy who ran the Stanford Prison Experiment. He has a new thing on YouTube. Oh, it's not new. Stanford Prison Experiment? Yeah. Let's not. I'm living under a rock. Leave that door shut.
Don't tell me to leave it shut. Now I want to crack it open.
So Dr. Zimbardo did this experiment where essentially people we got 100 college students, and I made a fake prison inside of an academic building. And I said, you 50 are prisoners. You 50 are guards. No rules. Prisoners, go get in your cell, and then like, boom, just let it go. And they talked about how fast authority, even if it's fake, authority can start corrupting, like abuse of power. So everybody got pissed off that Dr. Zimbardo did that experiment. So he started the YouTube channel. He's an older guy, he's probably 78 or so now, called the Heroic Imagination Project. And man, is it good. It talks about all these experiments, but then how you can not fall into those traps. How can you get out of getting your head in the bystander effect? But just looking at the bystander effect, it's a funny phenomenon. But if I explain to you, let's say I walked in here this morning. This is the first time we met each other was today. I said, Kenny, you wouldn't believe this. Outside of my hotel, and people were filming a woman getting stabbed. A guy was standing there filming a woman getting stabbed to death. You would think that person was a psychopath. That is the behavior of a psychopath, but it is the collective behavior of everyone in New York City. Oh, wow. So Dr. Robert here, we talked about before, said psychopaths are attracted to large cities. I think large cities are factories for psychopathy. All of the behaviors that we talk about with crowd psychology and how crowds behave and how they don't help each other, it's all psychopathic behavior, but it's universal because it's in a large city. Everybody does it. It's not a big deal. It's psychopathy, but it's temporary. So if I lived in a semi-large city in Chesapeake, Virginia, and I moved in the population of the town I live in right now is 2,000. That's nice. Yeah, the population of this town is like 2 million. That's crazy. But like,
and then combine that with just all the information that we're bombarded with every day. You know what I mean? Like there's just an overwhelming amount of information to the point where it's almost worse than it's almost better to have less information than it is to have more information. And people are obsessed with just getting as much information as possible every single day. And it's like, which is a huge thing that comes up in this podcast, as you are well aware, when you Google something, it's hard to find the truth of anything. Depending on where you're looking or who's giving you that information or what their sources are. So, I wonder how that is going to affect people, or how it affects people today, and then how it's going to affect people in the future, or how it even affects the human brain. It's and we know that for the most part that we're getting information that's tainted or skewed in one direction or another. We're well aware of it.
Yeah. And I'd say worrying about the future is just us right now making those choices. Maybe just 100 of us right now listening, or 10,000 people that are listening right now, is I'm going to prioritize my kids getting in nature, getting away from the blue light, and everything that Jack is talking about. And just getting my kids to a place where I'll sacrifice for them. Move out of the city or get to a place where I don't need a lot of information. The front page of the newspaper in the town I live in was just a week ago when I showed them a stolen bike. Front page news, bicycle was stolen. And that's me seeing that as bad news was beautiful. I want to just wake up to that as the news that I get. What's going on in my community that I need? Our brains were not designed to handle over maybe 300-400 people. Right. It's just not. That's why empathy disappears. That's why psychopathy starts coming in. We can't have empathy for that many. We just can't. It's impossible.
Yeah. Speaking of overwhelming amounts of information coming in, I know you talked about it on that video you sent me, but what are your thoughts on those New Jersey drones and what the possibilities are for it? And do you think there is some sort of modern strategic deception, or do you think it could be some sort of limited hangout that's still happening across the media, or get people to divert their attention somewhere else to distract them?
So for give me a quick rule of thumb, for any weird thing that happens, I ask myself maybe 3 or 4 questions here. Number 1, is it happening in proximity to a large political event, like an election or an inauguration? Number 2, am I seeing it repeated on multiple news cycles where people are using similar phrases? Like if I spot similar phrases, I'm seeing a psyop. So if I'm seeing copy paste along 7 different networks and they're all kind of saying the same thing, I'm seeing something that might be a psyop. And the next would be, if I'm not seeing the government intervene in what's going on and they're remaining semi-silent, they put out a statement today. I don't know if you saw that. Really? Some kind of statement, and it was just the most meaningless blather. It was like just a couple of paragraphs. I don't remember. I don't know. But you just probably type in government statement drones and it'll be coming up. If you're seeing that it's close to a political event, it's being repeated, and then the final way to tell if something is a psyop is stories evolve over time. If you never hear anything about it, if something is a psyop, it tends to go away after it has served its purpose. So you're not going to hear any more about it. If it's a psyop, you're not going to keep hearing about it. If it's serving its purpose, is when psyops are in play. They're in play and then they're out. Then they're done with the news cycle because they are influencing the news cycle to serve a purpose, and it no longer serves the purpose. So now go back to talking about whatever. Right. You see something disappear from the news cycle, just rewind and look at what the event was that was hiding underneath it.
This is ABC. Having closely examined the technical data and tips from concerned citizens, we assess that the sightings they are included a combination of lawful commercial drones, hobbyist drones, law enforcement drones, as well as manned fixed-wing aircraft, helicopters, and stars mistakenly reported as drones. The joint statement said. Whose joint statement is this? Click on the joint statement. The Homeland Security, DHS, FBI, FAA, and DOD joint statement. December 16th, yesterday. Wow.
It's nothing. Wow. It's the whole thing says nothing.
That's insane. Well, to give them credit, if they are looking like for what some people think to be some sort of rogue nuclear weapon, you don't want to let the people know that. It's going to sow complete chaos in society. U.S. NRC. Okay, what is this website? What is NRC? Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Okay. Event notification report for December 13th, 2024. 4 days ago. U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission Operations Center. All right, what are we looking at here? What is this?
So a nuke or a piece of nuclear material went missing. So even if, like, let's say a dentist's office gets robbed and if they get an X-ray machine stolen, that machine most likely runs off of something called cobalt, which is a radioactive element. Okay. And that has to get reported. It's a big deal.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So there are, even if you order, let's say you ordered 30 elevator counterweights. Go up, Steve. So have you ever been in an elevator and you see like a glass elevator and you see those giant stack of like lead weights that kind of go up and down to counterweight the elevator, right? If you order a bunch of those, you'll be on an FBI watch list because you can shield these things and hide these things using big, thick pieces of lead. Cheapest and most effective way to do that is using elevator counterweights you can buy at a junkyard. And a lot of times, if you go to a place that makes granite countertops or anything like that, granite can set off a large concentration of lots of granite, like a truck full of granite, can also hide it because granite gives off radioactive isotopes all the time that are harmless. But it can give off the same kind of signature radioactive isotope. So I'm not an expert in any of this.
So you're saying the lead of those elevator weights can shield radiation?
Can shield it from being detected.
Okay. Okay, so this is saying that the Nassau Cancer Center is the licensee of, okay, whatever that means, Newfield, New Jersey, license number, Emergency class is non-emergency. Organization Glenn Dental. Is this guy's name, I guess? Or that's the organization?
Well, maybe it was. Oh, this was Dentel.
Dentel. Okay. Keep going. Event text. Agreement state report source lost in transit. The following information was provided in the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection via email. The licensee reported to NJDEP on December 3rd, 2024 that GE68 pin source that they sent for disposal has been lost in transit on December 2nd. What is that? The GE68 pin source?
Let's Google it.
Yeah. Copy and paste that in Google.
Maybe Grok.
Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance.
Maybe not Google.
Yeah, maybe not Google. Yeah, copy that and put it in the Grok. It's a specialized radioactive calibration tool used in medical imaging, particularly. Oh, it was sent for disposal. Go back to the report. Okay, it was sent for disposal and it has been lost in transit on December 2nd, 2024. The source of Eckert Ziegler model HEGL 0132, with current approximate activity of 0.267 MCI. Shipping container arrived at its destination damaged and empty. The licensee has filed claims with the shipper. If the source is not located within 30 days, the licensee will follow up with a full report to include the root causes and corrective action. Interesting. What does this say? The material event contains a less than Cat 3 level of radioactive material. Is not safely managed or secured or protected, could cause permanent injury to a person who handled it or otherwise contains.
So that was December 3rd. Is there a more recent? If you go to the top, it says incident numbers, and they're included, or event numbers. This is 574.
Yeah, what is that?
There's 57456 that happened afterward. No, we're on 55 right now. I don't know. You got the steering wheel.
And there are still lines there from 1955.
Probably not it. Interesting. So this is saying some sort of medical CAT scanner device or something like that went missing off of a shipping container that was damaged.
They shot one down. The NYPD did last night.
Really?
Yeah. If you go on Twitter right now and type in drone shot down NYPD.
This drone was shot down recently in New Jersey, apparently.
Yeah, there's a picture of the NYPD holding it with the black beanies on and stuff. Yeah, they're shooting them.
Whoa. Keep going. See if you find a cool picture.
For like $8, if you have a 12 gauge, for I think $8 or $9, you can get a box of shells that have a net that's designed to shoot down drones.
Really? It captures them?
Yeah, capture them.
No way.
Super cheap.
Go to media. Click on media.
One of them had an issue and almost fell off the top of the boat. And one of them was a Pullman car. That was a private car that was
no photos.
Wait, I take off NJ.
Drone shot down.
There it is. On the left. Far left, right there. Oh.
Whoa! Holy smokes!
Yeah.
You know, is it the cancer either? Actually, what happened?
So Energy Incorporated is funded by BlackRock.
Really?
Steve, will you look that up? If you have time.
Introducing ammonia as energy.
Okay, so now go back to Grok and just type in Energy BlackRock.
Energy Inc. and BlackRock's relationship and investment partnership. Ooh, BlackRock has indeed invested in Energy Inc. This relationship was highlighted in various posts on X through the news article. Okay, but what does that mean? That BlackRock invested in Energy Inc.?
It's just BlackRock's like in the middle of everything that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, they invest in so much shit.
Even the kid who shot Trump.
Yeah, he was in a BlackRock commercial,
Yeah.
right? How crazy is that?
It's like,
now, is that like one of those things you're talking about? Is that like strategic deception? You know, is that like the monkey mask in the cockpit, having him in a BlackRock commercial?
I don't know. It just seems like this was made for TV.
Yes.
Everything that's happened in the last 5 years.
Yes.
Straight out of what did Joe Rogan say? He said, this season of America
is the wildest. Yeah, it's the wildest one yet. There's too many answers to this. It's almost like they want us chasing our tails.
Overload.
Yes, it is overload. I don't know. You pulled this one up. I don't even know who Benny Hinn is.
Oh, he's the... Wait, really quick. So, Benny Hinn is a evangelical pastor. He is world-renowned for healing and using the Spirit of God to heal people and all that stuff. And
these people are all falling over. Oh my God, it's hilarious.
Let me start by saying this. There is a chance, and maybe a good possibility. He believes that what he's doing is the Lord's work. That he's not deliberately using hypnosis and all that kind of stuff. There's a chance, because you hear him say, I don't know how this all works. I don't know what's going on. Right. So maybe that's true. And I'll just go off of that assumption. We'll assume the best about it. So when a stage hypnosis show starts, and we're talking like, have you ever been to one?
No.
Like a comedy hypnosis?
No.
You need to go. If you ever have a chance, they're worth it.
Okay. Is this guy still in business?
I don't know.
I have to go one of his still.
No, I mean it's a hypnosis show. An actual hypnosis.
Oh, this
like
is
at
not
a comedy club.
Oh, no.
So in a comedy club or a mass group hypnosis show where you would demonstrate hypnosis, one of the first things you do is kind of get the crowd riled up. But the second thing you do is demonize the people who are not going to go into trance. Demonize those people. And so I got a good friend of mine, Rich Guzzi. He's a stage hypnotist, comedian, hilarious dude. He starts off his act by saying, you might be one of these people, but there's always one dickhead. There's always one dickhead who won't go along with the crowd. There's always going to be one of those people. You might be that person. If you're looking around the table and you don't see one, maybe you're that person. So it's always, you want people to disidentify. So remember, it's talking about identity. Who am I? So there's always going to be one of those people. And so what we're going to be doing is something that's good for you. It's something that's fun. No photography is going to be allowed. So just automatically addressing all the concerns very covertly without anybody asking any questions. Yeah. And then some people are worried about this, so here, let me tell you what hypnosis is. It's not a coma. It's not sleep. You're not going to be deaf. You'll hear my voice the entire time. You're going to remain in complete control. You're going to be doing this voluntarily. Absolutely voluntarily. It's going to feel absolutely fantastic. And 15 minutes of hypnosis is like a 3-hour night. It's equal to a 3 hours. I made all those statistics up, but it would sound something like that. Right. So this crowd is primed as tribal hypnosis, and you'll see people do this to convince people of facts. Like if you watch the John Oliver show, for example, there'll be a rapid fact that they want you to believe, followed by immediate laughter. So you're not really criticizing it. You're hearing a lot of other people laughing, so that your brain focuses on tribe and says, okay, lots of people are laughing at this picture. Bam, you'll throw a joke in there before you can critically analyze any of the information. Does that make sense? Yeah. And that's every episode. Many different shows, not just John. So what's happening is, so hypnosis is a mixture of suggestibility, focus, and dissociation. Just those three things. So what creates the suggestibility is expectancy. Remember we talked about that. It was one of the things on the 6 things that influence human beings. So expectancy means I know what's going to happen when I walk up on the stage. I know what's going to happen when he waves his coat. If you do a blind placebo study,
right,
where he goes up to a bunch of strangers at a Yankees game and waves his coat, they're all going to be like, what is this guy doing? Because there's no expectancy that happens there. But these people know what's going to happen.
Right.
So if I'm, let's say, one thing that people think is really cool that I can do, I can take somebody in in the middle of a bar or restaurant and just drop them on the ground like that. And they'll just lay there 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, just like they're unconscious. But one of the ways I do it is building a lot of expectancy and compliance. Expectancy and compliance. So let's say I'm doing that. Let me show you how this works in a bar, and then I want you to make the correlations yourself. Okay. So let's say, have you ever been hypnotized before? No. Okay. Well, it's actually a fun experience, and there's different ways that some people can go deeply into hypnosis, some people can't. If you have an IQ below 90, you can't be hypnotized. It's been proven. I made that up. But so, do you see what I'm starting to do? I'm starting to go down the. Remember, I told you one of the needs is intelligence. And so we call the ability to be hypnotized unconscious power. And some people have low power, some people have high power. So now I'm addressing strength and power needs, right? So some people have a better connection with their unconscious mind. You see high-performing athletes, high-performing CEOs, they have that perfect connection with their unconscious mind. They're the easiest people to hypnotize. Now I just hit significance on that needs map. So every way that you could view yourself as needing something from another person, I've just hit them all. So actually, you know what? Stand right here, and then so I'll have somebody stand up. Stand right here. So I've just given them an order. I didn't ask. And they complied. I'd say, all right, come a little closer to me. Next order, compliance. All right, now spread your feet just a little bit further apart. All right, great. A little bit closer together. Great. Now put your hands out. All right, great. Now look at me. Great. Now close your eyes just really quick. I just want to test one thing. Now I'm going to do like 5 or 6 things. All these things I'm doing are movements.
It's given in to your will.
Right. So now we haven't even started the process. I've got you just to comply with orders on command. So now I'm gonna start the hypnosis process. And like, all right, so go ahead and start taking a deep breath into your abdomen, and I follow my finger, and I'm gonna do this kind of little finger thing like this, and what's called the upside down T. It's probably the best thing to knock somebody out in public. Where I'm just kind of, if you follow my finger, I'm not going to do it to you, but you're going to go this way, back to the center, and then all the way up. So anytime you get those eyes to roll to the center of the forehead, you can feel like if you try to look right here, there's a reflex of almost like kind of sending you back, making you kind of go into hypnosis a tiny bit. So then I'm doing all this stuff and I'm gaining all this compliance, and I say, all right, remember when you go into hypnosis, you're going to be able to stand and maintain perfect balance. You're going to be able to maintain perfect balance even when you go very, very deep. So what I just set expectancy for what's going to happen. Now I'm saying right when I say sleep, your head's going to droop forward, your body's going to get completely loose, but I don't want that to scare you. So I'm pretending like this is a little safety briefing, but I'm telling you what to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
So your head might fall down and get really loose. So your eyes might close. You're going to feel a need for those eyes closed, and it's totally normal. You can just let them close because you'll get even more benefit out of this. And now, if you wanted one thing out of hypnosis, I'm one of the top hypnotists in the world. What would you pick? Would you pick more discipline, more confidence, more gratitude? What would you pick?
You ask me personally?
Yeah.
More discipline.
Okay. So now that you've said, I want more discipline, I'm holding the key to that. Now I've got you excited. Now I'm building your expectancy using your own desires. So and I always ask the question, if you could wave a magic wand, what would be the one thing that you could change about yourself or that you would add to your life? So you get people to get excited and get invested in the process. Okay, now remember, as soon as I say the word sleep, everything's going to be fine. You're going to be able to stand and maintain perfect balance, even if your head and the rest of your body just starts to droop and relax. And you'll be right here the entire time. So all I've done is got you to comply a bazillion times, told you exactly what to do, and then told you what's going to happen the moment I say sleep. Wow. And the moment I say sleep, I'm going to do a tiny little thing. Are we on camera? Yes. This will be on camera? Yeah. So stand up really quick. So like, I'm going to feel the back of your head. So right here is called the occipital protuberance. Okay. So if you can imagine this feeling, like this a tiny touch, like just like that. Yeah. And right when somebody says sleep, and like that one little push, right when the eyes are moving up, and that little push to sleep, that little jerk makes their psychology go, oh shit, something's happening, something's going on. And then the moment their head goes down, I'm starting to count down from 10 to 1. Why do I count down from 10 to 1? Because that's a countdown. And people think, oh shit, he's counting down. The hypnosis thing is happening. Right. So I'm triggering what their societal experiences of what hypnosis has been. And then I do progressive muscle relaxation. All the muscles in your face, letting go. So the muscles around your nose, just feeling releasing and relaxing and reminding, thinking about just feeling absolutely perfect as you go even deeper as you take those deep breaths. Just nonstop blather like this. So you relax all those muscles, but what you're really doing is getting the body to relax to such a state and getting that person to trust you enough to where their brain goes into theta. That's all it is. Hypnosis is just theta. I'm just getting the brain into a theta wave state. So I'm getting the body to relax and go into theta. So that's what's happening here. Everybody here has massive compliance. Massive compliance. They've been following him for a while. They've seen thousands of people fall out on stage. So he never needs to tell anybody what's going to happen again because he has this long demonstrated history of like, bam, I knocked my coat and these people go down. And now you come up on stage, there's 10,000 people watching you, and it's just you and me, and I've got my little coat. Are you going to be the asshole? Or are you going down? That's a tremendous amount of social pressure. Yes. But at the same time, they're desiring positive benefit from this, which makes them want to fully let go and completely participate in the entire thing. So there's many different psychological avenues that are happening at the same time. So it's a good thing. Like if they walk out of there and they say that's the best day of my life, whatever they spent in this church is worth it. Beneficial. Yeah. So there's people that say, oh, he's a con artist or whatever. A psychologist does tricks on you too. Right. So maybe people get benefit from it. He may be bilking people for lots of money. I don't know the guy. I don't know anything about this industry. Right. But I do know brains. So that's what hypnosis really is. So what I just gave to you, literally someone could take what I just did and go hypnotize a stranger. Exactly what I just did. All you got to do to wake them up is count. Tell them, I'm going to wake you up. The moment I say 5, you'll be awake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And right away. So basically whatever you tell them or suggest to them will happen. Yeah. Because you're compliance. And at the beginning, I'll often say something like, I've been doing this a long time. I can tell you in the top 5% of hypnotizability, which we call unconscious power or unconscious connection. And I made those words up just to kind of go along with what a person needs to feel. And I'll say, the only thing that you have to do to go into hypnosis is do every single thing I say. Are you good with that? And I'll be like, yeah. So they're subconsciously, yeah. So that does 2 things. Number 1, it gets them to completely agree to let go. When I say let go, they have to let go. Number 2, it gets them to say, yeah, I will do everything you say. So if they say they're not going into hypnosis, then it's their fault. Because they're just not following the instructions. Right. Yeah, the first guy who discovered a lot of this stuff was named Franz Mesmer. And that's where the term mesmerized comes from. Really? Franz Mesmer. Yeah, so he didn't call it hypnotism, he called it animal magnetism. So he believed, he wasn't a charlatan by any means. He believed that by waving big water magnets and stuff all around people, that he would heal them. But these people had an expectation of being healed, so he started producing results. Right. And the body's powerful. They did a study up in, I think it was the University of Montreal in Canada. They took this busted-ass MRI machine with a Bluetooth speaker in it that makes MRI noises. It just makes big machine noises.
Yeah.
And they brought kids in there and told these kids up to the age of like 16 that this machine was special built to cure migraines or dermatitis or eczema or allergies or sleep problems. And it cured them.
That's wild.
It fixed all these things. Even allergies got fixed with this fake MRI for the Bluetooth speaker. Just because there's an expectation of doing it.
The brain is such a freaking powerful thing.
It's a powerhouse. And that's why the one thing that pisses me off is when people use the term placebo effect to talk about someone being tricked. Like, that's not what that is.
Right.
The placebo effect is how powerful your brain is, not how gullible it is. It's a measure of power, not stupidity. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think there's any sort of measurement or any sort of like correlation in people that are affected more by that, like the placebo effect versus people who aren't? Like if you took one group of people and then told them about this MRI thing, how it was going to cure them, and you put them all in there, and the people that were cured, like what is it specifically about their brains that was different, do you think?
We have to factor in two things. What if the first group of people had a 22-year-old pimple-faced kid go in there and explain how powerful the MRI is, and the next group had a 6'4", 60-year-old, gray-haired, perfectly well-manicured doctor in a lab coat?
Yeah.
They're going to get different results.
Sure. But what if it was the same doctor, though? What if the conditions were similar?
Yeah.
How would you distinguish what would you think it is about those people that gives them different results?
And so they're all on the same diet as well?
Yeah, perfectly, exactly the same.
Same humans.
Same humans.
Okay, so I would say it's their level of suggestibility.
Okay.
Natural suggestibility. So people that had a pretty decent life that weren't mistrusting of adults, and especially if we're dealing with kids. You know, the most hypnotizable people I've ever seen are like giant NFL football players and NBA basketball players. Huge alpha male type guys. Yeah. Why? I don't know. I think they have a superior ability to visualize. And that's what makes it. I'm not even making this up. That's what makes a good CEO, a good leader, is can they visualize outcomes that they want. So when I see my one-on-one clients, we spend 7 hours teaching them to visualize. And I'm saying I'm going to spend an hour with you as my client with that pen right there, and you're going to spend 2 minutes memorizing every detail, and then you're going to take 30 seconds to close your eyes and rebuild it in your head. Then I'm going to give you 2 seconds. Open your eyes, pick up a detail that you missed, close your eyes, rebuild it again, hundreds of times. And then I'll increase the complexity with something that has more reflections, more details. Then it'll train your brain to visualize better and better and better. And that's a huge problem. Or they're visualizing negative stuff by default just because that's what minds do.
Is this similar to like people who make like having a photographic memory?
I got 2 tickets.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Go home to mommy.
This would not be a memory. This would be a visualizing in the moment.
It's kind of memory, right? I'm looking at this and looking at all this. It doesn't That's not just certain details of things that happen on certain days. Change the people. It's like, is that a little offense? Or if that's something that can be supported or good help in the muscle.
I got my ticket.
How would you lean to it?
Checking out the goods.
So the reason I want to do
You see anybody?
they have a wild because outside of the
I gotta get ready for the show. Like I said, thanks for the light.
See you around.
We built this inside of
After the show,
these little doorways and stuff that they can
Oh yeah? I might be waiting.
I do this with professional athletes.
yeah, I know what you're saying. You comic, but he's got an attitude. Yeah, that's right.
Always
in the
have.
headline, this woman was
So, Andrew, tell us what you learned in school
so
today.
I have everybody like build the scanner.
Well,
lay on
a
the bed,
bunch of
turn it
freak
on with your
slaves.
hand, so down here. And she scanned her body.
Very
and so there's like this white glow. She
And
didn't tell me
Joanne
she
Carter
after she
don't wear
woke up,
no
after college
panties.
training. She said there's this white like glowing ball in there.
You lost that true pop. Hey, you should have said something.
Big ass tumor.
Yeah, the parents were cool. I dug
She
hanging
found
out
it
with
on
them.
one skin.
And I got a little older. Hung out with my boys.
So
Those were never what a bunch of philosophers. But as I matured, my needs changed. I needed the checks. And let me tell you something, with my charm, class, and charisma, all good buddies.
Come on, baby, let's do a beautiful thing, huh?
Kind of a tool and stuff. That's similar.
What?
Come on, do it.
No, no. Come on, no. No, stop it. This isn't right. No. You're always making me do this. I mean,
It's good or something.
we're not even engaged.
Forecast range is 250 and 610 miles is. See you at 25,000.
It's a funny thing. I was thinking
002, actually 29. And not too much as it was too.
I think I can try you on that.
I'll marry you.
Everyone's eyes are closed.
Really?
See that
But
problem?
bullshit. Really? For
Really?
For a good one.
Oh, Andrew, I love you so much. Oh,
Now lose the bra.
Yeah, that was a mistake. I know it. But now I gotta pull down overtime at the clothing store.
Now, sorry, I had to take a swim. Spent a few hours, you know. So how was it up there? I like it. Beautiful. It's a keeper. Let's wrap it up. Huh? What do you say? What do you say, sweetheart?
I don't know.
Well, don't you know he's trying on every suit in the store? Let's make a move, baby. Come on.
Turn around here. Stand up straight.
It's fucking exquisite. Cash your charge.
Honey, turn around. Let me see this. Yeah, stand up straight. Straight. Yeah, I don't think it's really you. There's something about this suit. It's just not really flattering.
Flattering? You want flattering, tell him to drop a couple tons to fat bastard. You know what I'm saying? Fat bastard? You're a fat bastard. That's what's happening. Get out of my store and what are you doing here? You fat top of shit.
I'm never coming back here and
Don't worry, don't save it, you fat bastard.
That little outburst cost me my job. So now I got my balls in a bunch and a fiance that just wouldn't get off my back.
Do you believe this? What do you mean you lost your job?
I had a tip with the boss. What do you think? I want to be in haberdashery all my life?
You are unbelievable. Maybe that job just wasn't for him. Great timing. How are you going to buy me a ring now?
Best in the world.
Honey, I don't have the cash to blow on a ring right now.
Yeah.
Listen to him. He doesn't even want to buy me a ring. I'm sure he will. My friend Cindy's been going with her boyfriend only 9 months. She's all set.
Cindy is a diesel diamond bitch.
Yeah.
The smallest little.
She got a brand new
wrong move
3-carat diamond ring.
Yeah.
A beautiful home on Long Island.
Yeah, well, I got joggers. What are we getting at
And
here?
they find
I'm
the 40
talking
pounds
about you treating me like you should.
So you.
Cindy got a brand new Cadillac. I like that rusty piece of crap you drive.
Oh, you don't mind that piece of crap when you're laid out in the backseat every night, huh?
No, you talk to me like
I don't always have money for a hotel room.
all right, kids, let's calm down.
When you have any tier 1 unit.
There's nothing here can't be settled between you. Let's just sit down, huh?
You'll see this.
Come on, Mrs. Clay, look at him. What's he ever gonna be good at? What can he ever give me? He's like a nothing. Hey,
Success. People say to do this. And they're like, oh yeah, I like visualize. I have a vision board that'll keep them
Nobody calls me.
digital picture.
Nothing. I got my pride.
That's fucking.
I had my dream. All I had to do was make it reality.
I mean, it's
No
real.
pressure.
It's fucking real. Man.
Yeah, I was tempted to make like a huge video, so YouTube video, and just talk about how important it is. Yeah, I'm out of here. And my kids, I think the first time we talked to them,
take care of yourself in Hollywood. Not like Brooklyn, you know, got a bunch of freaks out there.
and you're like, oh,
I'll handle that.
So, the sticky bubble gum.
Take that.
Sticky
Not
bubble
now,
gum.
for rainy day, come on.
Yeah. So, I wanted to make a video on YouTube about how important.
You want it easy, you could still be selling clothes and be decent, disgusting. At least you're doing something you want to do.
I'm up at this time. I brush my teeth before this. I think about it. I take care of stuff. Just my science and blah, blah, blah. There's other stuff.
I'm so proud of you.
And they didn't have me check this. They're like, oh, we want to
I'm
get
glad
treated
you
like adults.
people listen and take some advice. You can do anything you want. Take it from Dice. Always know I'd make it. I never had it now.
Goes away from the checklist.
Life's like sex, baby. The more you put in,
oh. So,
more you get out.
The
story.
This last 2 days, the first 2 days of the 6 months. And that's including Christmas birthdays. And we have to put my feet in fire first and making very recently, just start ready doing So that's it, man. Thanks again. You'll be a great friend. That's process. Thanks for doing this, man. This was fun. I enjoyed it. You too. Love you, brother. Let's get in touch with you. We got a cover. Amazon.com. It's like a little fun. It really is. It's the textbook now for NCR. The system.
I got my tongue up this chick's ass, right? No, you're gonna like this. I just told my mother this one on the phone. She's looking down at me like, hey, do I know you? And I'm like, what's the difference, honey? Because I'll tell you something, you know how boring it could be when you're online at the bank. So I stuck my tongue up her ass. What's the big fucking deal? In the meantime, I got this idiot behind me tapping me on the shoulder going, excuse me.
Have you heard of it?
Is this the end of the line? I said, no, moron, it's the front, we're all standing fucking backwards. Did you see I got my tongue up this chick's ass? And she's giving me an attitude over the whole thing. Because I look at it this way, any guy can take out a chick, go into a restaurant, pull out a chick, open up the car door, stick your tongue up her ass. If I can stick my tongue up my ass, I'd never leave the fucking house. That's what you get for being a nice guy. Yeah. I know what you're saying. Too comic, but he's got an attitude. So fuck you.
Right? That's what power is in Greek. The origin for cyber. Really? So if you think, the good, it's the world of the cyber. It's so interesting that it has this kind of connection. Whenever I think of technology, I always like, we talked about it before, but like, since the iPhone came out in 2006, there really hasn't been anything like that. People, they just added on to it ever since it came out.
Occurred some way. Spidey sat down beside he said, hey, what's the number, bitch?
From that. And they've never like done a hard reset because of technology. And what you've done is created this technology that's foundational in health. The goal of it.
Jack and Joe went up to help Buck with a buck and a quarter. Joe came down with 250. That fucking whore. Little boy Blue, he needed the money. Tree blind mice, see how they run. Where the fuck are they going? Once an old lady lived in her shoe, she had so many kids, a uterus fell out. They remain quite contrary, trim that pussy and so.
He was very anti-authoritarian. He was very. Let's see how much the convention of beer.
Went to the cupboard to get her old dog a bone. She bent over.
This is the first time.
Exactly. You know, that's pretty good. I fucked up.
Curious about what is the universe and what goes beyond the basics.
Well, that's pretty good because
as a kid, I really looked up to that Bill Gates and all these technologists. Incredible. They're able to create things that determine the society. Oh my God, this is wonderful. And pushing the human race forward. There was a Steve Jobs quote at the time. He said, "Computers are bicycles for the mind." Have you heard it?
I heard you say it on the podcast. I heard it before that.
Yeah, it's so captured me, which was he was like, humans are incredible, but actually in so many ways we're medium. And so he gives the example of locomotion. If you look at the energy efficiency of locomotion, humans compared to all other animals are kind of somewhere in the middle. At the top, ospreys, birds like that. But you put a human on a bike, and they are by far the most efficient animal when it comes to locomotion. And his point is, this is what computers are. Right? A human is not bad, pretty good. You put them on a bicycle, suddenly we're the best. Mm-hmm. And so, as a human, our minds, not bad, pretty good. It's what gets us here. So the point of a computer is, what is all the unrealized potential we have?
Right.
you're alone now, pal. All right, sit down. All right.
Technology and computing to help us be the best version of ourselves.
Well, that's pretty good because
the way to get to this is seeing how much. But the idea there of technology and being able to use computing power to be able to make ourselves more efficient, to get more shit done, is great. But the biggest downfall is the screen.
well, that's pretty good because
without screens. artificial emitting blue light. No, it's a middle. It's a
You fucking guys are unbelievable.
As Jack Cruz
You're an old now, pal.
is
Alright, sit down. Alright, Snap. Alright, beautiful. It's the type of guy that goes down on a chick all night and goes to work without washing his face.
some documentaries like the social dilemma where they talk about how the algorithm
I dug that. That's good. Because you did your homework, you study, you learned the lines. But you see, I also keep working. And I put together a few loopholes.
So how does he do this? How does this work?
Stick these in your pocket, alright? Little Jack Horner sat in the corner eating a pizza pie. He shit pepperoni, blew his friend Tony, wiped his mouth on his tie.
We're used to designing this stuff is a lot of fun. This is a completely new problem. When we invented computing, we started letting a G out of the bag.
Mary had a little lamb she kept in her backyard. When she took her panties off, his woolly dick got hard.
This isn't the same as the objects we introduced. This is something that deeply shapes.
Georgie Porgy pudding and pie, jerked off in his girlfriend's eye. Her eye was dry and shut. Georgie fucked that one-eyed slut.
Every system of physiology. And so I think the original sin here is we made these things and we're like, okay, people want more land. They want to do this. They want to be more productive. Let's just construct these tools. Let's pull it together for folks. Along the way, we realized
Little Bo Peep fucked her, she blew her horse, licked his feet. She ate his ass so very nice, hung his balls, mouth once, but twice. Hickory dickory dock, some chick was sucking my cock. The clock struck two, I dropped my go, I dumped the bitch on the next block.
It's never been designed with the idea that we just have it's never been designed with the idea that
The second I was born, the doctor smacked me in the ass. I looked at him, I said, Doc, you got a fucking problem? Yeah, and then you know what they do the second you're born? They throw you in the nursery with like 30, 40 kids you never seen before in your life, right? Some lay in there bored out of my mind. I asked this one kid, I go, hey, Johnny, you got a light for me, right? Kid's taking a dump in his diapers, drooling all over himself. Some say this kid got no fucking class, right? I put on my leather jacket, ring for a little service. This big blonde nurse comes running in and shoves a plastic nipple in my mouth. I look and I said, sweetheart, look at teasing, right? Pick up the dress, we're gonna mow the lawn. Even in school, teachers would try to fuck with you, you know what I'm saying? And what they really teach you, huh?
Instead, it just got into this
What
object.
did they really fucking teach you?
Dissociation.
Always want you to do their work for them. I come into class and teacher would try to embarrass me. She'd be like, hey, Dice, what's the difference between 2 8s and 3 8s? I said, that's what I say, honey. What's the fucking difference? Now get over here and blow me, Next thing you know, Jed's a millionaire. Folks said, Jed, move away from here. California, that's where you want to be. So, they loaded up that hunk of shit they call a truck and moved to Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools, movie stars, dykes, faggots, pimps, hookers, mass murderers, drug addicts. Great place to bring up a family, but I love this show, you know what I'm saying? Because I could read between the lines on a show like that, right? I mean, number one, you got this Ellie Mae. She's walking around with a little cut of her shorts creeping up her fucking ass. Her tits hanging out, right? And in walks Jethro, dumb like a fucking stone. he's stupid, but he's not that fucking stupid. He's pumping the bitch, right? I mean, you want to see old Jed Widow? Look at him through the peephole in the bedroom, go, hey! I dream of Jeannie. Come on, the way she'd walk around in those shit clothes, right? You look close enough, you could see bush. Oh, you know it. They just gave luck to the wrong guy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, everything she wanted to do. Can I do something, Master? No, Jeannie, don't do that. Don't do that. Give it to me for a minute. All right, Jeannie, you want to do something? All right. How about you make your tongue about 6 feet long and lick my balls from across the room? Think you could swing it, honey? Look at him, he's got the wind tunnel tested. Hey, dude. You guys are the greatest. What do you need? Neil and Bob, or is that like what you do? Hey, let me tell you, if he takes offense and doesn't want to bang it, I'll do it. You're the goods. You are the fucking goods. So no fucking one chick, 2 chicks in the front. This is a beautiful thing. And what's your name, honey? Any idea? What's your name? Maria, big fucking deal. Upside down, it's all the same shit, you know? Nice girl, all right? Real sweet, huh? Real sweet. How long ago?
And seeing the forest for the trees and trying to
4
figure
years,
out.
right? So you're giving her the old family meat pipe, right?
Well, that was
right or
so
wrong, right? Let me ask you a question. First time you banged her? Was she any good?
Idealizing so
Yeah.
Let
me ask you another question. How do you think she got to be that way? Would you like to answer that question, honey? Well, I see the attitude. I see the stretch marks around her mouth from here. Who we bullshit? You want the front row, honey? You got it, huh? I mean, I don't mean to seem personal. You know what I'm saying? She's a cute girl. How old? 20. Oh, can I throw her a bang? But I know the story. No matter how good you bang her, they're never happy. That area afterwards going, why won't you talk to me? Why won't you talk to me? Some finish.
The funny part of the story
I talked to you before I banged you. Did you forget already, you fucking dummy?
Before that, it was just
right or wrong, right?
Letters.
And I don't know about you, but I try to give them a good show. You know what I'm saying? I always give my best when I'm doing that. I build up a sweat.
What you see when you
I
sit
pull
down
the hair, wrap them in the head a few times. Say all the little things they want to hear in bed. You know, little things. I don't know. Fuck, pig. Owl, skank. You know, turn on words. Because if you think that when you got her knees pinned behind her head like Bugs fucking Bunny, that she wants to hear I love you, I care. No, hammer me like chop me.
Just think of you.
But she's alright. She's a nice girl. She's nice. You wear panties? Don't lie to me. You wear panties, yes or no? You are, right? That's so good right there, pal. Don't you know what happens down there, honey? Don't you read the gynecologist reports? You get a moisture buildup down there. You get that thing, that bread thing, that infection. You know what I'm saying? You grow like Wonder Bread and shit down there. The time he gets you, he's had a loaf and a half, he's full. Watch, he'll start to rise in 10 minutes. You gotta do the right thing. What are you planning on marrying this girl?
Message each
maybe.
other.
You're saying to the whole world now, maybe. 20 million people are hearing you say maybe. Well, think again. You don't marry him, you don't move in with him. Everything changes. I mean, you bang it out. That's the bait. You know what I'm saying? But once they move in, they forget sex. Unless it's with a stranger. Know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you think I've been there? They'll walk around vacuuming, little black panties creeping up her ass. You go over, you'll gently stick your head up her ass. And she'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? Oh no, I figured I'd fuck you for an hour. Fuck! It's too hot to fuck. Oh, I gotta build you an igloo now, honey? Oh, and then you'll get him in bed, you'll hear stuff like, oh, why is it you always have to make love to me from behind? Don't you like to look at my face when you make love to me? I don't know, your face, your ass, what's the difference?
It's still, it's transactional.
You really are. You having a good time tonight? You are? That's the important thing. You know what I'm saying? It's to you, sweetheart. Suck in my dick.
And so there's something that just shifts deeper in culture.
I fucking lost it. Yeah, I could just see Middle America watching this show. Let me just see. Did he tell that little girl to suck his dick, Wendell? Give me some more popcorn. I want to watch the rest of this.
And so when you try to come back to these deeper ideas,
you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to help you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you met the parents, right? That's always a fucking trouble. Yeah, the parents. They look at you, the father, you're sitting on the couch. Wouldn't it be great just to tell them what you think one time? You know what I'm talking about. Because you're sitting on the couch with that plastic fucking furniture. And they're looking at you. And the father starts to talk.
So that's the first thing.
Where are you gonna take my little princess tonight, And you look over and go, well, sir, I figured first I'd take your little princess for a bite to eat. I'll throw a burger down her throat. It don't mean nothing to me. We'll go for a few drinks. I'll spin her around the dance floor. Of course.
What the hell happened to the idea
well, then I'm gonna use your little princess like a plastic fuck doll. I'm gonna bounce her on my dick a few times, get a blow job or two, but don't worry, I'll have all by midnight, alright?
It is within the culture of that we're having a cynical viewpoint of what human nature is. And that's the big part of it. Is the way to do it in design.
I just want to make sure she keeps you happy, you know what I'm saying? Bottom line, honey, you suck a good dick, yes or no? I mean, can she suck the chrome off a trailer, hit your leg back with a beer? Cause to me, that's a lady, you know what I'm saying? Cause today they don't suck dick the way they used to. They dabble in it. They lay there, they flick it, they smack it up. Look at the way it jumps. You're singing dance school now, suck my cock, honey. And if they do you the favor,
these guys are
they don't even want to complete the job.
Far more.
They're like, well, I don't want that stuff to come out. Well, what are you expecting? A tuner on rye, honey? That's why when I start, I put a little crazy glue around the rim. I'll consider the job done. Yeah, you got it drawbacks. You walk into work Monday, you got some chick swinging from your dick. But it's a beautiful day. Your friends come over. Hey, Dice, you have a good weekend? Say hello, Sheila. Shut up. Finish up already.
Not only because our light is a strip.
I mean, what do they really know about the penis? The penis thinks for itself. It's got its own brain. What do you think the head's bigger than the rest? Like a prove it's got a mind of its own. You ever get up in the morning? He's already awake. He's dressed. He's ready to go, right? He's in the kitchen making fucking flapjacks. You're going, come on, Joey, 5 more minutes. He's going to take me shopping. Remember like in the 3rd, 4th grade when you first came out with the heart on you? Remember that? You're leaning over like the hunchback of Notre Dame. The teacher goes, come on up, get a bullet. And you're sitting there like, I don't think so, honey. I'm going to teach you figure it out, all right? I got some kind of ligament on me. I don't know what's going on.
literally like honestly, normally without
But you
that,
grow up, you learn to accept the hard-on, to deal with it. You learn to master it.
So there's definitely
Accept that pecan.
that's
You know
the
what I'm
big
saying?
idea here. Is
You get up in the morning, you're late for work, you gotta take a squirt. Joey's admiring the chandelier. So you gotta stand there like a moron and talk to me. Come on, Joey, I dig you, man. You're the goods. We'll dot I's and cross T's later. Come on, work with me. Not years, gentlemen, fucking. That's right, the morning hard. I'll put that up against that Ginso knife and it.
I feel the same way. Even when I go to the every day,
I wish women got excited like guys. You know, they see a guy they like, that tits pop out 3-4 feet, huh? That's a fucking
to make sure, like, okay, I'm going right, or like, you're not going to kill me. I have to actually stay alive without using traffic lights and stop signs and all this stuff. It keeps you
Somebody
like
want to
in
answer me?
a,
No. You know what he do? I'll tell you what he do.
like an active state of mind where you're like always like fight or flight. You're trying to figure out your way around. And
Tear a newspaper in half, they open it up, it's a full newspaper again.
going down the street, stopping at the stoplight, scrolling on your phone, going to the grocery store, filling your car. Like,
let me see the guy shit marbles for a half hour. Blow a 40-foot pipe out of your ass. To me, that's a trip. Pulling a bunny rabbit out of a hat, to me, seems like pre-planned, you know? Let me see the guy eat half a dozen apples and shit a fruit salad. To me, that's entertainment.
Diabolical design of society, we come up with things like this. Yeah. Jack up everybody's nervous system such that they can't really ever feel to react to things. And give them something inside them that can give them endless stimulation. It's an endless plot machine for everybody to work. And put their physiology state between the blue light, the fact that it is bright light, it's flickering, such that you're always craving stimulation. Boom. Boom. Crazy World right there. That is exactly. Have you read Crazy World?
Marry him, you don't move in with him. Everything changes. I mean, you'll bang it out. That's the bait, you know what I'm saying? But once they move in, they forget sex. Unless it's with a stranger, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, you think I beat it? They'll walk around vacuuming, little black panties creeping up her ass. You go over, you'll gently stick your head up her ass. And she'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? I don't know, I figured I'd fuck you for an hour. Fuck! It's too hot to fuck! Oh, I gotta build you an igloo now, honey? Oh, and then you'll get him eventually and stuff like this. Why is it you always have to make love to me from behind? Don't you like to look at my face when you make love to me? I don't know, your face, your ass, what's the difference?
But we forgot about it. I saw the photos slightly less.
You really are. You having a good time tanight? You are? That's the important thing. You know what I'm saying? Here's to you, sweetheart. Suck in my dick. I fucking lost it. Yeah, I could just see Middle America watching this show on New Year's Eve. Did he tell that little girl to suck his dick, Wendell? Give me some more popcorn. I want to watch the rest of this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm just trying to help you out. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you met the parents, right? That's always a fucking trouble. Yeah, the parents, they look at you, the father, you're sitting on the couch. Wouldn't it be great just to tell them what you think one time? You know what I'm talking about. Because you're sitting on the couch with that plastic fucking furniture. And now look, and the father starts to talk.
Truth would be concealed from
So,
actually fear
where
the
you
truth
gonna
would be
take
drowned
my
out in
little
the fear of
princess
the
tonight, huh?
or will fear
And you
the
look over and go, well, sir,
actually fear
I figured first I'd take your little princess for a bite to eat.
some equivalent.
I'll throw a burger down her throat. It don't mean nothing to me. We'll go for a few drinks. I'll spin her around the dance floor. Of course.
liberties and rationalists. Everyone will like to oppose tyranny.
Well, then I'm gonna use
Fail
your
to
little
take
princess
into
like a plastic fuck
account
doll.
almost infinite
I'm
appetite
gonna
for
bounce her on my
destruction.
dick a few times, get a blow
Mentally
job or
ill
two, but don't
Christianity.
worry, I'll have a home
People
by
are
midnight,
controlled by
alright?
conflicting plans. The brave new world, they're controlled by inflicted.
You know what I'm doing? He's applauding for that. Do you see?
Railroad
I just want to make sure she keeps you happy. You know what I'm saying?
What
Bottom line, honey, you suck a good dick, yes or no? I mean, can she suck the chrome off a trailer hitch and lay back with a beer? Cause to me, that's a lady. You know what I'm saying?
Respect is about the possibility that us should be, and not whether.
Cause today they don't suck dick the way they used to. They dabble in it.
It really
They
is.
lay it, they flick it, they smack it.
Whether it be the
Look at
perspective
the
of
way it
government,
jumps.
whether it be the
Cause singing
perspective of
dance
these
do now suck my cock, honey.
multi-trillion-dollar tech companies
And if they do you
that
the
their
favor,
earnings increase Wall Street,
they don't even want to complete the job.
the
They're like,
setup we
well,
have right now,
I don't want that stuff to come out.
we're
Well, what are you expecting? A tuner on rye, honey?
dominate our lives. It's doing it. It's to keep us away from
That's why when I
actually
start, I
thinking.
put a little crazy
Guess
glue
what?
around the
People
rim.
actually think.
Oh, consider it a job, dog.
And so we have,
Yeah, it's got its drawbacks. You walk into work Monday, you got some chick swinging from your dick.
no freedom.
But it's a beautiful
And not
thing.
even know it, because we're so busy.
Your friends come over. Hey, Dice, you have a good weekend? Say hello, Sheila.
Distraction.
Shut
And
up.
so
Finish up already.
there's a way in which reforming computers
I mean, what do they
is
really
actually
know
core
about
to
the penis,
reforming
huh?
freedom.
The
It's
penis
core to
thinks for
reforming
itself. It's
our
got its
ability
own
to think
brain.
for ourselves.
Why do you think the head's bigger than the rest?
What I got really
I can
interested
prove
in
it's
was
got a
the
mind of
idea
its own. You ever get up in the
actual
morning?
physical hardware
He's already awake.
plays a big role with the
He's
blue
dressed.
light,
He's
the
ready to
flickering
go,
of the
right?
emissive light,
He's in the
and
kitchen
the
making fucking
natural
flapjacks.
stuff.
You're in bed going, come on,
And
Joey,
the
5
idea
more
is
minutes.
you change
He's
that.
going, take me
And
shopping.
what you're into is
I need a new hat.
to dispose of that.
But you remember like in the 3rd, 4th grade when they first came out with the hard on? You remember that?
Maybe we could start
You're leaning over like the hunchback of Notre Dame. The teacher goes, come on up to the bullet. And you're sitting there like, I don't think so, honey. Gonna teach you figure it out, all right? I got some kind of ligament over here. I don't know what's going on. That's right. But you grow up, you learn to accept the hard on, to deal with it.
Well, I think
You
that's
learn to
what's
master it.
heartbreaking about this.
Accept that pee hard on. You know what I'm saying? You get up in the morning, you're late for work, you gotta take a squirt.
Absolutely wrong.
Joey's admiring the chandelier. So you gotta stand there like a moron and talk him down. Come on, Joey, I dig you, man. You're the goods. We'll dot I's and cross T's later. Come on, work with me. Now you can't stand on my fucking head. That's right, the morning hard on. I'll put that up against that Ginsu knife anytime. And you'll slice, it'll dice. It'll pump your car up if you got a flat tire. I wish women got excited like guys, you know? They see a guy they like that tits pop out 3-4 feet, huh? That's a fucking trick. Better than any magician would do up there. That's for sure. Because I hate fucking magicians. I mean, what would a magician do if he even came up here, huh? Somebody want to answer me? No. You know what he'd do? I'll tell you what he'd do. Bring 3 rings apart. Yay! Tear a newspaper in here, if they open it up, it's a full newspaper again. Oh! I can't take no more. Let me see the guy shit marbles for a half hour, huh? Pull a 40-foot pipe out of your ass. To me, that's a trick. Pulling a bunny rabbit out of a hat, to me, seems like pre-planned, you know? Let me see the guy eat half a dozen apples and shit a fruit salad. To me, that's entertainment. Especially here, everybody's got the attitude, you know? I mean, out in LA, you can do shit that's unbelievable. Out there, when you cross the street, cars will stop. Try that here. Yeah, try that here. It would be like, hey, Joey, he's going to try to make it. I want to see him legless, Joey. Oh, yeah, you get these fucking bums in the street, these panhandlers with birds pecking at their fucking feet. They come over to you, they're like, hey, buddy,
playing
You got some spare change.
performance
Get the
excellence
fuck
in
away from me.
laparoscopic surgery.
You're a
Trained
fucking
breakfast
bum,
surgeons
you
with
know
over
that?
the
You're a piece of shit. What are you gonna do with a corner, huh? Open up a fucking business? Go rob somebody, earn your fucking money, you fucking piece of shit.
Video game pro in excess of 3 hours a week correlated with 37% fewer
You got your Moonies, your Harry Krishnas. They come over with that flower. Would you like to buy a flower?
Was 33%
Yeah, and I'm gonna plant
better
it in your asshole.
for video game players and 42% better if they played more than 3
More
hours a
fucking
week.
morons, huh? And they try to embarrass you like when you're with your girlfriend. I'll come over right in front of her face and they're like, would you like to buy a flower for the lady? Hey, let me tell you something. I fucked this lady 4 times already today, all right? Catch me early evenings, you fucking chick bastard.
The stuff is
Crazy eyed cocksucker was
like scrolling endlessly through social media.
They're all the same chaps. It's all the same shit. Where are the jabs coming from anyway? Didn't we drop 2 bombs on them a few years ago? What was in those bombs? Fucking Sony radios or something? And they're the worst drivers. I mean, how do you drive with your eyes 3/4 closed, eh? You can blindfold these people with fucking dental floss. You don't give them keys to a car.
It's the problem now is that
Oh, shit. And then you got these other people, right?
algorithms are so incredibly good.
I don't know what they are.
what you like.
They're not white. They're not black. They're like urine colors, you know? They walk around with that fucking laundry on their head and shit, you know what I'm saying?
World's best chess player.
See, let me tell you something. I grew up in a neighborhood with black, white, that kind of shit, you know what I'm saying? I could relate to black guys. I can hang out with black guys. I can't hang out with a guy whose name is Ahmad. I can't say to my mom, hey mom, go to the ballpark. Me and Ahmad are going to play a little basketball, you know what I'm saying? They don't know the fucking language. It's unbelievable. I get in the camp, right? I get in the fucking camp.
Today,
and I say to the guy, get me to the theater 11 hours, right? So this guy turns around with that smell. They never heard of salt, these fucking people, right? With that fucking smell, and he's looking at me. You fucking geek, eh? Where did they grow you? What rock did you crawl out from under, eh? They should have a sign at the airport that says, look, if you don't know the language, get the fuck out of the country.
He was aware he was playing the game. And so it's like when you start to realize it.
They got the sign. It's written in Spanish. Hey, step ahead. I'm talking to someone. On the back of the jacket one
This
time.
is the iPad Hooky edition. No longer has Blu-ray, we're going on the flippies.
Fucking phenomenal. Yeah, it's a beautiful world, isn't it? It's a beautiful fucking world.
Right. You're not going to come out and
sucks, man.
Yeah, right. Jeopardize your entire business and everything you sell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
another guy trying to impress
most people just knew that so many people so alive with kids.
See, I just don't get that whole gay thing at all. To me, that's just common sense, you know? I don't see how a guy lays on the beach, looks at another guy's hairy ass and says, oh yeah. Oh, I gotta have that. I ain't leaving the beach till I meet him. Come on. They're on TV every day, every fucking day. We want our rights. We want our rights. I'll give them rights. 10% off of Vaseline. I'm getting the fuck back in the closet. And they walk with that limp wrist. There is some limp. They're busted from being on their hands and knees all night. Come on. But you know what it is? You got all kinds. You got these trans testicles. Yeah, that's a nice Sunday surprise. Meet the girl of your dreams, you whine at 90, you take her home, you put your hand on the skirt, you hold in a tree trunk. What do you say? Hey, for a chick, you got some set of balls on you. You're bisexual? No such thing.
Yeah, just
let me clear that up right now. You either suck dead. Or you do not, son. There's no in between here. There's no middle ground. What do these guys do? Get up in the morning and flip a coin to decide? Heads, I want head by tails. Balls across the nose. Hey, you don't see black guys being gay, that's for sure. I didn't give a guy head from 3 blocks away and say, that's right, blacks are proud of that penis. They hold on to it like someone's gonna rip it off. They come down the street.
Make it possible so you can be outside.
You know, a lot of people says to me, Moby, why are you always holding your dick? Well, you know, it would be gentlemanly to leave it like dragging on the ground behind me and shit. Children get hurt with this motherfucker, yeah. Yeah, well, while you're at it, why don't you snake the toilet, okay? And punch the kitchen sink. You can always use it. Now, the blacks know what I'm talking about. Where are you tonight? Smile. I think you feel like just throw it up here. Let me show him, man. There he is. Motherfucking guy. This guy got to go for a fitting just to wear a condom. Let me tell you something.
It's like one of those Kindles or the
condoms are coming out in colors. That's real important. I think the last thing a girl wants to see in the dark is a big lime green dick coming out. And say hello to E.T., honey. He's coming home.
100 times faster than you can enter the Kindle. Yeah, so the big breakthrough here.
It's a fucking horror show. You probably thought this would be like a nice night out for you and your girl. And you go home fucking terrorized. She walks out with a jacket over her head. Why did he call me that? This is wholesome.
My whole thing here is that deeply actually affects your sleep, metabolism, your physiology.
You're one of them, aren't you? I love the smoke.
And there's this small niche
I've been smoking 15 years. My lung feels great.
Kindle, but the problem is they're so
beautiful thing. I jog 5 miles a day and smoke. I smoke when I'm banging it. Sometimes they get pissed off. The ashtray slips off their ass now. You give them a little sing. That's it, honey. Shake that fucking thing. You want me to call again? But wherever you go, it's unbelievable. Even when you fly, they break up smoking and non-smoking. Kind of fucking You're in a tube. You're in a fucking tube. The smoke's gonna go all over no matter what the fuck you do, right? So like I get on the plane, I go first class, I got that kind of cash, right? And like rows 1 through 7, you can't smoke, right? 7 on, you can piss in the aisles, they don't hear much. So I get on, I purposely sit like in row 2. So now the plane takes off.
The contrast in the text is brightens up.
And the plane servant comes over, those stewardesses, whatever the fuck they are, traveling horse, I'll get that over. Like they're not, you know what I mean? They're short, you're not fuck them. So anyway, so the plane servant comes over to me. And she's like, you can't smoke in here. And I'm like, what are you going to do, make me fucking leave? Now fetch me a pillow, honey. Oh, these stewardesses, they get pissed off at everything. Oh, yeah, when I'm paying $1,200 to fly, I'm getting my money's worth, you know? And I'll keep cool.
It's trying to make its flashlight bright.
And then for like 15, 16 times, they're a little bit long.
That's why you can't.
And she'll come over like, what is it now? And I'm like, oh. Are you busy? Tell me a story.
The sunlight is literally reflecting off of that.
Nah, normally I don't bother anybody. I sleep when I fly.
I think that's the big philosophy.
I sleep in the nude, but that's all. But this whole smoking thing, it's out of hand. Wherever you go into the movie theater. The minute the movie starts, a big sign comes on, no smoke. That's when I like it. And there's always that one couple a few seats away going, oh, look at him. He's smoking. I'm jerking off too. You want to watch it? Yeah, come a little close. I'll butter your fucking popcorn. It's unbelievable already, you know? know? Wherever you go, even in San Francisco, the fan capital of California, right? They pass a bill you can't even smoke in the street because it offends people. They will lock you up, throw the key away, right? Yeah, that's great, isn't it? But it's okay. Yeah, it's okay if you want to bus slam your buddy while you're waiting for the bus. Yeah, smack him in the face with your dick 5-6 times. This don't offend nobody, right? Yeah, you can smoke the baloney pony, but not a fucking Marlboro. Makes a lot of sense. I don't know, maybe it's me. You know, I'll admit I got my problems. I'm seeing one of these psychopaths. And I walked in, I said, you know, Doc, I'm having a hard time making friends, you fucking cocksucker. Can you give me some advice, right? So what does he do? He sends me for one of these physical type of things, right? And let me tell you something, doctors know nothing about the body. It's unbelievable. I come walking in, number one, the nurse comes running over to me, right? Give me a cup of urine. And I'm like, you take cream and sugar with that on it? Maybe a donut on the side, right? So now she sends me into the doctor. He's checking me out. I think everything's all right. Just as I'm getting dressed, the guy hands a finger up my ass. The man went to school for 35 years to learn about the body. You don't jam your finger up someone's ass. I mean, tickle it, talk dirty to me, you know? Get me excited about the project. And he starts juggling my couillons like he's looking for ripe tomatoes. I'm going, Doc, back off. This ain't fucking social call. What's wrong with people?
Because I'm telling you, oh, it's not colorful. If you don't have color, it doesn't matter. It's got all of these flaws that kind of make it and in the 30th sense, there's a been just crazy
people here, you can't get more pleasant people, you know what I'm saying? Sweet is the word. God forbid you have somebody for the time. God fucking forbid. It's like you come over to somebody and say, hey, excuse me, you know what time it is?
Basically, when I started working on this in 2018, very lucky.
Do I look like big fucking Ben Deal?
Put together all these different technologies.
What you can't afford to watch, you fucking asshole. No, I ain't giving you the fucking time. You mother blows.
That's ultimately what I was able to put together.
But I dig that attitude. I grew up with it, you know what I'm saying? My day, once you walk into the grocery store, you pick up the lid, you go, okay, go fuck you. I gotta say for the one more time, somebody's getting hurt. The girls are cool. The girls are pretty cool. Yeah, they wax them.
They can just be a tool.
That's what I found. Yeah, the vagina. I know it's a scary thing to talk about. But they're out there. I don't know why they wax them. Maria, you care to explain? What the fuck did they wax them for? I mean, is it a pussy or a fucking Buick, you know? Here's my idea of a perfect date in Philadelphia. Get out. Oh, yeah. It's a beautiful thing, I know it. Oh, women love the one-night stand too, but they just can't face the fact that we own it. Oh, you always hear them with their little conversations. Oh, why is it a guy could go out and fuck 100 girls, but if a girl says she's a whore? Right. I'll tell you why. Because guys have no guilt. Oh, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. Women try. They try. They leave the house. They got the fuck me pumps on. Fishnet stockings, little short dresses. They plaster the makeup on. They tease their hair up to the moon. And they have that attitude like, hey, somebody is going to treat me like the pig that I am. But the minute it's all over, they get guilty about it. It's unbelievable. It's like these chicks you meet in a bar like 9 o'clock at night. By midnight, you're banging, sucking, fucking. You're doing shit to them you won't do to a farm animal, right? They come in the morning, they're like, you know, I only needed to be held. You got the bonus plan, honey. They come up with all their excuses. Well, you know, I don't normally do this. Oh, yeah, what was that little trick with the carrot up your ass, huh? So you thought him on the spot, you know? And they're normally always cheating, though. Always cheating. It's unbelievable. And they start breaking down on you. You gotta go through that shit, you know? You gotta listen.
It's like similar to being like you're kind of
I forgot to tell you. I have a boyfriend. I'm done. What do you need? Airfare, honey? It's on the counter, okay? Well, close the door on the way out. Just make me a sandwich, all right? You're not seeing it.
I think people start to realize, how stressed that is.
It's all about, let's tell you, I don't even know when you're looking for someone. Not me, that's all. But too much disease out there, you know what I'm saying? I look for something.
Measure your nasal temperature.
You gotta meet mine.
And they can literally tell when you get a
Oh, it's a fucking horror show.
Oh,
you had to say, I met her in a disco, boy. She was standing against the wall holding up the fucking building. Maybe 450 pounds, you know? Type of chick that looks like she don't even got legs, you know? 3 chins in the back of her head, a patch on the eye, and a neatly trimmed beard. And I'm standing there saying to myself, you know something, D-Man? Nobody's ever even thought of fucking that. I'm gonna make her mine, right? So I go over, and I start charming her. Because I got that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, yeah, how you doing, honey? Hey, look, I got fun. Hershey's chocolate kisses. We're talking Pepperidge Farm, honey, all you could fucking eat, right? So, she starts drooling like Pablo's fucking dog over there. I know, I got her, right? I wheel her back to my apartment. I got a foot of her hips just to get her through the door, right? Oh yeah, this chick used to come to me like every 3 weeks. I just dropped 30 pounds here from your belly to your ass, honey. Oh man. Let me tell you something, anybody can bang a good looking chick, right?
Yeah, so whole pump.
That's right.
It's the best capture. For me, the way to describe the Silicon Valley technology is
it's like taking a ride at Wet n Wild, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You get behind the number one, you gotta strap yourself in. Because they control you, you know what I'm saying? And then, you grab onto a set of tits. You don't know where the tits begin and the belly ends. I mean, it's like one big operation.
But the point here is technological gender. Like technological info. What it looks like to actually humanely combine technology and information.
But never do 69 with a chick over 115 pounds. Because like a chick like mine, let me tell you, she gets on top. And by some remote chance, I bring her to orgasm. Right on your fucking face, you know what I'm saying? And if you don't have a snorkel hanging out of her face, you're dead meat, you know what I'm saying?
The most logical way to innovate from
what do you want to know?
A keyboard and
what's in the drink?
Is to
what do you think? I get high? Let me tell you something. I want to get high. I bang my head against the brick wall 5-6 times. I catch a fucking buzz. I don't do though. Why do you think the fucking nips are taking over? You walk around, and they're buying buildings. Asshole, wake up.
It was like, from there, that was the start of it. It was like,
we got a great fucking show.
It's kind of like the combustion engine, right? Like once you create the first combustion engine, you just expand on that and extrapolate on that.
I can do anybody, right?
Better until you have like a
I'll do a whole bunch. Here's Sylvester Stallone, Robert De Niro, Eric Roberts, John Travolta, and Al Pacino. If they're all Boy Scouts on the same camping trip.
Completely separate technology like anti-gravity. You're not going to get the anti-gravity from combustion combustion engines. So like, it's gonna take something so crazy and like a ground loose movement,
You want to roast some
or like
marshmallows?
some sort of
Who's got the marshmallows? Say
something
De Niro,
big
you got
would have to
marshmallows.
happen to compel society or Silicon Valley or all these companies to sort of jump ship to a whole nother like goal of what they're doing with technology, right? Because like right now the combustion engine and like here's the other trying to do anti-gravity. There's no bridge, right? Like there's no bridge from what Apple's doing to what you're doing.
You got the marshmallows.
How can you release health when every single piece of technology you ever release relies on this blue light stuff? It's kind of cool. So yeah, that's kind of just like gets back to my question of who, like what kind of people in that world are like seeing the light, no pun intended here, and like said, wow, maybe this is something that we really have to start taking seriously instead of us like changing it. It's bad. It's grassroots.
Listen to this, you're gonna die. I swear you're gonna cry.
Those of us who are educating ourselves through these podcasts and actually what's leads to human health.
I can't eat marshmallows. They make me sick. My stomach gets squeezed. Hey Al, you want marshmallows?
It's not going to happen yet. The very early time, the big tough time. Really not. I don't think they're going to be able to manage this. They're just so set in their ways. The fact that the people around these companies, they're too much, they're going too fast. What they're doing for their kids is making these healthier, safer choices. But for the big corporations and technology, they're not even attempting to help.
Fresh corn on the cob. I don't see any corn on the cob.
You know,
if I don't get some corn on the cob, then something really wrong is going on here. You're out of order. The marshmallows are out of order. This whole fucking camping trip's out of order.
They're just trying to create this type of dystopian future for them. That's what it makes us. All of us being a DL all the time. Is it actually, are we as humans actually in trouble? Are we being dragged by the machines? And so, who's into this? Those of us who say, fuck that, we're not necessarily going to let ourselves be dragged into this timeline. Let's see if we can make this happen. And so it's got to be conscious. That's one of the worst parts of it. That's like the worst part of it, right? Because it's such a big machine. It's already
What's going on? I'm glad you're stuck around. What'd you think of the show?
I'm not here because I hated it, dummy. You don't have to play games with me. You don't have to do nothing. I want you to see if I like it.
What'd you think?
I haven't made my decision yet. You know, too, better when you help tough guy.
I like this stuff. Don't you call it dumb? Everything is at the citizen.
You're
God has the child that's got his own will. That's got his own.
Funny enough, we didn't have technology. And when you got money, you got lots of praise. The same pipes that are also the same ways that we can. So, the point of this whole hot time and this third timeline is, how do we refactor this entire stuff to actually review payments, identity, banking systems, currencies, accounting, computers, internet protocols, networks? How can we make all of that such that it's not stuck to this rent-seeking techno-capitalist?
True Everyone Podcast, check it out.
Good job. experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name. All day.
Yeah, on the show. Yeah. So that's my favorite theory. For me, that is actually what the current Silicon Valley.
Are these your podcast classes?
It's the gray alien.
You got special ones?
That's if you follow Mark Andreessen, Mark Zuckerberg, and so on, you end up at gray aliens. That's my feeling. Is that is the best way to describe what that conventional timeline we're all getting sucked into. Because it's a complete dissociation of the body, the soul, emotion. It's a complete overemphasis on the brain and the intellect.
Well, what Michael Masters kind of explains, he's an anthropologist. So, the way I understood it is that he's explaining how if you go look at primates, early primates, right? They have these big bodies, these like small, like bulging forward foreheads, these big, like mouth, chin, skeleton, jaw lines down here. And then as they progress, they start to look more and more like what we look today. We look more like baby chimps. Like when a chimp was first born, it's got like more of a, like sits up straight. It's got kind of a bigger head, more proportionate with the body. And that's a phenomenon called pedomorphism. The idea is the farther down the timeline of evolution you get, the adults look more like the babies of the ancestors or the children of the ancestors. So I guess his theory is that in 100,000 years to 1,000,000 years, if we were to survive, he thinks we would look like those things on that book right there with the big eye and the big head and the little muscleless bodies.
And what I'm arguing is that doesn't need to be an inevitability. That's the
all right
thing is what's there. There's just like a complete disregard for life.
This is really the fight of the kid. All right, we have a much more athletic, more handsome, stronger, bigger, younger co-host today. Brian Count's playing grab ass with his family on a cruise in Barcelona. I don't say it like that. See, he's just a rich dude, but it's Barcelona. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and this is how I introduce my kids at Winston Wells. It's the closest thing you can get to Catholic America. It's Tim Kennedy. Hello, what's up, big dog?
Awesome seeing you. I can't believe you're in Texas. I can't either. I'm like smiling ear to ear that like in 1 week I've got to see you twice.
I know, dude, and I don't bother you. I know you're like you have all your.
You have to fix that.
I know. I have some block with you.
Get over it.
Yeah, you're right.
We're neighbors now.
I know.
You're a fellow Texan. I'll have a pair of boots, a hat, and a gun for you. I'm literally in the process of. I'm not joking. I can pull my phone up and show the text as I'm designing a custom pistol for you right now.
Oh, I love it, brother. Yeah, I was telling you, like, I was a little heartbroken leaving LA. I don't know if you felt that when you first moved out there. I was a little heartbroken. Just the familiarity, the routine, the baseball dads. And then, as I was telling you off air, last week, T got invited to practice with one of the top teams out here. It was the first time I was like, oh, I'm going to be okay, man. It's going to work out.
Yeah, change is hard.
Right.
And, it's, when you have a routine, men, humans, so desperately need a community. And then you're just pulling yourself, you're ripping yourself out of familiarity. You're from that community and from that tribe. And it's hard to, like, who am I now? What is my identity?
Yeah, it's starting over.
Yeah,
like, all right, what do I do? And you're trying to figure it out. Eventually you get there. But that's why I think you transition so good out of the UFC because you have a community. Like, you're one of the guys that you have so much going on, but you have these close communities. So when you left the UFC, it's not all that.
Right now,
I'm good at this other stuff. Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys, they're tied to that community, so they leave. They're kind of no man.
Flexible and slippery nowadays. Like, it's really hard to
you have that
social media.
You've had multiple careers. You had multiple transitions occupationally. But it's a different thing with it's the whole family.
Different narrative, everything that's going on.
It's like, because we as men, of course, are going to bear the burden of responsibility. I have to provide these things for them. And I love that like realization for you, or like, he's going to be just fine. Yeah,
they're flourishing. Yeah, boys are.
I'm gonna flourish a minute. It's gonna take a little time for the wife, you know.
Yeah, she's doing well too because her mom's here, but I think I was more concerned about the kids. Like, me and my wife will be fine. I'll figure it. I know I'll figure it out. I've made big changes before. It always works out for the better. Whenever I'm scared to do something, it always works out. For the kids, I'm like, man, 9 and 5. I'm like, what are they gonna do? Their friends, like this morning, I dropped off at this elite baseball camp. There's all these kids. You know, hey, see that? Damn, look at this little dude go. Look at him go, man. I love it. It's going to be better for him in the long run, for sure.
Yeah, resources I've never seen. You know, we're high-level athletes. You know, we've seen a lot of success, a lot of different things. But the amount of available assets, resources, coaching, sincerity, people, the coaching especially. This is my new metric of measurement for everything, everywhere that I go. Is the kids' coaches here in Texas. They're just the greatest people. I don't even. I'm just blown away.
Me too. Like when I took Dean, again, he's trying to find his fit. He's trying to find the team. And we met with this team, super high level team. I had no idea what we're getting into. And the coach is like former University of Texas baseball coach, the assistant coach, played 10 years in the MLB. And I'm just like, this is for the 9U? He's like, yeah. And it's like that at every level. And you know, T's super nervous. You know, he's 9. He's got 18 new kids, and they're really good, so he's super nervous. They just took him to the side. They like encouraged him the whole time. And then, you know, T sometimes, just like any 9-year, when he strikes out or makes an error, you know, have an attitude a little bit, which I'm always like, dude, it's here. It's here. I don't care how athletic you are. For you to get to the next level, it's all about here. Like, there's a ton of athletic kids, but what are you going to do here? So that's all I work with him on. So when he gets an attitude, that's triggering for me. But the coaches, man, like where we came from, they really know how to deal with it. They're like, I'll figure it out. The thing is, like, they're super sweet till they're not. Texas, like, what are you doing? What is that? He's like, what? I can't do this. Like, no. Look at the other kids.
And it's another thing that you're going to experience lickety split is you as the parent. It is not our job to coach. It is our job to support that. And they are going to, if you don't figure it out, like super fast, those coaches will be like, hey, so you have one job on the sideline. You are to support your child. You know, 90% of kids quit their sports in the car with their parents leaving practice. 100%. You have one job.
And I had one parent say this. It was actually a mom where her husband was so overwhelmed. The kid was such a good player. He's in LA. And the mom, because the kid loved video games, she goes, so you know how your son plays video games all the time? Dad's like, right. He's like, if you want him to quit playing video games so much, just treat him the same way you do in baseball. So when he's playing, no, not X. No, don't go left, go right. Just critique every move he makes on his video games. I'll stop in about 3 to 4 days. Because it's purgatory. It's the exact same thing in baseball. Like, you're taking the joy out of it. It's no longer a game. It's no longer fun. So criticize his PlayStation ability. Stop. If you want to stop.
And adversity, just let him have his own agency and his own space for him to flourish on the field. And then just watch that kid blossom. Yeah. Technology. It's going to be so fun. I'm so pumped you're here.
Oh, dude, I'm so pumped. It could be an off-the-air conversation, but with your son, with his lacrosse, like, he's such an outlier, and just his mentality, like, when it's hot and how he's like, let's go. You know, like, let's see these other kids melt. Do you think he got that from you? Because obviously mentally you're such a maniac, right? In a good way. Like, you're so mentally strong. You look at all the shit you're doing. You think you passed that down to your son, or do you think he was born with that?
No, definitely. I don't think grit. I love this. I love my kids so much.
That's another topic. If you're not a parent, this show's probably not for you. They're like, what? I'm single with my freaking
men. The heart and the head, how those things connect, that build grit. And the only way that toughness comes is by doing tough and difficult things. And, you know, we're not poor. We can provide all of the comfort and laissez-faire lifestyle that would then breed the weakest, most useless flesh of offspring ever. So I have to be disciplined in me holding myself accountable to make sure that I create opportunity for him to go and do hard things. Let him struggle.
When we say hard things, like what are you doing? Because he's how old?
He's 10.
Yeah. It's fine line too.
It is a fine line.
Child abuse and just give him some grit.
Since you
know,
how long have you had your
our toughness and grit came from what would absolutely be abuse in 2025. Correct. You know, there's no doubt that, and I love my parents.
Yeah, me
I
too.
had a perfect father for what happened in the 70s and the 80s when I grew up. That was a different world. It was a different era. So creating difficult opportunities, like when I took him hunting in Southwest Texas, we're on foot in freezing cold temperatures at night, 100-degree temperatures in the day. Everything that we're eating and drinking is on our back. Everything, every moment was uncomfortable, and he's flourished. He was there for it. You know, tomorrow morning, what's he going to do with me?
I try to do
Yeah, you guys going to box?
We're going to go box. You know, am I going to hit him? Absolutely not. You know, but am I going to be surrounded with Shane Thompson, Tyson Mendez, Sean Apperson, David Freese, a whole bunch of professional athletes, black belts, professional fighters. The Tackett brothers are going to be there. Satoshi Ishii is going to be there. He's the best. I just had tacos with him 19 minutes ago and got coffee with him.
Really? Yeah. He's the best. I trained with him for years.
He's a monster. He's a little busted up right now. But like that's who, you know, I was like, hey, what is your son doing tomorrow? Come and box with us. That's who's just going to be surrounding him. I don't have to say anything to him, but I'm going to have Satoshi Ishii be like whispering to a 10-year-old, like, you should hit that hard. Yeah. It's Satoshi Ishii voice. You know,
so metal. You should probably listen to him.
Everything he does at the highest level. And then Shane, you know, like just the sweetest. Like I would trust Shane Steiner with everything and anything in my life, to include my son. And everything that the Steiners touch, because of hard work and grit, turns to gold. A lot of people say a lot of negative things about that family. They get it so good, they had it so easy. Dude, if you could only see how hard those people work, and how they treated you when you showed up at their steakhouse, insane. It's just who they are. So then I'm going to have Shane sitting there with Rolo, you know, your son, Tyler's son, and be like, that's the hardest job you got in there. So it just creates hardship in a pretty controlled and intentional way.
Yeah, because I think my biggest fear is, you know, baseball, because it's not physical. I mean, he needs some adversity. Granted, striking out or walking guys or having a bad game, like that's some adversity mentally. I'm saying physical adversity is what he needs.
And there's just something so fascinating.
Yeah, you're the guy for the job. Don't waterboard him, but you know.
Yeah, but when we manufacture, and I hate that it, but I'm okay. We're going to curate and editorialize opportunities that are safe when they can, you know, like find that strength and that agency, that grit. But it's in a safe environment, and they're surrounded by. I don't know how it is for you. My kids don't listen.
So that's essentially the experience.
No, I'm not, which is wild. I have to check myself sometimes.
Like on the coaching side.
On the coaching side. No, I'm the idiot. You know, like, but the listening guy who played one year freaking little league. I'm like, oh, what I know? What professional sports? This thing I played high school baseball. What do you know? What do I know? And even I was the first base coach. I'm like, guys, just wait. He turned back and said, got it.
What makes this so compelling?
But every other kid listens to it, hangs on every word I say. But you are interesting.
Yeah, but now you can like hand select all these world-class people to be around him.
Yeah. So your kids only listen to you? No.
Right.
No. I have two grown, beautiful daughters, and like we have conversations like we're friends, but zero chance is like, maybe try this, and they would just not do it because I said so.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you know, some people pay me for advice, and you have it for free, 24/7.
Oh, I mean, how old were you? I get it. It's genetic from just before puberty until maybe 25, 30. Your parents cannot pour it to you because you have to mentally separate from them. So I understand that it's hardwired in our DNA for us to be like, yeah, just, and our kids just got there.
Especially when it comes to sports. Like, really?
Also, so 20-year professional athlete. Yeah, I don't know nothing.
It's
it, I'll do better. I think what's best is when you use technology to kind of.
The White House has Trump's birthday, and President Trump
So what has it been like venture capital?
It's the Army's 250th
So what was that like
birthday.
getting into that world?
Department of Defense, specifically the Army. No.
Put some money together.
The Pentagon talking to the White House, besides like, should we drop this bomb on top of these radicals out in the desert? Outside of that,
They got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
So it's like a parade party. Like we were busy over here, man.
Sort of Fox News. DC city to allow who's going to make the run a show, who's going to be like giving the passes. Secret Service is going to have to say this. The Secret Service going to be giving 4-star generals the same access as White House personnel. But so like it's just a cluster.
Then also safety.
Right.
Great place.
Yeah. And you know everybody's going to want to like the No Kings program. It's a mess. So on the military side, the military is like, hey, you're, you know, the most famous military person. The White House is like, hey, you know, Fox News and Newsmax, can you help us? All these things, like, I could go on for and list 50 different apps. You help with this.
Which is a good problem to have.
And then it meets like the requirement of, am I still contributing in a meaningful way? Absolutely.
Yeah. And then are you flying out there on your own dime?
So, if I'm in uniform and I'm on orders, the Army will pay me in uniform to go and do this thing. And if I'm going to be going for the Army, nobody else can be paying for anything, because then there'd be an integrity issue there, right? Like if I'm getting paid to go speak for Fox News,
Yeah, I imagine there's got to be
do a public speaking engagement, and the client is paying me to attend, but then I'm also on military. Yeesh, right? Super unethical.
So do you have a manager or agent who handles that, or you're just dealing with this all yourself?
All the above, and then I'm super transparent with all the bosses and all the entities and all the organizations to make sure that like I'm crossing every T and dotting every I. Where if I'm in a specific capacity, there's no commingling of funds.
Yeah,
No. Like, and I'm like black and white on these things. Like,
you have to be. Yeah. And then I assume when you're out there, like, people are pretty high strung, because you also got Israel, Iran.
That was
shit going on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, that was kicking off on Thursday. And Friday is
having this parade.
Bad.
How bad?
It's
like bad because it could drag us into it, right? You're like the perfect guy to talk to about this.
Yeah, I mean,
and just to be clear, people like, yeah, no shit. Like I need Israel, Iran issues for dummies. You know, like I know they want to get rid of their nuclear bomb like capabilities, right? And that's kind of the whole goal.
That was the goal of these strikes. 90 seconds. The Houthis, Hezbollah, and Hamas are all proxy wings of the Iranian military. So the three terrorist organizations that have been attacking Israel for the past 10 years, all of those are being funded by Iran. Yeah. So like the October terrorist attack, horrific, right? Funded by Iran. They paid about $200 million over the course of 4 years in preparation for this attack. So they're providing training and assets, resources for the October terrorist attack, funded by Iran. Really bad, right? The goal was to make it so bad that Israel would respond disproportionate to what happened, disproportionate to like rape and torture and murder of like women and kids. So it would, and what they wanted was to be dragged into a larger conflict in hopes of Hezbollah and the Houthis to join in, so that it's a regional destabilization. That was the goal. The less stable an area is, the more chaos, the more anarchy, the less security, the better it is for them, and the worse it is for America. We as free trade, free markets, capitalists, if we have stability and security in a region, we get trade. And that's what we want. We want a stable rule so we can make money. Yeah. They don't want that. They want the opposite of that, and they hate us and everything that we stand for. So Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis all being funded by Iran. Iran, all the while, is developing a nuclear program. And if you just really simplify this to like baking a cake, if the cake is the nuclear program, you have to have the ingredients, the flour and the sugar and the butter, the oil. You have to have the cook that has the know to how to mix all the things. You have to have the equipment to mix it. You have to have the pan. You have to have the oven, and then you have to have the facility to do the baking. So like those are the four cornerstones of a program to make a cake. That's what Israel's trying to take out. Yeah, so Israel just effectively destroyed 3 of those 4 things. The information is still out there. It's dark web, like how to enrich uranium. That's all there. But if I destroy the facilities, the equipment, and the people, and the ingredients, so why would you ever flying bombs through people's windows? Because if Iran has a nuclear program, weapon or energy, it will be, and they have said over and over and over again, that they will use it against Israel. This is not conjecture. They have said, not threat, like, we will destroy Israel.
So Israel, but it's like destroying that, it's just going to delay it. That might delay it 20 years. It's just delay it.
Yeah. I mean, the nuclear bomb's been around since 1945.
Have you ever met with RFK and said RFK and said we got to get
5 countries?
We got to get the anti-blue light. He's the big health guy working with Trump now, so supposedly
impeding people's ability to be able to have that responsibility to pretty stable nations, and especially one that has been using proxy radicals to try to wipe you off the face of the planet. It's a problem.
But the issue would be for Americans is dragging us into World War III, right?
Yeah, that's what they want.
That's what they want. Yeah. And that would happen if they attacked computers,
especially if they attacked Americans. And they tried last night over our bill. We had shot down Iranian drones that were looking to target American troops.
And that's at the American embassy there.
It was at a military base.
That no serious institution.
Love and hate him. President Trump does not want to be in a prolonged war. He doesn't want a war.
Extrapolation hypothesis on
but there is a military-industrial complex that would love us to be dragged. Yeah,
scary, dude.
Having just come out of 20 years of war, I've been in the military for 20 years. I'm pretty good on not going back to war.
No, you know about war and stuff you've done. Would you let your kids sign up for it?
You can see how quick it is.
I mean, you're going to have no control, but I'm just saying.
So you can
it's up to you, man. Would you encourage them to do it?
No, I don't want my kids to fight war or never see war.
So one simple way to use this.
Maybe a hard pass on that one.
Hard pass, right? But at the same time, the reason I ask you is it's obviously not the war part, but the elite levels you've got to, the friends you've made, the networking, what you do now.
That Zoom is ungodly. How clean it is.
But like, you wouldn't want your kids to fight. It's tough, right?
Yeah. I've never been more proud of our military. Watching the old guard, the 82nd, an entire company of Special Forces, Ranger Regiment, and 1 Abrams tanks, Strikers, Bradleys, HIMARS, Palantirs, like mobile artillery just cruising down Constitution in front of the Washington Monument as the Golden Knights, American in special operations, free fall, the best free fall fallers in the world, jump out of the air, fly and land on the White House lawn, and deliver a folded flag to the President of the United States after 250 soldiers raise their hand to the oath of enlistment to protect the Constitution against foreign investment. That all happened on Saturday, dude. Like, I love this country, and the military is so back. Yeah, it's back. And the whole world is looking at us like, oh shit, this is a different thing.
And you can get
it's such a deterrent for them to. Everybody's like, oh, it cost $45 million to do this parade. It just saved us from maybe going into a $5 billion or $50 billion war because everybody's looking at it. They got all that stuff. We had more firepower on Constitution Avenue than 95% of the world combined.
Yeah, it's also good, Mark. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, come get some. Oh, y'all must have forgot. Yeah, this is what it is. Yeah. Those other days, those are numbers of forgot. Yeah, about it.
And tries to like create some friction for the things that are distracting us. But basically, just know that
I was this Father's Day. I was kind of pouty yesterday. Delayed flights, trying to come in from DC after all those people flew in there. So like the airports were a mess. And got in, barely got to see my kids. Got to give them kisses.
That has to be tough for you too, because when it comes to the territory of the job you do, you're probably gone a lot, right? Yeah, this thing I struggle with most with stand up and all that stuff. And some of the other agreements I had is I was everything so much where my kids started to notice, especially once they started getting involved in sports. Like, hold up, you coach and you have to be going out of business left. I gotta work.
That's the thing. It's the entire.
That costs money. That coach costs money.
But I was fortunate enough where I could stay home and still, afford that stuff.
It's a fine balance of every time that if I'm ever going to make money, it's not going to be in Texas. Like every once in a while, maybe I'll have a speaking opportunity in Dallas or Houston. Outside that, 90% of my ability to make money is traveling, advising, consulting. That's going to be in DC. That's going to be in New York. That's going to be overseas. It's hard.
Going to be like a version 2.0. Like, what are you
figuring out? Have to have a balance stuff.
And I tell them, like, if I had my wish and I had limitless resources, you'd never see me on another plane. But for you to have a future, for you to have an opportunity, like dads have to work. Dads have to do this.
Basically, if you made Apple a public benefit corporation.
Great line at tacos so to my right was Shane Steiner, to my left was Tripp, across from me is Satoshi Ishii, Tyler from Archery Country. We need to get you a banging bow. Another thing you gotta have here in Texas is a good bow. Like Joe Rogan, Evan Hafer own the bow shop with Tyler. Archery Country, it's like the best archery bow shop on the planet. And it's like just to be able to pull a bow anytime that you want in the backyard. Oh, it feels so good. But I was bragging about how awesome my wife is when I came home middle of the night after being gone in DC for a week on Father's Day. She's a good woman. It makes working so easy when you got a good woman.
Yeah, hold down the fort. Yeah, man.
And then like
you're locked in many ways
ability to go and work because I can do it. I don't want to go and travel. I don't want to go and be away from them. But like to come home to that, it makes it easy.
Yeah, because
if they want to charge $4 a month,
like a little chaos.
I've been thinking about this stored anywhere else.
Especially for you,
I have literally on my phone.
So you're not with how busy you're not watching much UFC. You're not watching team sports and shit.
So this weekend, I brought in Frankie Edgar, Michelle Watterson, Gordon Ryan, Luke Rockhold, and we had one other UFC fighter to have a team of 5 to compete against. There are 20 teams that were fielded by the Army as the most fittest team. And it was awesome. There was CrossFit put the event together. It was brutal.
Was it CrossFit like workout?
Yeah. It was.
Say, why'd you call your boy? Why doing CrossFit?
Oh, it was. We would have been perfect for it because it ended up being a ton of power. Hexeth and Secretary of Defense Yeah, he wants strong, like ox military again. He wants men to look the part. Like you should look at America and be like, so he wants them all to look like you, just like giant, like. So there's 10 100-pound sandbags, and you're in teams of 5. You had to grab the sandbags, move them about 25 meters while you're doing 10 rope climbs that about 10 meter tall. And then you go to a assault bike that has a deadlift bar with 500 pounds on it. And the only time that somebody can be pedaling to burn off the 100 calories is after you guys do 5 deadlifts and then hold it up.
So rather than your Apple
stuff, it's tough. And this stuff starts adding up.
Not
great.
I was just gonna tell you, man. I'm in pretty good shape. That'd be
damn dope. We're only like a third way through the workout. Yeah, and then you're jumping over these logs, and every time that you carry those sandbags down, you have to put it over this 3-meter tall log, and then jumping over the log to then pick it back up and then carry it another 10 meters. Then they have this snake sandbag that has 5 70 to 100 pound sandbags inside of it, which makes it uneven. And all of you guys have to lift it to shore overhead and drop it. You have to do it 10 times. After 10 of those, you do 10 burpees in unison and synchronization over the snake to then pick up the 10 sandbags and carry them back to the start point. Yeah, it was epic.
Take a little break here, chatting with Tim Kennedy. Most gear gets built to look like it works. True work is different. It's built for real conditions, hot rooftops, quick turns, jobs that don't ease up with sweat, wicking fabric, unrestricted movement, strength that holds firm under pressure. True work helps you keep pace when it matters. All right, every True Work product is engineered for maximum comfort and protection, efficiency, and minimum bulk or extra weight. They sent me these khakis. They're freaking fantastic. I even wear them out here in the Austin summer. It's great, right? Denim and cotton canvas haven't changed much for over 200 years. True Work upgrades traditional classics by using the same fabrics worn by elite outdoor athletes. All right, True Work has over 50,000 5-star reviews. Upgrade to True Work for a major change in the way you work. True Work helps you be your best when your best matters. Check out their full lineup and get 50% off your first order at truework.com/fighter. That's 50% off at truewerk.com/fighter. True Work.
So it's teamwork, it's intellectual, it's cognitive, while the heart rate is through the roof. I burnt 900 calories in the warm-up, the workout, and the cool-down.
Do you think you would include the ability to make it like?
And I assume because I know all these people. They're great. They're great.
Yeah, Luke is such a freaking athlete still. He's just such a, Frankie's Paul Hart, Margaret, Michelle, sweetest woman on the planet. And then Gordon, so talented, and he's getting over some health things. So he was in a hurt locker.
I was just going to say, I love all those people on there, but if I had to bet against the truth.
Right. And the battery life. Yeah, the battery life is substantially better because you're not trying to compete with nature. You're not trying to compete with the light from the sun or from your environment. So this, for example, lasts 62 hours if you use it for reading continuously. So that's amazing. 62 hours. So the idea. So we're not sure if it can replace somebody's iPhone to start, but maybe if you want to give your kid a phone, you finally have a way to do it and not be worried that it's going to be super addicting and take over the hours. Because games, TikTok, that type of stuff, it just is not interesting.
The Sergeant Major of the Army, his name's Mike Weimer. The guy's in his mid-50s.
Yeah, that's what we're
20 years in Delta Force. Former Special Forces NCO. He is now the highest ranking NCO in all of the Army. Has a fake hip. Knees are destroyed. 20 years. He has more time in combat, than I probably have in the Army. And Mike Weimer, led a team. I was on his team.
Oh, yeah.
So he picked 5. Yeah, that's Mike right there. Look at that guy. I would follow him to the gates of hell. Like anywhere he wanted to go, he's just such an incredible leader. And another example of why this is a different thing. He in his 50s put together a team of generals and sergeant majors, and we as the 5 of us went against all the other teams.
What's your average age?
The average age of the team was 50.
I think it's after.
I think we were exactly middle of the pack.
You can only get educational content on TikTok in China.
Like our time was 13:04. We made 2 huge mistakes on the time. We were the very first team to do it. You know when you get to see somebody do a workout, you're picking. We were the first team to go, and we still finished 50% out of the whole entire field.
Does the military know that those UFC guys are really going to do that great in it?
Yeah, we do.
They knew a lot.
Yeah,
about it, especially.
But it's not like they're watching
right?
The UFC guys.
I read it to Michelle and Luke and Gordon and Frankie because they knew they weren't going to do well.
District.
I would hope so.
Charter
Yeah,
school
like
and
they know.
county
It's just not. That's not their area of expertise. But that is the area of expertise for military. Military now. We're going to be fit. We're not going to be fat. We're going to be savage studs that are strong and powerful.
That's what it should be.
And
now, not to brag, and I don't know if I could do it now. I still run now. But I remember when I was coming off a loss, I was like in a dark space. And the UFC marketing team was like, "Hey, we have this thing. We flew to some remote location in Nevada. And I don't know if it's Marines or Armies, but it was fun. It was like me, Anthony Pettis, Henderson."
On social media too,
it's like
the most outrageous
hill or mountain that they run.
Stuff
but yeah, there's like 85 or 90 pounds, maybe more than that.
Like we recently had a podcast where we had this dude who's a former CIA officer, and I think some news story on TikTok about China and exploding
second best time
for their Navy pilots.
Clearly, the guy is Army
pilot who's on a mission
number one guy
in China decided to go
behind him at the time.
for
And they're like baffled. And I was like, it's just running with waves. That's rare.
You're a great athlete. You're not so much of this, but like you're a great fighter. But you're a great fighter because you're a great athlete.
Yeah, as an athlete,
that's right.
Like did some
not to like bring back kids back up. I'm building like good humans that are athletes, and then he can now play whatever sport he wants. And someone's I was supposed to be a swimmer until my dad very wisely, as a freshman, was you're going to be 5'11", maybe 6 foot tall. You gotta find a fit one. But I was an athlete first, so I switched overnight. And
it's
like
my wife's from Mexico. She loves soccer. She put kids on this soccer when I was really young. He's out there. He's kind of jogging. He's doing it. He's getting real physical with him. And it was like towards the end of the game, he's on the sideline. Can I see him? I'm like, having fun. This isn't your thing. It's fun that you have fun doing it. You're playing for baseball, football. It's like, all right, you're just an athlete. You're playing. It's like the idea of just not saving lives and mom needs help.
Anybody can play soccer. I love sports where there's a barrier of entry.
I have this company, this super powerful technological company that I can integrate into the world. The U.S. military is going to get billions of dollars in fraud. I take advantage of that.
These are like difficult, complex compound movements. You're watching the shortstop that like catches a ball off his right side off of a knee and spins around off of his other knee to like do a sidearm throw to first base.
I know lacrosse with those kids. You just left and right. Wow. It's just like, wow. I know. Back to the UFC. So we watched, someone will pay attention because there's guys that I've talked to recently shows with where they're UFC legends, but they won't watch the foundation of it. Like I did a panel. The league went on there, but I was on a panel with, guys that they were in the UFC a long time, commentator stuff, and I started talking about like Tom Aspinall or Islam Makhachev, and they're like, why? Like, I haven't watched UFC in like 8 years. Like, oh wow.
I still mostly keep up, but because all of us were together, we were watching the fights in the apartment after the birthday. So the day in the morning we did the workout, competed. Then we did, award ceremonies, army festival. We had about 90 minutes to go, shower and change, get out of my military uniform. All of the guys, Michelle, got cleaned up and put on our clothes to go to the parade because you have to go through Secret Service. Once we got through Secret Service, you're at the parade. It was a 3-hour-long parade, finished with the Golden Knights with the flag and the re-enlistment, and then there was fireworks. Then we went and grabbed dinner, and then we
Everyone's asleep by the for sure. So like, and even I'm like fighting coffee because I get it for work. So I'm like, oh my god! But you did see we were talking about before that Paul Craig could all. I did.
Watched it live, and then we watched that fight and argued about it for a long time.
And what was the consensus? How'd you guys feel about it?
This is I got a lot of conflicting emotions.
Because you went through it. I mean,
I've had dudes cheat against me. Maybe I have some PTSD around some trauma around guys cheating.
That one was wild. Yeah, yours is way worse. I mean, absolutely.
So 100% that was an illegal strike.
Correct.
So he upkicked a down opponent, and 2 angles of like the 5. Thankfully, there's so many cameras in there now. Everything that was, as we're looking at the fight on the right hand side, you see that kick, and the guy's head whips around, and you see that heel go his upper jaw across his temple.
Something to do.
Then falls over. Then it gets weird. Yeah, it gets really weird. So we could just pause there before we see his Oscar-worthy performance.
Because we're on the same vibe right now. We're definitely an illegal move. Illegal kick, for sure.
On the betting and statistics side, after an illegal strike, fighters that continue to fight after the illegal strike almost always lose. Groin strikes, pokes to the eye, kicked it down the opponent. From that moment on, that fighter that's like, I'm going to tough it out, I'm going to cut it out, that fighter will lose.
That's my whole take on whether it was intentional, unintentional, eye poke, groin strike, cave, defense grab. It should be automatic deduction. There's no warnings. I don't know why they do warnings. It drives me nuts. It should be automatic.
It's illegal law. 100%. We are so
good. And it changes the dynamics of the fight.
And statistically, 90% of the time, they lose. So knowing that,
I guess the idea
that's an illegal strike, absolutely disqualifying to kick up an opponent like that if that fighter cannot continue. Now you can have the Henry moment where he's like,
Well, dude,
that was a legal strike. I can't continue to fight.
And thank you for the.
And you just said it. Like, I'm not right. What we saw here, and I don't know. I wasn't the guy that got kicked. How bad he was on Queer Street.
Yeah, but with your experience and my experience, I've seen guys get concussed, and I know how they react and how the human body reacts. I've never seen a human body react that way.
That was pretty sus.
The weird thing is, he gets kicked, and granted, illegal for sure. Didn't seem that hard, but then he looks at the ref and fucks it good, and then hits the ground, and then closes his eyes.
Yeah.
And then just not how the human body reacts to it.
Here we go. Okay, 100% illegal kick.
Yes.
Right kick, right up to the head, right on the temple.
He's saying, he came out with a statement. He said,
all right.
So at first he was concussed, and then when we went back, his body shut down, and that's why he reacted that way.
And temple strikes are different than a jaw punch. You know, you get the flash knockout, the concussion from a temple strike ends up. It's weird. Is it that weird?
I've never seen it.
I don't know. I know I was a little questionable. Should it be no contest? Should he continue to fight after an illegal strike like that? In my opinion, no.
Is a former food lobbyist.
And then what happens after that is like,
Yeah, I think my only analysis on it, whether, obviously illegal kick, if they want to take a point, continue to fight, that's on him.
Yeah.
But when I see that, when a guy has an out and he takes it, I go, man, he's never going to be a top dog. It's all. If you have that quit in you, and you're looking for you found his way out. You found it. You found it. Just like Anthony Smith could have done that against John Jones. They refused to win that way. So if you're looking for an out and he got it, you got your out, dude. It was no contest. Didn't go the way he thought it was going to go. But when I see that, I'm like, man, he was a good prospect. It's like, he's never going to be a top dog.
In that part too, where he's like pretending that he's
all right.
We're injecting pretending.
All right, everybody.
So
thank you for coming.
That's happened before.
I just went for a second after the kick, and then I looked back and I saw him fighting the ref.
Me too, and I was going,
he's messed up. But it's only one angle of the replay where you're like, man, I don't know what's going on here.
It's when you play it, James. When he's falling down, he's coherent enough to look at the ref. This is unreal, and then pretends he's not down.
Callie and his sister Casey, and some of the
this angle looks like a legit
they
bad
are
kick.
pushing on various podcasts and social media. They are talking a lot about hyper-processed foods and pharma, and you've been questioning. I think a lot of like their background, where they come from, and
maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe
and Callie,
it just looks like that acting, and he goes on to become champ. And I'm wrong.
Paul Craig sounds like
you hit about 2 weeks ago saying you
can't do that.
It's also tough because he was going up and down. It's also tough when you're in there too.
Do the podcast with Jack. Let's try to get
when the bullets are live, like you're going through motions, you think you can come back down and get some discussions down. Like all guys are fighting for a hot second. He's beaten some very good guys.
I've never kicked that hard.
About a month ago.
There's definitely been 60-something variety of bouts from pancreas to MMA to UFC to IFL to he's like I've never kicked down on this. But I also I got a ton of hate before I knocked out Joel Romero. When I'm trying to grab him, my hand slips down, and everyone's like, "Oh, look, Tim grabbed his glove." Watch it in real time, not in slow motion, and you'll see like hands are going. There's no intent of me trying to grab my hand. I'm grabbing his wrist. I also in defense of him, like as bodies are moving. Fight time, shit happens.
And also, Paul Craig's like,
I think there's great
opportunity. Look at my wrist intentionally.
And I was thinking intentionally trying to kick down a point. He was on his back, up kicking. The guy's going up and down, up and down.
I'm going to give him the credit, especially with his resume. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird.
It's drama. It's fun fighting.
In the UFC, are you involved? Not involved, but have you signed your papers for that UFC antitrust lawsuit?
Okay, so let's back up.
Just figuring out UFC bought Strike Force, and my final fight under that's right, Strike Force guy.
Okay, but we just came
out my last one or two fights. Like the date of purchase or under Zuffa. So those two fights, and like getting paid for those two fights, even though it's under the Strike Force banner. Zuffa. I also agree that I should, but it's not as black and white for me as to like how many fights are going to be included in that.
Still going to get a good paycheck. Because I know what I'm getting.
Yeah, it's not a little bit, but it's not like Frankie Edgar.
So
Frankie Edgar
still got it?
Yeah.
Well, first thing, like sit down at dinner and talk about what everyone's getting paid. Because I know I'm getting paid. I'm like, really?
That dude has like 20 fights.
Yeah, dude.
Like dudes like him, Daniel Cormier.
Which is we have.
Oh, bro.
I heard what that's so. I heard a loose estimate.
We talk a lot
Yeah, I was like, come on, can I borrow some money?
You're damn right he's taking it. Yeah. They call me me and they're like, hey, we know if you don't want to take this because that UFC backlash. I'm like, wait, what? No. Oh no, you're talking to the right guy. I don't work for this.
Yeah, and I don't think there's UFC feedback. I have profound respect for Dana White. I do love him, and he does really great things for the Army, for the military, for the FBI, for this administration.
Also, the UFC would be nowhere near where that was. I give credit to this.
Obviously, I've had, when I was on the opposite end of the negotiating table with him, he and I had like not a great relationship. That was his job. And now we're not on the opposite end of the table. And it's all good.
Yeah, and I get it. Yeah, I'm like, oh, Bremer doing the same.
Yeah. You know, there was one, who was I fighting? Audra Gracie. It was my first fight in the UFC. When he brought all the athletes, his coaches get out, just fighters come into the locker room.
This is before the fight speech?
This is before the fight speech. And he's, you know, I'm not going to name names, but I want you guys to go out there and put on a show. I want you to go out there and wrestle and grapple. You know, I don't want to talk to you about you being, that you make more money being a trash man. Actually, I will name names. You know, Ted Kennedy, do you know what? You know, this is in front of all the fighters before the fight, and she's dressing me down. That's like, dude,
holy shit,
yeah. And if I were him, I'd do the same thing.
But also the UFC antitrust lawyer told me too. He's like, now a lot of guys are hesitant to take it because they might work for the UFC currently, fighting, or the commentators. He's like, but there's gonna be no blackball. Like the UFC's paid this money, so whether you take it or not, it does not matter. Like they're not gonna look ill upon those that take it, so you don't have to worry about it.
That's also the attorney telling us that he's getting whatever, like 40, 50, 60% of
He's crushing it. Yeah, he's nice. It is interesting though because the original lawsuit was for like 1.2 billion. They said, well, I think that was 475.
Yeah. I started talking about that.
Listen, it could be better than nothing. You know,
think about Mark Hunt's lawsuit.
That's tough.
You know, his argument, he was fighting guys that during an era where nobody's supposed to be using performance-enhancing drugs. Nobody's supposed to be. And the guy, a few of the guys that he fought, two in particular, the UFC knew that they were using PEDs and was allowing them to fight him enhanced.
Is there evidence that they knew? Yeah, they still there.
According to him.
It's tough, right? Because he would have an argument if he didn't fight. I think that's the problem. It's like he continued to fight knowing, you know,
you're fighters though. You're a prize fighter. The only time that you get the prize is when you fight. And so I don't know how many times you fought, not 100%. All the time.
But then I also fought guys who I knew were on sauce and been fine.
Yeah, because you're a fighter.
It's part of the game. It's like
it's not supposed to.
When I fought LeVar Johnson, like clearly it was Miguel. We're out Lance out there, and I go, I think she finished fourth in Olympia this year. He started laughing, and then sure enough, you know, I beat the brakes off him. But sure enough, after that fight, he tested out. But it's part of the game. It's part of the game. So LeVar kind of shitty, but it's part of the game. Especially playing Brock Lesnar. It's like, of course he's on shit. Come on, dude.
See Brock's daughter.
Yes, that's the issue. Yeah.
What monster. Just like that. Yeah. God bless her heart.
Tough life as far as like personal life, for sports. But
so I don't know how I feel about a girl that's throwing things that weight loss further than
all babies.
There's no way.
All babies.
And if you're Brock, I wonder how you feel about it if you're Brock. Like, I was telling my wife with our daughter, like, I shouldn't get my sons. It's a tough game. Like, for sports, it's great. For personal life, it's a tough game. Hey, look, it's technical.
And we know,
especially at that age. You know, that's him on the tooth. If the pictures of them at the same age, it is strikingly similar.
Yeah, if you see Brock Young, like when he was wrestling, I think at Minnesota, like freak. People don't give Brock enough credit. I'm not a complete freak. Didn't have a ton of experience. Catapulted right to the top. Like in Keith Haring, his first fight, a real vet from Pride.
Not an easy fight.
You have a large microphone,
Mollywop.
and you are in the
like Brock was the real deal. Have you met him? Yeah, great guy. Great human. Unbelievable guy. He does great things for veterans too. Does he? Yeah. He's a stud, man. Because I remember I was trying to get a fight with him. I talked all this shit. And then we're at some press conference. I went to school with the UFC, and he was there promoting some fight. And I see him at my coach Lisa Bola. I look at my dude, I've done so much shit, be ready to go. Like, he's gonna fight. I definitely overstep the boundaries. And I'm so nervous. And I get up there, meet him. I love what you're doing. I get it. I love it, man. You're a big cousin. I don't know. He's so cool. He's awesome. He's
Are you
awesome.
giving your children? Are you giving your children the shot? Are you going to
Great
give
human.
Okay, well,
Another
why not?
father-son combo. Jocko Willink's daughter.
What?
Oh yeah.
Because you
She's one of the best women wrestlers on the planet right now. Like, just mopping the mats. And does she look like Jocko? She does. You're like, hell yeah, this is badass. But then also, yeah, feminine. I think she's beautiful, and she's she looks just like Jocko. Just short. And she has the muscles, the broad shoulders, good jaw. You know, I've never met Jocko. He's one of the favorite humans on the planet. Everyone says that. Yeah, he's close to the and another like selfless behind the scenes, helping people out. You know, like when I was going through some stuff 6 months ago, one of the first dudes to reach out, him, Joe Huberman. These people that are super famous and everybody loves to listen to them, and they're even better behind the camera.
And we have an opportunity
and all guys
to have Jay Bhattacharya, who's a close friend.
You're pretty freaking amazing. Ryan's amazing. Joe's amazing.
To call
he's
do the science.
The greatest dudes are the greatest dudes. I mean, if you're faithful in small things, you can be faithful in the big things.
Did
you just like that when you're going through your bullshit? Did you expect the back of your kid from those guys? You know what I'm saying? I never even thought. I guess I should read it. Especially when you're going back. You get to find out who your friends are. And that was the greatest gift of all of it was, you know, like the fair weather friends, the hotel writers, the sponsors that are like, oh, we'll support Tim with Captain America. You know, but like somebody starts talking smack about him, you know, bringing receipts, and then you find out really who your friends are. Actually, that almost does you a favor. I know that to Brian all the time. You know, Brian went through shit. I'm like, I trust you. He went through it. Like, you're full of shit. But I told him, in hindsight, you cut the fat, full of shit. Because you can't say yes or no. Losing your father. Now you have a handful of guys you can call him. You know they're going to show up. Before you know, have the shot. So you can't do anything for anybody else. It's cool. To me, that's a concept. It's for sure a blessing. Just make it better when you're in it. When you're like, getting from the side, still in valor, where you're still in the heart of people talking all that nonsense. It still sucks. And then, I don't know. It still sucks. But now I'm just like, dude, I love these people so and I will for forever. My stance on I talk about that's pretty vocal online about it too. It's like, I don't know about your world. I don't know. But I know you. I know you train together and something good for me. So it's like, I'm sticking up for Tim. You guys don't know. I do. You guys don't. You know from Instagram and videos all day. I know the whole thing. So if anyone wants to contest that, bring it on. Let's do it. So that was my stance. And when it gets into the weeds and all that shit, it's like if someone's not a black belt, how to about shit. You can't tell what jiu-jitsu, you can get into the weeds. I'll do that. But outside, just general stuff, remind me really here to connect you directly. Yes, I just started killing them last week. Okay, you guys know. I have Yeah, we're supposed to set something up this week.
And there's he's a cool. He's like the flow row, busted up. He's like, I want to grapple.
It's my own thing in that fact. I can't afford to get hurt. Now, you know what I'm saying? So many people get hurt.
He is a world champion. Does not exist. You know, like there's Victor Hugo, I'm here to compete, and then there's like I run an academy. As I'm a professional gym owner and martial artist.
So many people don't understand. Like, this is the perfect place because it's
one of my favorite Jiu-Jitsu in Austin. Like, Victor Hugo, another 6 points gym with Rabbi Romero, Gordon Ryan, and Gary over there, which had a Mario from the other 6 points gym. Obviously, a great team with Victor Rodriguez, Greg Jones, right? And we can go up to New Wave and train with Luke Griffin. Danner's just coming back. My gym, I think I have 40 black belts.
See, I didn't know you had a gym. I just thought you were bouncing around on these gyms. I didn't know you had a gym.
I bounce around in these gyms. Still have your is my jiu-jitsu gym. There's another Christian Light South, which is Paolo Brandao, Hoyler. I'm a Hoyler and Paolo black belt under them. So my Gracie Humaida, like the pyramid scheme that is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Bro, yeah, because technically I'd be a black belt under Henzo because my black belt out. Yeah, well, it's pretty cool. Well, but Henzo didn't give it to me. He gave it to me by Paul Easton, who's a black belt under Henzo. And we trained at Henzo's, but then my black belt was awarded from a Henzo black belt. Yeah, I think it is. Let's take a little break because dads, the Father's Day sale at Drive Fast All Gas is still going on through Wednesday. You get $5 off using the promo code DAD. $5 off anything on the site, anything you buy. Diesel Dad merch, Methylene Blue, Diesel Dad. I said that twice now, but still, the Diesel Dad merch is fire. The Drive Fast All Gas gear, we got new hats on there. We got a bunch of merch on there for you. Anything you buy on the site automatically enters you to win this badass TRX last call edition with over $50,000 in mods and $10,000 cash. Do it for your dad, do it for your boyfriend, do it for your man. We got you. Go to DriveFastAllGas.com. Promo code DAD for $5 off until Wednesday. DriveFastAllGas.com.
You're saying, yeah, I'm a Hoyler Gracie black belt, but Hoyler and Paolo is my black belt. So Hoyler tied around for a ways, but Paolo Brandao was my jiu-jitsu. Yes, because those same thing. Nobody can be informed. That's awesome about it. Because I can have you have these purple belts that are monsters.
You got what's up with your the purple is just the guy. So there's no transparency on anybody who comes at the mouth and put their hours there. They're probably skill-wise just as good as the black they are. I think they just haven't had the year to trouble. We're not going out banning. A purple belt, getting ready for competition. Besides the professional grapplers, they're the most dangerous grappler.
And I want to say something about RFK because we have been fighting so hard the last 4 years to get this information out to the public. Kennedy was our big hope. Kennedy was finally, he was the one who was going to get in a position of power. Even if he didn't win the presidency, he has this gigantic microphone. And then all of a sudden, his message shifts, his focus shifts. He's our nuclear bomb. We're in World War III. He's going to take down Japan. All of a sudden, the nuclear bomb target has shifted.
He's just getting healthy again.
And this time, let me finish. And this coincided with this meteoric rise with Jesse and Callie Meads. None of us had seen. I am curious, so don't answer yet. But I am curious about what you were doing during the pandemic. But we're not sure. But you came on and great. We love your message. And I have told you this. We want you to join forces with us.
And then I did
but
3 or 4
and I don't, you say it's a purity test.
Stuff.
It's an ethical test. You have this gigantic microphone, and you have the ability. You have the ear of Trump and Kennedy, and I'm also very curious about that. You're the one that orchestrated the call between Kennedy can drop. And Kennedy says this. He
You know I love the body block. And you know I love the clinch. It's like put me in a phone booth and I'll fight. I was shooting the lowest singles I possibly could on my
and that is
connection.
very, how did that happen? Very curious. So, Kennedy's focus has shifted, and that's our big concern, and it coincides with your rights. I mean, 6 months ago,
I've seen big names, and we would all wait like
6 months ago.
name would come in
Now
that
you have
range down in North County,
230-something
and we just
thousand.
wait.
It's amazing.
Go with
Good
each
for
and I'll
you.
just pretend
Because
it's
you have
one.
figured out how to get that information that you want.
John
to get
Tanner
that
was
out.
using
And that's
me
commendable. That's what
as
we
a
all
body
want.
for
We want our
some of his
message to
MMA
get out.
rounds,
We just
getting him
can't
ready for
get it out.
a few of his last
And
fights.
so maybe you can tell us your secrets. How to do that.
That really solidified how to be retired.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to dust off the old joints and get out of here.
I don't think it's such a great on the guys like us that are well into. We still want to do it. We never want to get hurt. I never want to get hit in the head. I want to take care of my brain. I want to take care of my joints. But I love it still, and I'm gonna love it for forever. So for that to happen, I have to have guys like you, and Sean, and Tyson, and Victor.
Where to take care.
Yeah, they do take care of
you. We're all there for the same reason.
I don't think
it's awesome. I can't wait, dude. I can't wait. All right, what do you got, Jim?
Was in the race.
All right, I have a question for you.
Before you answer, I have a question too. So with the Israel-Iran stuff, what happened to Ukraine?
Oh, it's still going.
Yeah, I know it's still, but the news just decides we're good. This is the new trendy thing.
Don't get me started on the news. Like you're getting me fired up. Yeah, that's completely. So the news, they just should take that. They have a sole purpose, which is to sell marketing. That is how their revenue works. That's the business model. So for them to sell something, for them to sell ads, they have to have people tuning in. People tune in to fear. People tune in to drama. People turn into war and conflict. So the fresher, the newer, the scarier, the chance for escalation. Is America to be dragged into this? Like the bodies being dragged out. That's what they want. And it got boring. Drone warfare, trench warfare in Ukraine.
But it's still very going on.
100%.
Into a place
wow.
to eat the
All right, sorry, just that. That's all good. So you mentioned the glove thing, right? You're in the middle of a fight.
You want a glove thing?
Yeah. So I always tell Brendan this. I feel like there's such an easy fix for that. Where, how there's a glove and you do wrap the strap, right, with tape. But if you put that tape over the glove as well and onto your forearm,
you kind of do.
They kind of do. It's usually up to here. You're saying up to there. Yeah, but if you actually wrap it around your forearm to where it's on your skin and the glove, I think that would just solve that problem.
It doesn't happen very often.
I know that's what Brandon was saying too. It's not that often, but I believe that would actually just solve problems. It's not a big deal.
That duct tape on your arm hair would be pretty uncomfortable.
I get that. That's the one thing that I thought about.
And I don't know the blatant glove grab. I don't think I've ever seen.
Why are you not optimistic?
I've seen it a few times in UFC, but it's very rare with grab. It's more like you guys are in a scramble and just accidentally grab. While we're speaking of UFC, did you train with John?
I was his second fight and his first training camp with Rashad is when I was there.
I was there, and I keep trying to tell people because I was there for his Gus fight right when I started. When the Ultimate Fighter, I was at Jack's.
When Bobby gets
I always tell people, whatever you think about the versus whatever. But as far as a fighter goes, I've never seen anything like it.
4 weeks later,
never.
From him,
existence of humans. You can take anyone in recorded history, you lock them in a room with John Jones, and they have to fight for the death. John Jones walks out every time. Francis Ngannou, I don't care who drop any name. peak John Jones is going to beat anybody. Goliath.
The best I've ever seen.
Yeah, I don't.
But he's not like us when it comes to like the training and the regimen and and having structure. And it works for him. Like chaos kind of works. Don't get me wrong, he still put his hours in, but it was just different. To me, like his mental fortitude, where I was a guy who, if I was a little off here, I was going, man, maybe I shouldn't train today, or oh man, I need to do this rep to count when I'm in the octagon. He wasn't like that. He believed in his skills, even if he had a two tried to use it.
We got like the bone nickel and the lion stand on this end of the spectrum, and then on this end of the spectrum, you have the cowboy Soro. We'll just call it on this scale of 1 to 10, cowboy down here and the perfection athlete over here. Counting every calorie, every minute of sleep, optimization of REM time during that sleep, how many training sessions they're going to have in a day, right? That's like the psycho perfect. And on this end, if something's off about the perfection of that camp, that is going to negatively affect their performance in the octagon. And then on this side, these guys are like sitting hopping on a boat or hopping on a jet ski or sitting on a snowmobile. They're riding on horseback throwing tomahawks at each other.
Getting injured,
They don't care about anything. They are getting injured. They're drinking, getting DUI on a boat, fighting a dude on the side. And that cowboy grit thing, like no matter what happens in the ring or in fight camp, it doesn't matter because they're just a regular day. Both are super important. Obviously, perfection is number 5. You have enough of that cowboy John Jones thing, and then if we could get a little bit of I was an obsessive person off this side, and I definitely had like
gang
maybe like a 6 or 7 on that scale. John Jones is like a 3 or 4. He's definitely on this side, but he doesn't know fight camps. And, he's training with Gibson, and he's training with he's getting all of the blocks checked, and he just cares a little less. That's what makes him super special. It's a rare thing when you get that number 5, that perfect balance of both.
Which is.
It's a Randy Couture. That's Henry Couture. That's Jose Aldo. That's an Anderson Silva. And then they end up being the goats.
What you said to the people on this
John just has that thing where I
test you don't want to take
all night and comes in and just beats the shit out of us. I wish I had that. I'm freaking out because they didn't put kale on my chips. My day's well.
Yeah, he angered. I would like do not that I did it often, but I'd get something. I'd like a takedown or a submission. That was the one and only time I would ever hit that again. Never would I see it another time. And it always happens in training. And I'm not saying that like great things happen in rounds between me and John Jones in training. I'm saying that moment where something went right for Tim Kennedy in a round never happened again.
Dallas the day they got it. We had a guy.
You like that? What you're saying?
Yeah. Honestly. I remember there was a guy in the gym, I forget his name, he passed away. Him and his brother were Wild Boys. At Jackson's. There's me, Orlovsky, some other big names. And then these brothers, one brother, I was like, God, look at his energy. Look at what is he doing? And my coach, I was like, okay, there's no pre-workout.
Big quarterback like guy. Yeah, what was his? He passed away.
Yeah. His brother was a wild boy too. His brother came to the UFC with me. He was just wild. But he was doing, which we weren't supposed to do, like, he kept doing spinning back fist over and over and over. And me, Orlovsky, and these other guys, like, I thought, fuck, he's kind of landing stuff. He's just all kept it down. And then John goes in there. Told my kid, be careful. He's throwing all stuff. And just beat the shit out of the guy.
I think there's good.
He's like, what? Okay. It just did his thing. Probably 2 hours of sleep.
I think we are.
I only had 2 fights with 2 fight camps with Rashad at the gym.
I love Rashad.
I love him too.
For a long time.
And almost fought him in Madison Square Gardens. I would have loved to have fought him.
I think I'm very curious what happened to you during the pandemic.
He's great. He also, when
seriously,
you arrive at a new place,
what was the hardest thing?
the first time I got to Jackson's, took me under the wing. Very first meal I had there was with him. He's like, no, come eat with me. And then we went out to Santa Fe. We got the vitamin-enriched IV bags as a recovery. He's like, oh, here's a great massage place. They hook us up with free. Yeah, it's great. I didn't need to do any of that stuff.
Rashad Dillon was the reason I made the Ultimate Fighter, because I was training with him. So he's the one who gave me that freaking gold ticket. And then when I first came to Jackson's, I stayed at Don's Reddy's house with him and Leonard Garcia. And Don was just like, Mr. Jackson. They just let me stay at his house, just make his wings. Like Cowboy's one of those guys. Cowboy's one of those guys.
He is. I don't talk to him anymore near as much as I should, but he is on a short list of maybe 5 guys that are my 3 o'clock friend, my 3 a.m. friend. And I know he will pick up. And I know no matter what I ask him, he will do it. If it's like, and I mean anything. If I was like, Cowboy, I need your help right now. You write me a check for whatever he had in the budget. If I need you to bury the body, you bury the body. People say that. Cowboy would do it. He's just one of those dudes.
Even nobody gets to see him because the mid-400 rates. I wish I had that Polaris. Had a deal, was doing some promotion work for this team, and I spent months driving their car, driving the race car to get ready for the mid-400. Flying for spec, leave my family. It's this huge commitment. Flying for spec, and just the engine blew. And they didn't tell me. It blew the day before. They didn't tell me. They just want me for appearances and stuff. So we were in a race. And me and Kelly have the same sponsor. We're doing this thing together. I can tell I'm down. That's why I'm like, I can't wait. All that time. My brother's here, so my co-pilot. All that time I was shooting. I have a car you can use. I'm like, what? This gate. You can just use mine. I'm like, no, Cowboy, it's like so much money. Don't worry about it. You come down there and waste your time. You can use mine. Let me race with him and his team. The best. I've let you Cowboys run. Fucking shut up. Cowboy. The best. He's kicking ass. And that's why I got mad when I found out he's coming back for a fight. He must get to 40 or 50. Where the hell he's at? I got mad at him. And then he called me. He explained it to me. I get it. I got you, man. I got you. I get it. He said, it's big for me. It's all I want. Do your thing. That's news to me. I love one council for it's not going to change. What is the council? I don't want him to change. I don't want him to fight. But I don't want him to change. And I don't know how to reconcile those two things. His kids' names are Danger and Chaos. That name I can wild stuff is Danger and like Savage or some shit. It's wild.
We went out there on the weekend. You had that hard training week. It's Saturday. It's supposed to be like a fun, like let loose day. I get out there and he has like guns, spears, and axes. And he had just built this huge 2x4 wall, and he had like balloons, and we just went out there and started like chucking edged weapons.
Yeah, this Cowboy man. Think how much fun these kids are having.
Yeah. His wife's awesome. Yeah. They're great. Yeah. It's good era. He's a little different now.
Let's have a couple.
Yes.
I'm just warming up. Just try to let it out.
No, I'm not gonna say the bad, but it's just a different time.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Like, I don't know who told
you. The UFC is the industry, and the UFC is the brand now.
I have security people.
We were the brand.
I'm curious if I'm looking for it.
We, as the athletes, they now the fight promotion is leading up to an event, and that event is the product.
They sell out before they announce the card.
Yeah.
It's just different time. But for the UFC, it's like your business, do your thing, man. It's the money. You're worth $1 billion. You're worth a lot of money now. Do your thing. Do you remember when you were in Machida walking out? In Goosebumps, right? Like you could feel the energy in the whole. When Anderson Silva would walk out, he starts moving, and like the electricity was, the energy was contagious. It was because of him. But now that, again, business, so I get it. Now, they're mandatory 46 fights a year, fight nights, so you get, 2-3 cards a month with a pay-per-view. Just the depth of the roster is 4x from what it was in our era. 4x. They're tripping fighters that are like 1 and 2 in our era. They're getting a lot of guys from there, like Contender Series. Fight, and they get these contracts. You get put on one exciting fight from like a spinning whatever.
a bunch of tickets for this kid.
You know, I'd love to talk to these kids. I'm like, dude, it's a marathon, not a sprint, bud. Don't do it. Just wait.
And actually
It's just different time.
companies,
Figure out. I don't want to sound like the old
I know what the old guys are just like, in my day, look at the heavyweight. There's not a guy from the champ to number 3. Those guys would be ranked.
Those are the projects I worked on. And then at the same time, Edelman represents the World Economic Forum.
Monsters. And I don't know what happened because there's always this thing like, I remember when I was like, can you imagine kids when you know, in 10 years from now, like they're growing up with UFC and MMA, so they're going to be just this much MMA, not just specialized in jiu-jitsu or wrestling or boxing. They're going to be just MMA. These heavyweights, man, it's like going to the NFL, NBA, they're going to the UFC.
She's a former public
It's fighting, it's just a different animal. It's just another game.
When was the last time that you went to a fight?
President of Mexico.
I went to one championship. I went to one in Denver. Oh, and then I commentated
I think Cali foundational, the foundational, like the foundational.
But as far as UFC, I'm in the UFC. I went to France, Stipe, and Boston. That was like 9 years ago.
Nicole was married to a friend. Like, here's the hold on, here's the key though.
We should do like a legacy event where, especially here where we have so many.
This is funny.
There's 20 UFC crossroads here.
So
you know, Chicago's here. Yeah, he's like 20 minutes from here. He doesn't train with us enough. He'll pop in some days, but he's great. He's a monster.
Yeah, that would be fun to go.
To Stanford.
All of us, like 20 of us, fly out to the event.
Yeah, my heart rate definitely got it, especially when I was commentating for Bare Knuckle on the Bay. Just like, oh my God, and it was JDS. Junior Santos was fighting to Purdue, and I'm just sitting there like, God, this is wild.
How good. Our lost skill group good too. That jab to the up elbow.
A lot of those guys still doing it.
You know, I think he's still going. He won the heavyweight title 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
How long that was? When he had the bangs in his mouth, his hair, that was so gorgeous. His luscious, it was just gorgeous. Back and forth.
Dude, he probably won it in 90s. Maybe 2001.
He's another great.
You're asking questions.
Yeah,
questions, but go ahead.
Against Tim Sylvia?
Yeah, 2005. 20 years ago. 20 years ago. 20 years ago, and he's still doing it at a high level too.
You know, us, he trained together for a long time, and then when the UFC told us we're fighting each other,
you know,
Don's man. They're such a boring fight because we knew each other. Yeah, he's the best. I remember training with him. I was like, I drank coffee before. And I was like, hey, man, so sorry about my bad clothes. I had coffee, brother. It's better than yesterday. That's big shit.
That he was tied to psychologically work. Right there, World War II. Did you know that?
It's 20 years ago.
What the methodology for Edelman is, my friend.
Do you like bare knuckles?
Goes all the way back to the 1921
there's some good things I like about it. You know?
Jack, I just described it. But my question is,
some of it's tough.
Why do I keep your name and your dad's
name? Like the cuts especially.
My sister's name.
You learn the hard way.
Yeah, it's a different type of fighting.
Luke's so skilled. So skilled. His grappling, big monster. So skilled. Good striking, his kicks, his boxing, his movement, and his grappling.
Yeah, I got 25 minutes with him in the ring there.
He's a savage. He's great. Monster.
He's great everywhere too.
Yeah.
And then he had his teeth put through his lips.
And my parents like, say less, dude, watch this. It's just, that's what guys don't realize. It's like, oh, well, I had success in the UFC. My sister was just going to train it. My parents decent in the UFC. My fucking love bearing up. No, you're not. No, you're not. The distance is different. The punches are different. He's going to get miserable.
Yeah, he just, I saw him sparring with Sean,
and for whatever reason, my sister and
Mike Perry was just it was Sean Strickland, and Sean Strickland was destroying him effortlessly, picking him apart. The little Philly shuffle he's doing, kicks, great hands, out angling him, better head movement. I mean, Perry never touched him. The moment those gloves came off and they did a bare knuckle fight, just different. I would never bare knuckle fight Perry.
No, but it's also like his thing. Like if he was built for that, it's Hampton. I'll tell you who I wish was still around that could have done it is Kimbo Slice. Yeah, he was made for that. Yeah, love that guy.
And Paige Van Zandt, did she?
Yes.
And there's a hilarious meme where like her eyes, she's like, everything is great. I have trouble.
I see that. It's so much fun. I can't wait to do it again.
She's stunning. You know, she's one of those beautiful things ever.
Yeah, she's what makes women's fighting tough. Like, no one touch her. Yeah, don't punch her in the face. She's gorgeous. Don't do that. Yeah. And then somebody
I watched Kayla win the title.
What I would call spiritual.
She's a monster. She's a monster. The
Earthing system is pretty dark.
Don't do that.
Officers are getting sick.
And she's stunning. You know, she's one of those beautiful things ever. Yeah, she's like, everything is great. I have trouble.
I can't see that. It's so much fun. I can't wait to do it again.
She's stunning. You know, she's one of those beautiful things ever. Yeah, she's.
And kind of
he was made for that.
where was I going?
Paige Van Zandt, didn't she? Yes. There's a hilarious meme where like her eyes, she's like, everything is great. I had trouble.
I can't see that. It's so much fun. I can't wait to do it again.
She's stunning. You know, she's one of those beautiful things ever.
Yeah, she's what makes women's fighting tough. It's like, no one touch her. Yeah, don't punch her in the face. She's gorgeous. Don't do that. Yeah. And then somebody like, yeah, makes sense.
I watched Kayla win the title. She's a monster. She's a monster. The Earthing
is the right book in 2021, 2020.
That's where her fight's at.
Yeah, and she said, but she was really transparent about it. You know, because she wrestled with, as a mom, is this the right thing? But I said I was going to be a UFC champion. Their highest weight class for women is this, so I have to do that. And she did it the right way. I was really happy to watch her dieting, calorie cutting.
She's the most professional. When you talk about that scale,
she's on the 8th. She has enough. She has enough trauma, unfortunately, in her background.
Have confirmed to me
molestation when she was on the judo team. A lot of us are, that's the meme.
So this is actually Taylor publishing.
Richard, I'm going to tell you something.
I'm super excited.
She's beautiful too.
Maybe
not right now.
She's looking so good. Her hands. It's such a great time. Can't wait to get back to that. But with Kayla Harrison, like her fight's that weight cut, and
did she get touched in that title bout?
No.
One punch.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I want to ask a question first.
It was so dominant.
You mentioned there was a spiritual.
And now she'll fight Amanda Nunes, and my thing is, Amanda's a big girl too. Like, why make them? As long as for a belt, no one's gonna remember it's for 35, 45. Why make her both kill themselves at 35?
She's gonna destroy 45. She's gonna destroy Amanda.
That's what I said.
There's no place that she wins that fight.
I mean, unless Amanda just was able to completely stop the takedown and keep it on the feet.
But she's gonna racetrack the whole entire. No, like you can't do that for 25 minutes.
Considering the stuff that's been going
on, Ronda and Holly
are
a great example of Holly did it perfect. And I think that was an anomaly.
Great. I have to see that.
From you.
Take a break, because today's episode of the Fire Kid with Jim Kelly is brought to you by FIFA. And sometimes when the day winds down, your body's still wired up. Grabbing a drink isn't always the best solution if you want to stay sharp. FIFA Zen Relax Unwind Shot is a plant-based way to decompress using kava, GABA, and other common herbs without alcohol. Heavy sedatives or next day grogginess, we got you. I've tried after a long day of recording, working out, dad life. It just takes the edge off naturally. Vivazen has been trusted for over 12 years with over 600 million servings sold. Every batch is independently lab tested for quality and consistency. Right now, you can try a free 3-pack of Relax Unwind Shot. Just cover shipping. That's it. Click on the link in the description. All you have to do is cover shipping and experience the difference for yourself. Let's get back to the program.
It's a wonderful thing. Law enforcement in Texas really care about enforcing the law. like
interesting.
criminals. Yeah, criminals.
Feigning
Yeah, like they're.
So I'd like to
Hey,
know
go get new plates, man.
what
Like that's the thing.
about what? I think
that truck right there.
and ignorance.
There's a machine gun in that truck.
Two words that are
There's
next to
body
each other.
armor in that truck.
I would like to know where.
They'll see
I
my
would
name,
like to
and they're
know
gonna be
where
walking up
your
like,
line.
bro, what's going on? And it's just a different thing. But on the flip side, like
I kind of like to
you get
hear
lippy,
you say.
you say something slick, and you've broken the law.
To write a food book.
You're gonna have some
I
problems.
feel like that sticks people in general, like they're great.
While
Open arms,
while
open
you're
you cross the line, man, and then you got that difference.
it's got recipes. It's not.
If you like walked around anywhere down here, and like if you come up to Cedar Park or you go to Leander, you go down to Dripping,
And to be
and
fair,
there's
Valley does
people
talk
be
a lot
like,
about the
hey, morning, what's going on? And you're like,
Danny, let me
Just be nice. First day, I got there literally the night I run in the morning. So I was running around it was like 5:30 in the morning, and I had my headphones in listening to something.
you just see people go like this over and
The
over.
guy goes morning, and I didn't see him. He's like, morning. I'm just running like, what's up, man? He's
his
like, morning. I'm
stance
like,
on food. His stance
morning.
that
Just give me a great day.
against
The fuck?
That's it.
I was like, have a good day. I put back with our neighbors, like, the first week we're there, they throw a block party this kid. And I'm talking to my wife, where they walk?
It's the
We don't
transparency.
know nothing. What do you think they're in charge?
He's a
She's like,
public relations
you're an
guy.
asshole.
A lobbyist.
So you know, like,
What do
you're
they do? It's
you
legalized
gotta realize
lying.
they're nice.
So I want to make
They don't
sure
want anything.
he's
No
not
one's asking
still
what I'm
lying.
doing.
Because when
Even if
we
someone
ask
else
him the
that knows,
question
you're like, man,
that we ask him about
and then
the
even when you
elephant
do
in the
get
room,
recognized,
which is
it's
the
not like
messenger
you're
RNA jab,
it's not like this like
already had
cool like
Kevin on here,
posture,
and you
like,
know the deal.
oh yeah,
You're not even a science
hey
guy.
man,
Right.
left your fight. They move on.
there
It's
is
great,
a
man.
huge
I want to bring you
stigma and
the
a
further
huge
out
that
you
is
get,
attached to the
more people know that will know you. So if you come up to the HEB Center, which is we have our own pro hockey team here under the AHL, the American Hockey League. They just lost in the semifinals, going to their version of the Stanley Cup. Great team, super talented. You will not be able to take two steps without somebody being like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And they're gonna hug you because that's what Texans do, you know. And then we're gonna be like, "Oh, God bless you. You are such a perfect spot."
Like, because I go to car shows every weekend. Car shows, I'm like, the hell you doing here?
Yes,
I live here. I'm like, what? Trying to let me love like, man. They tell me where to go. They're great. Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah, on the lake where everybody's just like waving and saying hi nonstop. Like, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, like the winds were going were on the lake, so I jumped out. There's like all these like college kids were over there, and I pushing the boat. These guys just being asking me going to hell. We're pushing the other two. What the fuck you doing pushing the boat? I'm like, what's up, man? Yeah, like, dude, the boat needs to get out, man.
We need some rain though. I'm sorry that you're seeing this lake in the shape that it's in. I've heard. Yeah, it's stunning when that lake is at capacity. Even yesterday, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Early there, he was like, "Oh, that's the sometimes island." What's that? He's like, "Well, sometimes the island's not there. The rainfall, see that." I get that.
We were getting a lot of rain the past 3 weeks. We need that for the next 3 months.
We have a huge problem with trout.
So Texas weather,
I see it every day.
it's just feral. Everything's feral. Why? And you get out a little bit, and you're like, oh, this is Texas. The stereotypes exist for a reason. Across all races, across all religions, across all cultures, and they're for a reason. And there is a stereotype about Texans being Texans. They're kind of crazy. They're kind of like, absolutely, they're welcoming, but they're a little failing. And you get out a little bit. You forget when you're in Austin, because it's posh. You know, it's fancy. It's like we got good steakhouses. You got True Loves, NBBs, Steiners. We have Michelin stars. We have Fujiko. You know, we have. I got it.
Right. So
you can drive
I went to
30
Stanford.
minutes
I'm an
from
ENT.
there.
And
I
there's
kind of stumbled.
rattlesnakes that want to kill you. There's mountain lions that want to eat your face. There's bears that want everything that's inside of your truck. They don't want to deal with you. They're going to be scared of you. You know, there's going to be pigs that you can kill 1,000 of them and have a dent.
What's weird too is like it's just a different type of living. I get used to like where it's pretty chill. Like even I had an issue with my health, you'll love that. So it's called 89 military update. It's all action.
So then I moved on to monoclonal antibodies.
All of
Those
that's a
worked
power
great.
engine. So in Texas, it's like I'm driving a fucking Bugatti. Like they freak out. They see like, what, power stroking on highway? They freak out. In LA, they're like, look at that shit. So they love it out here. So I had an issue.
Orchestrated effort.
I got some regulators, take to the shop. Drive up, shop looks nice. I forget what it's called. Guy comes out with proper text, Calvin, all that shit. I explained, he's like, I'll take care of it, man. I'm like, all right, cool. He's like, don't worry about it. I got him a parking sign, I don't have to worry about it. I'm like, oh, man. That was last Sunday. So on Tuesday, I'm here, bro. He's to LA, where the guy's the doctor, I'm just in business. Tuesday comes, they call me, hey, just checking in, man. Just making sure you're doing all right. He's doing fine, man. What's going on? I'm like,
in such a short period of time.
I'm the guy dropped off. There's the issue. He's like, yep, get around to it. Don't worry. Get around to it.
I got ridiculed, scared, canceled. I'm still fighting for my medical license. So I put
just see what's going on. And he just thinks I'm calling the jack.
I think that brings us to another point.
So I was
all these people, all these doctors have really stuck their necks out.
Yeah, I'm hoping you do this weekend, man. I get a lot of business right now. Hopefully I get to this weekend.
I mean, just upholding the Hippocratic Oath, being
completely good,
especially right now.
Right now, he's just gonna do it right, but there's no sense of urgency. Like LA, they're not doing that. I was like, yeah, something gets done right, I guess. It's quirky. It's a different thing. I can't believe you're here. It's so much fun. It's the best. All right, what do you got, Jim?
Actually, Steve, the things that you saw.
And maybe I can like my anxiety from LA, it is not as imperative to you as somebody who's seeing something over and over and over again. Some people crying
I think that I don't want to believe I always got to do something. That's the LA. Jack, it's not about food. Jack, calm down.
Jack, hold on. It's not. I'm actually talking.
I don't want to assume nefarious motives on their part.
It's just
but I do find it interesting. It's just interesting.
I don't know.
What's interesting?
Yeah.
That,
for sure, about time.
I mean, I was going first time other
right. Doesn't finish her residency. That doesn't matter. Finishing the residency. She never finished her residency, but that's part of the book.
And hustle that life has been.
What's your point?
From your time as a collegiate athlete to a professional athlete, to an actor, to a comedian, to a host, to a podcaster, to like just this litany of things of this kind of non-stop movement. But now as a husband and a father, still as an athlete, still as an entrepreneur, still as a racer. Like, what moment am I here in the present to just be here?
Only with my kids. Is the only thing that I have not had fair for you? Probably not. But I'm talking about healthy for you. Like I've done crazy stuff. I remember some of it. Like switching the UFC, some of the NFL, the college stuff. I remember some of it vaguely. But I was like, it was like I blinders on it. So then people ask me about it. I'm like even like I was talking about like this Texas football player who comes the street and he was so good and he's talking like 2006. I'm like, he's like, yeah, man, I went to this game and I was like, oh, I played in that game. Until he said something. He's like, really? Yeah, I was in Kansas City. His name's Griffin. Right? He got blocked him like 7 times. He's like, what? He's like, why didn't you start with him? Like, bro, he said something. Like, someone has to trigger it. Because I was never present. He was always like, what's next? The NFL. All right, what's that? UFC. This. Some guy like speaking to something at my LA house. He's never trained me. Why would you? What? He's like, Jackson. Remember?
Because there's no trust in the world.
But when I told my kids, I can tell you.
I think that's
strikes,
when you've gone through what I've gone through, you don't trust.
There's also this romantic thing about being in the West. Not California West, we're in the Wild West, where sunsets are a little cooler, sunrises are just a little bit more beautiful. The stars,
There's a lot of people listening that
right now,
it's not
having
about
not assimilated
it's
and
like,
acclimated to being a
like, I
Texan,
think
if I should go to Big Bend,
hold on. But there's also
it's one of the quietest and darkest places
Like, I think you're bringing the
in the
distrust
United
to
States.
this
If
magical
you
moment.
look at the scar and stars,
I want to fast forward the whole thing. I never got to finish the whole process, right? Because that's the biggest
it's about a 6-hour drive.
Patients coming to me. I have a list, a printed
You
list of
look
doctors.
up,
I get, these are the
never
people that
in your
are
life
like-minded.
seen stars
These are
that
the
bright.
people that
And
will never make
there's
you wear a mask in
javelina
office,
running
never
across,
ask you
there's
to get vaccination
coyotes.
status.
Then you go into
Been
Marathon,
very
and
like-minded.
there's this little big, super cute hotel that has
If
an
the
incredible
government does not take
barbecue
this
place, a
prayer, this
fantastic
opportunity
coffee shop. Sounds awesome.
to come down
You take what's
and
right below us
people
out there,
accountable, we
and
will
you can
never
drive.
restore the trust.
There's
At least in
ranches
our
that are
lifetime.
120,000 acres. Jesus.
Everything
You can drive all day and never see a fence.
And are you good about being present?
Or the trust. I mean, we'll never restore the trust. I mean, I'm telling you, okay, look how many, you know how many people are
For
still
30
getting
years,
shots.
right?
I mean, it's
I
probably
don't
less
even
than
remember.
10%.
I can barely
And that's a
remember my name. I
reflection
don't
of
think
their
you can.
trust in our
I think when
government.
you're
The
flying
government
that
is telling
in
them
that
they
gear,
need to get these
There's
shots.
like 3% for like young kids. It's like,
Well, God, we shouldn't even do that. Well,
I
we
had to
have
rely
to.
on, I mean, just like your shorts, I had to rely on other
I mean,
people
no
to
way
tell
should
me
we be
like,
shot.
what
No way.
happened in moments and
Yeah, so
events.
if we
I journaled
don't
for
do something,
periods of times on and
we'll
off,
never
and I was
ever
using
restore
those
the
for
trust.
references. But like,
And this is the time to do it.
I don't know.
Soft pedaling this is just not going to work. People
I don't know.
do not
I don't know.
trust
I
our
remember my first pro fight
I think
against
that's why
Scott
this
Smith,
conversation is so important, and I
which was
also
like the
think
first
that's
sanctioned
why Kyle
bout.
Scott Smith was good.
He was good. Yeah, I lost it.
He was
I got
some
cut.
sort of nefarious trope.
I had maybe 30 fights before that, and I can't tell you anything about 30 fights. No.
Has a big role. You have a big microphone right now.
Not concussed.
You are all
No,
over
one
the
of
news. You're
but I think
bipartisan
your brain,
news. You're all
like,
over the news right
just
now. You have the
is
ear of
organized
Trump and Kennedy, and we
like,
need to
nah, man, we
convince
gotta
you
keep going.
that
Don't
no
know.
child
Yeah.
should be given the option of getting this
What
modified
is that? They
synthetic
keep scratching
mRNA
it like
shot
from
that has
this.
dire
That just happened.
consequences if it goes
That's
wrong. And it
That's what
doesn't
it
go
is.
wrong for everybody.
I
We
was
know
gonna
that.
pretend I'm not hurt because that's a good one. That's a good one.
They're varying degrees, varying numbers. 4%, 15%.
It's fine now, but when it
1 in
was
500, 1 in
I know,
800.
dude, it was hard.
Serious
It was
adverse
hard.
reactions.
Even when the box jumps and you miss and it like breaks your shins, and your face turns pale and like you're
life-changing. And there's nothing we can do for these
I'll
people.
keep
It's
it
very
together.
hard. They don't
That's
get
gonna
better.
scar up without a doubt. There's like the duality of man here. On your right calf, you got this smiley face. On the right side of that left calf,
So a
and
lot of
then
it's
on your right
neurological,
shin,
which
you
is
have
very
this
difficult to
brutal
I don't see the
scratch.
myocarditis, stroke, that sort of thing.
This episode of Firecast brought to you by
O'Reilly
Auto Parts. Ow!
I looked at my
And they're in the business of keeping your car on the road. That's what they want for you. They want your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all your maintenance and repairs. Whatever you're looking for, the team at O'Reilly Auto Parts got you. Whether you're a freaking expert with cars or a rookie, you'll find employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, peaceful, super friendly. Alright, the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in-store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. This episode of Firecast is also brought to you by Progressive. It's brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to play on this podcast today. Smart choice, Beth and Kennedy. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So if you save time on the research and you can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. Give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all situations. Prices vary based on how you buy Progressive.
This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Gladiator, Mission Impossible, Beverly Hills Cop, Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Oh, 11 Alpha.
What's that?
11 Alpha.
Okay, so you know about this then. Bro, 272 people on board this flight. 271 people die. One guy in seat 11 Alpha survives. The only anomaly about this seat is that it is a window seat, even though it's in the front of the plane. But there's an air conditioning unit that sits out the side of it. Having gone down the AI Grok chat GPT asking what is the safest place seat in the flight, and then it breaks down like, are you talking about fires on the flights, waterborne crashes, or belly down crashes, or nose in crashes? So I had to specify in my query search. Yeah, I went down the rabbit trail hard on this thing. Because didn't somebody else survive too? It's happened a whole bunch of times. No, that seems to be so expensive. It's not just the 11 Alpha. So statistically, the best place to be seated is 3/4 of the way back in a middle seat. Unless you're crashing in the water, then it's how close you are to the exit. There's more exits towards the front of the plane, so first class has a higher chance of survival in water or fire. But in crashes where they're slamming into buildings, the dude's pretty much untouched. Everybody died. His brother died. There's a really horrible family picture of this family. Right? It was their first air. And then, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, it was an M. Night Shyamalan movie with Bruce Willis. Can you take Unbreakable? Unbreakable. I need an answer. Sixth Sense is also a good movie. And he survived this car wreck, and there's like this superhuman, like, on the spectrum of humanity, right? We have marathoners and power wrestlers. We have the Brian Shaws and the Brian Callens. We have the Brendan Schaubs and the John Joneses, and then we have Brock Lesnar's daughter. You know, like, humans are just so are these like superheroes that are these not mutants, but essentially an adaptation, a mutation of being human, that they can do these extraordinary things. It's like, we can't explain why this person survived. But the only thing is you could explain it because it's that seat. There's been other people that crashed. It's not a number thing. It's not like there's an 11 Alpha. The location statistically doesn't support the middle seat 3/4 of the way back that has the highest survivability. But even ChatGPT and Grok went back and forth, and I was like copying and pasting from each of them and making them argue with each other. And both of them were like, well, under this circumstance, in this instance, in this example, in this, and they couldn't even figure out. And I said, given every data available about aircraft crashes, where is the safest seat on a plane? And we couldn't do it. I wonder if this is just like a once in a lifetime situation where he just somehow got fortunate with something big than that and protected him. It's so wild that it's over 200, almost 300 people, and only one person survives. It was fairly decently all but fine. I think yes, survivors were normal. And this is the only thing I saw. Survivor guilt, man. That's something that's absolutely real too. It's survivor's guilt. But yeah, so this is like a Thai singer. Apparently, he had the same seat back like 40-something years ago. Survivor James from the city spot. This is like what the heck? The same seat.
Rabbi Simon, not gay, Rabbi eating
as well. See, confirmation bias is a really dangerous thing where we see this outlier, this anomaly about this one number, but if you're intentionally looking for the reoccurrence of that 11A and other things, that's not like a healthy data cross section of what's happening. That is us looking for data that supports it, right? Like I think, confirmation bias. No, but there's like a woman's name that has Karen. No, like it's the Karen anomaly. Like, are all Karens bitches? Yeah. I bet you. I don't know if I know if you guys. Yeah, but what happens is, like, we've met a couple of Karens, and then we always look for examples. But then we also look, like, I'm looking, oh, that's a Karen. Let me look for that girl to do something mean. Of course she's a Karen. You know, like, no, of course they're not. You know, like, are all Chad sluts? You know, no. Maybe your mother could die. Let's do a plan like this for a reason. Yeah, so there's on the law enforcement side where if I am looking for evidence to support
this thing or this idea I have about why or how this crime went down, that's not real investigative work. Right? I have to take all the information and then that becomes evidence, which has to be tough. Very difficult compared to like this. I'm assuming this thing happened, and now I'm going to go and ask specific questions that support.
Yeah, like my father-in-law was a CHP for 30 years. I pull over a certain kind of car. He's like, I don't make the statistics, but I was 83% more likely to get in a gunfight if I pulled this type of car over. So I pull that over, I'm on edge. Yeah, it's just that. It's like, man, my chance of going 80% to get my gun out, takes over on edge, pull over that type of car. It's just what it is.
The human brain, we have been conditioned to look for things out of place. We want order. That's one of the greatest things about the military is we make everything uniform. The uniform looks a specific way so I can see things that look out of place. I make all the soldiers make their beds a certain way. They have to wear their uniforms 670-1. They have the rules and regulations about appearance, like how their hair is cut, what colors they can use, or on women's side for fingernail. So I can see when something looks off. The human condition is predisposed to see these kind of outside of the bell curve abnormalities. It's for self-preservation. It's our adaptation of like we're cruising through the woods. That doesn't look right. That doesn't smell right. That didn't sound right. Like, yeah, it's hardwired in our genetics for us to survive. But then there's things like this. Where some dude
often she was on a church that can help, maybe closer having their faith,
where everybody on that plane or somebody on that plane had a cure for cancer or had, if you go down this rabbit hole, how many times a scientist or an engineer around two specific things, curing cancer and renewable energy, how many times somebody has said that they have one of those two things, and then the plane crashes around those two stations.
Are you being conspiracy?
Oh, yeah. I'm batting 1,000. But just take that word away. First of all, that word, that phrase was designed by the CIA. So,
and how many times is conspiracy based?
I'm batting 1,000. I feel like COVID, 100%. Like, I call it everything. Vaccine. Been right about everything.
But how far do you go with it? Like flat Earth?
No.
September 11th?
People from China.
I did not say that like 9/11 is conspiracy theory. I think there's some fishy things, just like the Trump assassination. Was the government complicit? Absolutely. Were they intentionally negligent? Absolutely. Were there Secret Service agents that were like taking a guy and placing him on a roof with a clear line of sight? No.
But they turned a blind eye to it. They were privy to that.
And if there's enough of those things that have happened, like the fires in Hawaii, the fires in Los Angeles, it just took enough negligence. As a business owner, if I am that negligent, I am liable for being, it's as if I was complicit. Like, you can sue me for me being so bad at a thing. We can't do that with the government, unfortunately. But when you look at the government's level of negligence, that line has moved into them being complicit.
Regarding September 11th, is very trouble. Regarding September 11th, with their negligence, the point would be just to start a war. Get America on their side, like that would do it. Yeah, they did what? And then America's like, go get them.
I mean, we're knocking on it right now. Like, a false flag operation happens on American soil right now, and somebody's named that these Iranian radicals came and did this attack. America's like,
and my understanding
go to war to Iran, right? Like, is Israel not incentivized to facilitate some radicals doing a terrorist attack on American soil? Is the military-industrial complex, the American military-industrial complex, are they not incentivized to facilitate? I mean, let's call a spade here. If this happens, there you go. Cowboy, come and protect me. Yeah, because they're coming for me. That's wild, dude.
You know that your sister used to have a history.
Actually, I bet you the next something's gonna happen.
So no, I don't.
They're gonna try.
So you don't know that.
And
let me talk about that.
Yeah.
Casey interned.
There's just a few bad apples, maybe a few in your bunch. And those systems to take a blind eye to it, so they know if it does happen, it's actually good for business. Yep. Because at the top, I'm sure those guys, like if you ask Trump or any of those top guys, like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? The fuck that?
Right, but they can only clean and prune and cleanse and remove the gangrene that has been embedded in our system, in our government, for the past 50, 40 years. I mean, the FBI, our intelligence agencies, they have been captured entities. If you look for RFK right now, him coming in the Department of Health and Human Services, when you look at the CIA, or that's mixing up the two, intelligence and health. If you look at Kennedy, Health and Human Services, where he's going through Medicare, Medicaid under him, you're going through the CDC, FDA, NIH, all under him. Hundreds of thousands of employees, all of them captured by the largest pharmaceutical lobbyist, the largest lobbyist group on the planet, which are the pharmaceutical lobbyists, have captured every single one of these entities. The science that we've seen for the past 20, 30 years, like the food pyramid, get fucked, kid, get out of here. You know, like allowing these dyes to be in our food, the use of the seed oils.
What's scary is 4 years.
I have no idea.
It's impossible. No, that's what's scary.
But we're on the brink of fighting for the existence of American health, American security, American intelligence. And I'm just using Health and Human Services as one example. You go one over to Tulsi Gabbard, the new director of national intelligence. She's also lives local. She's just such a badass, great human. That poor woman having to go through every single intelligence organization, and there's a dozen that fall underneath her, and how long these bureaucrats and professional government people, not appointed, not elected, and they work for that stability and security for them, and all of their jobs after their government positions, where they're going to be making millions of dollars, working for the Lockheeds, working for the Raytheons, looking like it's a busted, broken system. And then let's not even get into the elected officials that are making big, huge stock purchases the night, hours before closing time, the night before Israel strikes Iran. On both sides of the aisle. Yeah, and I'm not
again, there's no way you're being eradicated that stuff in 4 years.
Not enough time.
You do some damage in 4 years. But they're not going to especially when they know this is going on.
Yeah, we got the No Kings protest, right, going every which way. Absolutely hilarious. The irony and hypocrisy here, where you go back 5 years and you put your mask on, put this drug in your body, you can't ride on a bus, you can't ride on a plane, you're not allowed outside. Putting sand on skate parks, you can't walk outside and go surfing or you'll be arrested, even though the best possible thing for your health and combating COVID would be the sun and to be outside to exercise.
I was just middle of nowhere in Santa Monica Mountains. I rode 50 miles in the middle of nowhere. I see this. No one's out there. I'm sheltered by myself. That's why I did turn it over. And I see a ranger truck flying down my street. What happened? Maybe just mountain or something. You come up and can't be out here. Right? Like, where's your mask? I'm like, buddy, there's nobody around. Who am I going to go with? You're a fucking bird up there? What are you talking about? He said, can't be out here, man. I was like, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Tyrannical dictatorship applied in real time.
They were like, we're so sorry. It makes no sense. It's just, we got the call, we got to give you a ticket. And I was like, this is insane. You guys know you're doing the wrong thing. He goes, yeah, listen, just not catch you out there again. I go, I will gladly pay the ticket. I will.
Which I have not raised money from.
It's a busted, broken system. Now let's not even get into the elected officials that are making big, huge stock purchases the night, hours before closing time, the night before Israel strikes a roll. On both sides of the aisle. And I'm not like,
Again, there's no way for you to eradicate that stuff in 4 years.
not enough time.
You do some damage, but they're not going to rear their ugly heads, especially if they know this is going on.
Now we got the No Kings protest, right, going every which way. Absolutely hilarious. The irony and hypocrisy here, where you go back 5 years and you put your mask on, you put this drug in your body, you can't ride on a bus, you can't ride on a plane, you're not allowed. Putting sand on skate parks, you can't walk outside and go surfing or you'll be arrested, even though the best possible thing for your health and combating COVID would be the sun and to be outside to exercise.
I was in the middle of nowhere. This thing won't come out, so I probably rode 50 miles in the middle of nowhere. I see this. No one's out there. So I'm by myself. That's why I sit here COVID. I see a ranger fuck happened. It was like outline or something. Come up, I can't be out here. I'm like, what? I think that's like, where's your mask? I'm like, but there's nobody around. Who am I even going to? Fucking bird up there? What are you talking about? So can't be out here, man. I was like, that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Tyrannical dictatorship applied.
They were like, we're so sorry, man. It makes no sense. Call, we gotta get a ticket. I was like, this is insane. You guys know you're doing the wrong thing. Let's just not catch you again. I'm glad we did the ticket. Same time, I come here every morning. Man, at 9 a.m. boys. I'm like, all right, see you, man. Never saw me again. Didn't pay the ticket either.
There's this gym owner. I think he was in California. Ian Smith, his name. He was getting fined by the city. They said,
That's what I'm saying. I went down there to zoo culture. You refused to pay, so they tried to shut you down. He sued the city and
ungoverned. They dropped off. This is what we're supposed to be as Americans. Like strong, independent entrepreneurs that are healthy. We carved our existence out of the wilderness. Then we had some people that come and said, hey, we're going to tax you. But you can actually, like taxation without representation, and then we're going to tax this other thing, and you're not going to have a say about it. And then what do? We killed them all and kicked them off the continent. No, but that's understanding what's happening. I hope Americans remember who they are. I was really scared in 2021.
Dude, I was in the heart of it. What's crazy too is that Bradley Mark, like, he's fighting the city, so he's dealing with that. He's taking people all the time to sabotage things. The businesses around it were sabotaging. They want to get shut down too, because they refuse to deal with neighbors.
Not here. Okay. Calling and telling on other neighbors, like my son goes there with his mask. I always wondered
That's the only way.
how
And the
a
reason
little girl that was writing in her diary up in an attic during World War II, ultimately went to Auschwitz, was murdered by insane murders, disgusting humans. How did that society turn where a little girl had to go up and hide in an attic? Well, and we saw it. It's scary.
And that was a weird time too. Like I remember I was in LA. They made the mask mandate. I started laughing like this. I told them, like, this is hilarious. You think the citizens are put up with this? So I'm walking down the street. I see people. I'm like, oh no, I'm the only one. So I go to the same coffee shop, 10 State Coffee, every morning before the shows. Where I work for Showtime with our students at Monica. I walk in and leave. I was there for 4 years. She'd see me every morning. I get the same thing, just a black coffee with 2 shots red hot. And I walk in, I'm like, she has her mask. I'm like, hey, how's it going? She's like, good. I'm like, she's like, here's all like, yep. The security guard goes, big dude, black guy, right, 6'6", out of shape. Goes, so I need you to put your mask on. I go, no, not happening, dude. I said, you're not getting that coffee. That was the only time I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, man, the beast is okay. I went, buddy, I promise you I'm getting the coffee. I said, no, you're not. I said, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get my coffee just like I do Monday through Friday. And then if you have an issue with it, you can meet me in the back.
You see my point though, that,
He's like, all right. So I'm like, oh shit, he's down. And the manager knew who I was. And she
No
was
one's
like,
talking about it
Gary?
anymore, and we're all talking
Yeah, I'm
about
telling
seed
you.
oils.
You're gonna fight over not wearing a mask for a cup of coffee.
All disease is me. I don't want to fight anybody. I'm like, go dude, this dude's down. Hell yeah. For to stand on my rights and my freedom, fuck, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. And I was so nervous. I'm like ready to go. That's why I'm like, over my hands, because I had kicked there's cameras in the back. And I waited 10 minutes to wait. And then I went back to that coffee restaurant, that shop, every day during COVID with no mask. And they sat and just didn't look at me. I'm like, you're such a coward.
The science are
What happened? I went under the psychology side. I wish Jordan Peterson was sitting right here, because I want to understand what this contagion is. And it was contagious because you saw it spread like a virus where people were in one group or one tribe of 1 or 2 people, it happened with them. And I get it was usually fear-based. Maybe they knew somebody that was compromised immunity-wise, and they died of COVID. And then that was back to confirmation bias. That was the excuse. And then you're a killer that's killing their friends because you wouldn't wear your mask. Yeah, and immediately it was flipped the script and broke my family. My family were young.
This is not.
I haven't seen my children nothing came to the house in a mask on.
You're cast on a broken leg. In other words, you're going to limit the body to do.
That's what it's saying. Come on, kid.
You and a lot of people that
In Timothy, it says that we were not born made with the spirit of fear, but of sound mind.
There's a lot of
My kids are not going to know fear.
shots that pulled off the
Like
market.
he's going to get the butterflies when it's they just lost a championship this weekend,
People with
and
vested interest in
again, to the
mRNA are
finals.
going to use every tactic they can to keep it alive. And so that's why we're suspicious. And maybe they're an unwitting agent. Maybe they're using it.
It's all the right thing.
But we just there's a technique called misdirection. It's a word technique, and it just kind of all falls into place.
He doesn't care. But I do support, even as a loss. Like, do you want to go get ice cream? No. No, we're actually going to go get something because I saw how hard you tried it. Like, we're going to go celebrate because how hard you worked. I saw you force that turnover. I saw you grit. I saw those defensemen coming and double teaming you. That's what I saw.
Yeah, no, I have a real policy where unless it's something horrific,
argument is our
something crazy, we don't talk
I'm not holding your feet to the fire.
Everything else but baseball.
Really, as bad as I think your sister's feet.
It's not my job.
It's not my sister. It's the thing. It's funny. No,
flip. Last weekend, we were in Dallas, and game 1, the coach pulled him off the field because he was not hostile. He was not trying. And I was like, we're going to get all your stuff. We're driving home. He's like, we have 4 more games. The thought of the embarrassment. And I was like, I did not drive. I did not bring your 5-year-old sister 4 hours in the car to sleep in a plate. Like, there's some tournaments where you have to stay at the hotel. That we don't. You're not even allowed to. Like, your name has to be on the reservation if you're an out-of-town family. It's a state of play. It requires the state to play. You have to stay here. You have to have a room. It's kind of a little shady, and it's not a nice hotel. So I'm sitting here, a family of 4 with a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old, my wife, after driving 4 hours, and then my son's out there not putting out effort.
That's when you see.
Now you'll see Dad, and that is my place. Now I'm home. Yep. Go get your stuff. We're packing up. We're going home. And he's like, now he's shaking. I'm like, well, if you're emotional now, and I want to see that emotion in front of the coaches, if you're fighting to get on the field, you're in a true lane. They're not going to play you unless you deserve field time. Time, you get equal field time.
That would be a very easy way to save face.
My side said, when it comes to
I'm not going to be like
the skill of it, like strikeouts, I can't. That shit happens.
Figure out
But if they tell you in strategy, you come in last, that's when I show.
Out there and get
That's an effort.
I
don't mind if you're trying your hardest, work
I feel
at all times.
My story
if you're trying your hardest, it's
actually talking about any type of strategy.
You start half-assing it,
well, then this is my
pop
story.
it.
Is
That's
like
right. I'm not gonna fix it in
it's
front.
almost like
Yeah.
suspicious.
We're
If you're talking about any type of like, like
Yeah.
as a definitive statement.
Can we come right back?
I think the platform.
What?
Everything.
I love that we have this thing. Dude, I watched him out there. He played 6 games last weekend. It was 100-something degrees. It had rain, the humidity. I don't know what it was. He's in lacrosse pads, and he was a baller. You know, and that one, I will wear that back to the car with the stroller, with the little wheeler thing.
I'll tell you the 1-year-old, whatever you want. If you do, yeah, dude, and it's not like makes a guy. The kiddo, he balls out. It's not the best thing.
I always say that. I'm going to lacrosse. You'll see me driving up last weekend to Dallas. And headphones on, dude. He's in there. He sleeps with his lacrosse stick. And I looked over at him, and I mean, I started crying in the car. I had to because he didn't see me much, so I had to look away so he couldn't see me.
I think what
on Instagram?
Yeah, a little bit more analysis is like how to translate that into policy. Now, there could be big disagreements about it. There should be massive agitation and
there's that box screen right there.
The immediate going to that we're working with.
You'll see he's in his car.
The point that I tried to make to you earlier, and I don't think you've done a good job, but the cool thing is the
we passed it.
I love it. What are you, ignorance? What?
All the
You think I'm
feels.
ignorant. I do.
All
But I
the
think your
effort.
sister's more ignorant than you are.
It's what I live for
We might
now.
be unwittingly, but my concern coming in here is that there's a line
Go back down.
ignorance
I don't want to have a shirt on the
What
left.
are we frauding? I think you should be a fraud for the
So
globalists
with his baby and listen to his
This is
jams.
why
Man, I can barely.
Nothing better.
because you want to get into the administration so that
And I can't.
that's what Fabians do. The Fabians
I have 2
are
grown
the
daughters.
ones behind the council.
I
Why
missed
wouldn't
this
I
thing.
just try
This
to
whole
like
phase of
not
his
have
life.
this message get up?
It was peak war.
Send it, like, well, why wouldn't I just like
And
I just told you
they're so
because
love
because
girls.
people like me
They're adults now. One of them's married, one of them's living this epic life,
the truth.
and I'm so proud of them.
Absolutely the truth.
But I never had this with them.
Just what I said.
I missed
I've told the right
95%
people that they
of
need
their
to be
ballet recitals,
concerned about
their
you
figure skating moments, their performances,
to your credit.
and
I'll be the first one to give you this credit. Danny told me that you back down until 25, and then you said no.
But now,
Jackson,
you had no
let's
choice.
do this
And
now.
you're doing the right thing.
I had to.
You do what you have to do.
Let's talk
But
about
just
this
for
on
you,
this, you know what?
selfish. He's like,
Oh,
oh,
you
you
figured out
get
what
you
we had a podcast schedule.
We've done some cool shit, man.
Until 2025.
There's
And now
nothing
you're back in. You said
the most
let's
beautiful,
talk.
incredible one
That's
on the
great.
planet.
I'm glad that we're
Yeah,
here
I missed
talking
every
about this.
moment.
To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I'm giving you the olive
do
branch.
that,
I
Yeah.
want you
And boy, like I see him,
to
I'm
actually set the
You know what I'm
record
saying?
straight because the
Like I
audience,
see
I can
him,
tell you right
and
now,
that's why I always
this is
ask,
good.
how's he doing?
Yeah,
A very simple litmus test. Is it ignorant or is it fraud? Which one are people going to go? And you know there's going to be people that make comments at this just
First
off the way we treat each other, the way we talk to each other, the issues that have been presented. And I do really want to
talking about his
hear.
daughter.
Go ahead.
And God bless his soul.
Because there's
When
things about
they're asked
your
about,
family, that
hey, you're gonna have a son.
the books your dad's written. These are
You see
really
me?
concerning.
We got those
We
were
know
almost his
that-
exact same
we know
word.
his
We
history
got
is-
one. And I can tell you, don't worry about it. And then she
This is what
steps
I'm
up
trying
and
to
she's
say.
like,
You will not
you
let
don't
me
worry about it.
finish
I got this.
any points.
Yeah.
The bottom line is
She
your
was,
family
he
is
was, you
painted
are,
with a
they will be.
globalist brush.
There's
There's
yeah,
not
that
even
is
about
the
you.
beauty of responsibility.
By their
And I hope,
actions.
and I think the pendulum, in a really unhealthy way,
The
has
fact that
swung
your
so
father and
far,
yours
like the
been-
self-realization,
I think the father
self-exploration,
is
this
directly
entitlement
tied
idea that like I'm living through life
Richard,
for me to experience
who you used to
things
work
for
his
me.
wife,
But
is
then
a
in truth,
DEI
in
leader.
reality, not this existential
Okay,
idea,
okay,
but
okay.
a
So
provable experiential fact that these experiences are made through acts of selflessness for
I
others.
just need you to answer the question.
And that moment is
That's all we need
so
to do.
special because
And
it
you're
was
not
him
doing a good job. Thank you for that analysis.
being present. Yeah.
What's the question?
So that the culture or the conventional wisdom of the pendulum swinging from self-lit or selfish back to selfless, where people are valuing families again. Where it hasn't swung all the way back.
It never went away. It
did a little bit.
Just now, like, especially the other dad. Oh my God, we're all the same. Oh my God. Oh shit. Yeah, it's faster.
And you're standing like this when at practice. You go and take a photo and you see Zach, Kaz, like all the lacrosse dads. We're all standing here like watching every single movement, not saying anything, you know. Like I'll look over like, yeah, I was like, oh, it's so great. You're like, we're out on the lake, you know, the boys I got to do cooks for years. You know, it's like, yeah, when we have to do the meat, it's like, I vacuum sealed it, you know. And we're just such dads.
I love it, man. I love it. Also, you know, when the dad's about his, he brings a chair. I can't sit in chairs because I just can't sit down when he's playing. And I'm like, man, that's a nice chair. He's like, oh, I don't do the type of chairs they sit in. And I left him, holy shit, I'm getting older, man. It's great. There's nothing better.
So we got a lot. I got to drag you around to some of the places around here. But
all these PR firms.
1 mile from where we're sitting right now, there's a place called Road American Trail that's owned by Westwood Walk. And he has 2 Connex
somebody who's questioning these things.
Connex shipping containers.
Like the road fitness.
Which we
we have the Atlas Stones with the plant variant. Lifted that thing and carried that wheel around. We got one of those that we can put 1,000 pounds on. That's one of the strongest. Yeah. We have all the pull bars, all the dumbbells, all the barbells, all the weights, all the things. It's outdoors. There's air conditioning. It's all metal. Connex is sitting on land 1 mile from here. And it gets dark.
Okay, we've got a lot
like weird thing because it's you're Texas. So the bugs are in your face. Everything's dirt. It's like moon, sand, powder.
You know, real quick, man, I know I have some friends in my life where they're not as hands-on, or they don't get it, or the kid's not in the sport. I'm like, man, boy, you're missing out. Man, you're missing out. Man, telling you're dropping the ball, dude, man. There's nothing you're able to, whatever achievement you get to, you think in entertainment, whatever you're in, tell me, let's get it from that. No, you're missing the boat. I have to tell you that.
I was traveling yesterday, got home super late, and I was going to brag on my wife for a second. Poor woman just flew in from Colorado from a lacrosse tournament with the 5-year-old and the 10-year-old without me present, and flights delayed, hour on the tarmac waiting for takeoff, landed, gates not open, had to sit again on the runway for an hour, check bags with all the lacrosse gear, right? She makes it home, didn't travel, and he had 3 games that day before they get on the plane to Colorado and fly back to Austin, and then I land, and it's Father's Day. Still dresses out like a sexy performer. I got one. That's right. And it makes working hard so easy.
No, I think it's actually
when you get like moments like this, a woman like that.
Like this is me. This is what I bring to it. I wrapped up these products. Like that was my.
Did you see that quad picture?
That was my
on the right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an M1 Abrams taken from the Washington Monument, and that's the Constitution with our American troops flying right down it. On the right-hand side, it's American equipment at a parade in Afghanistan being driven by the Taliban after we left. And I could have said it more succinctly, but I wanted to paint this picture of what does strength look like. Obviously, they're both military parades, but the difference is this is us on full display on our with our soldiers on our land with our equipment, and then inversely, the complete opposite end is the Taliban using our stuff and projecting to the world weakness. On the left is strength, on the left is deterrence, on the right is incompetence.
Not with the goal of getting the goal of criticizing us. So, no, absolutely. The three things you have is that
It's gonna be so fun.
Dad wrote
Oh, so this is that fitness competition.
that I went to one council relations meeting, which is
Right for Washington Monument Mall. It's so sick.
and work for the
Jake, you go back to
sponsor. He didn't know that.
Go back to Restream. Scroll down. Right. On the far end.
You never
It's
looked
on
up
the
the
right.
name of the guy on
Go one more.
that you work for?
Yeah, that one.
It's possible I didn't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So that's me on the assault bike. That's them deadlifting the 500 pounds.
Stuff on this.
And I can't start until they
So you don't know
start
Daniel
deadlifting.
Daniel Edelman
And
is.
then after
The
5
beginning of
reps,
this podcast, you just
they have
mentioned
to
that you did.
hold it until I get to. That's one of 6 events.
So you don't see that
You know, all of us
ideology
have
and
to
the
go
same
through that the whole
ideology
entire
that's
time.
Daniel
So it's
on
500-pound deadlift among
4 guys.
and then the son took over.
So that
The
thing
ideology
weighs
of both of these people
500
are
pounds.
very similar to what's in your dad's book. In
Yeah,
fact,
it's terrible.
Richard's new wife,
You have to work
Richard's new
timing
wife,
wise in unison.
is the
So
DEI
clean.
expert for the left.
So Jack, just to tease out what you're saying, if you could listen to me in good faith. My story is
You still get sore?
this
Yeah, I'm old.
DC.
I know. I
don't think you get sore if you
like that's what
if
you
you
get with
win.
food and
Yeah.
pharmaceuticals and
if you
cigarettes.
stop.
Like
feel the pain.
calling those out. That's why I came on the scene 2 years ago. I started talking about how we used to pay the entire OCP to say that COVID was basically fine.
Yeah.
And racist debate
Yeah.
on food stamps. It's
At
like,
least you're gonna be like that. So that guy in the middle right there, that's my climber.
But you know those weren't the tactics of MKO. You know what the tactics were.
That's the Secretary of the VA, Doug Collins. Liner taking off his shirt to put on an army. He's the Secretary of the VA. In the middle of the mall, taking off his clothes to put on a life support army shirt. Look at all these studs. That guy's a former unit member from Delta Force, leading the whole entire CrossFit workout. Just savage.
You're the truth of fucking
Stone. Terrible power. Look at these guys.
So that's so much beautiful. My real concern. Yeah, but my real concern, and I think you've really
That's it right there.
you've tried to dance around. What's the direct question?
Obviously, I'm still on the high post events where it's like, it just gets you hard. I'm so proud to be an American. I'm proud to wear the uniform.
Davos person.
And guess what?
So
Guess what?
these are the people you run away from, but
Michelle and
that's the
Frankie
agents
and
of
Gordon
your
got
worker,
paid to come
and
out.
then you use Honey to do enough. Fitbits and chronic glucose
People
monitors.
helping come to their travel.
I think that those
It's
are
going to
really
be turbo vets. I was helping get them like flights and they were aboard, and then Smith and West of the gun company like helped cover flights. Crazy.
How's your go?
No.
Well, Tim, I love you, brother.
I love you.
You're the best, man. We do 6 hours. This is easy work.
All day long.
Appreciate you, brother. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is the fighters and the Kennedy. We're out.
Listen, guys, sometimes you're feeling sluggish during the day, all right? Struggling in the gym. Maybe not you're quite feeling yourself. Well, guess what? With Joy Mode, you can level up with their testosterone support complex. Dubbed by Men's Journal as the ultimate manliness multivitamin. It is an all-natural powerhouse designed to help you reclaim your energy, confidence, and edge so you can crush your day, your workouts, and whatever life throws your way. Testosterone isn't just about muscle mass or libido. It's the fuel behind your energy, stamina, confidence, and overall vitality. So if you are feeling off your game, this is your chance to take control. Give your body the support it deserves. Joy Mode Testosterone Support Complex is packed with clinically proven ingredients like ashwagandha, DIN, and boron, nature's best tools for supporting healthy testosterone levels, reducing stress, and improving recovery. No prescriptions, no gimmicks, just 3 capsules a day to help you power through your workout with strength and energy, stay sharp and focused at work, and feel your most confident self in and out of the bedroom. Over 100,000 men have already trusted Joy Mode to help them on.
No, I actually think you are.
Like, who am I now? What is my identity?
Starting over.
I
It's just like, all right, what I do? You're trying to figure out eventually to get there. But that's why I think we transition so good out of the UFC because you have community. Like you're one of the guys that you have so much going on, but you have these close communities. So when you left the UFC,
the more I feel like
it's not
there's
all
actually
that.
something.
Yeah, I'm good.
Now, do I
This
know
other
it's
stuff.
something?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys they're
I
tied
don't,
to
but
that
I would
community,
say
so when they leave, they're kind of
to
know
you,
it.
and I think you can discuss this both with
I
Mary
think
and
you
your
have that.
in medicine,
you had multiple careers. You had multiple transitions occupationally.
So I think
it's
anybody
a
who listens
different
to
thing
this
when it's the
podcast
whole
in
family.
Washington, D.C. should know who you are
It's,
and be careful before
because we as
they
men,
put you on another
of course, are going to bear the burden of responsibility of I have to provide these things for them. And I love that realization.
You could be a great guy. You could be a great guy.
Just fine.
And they're flourishing. Yeah, what was that? That flourishing, man. It's going to take a little time for the wife, you know? Yeah, she's doing well too because her mom's here, but I think I was more concerned about the kids. Like, me and my wife will be fine. I'll figure it out. I've made big changes before. It always works out for the better. Whenever I'm scared to do something, it always works out. For the kids, I'm like, man, 9 and 5, what are they going to do? Their friends, dude. Like this morning, I dropped off at this elite baseball camp. There's all these kids you know. Hey, like, see that? Damn, look at this little dude go. Look at him go, man. I love it. It's going to be better for him longer.
For sure. The resources I've never seen. We're high-level athletes, you know, we've seen a lot of success, a lot of different things, but the amount of available assets, resources, coaching, sincerity, the coaching especially, this is my new metric of measurement for everything, everywhere that I go, is the kids' coaches here in Texas. Insane. They're just the greatest people. I was blown away.
Like when I just he's trying to find his fit, he's trying to find his team, and we met with his team, super high level team. I had no idea what we were going to do. And the coach is like former University of Texas baseball coach, assistant coach, but 10 years in the MLB, and I'm just like, this is for the 9-year-old? He's like, yeah. And it's like that at every level here. And T's super nervous. You know, he's 9. It's new teams, new kids, they're really good, so he's super nervous. They just took him to the side, they like encourage him the whole time. And then, T sometimes, just like any 9-year-old, when he strikes out, or makes an error, have an attitude a little bit, which I just think that, dude, it's here. It's here. I don't care how athletic you are. For you to get to the next level, it's all about here. Like, just athletic kids, look what you're going to do here. That's all I work with him on. So he gets an attitude that triggering for me. But the coaches, man, like where we came from, they really know how to deal with it. They're like, I'll figure it out. The thing is, like, they're super sweet until they're not. Texas, like, what are you doing? He's like, can't do this. No, look at other kids.
And it's another thing that you're going to experience with these splits is you as a parent, it is not our job to coach. It is our job to support guys. And they are going to, if you don't figure it out, you're going to go super fast. And those coaches will be like, you have one job on the side. You are to support your child. 90% of kids quit their sports in the car with their parents leaving practice. 100%. You have one job. And
I had one parent say this. It was actually a mom where her husband was so impressed that the kid's such a good player. This is in LA. And the mom, because the kid loved video games, she goes, so you know how your son plays video games all the time? That's like, right. It's like, if you want him to quit playing video games so much, just treat him the same way you do in baseball. So he's like, no, don't go left, go right. Just critique everyone who makes those video games. He'll stop in about 3 to 4 days. It's purgatory. It's the exact same thing in baseball. You're taking the joy out of it. It's no longer a game. It's no longer fun. So criticize his PlayStation. They'll be like, dude, that's not fun. You want to stop.
And firstly, just let him have his own agency and his own space for him to flourish on the field. And just watch that kid blossom. It's going to be so fun. And I'm so pumped you're here.
Dude, I'm so pumped. Maybe an off-the-air conversation, but with your son, with his lacrosse, like, he's such an outlier. Just his mentality, like, when it's hot and out, he's like, let's go. It's like, I see these other kids at home. Do you think he got that from you? Because obviously mentally you're such a maniac, right? Just in a good way. Like, you're so mentally strong. You look at all the shit you're doing. Do you think you passed that down to your son, or do you think he was born with that?
No, definitely. I don't think grit. I love my kids so much.
If you're not a parent, this picture shows bright up for you. They're like, glad I'm single if I freaking
like the heart and the head, how those things connect, that build grit. And the only way that toughness comes is by doing tough and difficult things. And we're not poor. We can provide all of the comfort and laissez-faire lifestyle that would then breed
so that's
the weakest, most useless flesh of offspring ever. So I have to be disciplined in me holding myself accountable to make sure that I create opportunity for him to go and do hard things. Let him struggle.
When you say hard things, like what are you doing? Because
he's 10. Yeah,
it's a fine line, too.
It is a fine line.
Child abuse, just give me some credit.
Yeah. Our toughness and grit came from would absolutely be abuse in 2025. Correct. There's no doubt that, and I love my parents. I am perfect father for what happened in the 70s and the 80s when I grew up. That was a different world. It's a different era. So creating difficult opportunities, like when I took them hunting in Southwest Texas, we're on foot in freezing cold temperatures at night, 100-degree temperatures in the day. Everything that we're eating and drinking is on our back. And everything, every moment was uncomfortable, and he's flourishing. He was there for me. Tomorrow morning, what's he going to do with me?
If you're sick,
we're going to go box. Am I going to hit him? Absolutely not. But am I going to be surrounded with Shane Thompson, Tyson Mendez, Sean Apperson, David Freese, a whole bunch of professional athletes, black belts, professional fighters. The Tackett brothers are going to be there. Satoshi Ishii is going to be there. He's the best.
Is that you have wanted to climb the swamp from being a little boy, and you've done a pretty good job. I will tell you that I think you have done a really good job. So you have to realize when I see a young man who's trained at two institutions that I absolutely hate, and then GDR at Rise, and then just so you know, I turned down Tucker calls because he's part of the problem. I would never go on Joe Rogan for the same reason, because he's also tied to the global elites. We'll talk about that later. The bottom line is I've been very public about both of those things. When I did the Rick Rubin podcast, I didn't answer him for 6 weeks. Why? Because he wanted me to talk to Huberman. And Huberman's part of the SRI crew. The SRI crew, Stanford Research Institute. That's who became MK Ultra after, and then he goes to the Brain Health Initiative. I don't expect you to know this because you're not a doctor. Right. I don't think that you're going to know these things, but I believe the people that are steering where you're going and what you're doing and your message. Well, don't be scared, Jack. I think there's a reason that you're wrong. You're saying that line. No, I'm not saying you're right. I'm actually giving you the benefit of the doubt. Jack. Then there might be mind control or your puppets in a larger plan, but this is the truth. My sister has great impact. I think is the best communicator on these holistic concepts that I've heard has deeply spiritually impacted me. I can't really impacted my own staff without full answers, but that there's just multifactorial things. And we sort of talk about that. And then I think the interview are seeing Jack, like when you start saying food, energy starts training you, and as you've gone on these podcasts, and I think connected with people from the heart. So you have to realize there's a reason that you haven't connected with me. No, you haven't. Because it's not 6 months ago, I did an interview with I tell Mary right away, I try to connect with everyone. I think there's a very, generally, I think it's been pretty positive. I think generally, most people who want to follow you really feel like we're in a really interesting moment, while there's still these forces that we can actually change consciousness in the country. So I don't.
You said that you not being sorry,
Well, not necessarily anything, but not I think those parts are.
We're going what's the
high for a band.
well, yeah, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the the fact that Kennedy is for Trump is going to declare a state of emergency for right? And it's really good that all over the what are the proclamations going to be made in this emergency declaration on Hanukkah?
So I am outside and I'm thinking to myself, there were a lot of ideas going out there. I don't see a ton of appetite, and just my perspective is crazy, man. His fans came after the hours. I think there is an emergency happening, but I don't think that's like the first on the agenda from my opinion. I think there is this question, which we could all talk about, of what practically next for the first 100 days. I think that's a public conversation happening with everybody. And I think that, in my opinion, and this might sound woo-woo, but we need to change consciousness about health in the country. We need to be smart about even big things, not being incremental, not trying to be defensive, not trying to make friends with everybody. But there are many people in the country that are starting to wake up more towards the world that you guys see. And I think very related to what I see. And I do think Bobby's going to come and go. Trump's going to come and go. The biggest victory we possibly have is that the vast majority of Americans can't go back and see health in a different way. And I think that would be a huge win. So, I have some issues. I think we're in an emergency, probably not an emergency order. If you're asking where I think the prioritization should be, I think really going on the conflict of interest and transparency would be the places to start.
You've talked to Trump, I think, a lot. So have you talked to Trump about the...
I haven't talked to Trump a lot.
Well, how did you work with Steve Sheldon?
So I didn't talk about this. Things like the Tucker podcast, and you guys have probably seen this. People reach out. Rick Rubin, Nicole, like,
they're friends. They're friends. There's a difference. They're friends and patients. So there's a difference there.
Okay, well, I've made some good alliances with them. I'm just saying, people, like, the energy that you put out brings interesting people to you, and like we have been, like, I've been connected to Trump advisors, the past year, who I think really care about the chronic disease issue, and Trump talked about it very eloquently before the Bobby endorsement, and got to know Bobby, not that particularly well, but there's a vibe here, and I think a vibe that he led and communicated that was really optimistic and connected with a lot of people. So
what's going on behind the scenes with? Is anybody talking about the shots behind the scenes?
I can tell you exactly what's happening behind the scenes. There's very little ideology, and it is full-on discussions of the childhood chronic disease crisis.
But nothing about the shot.
I think there's
because he loves Operation Warp Speed, right? And all of the advisors and everybody that he has put in positions of power, other than Jay Bhattacharya has said on X that he agrees that the shot should be pulled off the market because he signed the HOPE Accord, although the HOPE Accord does not have it on their website. But other than that, everybody, look at the Surgeon General pick. I mean, that's a nightmare.
I think it's
and Dr. Oz is a complete nightmare.
Actually, I'll just be the first one to say this. I love it.
Okay.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, because centralized medicine, what better way to blow that than to blow that?
Okay. I think Dr. Oz is a good story.
Why?
Do you think it's possible that a lot of these people, these high-level people in politics, Bobby included, from what you alluded to for your first conversation with Bobby and Rick, that they aren't educated on any of this stuff? And if they aren't educated on any of this stuff, for example...
There's no excuse at this point. This is the biggest public health event in our lifetime. You should be up to speed, and especially if you're going to have power in a microphone.
Totally.
You have to be.
You missed something while we were joking. I actually made a joke. I think guess what? That fits with my concerns.
Well, Jack, I think that the picks Bobby made are I think
that Bobby made these picks, not Trump.
No. I think the picks President Trump made. Yeah, I think the picks President Trump made are very strong, and I think this is just my opinion. I think we have people that are aligned with the vision that Bobby and President Trump painted during the campaign,
and that's the reason why I said I'm no longer on Bobby's train. I'm kind of because of what Mary said. I had a lot of hope, and I will tell you that when Bobby got lawfared, Nicole got lawfared, If you go back and listen to the original podcast, Bobby laid his vision out right there about how he's going to do it because he's an attorney, and I'm going to go sue everybody like I've done before, like we did with Monsanto. Right. And the funny thing is, I said to Bobby, it's not going to work. And I said, I think you need to listen to what Kelly did. We need to put a constitutional amendment in and take all the criminals out of the mix to begin with. And he said, Jack, that's great, but not even DeSantis could pass that kind of law in Florida. But then,
well, I will say in Tennessee, they're about to propose a bill to ban the sale and distribution of all mRNA. Tennessee may be the first.
Well, I just got a call from one of the people, a governor, who this may be a very interesting point to bring up, especially with him, to show you just how what happened in Trump's last term could actually be helpful. This may be really big for you in Texas. So you know that Trump took a lot of shit in his first term about abortion. And remember, since abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, the states have to go by the 10th Amendment. Well, guess what? Medical freedom is also mentioned in the Constitution. That means it would go the same route. So you know what that means? Uncle Jack can sit down and talk to the governor. If the governor is willing to put my constitutional amendment in the state constitution, we got an issue. And it's a good issue. Do I think that's the way to go? Because then you don't need to deal with Trump and you don't need to deal with Trump. In other words, you go straight. Well, you have to realize the states that I think could be very, very interesting here is Trump had a very contentious relationship with his previous primary guy, our governor, DeSantis. And we know why that relationship was destroyed because somebody used to work at Mercury, which was a PR firm. That's Susie Watts, where I used to work. Well, Susie worked there as well. And this was not about you. This is more about her. But you're missing the conspiracy tactics. Yeah. But you're not that important, my friend. I know. That's why it's so curious you're talking about so much. You're not that important about this issue. I agree. The issue is, could this be an issue? Because your governor actually is pretty decent. Well, he's in for the medical freedom.
You're rolling your eyes. Why? Why is that?
Texas is bad. I mean, we have the largest medical center in the world. We're home of the vaccine mandate. Houston Methodist, April 2021. We were the first one to do it. And I mean,
even before the president mandated it.
Yeah, 4 months before Biden did it. And, I didn't see what they did to me, right? I was nothing to them. I mean, I'm a solo practitioner, a pretty small practice. And they, they squashed me. They tried to. And, Abbott, he was always sort of a step behind DeSantis during the pandemic. I mean, granted, it was better than, somebody in Washington State. But he's always been a little bit cautious in medical freedom. And, I've reached out to him a lot regarding my case with the medical board. He hasn't heard anything back. And, he has close ties to the medical community. So, I don't know. When you were saying you like Abbott, though, I can't remember
the reason I'm hedging my bets. I can't say everything, but there are states around Texas that I've already talked to, and Texas knows about these topics.
Oklahoma is progressing good.
I'm just going to tell you, I think I'm a little bit probably more optimistic state than I am federal.
Yes, I agree.
And the point that I make to you, since you and I are Floridians, I'm Congressional District 1 and you're down here. Very few people know that Pat Getz is someone who represents me, and I'm the reason why he kept going down to El Salvador, because I kept writing letters saying we need to come down and look at what Plan Bukele is. And you know that I feel very strongly about DeSantis, and I feel very strongly about the Florida Surgeon General. That is the guy that should have got the job. Because if that guy gets the job, the jabs are over. Because they're basically over here. And you're a Floridian. I'm a Floridian when I'm in the States. That is the kind of leadership that we need to see at the federal level, not the state. And the fact that we haven't got those picks in, and we hear what Callie's saying as being an insider there, that, well, can I finish my point? Yeah. Well, we are disagreeing with that. Well, you're disagreeing with Jay, or you agree with Jay. Jay is the only one right now No, because I actually think is pretty good.
Yeah.
But the point that I'll make is that he's actually confirming for me what your and I's feeling is that it's not going well on the federal. So we may need to start paying more attention to the state side than not. And I think that's where you and I are in a pretty good situation.
Can I add on to that? Sorry, constructively. So, first off, Latipo, totally agree. And, you know, I think he's a great leader and should be having a national voice. That's my opinion. So, on the picks, I mean, I agree with your frustration. I mean, like this is, I mean, I think we're in a big opportunity federally. I think we need to be doing aggressive state actions. I think people should be listening to you, Jack. I mean, like on your ideas and on this data. I mean, I you might not be able to truly do that.
Just so you know, they are listening to it.
Good.
Everybody in Washington, D.C. reads my tweets. Just so you know that. They do.
Okay, good.
Because I have confirmation of that, but realize something else. I'm the guy sitting at the table that wrote a constitutional amendment.
I know. Jack,
that's actually in their hands, and they don't want to do something with it. In the United States,
my little goal in life is to help get radical ideas and transform ideas into health.
And what I'm trying to tell you is the people that you think are going to help, they're not helping.
So they're not. So Jack, I'm super cynical about.
I don't think you are. I think you're still looking for that job.
No, so we can get into my story on that. You might be right. I mean, we all have psychological hang-ups that we are working lifetime to get over, and I've explained kind of the continuing plot that's along the way. I mean, sure, like everyone has their wounded child. I'm sure you do, and I'm working on that too. I mean, like, I mean, everyone's got their traumas. I would say that everything did change when I, decided to focus on this issue and Casey and me put our hearts out. And I everyone is the hero in their own head and has pure intentions probably, but we are trying to spread a message of light out there. And I think any type of power might be overstating, but like you, we're trying to push things forward.
It's not power, Callie. I want you. I just think this is the part of you that comes off so disingenuous. You are an expert in legalized lying. That's what PR and lobbying is. Let me finish. It's not debatable. But you told me that you reformed, and I am taking you at your word. You have to realize that propaganda is a tool of the government. Obama has weaponized it against us by law. And the pharmaceutical industry can do it on TV. That's how we lost our First Amendment. You know that we talked about that, which you acknowledge I'm trying to stop. But we talked about that on the last podcast. My point that I'm trying to say is if the propaganda doesn't go away on the federal level, we're not going to be successful at all. That is the point. And the point when you say, well, Jack, I don't know about this and that, you have to realize, do you understand? I don't want to be a dick with you and throw the gauntlet down about ignorance and fraud. But when I say to you clearly that the propaganda arm here is a big issue, and the fact that the people you used to work with, that's their modus operandi.
That's calling out, Jack. Jack, respectfully, you've done a lot. You're pushing a lot. I don't think anyone's talking more about the need to ban PC farm advertising and how nefarious that is, and how that allows the pharmaceutical industry not only to brainwash people, but also to buy out the news itself.
But none of the people that Trump are putting at the federal level are doing that. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Jack, let's get to a logic problem. So I'm just talking about that, bringing that as much to the national stage as I possibly can in order to subvert it. Why wouldn't I just subvert it in the first place?
Well, I guess you answered that. No, I guess you missed my point. By you saying that to me, you missed the point. Okay. The point is, you're okay with what they're doing at the federal level, but you're
Jack,
not okay going that way.
Of President Trump, what he's doing, he's appointed the best reform-minded group of people for HHS in American history. I'm extremely supportive, extremely optimistic. And I also I think it's the status quo. He's a more reform-minded HHS group of people. This is Marty was pledged not to go to pharma after this. All of the past 20 years, every single FDA commissioner has gone straight to pharma. These people right now are not going to pharma. So Jack, I would say if you investigate and if you're honest, the past 20 years of HHS leadership, this is the most reform-minded. You might not think it's reform-minded enough, but it is.
No,
it is.
Let me tell you what it's about, my friend. Ideation without execution leads to deletion of every good idea. I don't give a shit what they say. I want to see the action.
I 100% agree with
you're
that
willing to give them an olive branch now,
Jack,
and I'm not.
Jack, I'm not giving anything.
They don't deserve shit.
Yeah,
You want to know the truth?
We have to hold their feet to the fire.
Hold on. We can hold their feet to the fire, of course. But I think the question is, it's a fair question, how do we support Bobby and Trump and this team as much as we can? Or maybe that's not what you think we should do. But
no, we shouldn't support them at all. They need to do the will of the people. That's what they need to do. Not the will of Cali. Not the will of Cali. Cali wants to be, transparency. What do you think we should do? I think we it down. That's what I think. Well, I it down.
So literally, what would you advise?
I would tell Elon and Vivek to close in places down, and I'd start with the intelligence community. And I'd start with everything tied to science. Because there's nobody worthwhile.
Can we step back and actually calmly talk about what you're
very calm?
Can we talk about what your current day plan? Like what would you like what
constitutional amendment.
Okay. So what would be your recommendation of how to
anybody associated with goes to Guantanamo Bay first and foremost. Okay. That's it. That's the first thing I do. Okay. And I know that if Getz was in, that'd happen. That's the first place. And then I'd start changing laws. The first law I'd change, it's a 1980 law that allows scientists paid by taxpayers to benefit from research. That should end.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone in the country that's talking more about that than me. So,
I got this for you. It ain't gonna happen. Okay. And with the people that Trump's put in, the second thing that needs to happen is the liability law needs to go by the way. And here's the big issue. The first 100 days, the only thing Bobby should focus in on, is a RICO case against everybody associated with messenger RNA technology. And that includes the Department of Defense.
How would you do that?
I just told you how I do it. I'm not investigate. We already have Fauci's emails. We have Morin's emails. We have tons of data. You seem to act like the data's not there. Kevin McKiernan literally could go to Congress and tell them that he found SV40. Anybody associated with the FDA approval process, Guantanamo Bay.
I'm not suggesting that data is not there. I'm suggesting that we certainly don't fund foundational research on why we're getting sick. That
then you don't solve the problem.
Data is being covered up,
and then you don't solve the problem. That's what you're saying.
There's huge. So I think.
So you just want to ignore everything that's already out there?
No, not at all.
So you want to kind of do what YouTube?
Oh, I think as much. Bobby's talked about getting rid of the FISA department. Just open source and release as much as we possibly have. That's a huge part of transparency.
We need accountability, though.
Yeah, people need to go to jail.
Hold on. So, and again, my story is.
We're not interested in your story. We're interested in the story of we the people.
All I'm doing my is that we all come from different perspectives. I am just trying to think, just intellectually, that this is what I like doing. It's like, how do you channel this spiritual awakening I believe many people in America are having about our healthcare system being broken and these things being destroyed, and channel that into actionable ideas that can get done in the first year. And that's not like me. I'm not controlling, I want to
speak like a politician.
2 minutes ago.